29. The concept of trade and its principal forms, continued. Free trade on own account, type 4, which alone will be dealt with for the present, is always a matter of profit-making enterprise, never of budgetary administration. It is hence under all normal conditions, if not always, a matter of earning money profits by contracts of purchase and sale. It may, however, be carried on, a. by an organization subsidiary to a budgetary economy, or, b. it may be an inseparable part of a total function through which goods are brought to a state of local consumability. Case, a, is illustrated by members of a budgetary unit designated specifically to dispose of surpluses of that unit's production on their own account. If, however, it is a matter simply of occasional sale by different members at different times, it is not even a subsidiary enterprise, but where the members in question devote themselves entirely and on their own financial responsibility to sale or purchase, it is an example of the type 4, though somewhat modified. If, on the other hand, they act for the account of the unit as a whole, it is a case of the type R. Case B is illustrated by peddlers and other small traders who travel with their goods, and who thus primarily perform the function of transporting goods to the place of sale. They have hence been mentioned above in connection with the function of transportation. Traveling com-enda traders may be a transitional form between types 3 and I-5-8. 4. Whether the transportation service is primary and the trading profit secondary, or vice versa, is generally quite indefinite. In any case, all persons included in these categories are traders. Trade on the individual's own account, type 4, is always carried on the basis of appropriation of the means of procurement, even though his control may be made possible only by borrowing. It is always the trader who bears the capital risk on his own account, and, correspondingly, it is he who, by virtue of his appropriation of the means of procurement, enjoys the opportunity for profit. Specialization and specification of functions in the field of free trade on own account may take place in a variety of different ways. From an economic point of view, it is for the present most important to distinguish them according to the types of economic unit between which the merchant mediates, i. trade between households, budgetary units, with the surplus and other households which consume the surplus, 2. Trade between profit-making enterprises, themselves producers or merchants, and households, budgetary units, which consume the product. The latter include, of course, all types of organizations, in particular, political bodies. 3. Trade between one profit-making enterprise and another. The first two cases come close to what is usually called retail trade, which involves sale to consumers without reference to the sources from which the goods were obtained. The third case corresponds to wholesale trade. Trade may be oriented to the market or to customers. In the former case it may be a consumer's market, normally with the goods actually present. It may, on the other hand, be a market for business enterprises, in which case the goods may actually be present, as at fairs and expositions, usually though not necessarily, seasonal, or the goods may not be present, as in trade on commodity exchanges, usually, though not necessarily, permanent. If trade is oriented directly to customers, providing for the needs of a relatively fixed group of purchasers, it may be to households, budgetary units, as in retail trade, or to profit-making enterprises. The latter may in turn be producing units or retail enterprises or, finally, other wholesale enterprises. There may be various levels of middlemen in this sense, varying from the one nearest the producers to the one who sells to the retailer. According to the geographical source of the goods disposed of, trade BH1LL1 may aimed at OCA or OCA. The merchant may be in a position in fact to secure purchases on his own terms from the economic units which sell to him putting out trade. He may, on the other hand, be in a position to dictate the terms of his sales to the economic units which buy from him traders' monopoly. Trade and its principal forms, Kant. I-5-9. The first type is closely related to the putting out organization of industry and is generally found combined with it. The second is substantively regulated trade, a variety of type 4. It goes without saying that every market-oriented business enterprise must dispose of its own goods, even if it is primarily a producing enterprise. This type of marketing is not, however, mediation in the sense of the above definition so long as no members of the administrative staff are specialized for this and only this purpose, such as traveling salesmen. Only then is a specialized trading function being performed. There are, of course, all manner of transitional forms. The calculations underlying trading activity will be called speculative to the extent to which they are oriented to possibilities, the realization of which is regarded as fortuitous and is in this sense uncalculable. In this sense the merchant assumes the burden of uncertainty. 51. The transition from rational calculation to what is in this sense speculative / calculation is entirely continuous, since no calculation which attempts to forecast future situations can be completely secured against unexpected accidental factors. The distinction thus has reference only to a difference in the degree of rationality. The forms of technical and economic specialization and specification of function in trade do not differ substantially from those in other fields. The department store corresponds to the factory in that it permits the most extensive development of internal specialization of function. 29a. The concept of trade and its principal forms, concluded. The term banks will be used to designate those types of profit-making trading enterprise which make a specialized function of administering or procuring money. Money may be administered for private households by taking private deposit accounts and caring for the property of private individuals. It may also be administered for political bodies, as when a bank carries the account of a government, and for profit-making enterprise, by carrying business deposits and their current accounts. Money may be procured for the needs of budgetary units, as in extending private consumption credit to private individuals, or in extending credit to political bodies. It may be procured for profit-making enterprises for the purpose of making payments to third persons, as in the creation of bills of exchange or the provision of checks or drafts for remittances. It may also be used to make advances on future payments due from I60 customers, especially in the form of the discounting of bills of exchange. It may, finally, be used to give credit for the purchase of capital goods. Formally, it is indifferent whether the bank, 1. advances this money from its own funds or promises to make it available on demand, as in the provision for overdrafts of a current account, and whether the loan is or is not accompanied by a pledge or any other form of security provided by the borrower, or, 2. whether the bank, by some type of guarantee or in some other manner, influences others to grant the funds. In practice, the business policy of banks is normally aimed to make a profit by relending funds which have been lent to them or placed at their disposal. The funds which a bank lends may be obtained from stocks of bullion or of coin from the existing mints which it holds on credit, or by its own creation of certificates chanko money, or of means of circulation, bank notes, or, finally, from the deposits of private individuals who have placed their money at its disposal. Whether a bank borrows on its own to obtain the funds it lends out or creates means of circulation, it must, if it is acting rationally, attempt to provide for coverage to maintain its liquidity, that is, it must keep a sufficient stock of cash reserves or arrange the terms of credit granted in such a manner that it can always meet its normal payment obligations. As a rule, the observance of liquidity ratios by money-creating, i.e., note-issuing, banks is provided for in imposed regulations by organizations, merchant guilds or political bodies. These regulations are at the same time usually designed to protect the chosen monetary system of an area as far as possible against changes in the substantive validity of the money, and thus to protect the formal rationality of the economic calculations of budgetary units, above all those of the political body, and of profit-making enterprises against disturbances from substantive irrationalities. In particular, the most stable rate of exchange possible for one's own money against the monies of other monetary areas, with which trade or credit relations exist or are desired, is usually striven for. This type of monetary policy, which attempts to control the factors of irrationality in the monetary field, will, following G.F. Knapp, be called litric policy. In the strictly laissez-faire state, this is the most important function in the realm of economic policy which the state would undertake. In its rational form, this type of policy is entirely restricted to the modern state. The policy measures of the Chinese with respect to copper and paper money and the Roman coinage policy will be discussed at the proper point, but they did not constitute a modern litric monetary policy. Only the banco money policy of the Chinese guilds, which formed the model. Trade and its principal forms, conclusion, I6I for the Hamburg banco mark, came up to modern standards of rationality. As to the term financing, Finanzierungsgesellschaft, will be applied to all business transactions which are oriented to obtaining control, in one of the following ways, of favorable opportunities for profit-making by business enterprise, regardless of whether they are carried on by banks or by other agencies, including individuals, as an occasional source of profit or as a subsidiary enterprise, or as part of the speculative operations of a financier, a, through the transformation of rights to appropriated profit opportunities into securities or other negotiable instruments, and by the acquisition of these securities, either directly or through such subsidiary enterprises as are described below under c. b. by the systematic tender, or, occasionally, refusal, of business credit, c. through compulsory joining. If necessary or desired, of hitherto competing enterprises, either, I, in the form of monopolistic regulation of enterprises at the same stage of production, cartelization, or, 2, in the form of monopolistic fusion under one management of hitherto competing enterprises for the purpose of weeding out the least profitable ones, merger, or, 3, in the not necessarily monopolistic form of the fusion of specialized enterprises at successive stages of a production process, vertical combination. Or finally, 4, in the form of an attempted domination of many enterprises through operations with their shares, trusts, holding companies, or the creation of new enterprises for the purpose of increasing profits or merely to extend personal power, financing as such. Of course, financing operations are often carried out by banks and, as a general rule, unavoidably involve their participation. But the main control often lies in the hands of stockbrokers, like Harriman, or of individual large-scale entrepreneurs in production, like Carnegie. The formation of cartels is also often the work of large-scale entrepreneurs, like Kerdorf, while that of trusts is more likely to be the work of financiers, like Gould, Rockefeller, Stins, and Rathenau. This will be further discussed below. 30. The conditions of maximum formal rationality of capital accounting. The following are the principal conditions necessary for obtaining a maximum of formal rationality of capital accounting in production enterprises. 1. Complete appropriation of all material means of production by owners and the complete absence of all formal appropriation of opportunities for profit in the market, that is, market freedom. 2. Complete I-6-2 Sociological categories of economic action CHL. Autonomy in the selection of management by the owners, thus complete absence of formal appropriation of rights to managerial functions. 3. Complete absence of appropriation of jobs and of opportunities for earning by workers and, conversely, the absence of appropriation of workers by owners. This implies free labor, freedom of the labor market, and freedom in the selection of workers. 4. Complete absence of substantive regulation of consumption, production, and prices, or of other forms of regulation which limit freedom of contract or specify conditions of exchange. This may be called substantive freedom of contract. 5. Complete calculability of the technical conditions of the production process, that is, a mechanically rational technology. 6. Complete calculability of the functioning of public administration and the legal order and a reliable purely formal guarantee of all contracts by the political authority. This is a formally rational administration and law. 7. The the most complete separation possible of the enterprise and its conditions of success and failure from the household or private budgetary unit and its property interests. It is particularly important that the capital at the disposal of the enterprise should be clearly distinguished from the private wealth of the owners, and should not be subject to division or dispersion through inheritance. For large-scale enterprises, this condition tends to approach an optimum from a formal point of view, in the fields of transport, manufacture, and mining, if they are organized in corporate form with freely transferable shares and limited liability, and in the field of agriculture, if there are relatively long-term leases for large-scale production units. 8. A monetary system with the highest possible degree of formal rationality. Only a few points are in need of comment, though even these have already been touched on. Ci. With respect to the freedom of labor and of jobs from appropriation, it is true that certain types of unfree labor, particularly full-hedged slavery, have guaranteed what is formally a more complete power of disposal over the worker than is the case with employment for wages. But there are various reasons why this is less favorable to rationality and efficiency than the employment of free labor. Ca. The amount of capital which it was necessary to invest in human resources through the purchase and maintenance of slaves has been much greater than that required by the employment of free labor. Cb. The capital risk attendant on slave ownership has not only been greater but specifically irrational in that slave labor has been exposed to all manner of non-economic influences, particularly to political influence in a very high degree. Cc. The slave market and correspondingly the prices of slaves have been particularly subject to fluctuation, which has made a balancing of profit and loss on a rational basis exceedingly difficult. Cd. For similar reasons. Formal rationality of capital accounting. Particularly invoking the political situation, there has been a difficult problem of recruitment of slave labor forces, when slaves have been permitted to enjoy family relationships. This has made the use of slave labor more expensive in that the owner has had to bear the cost of maintaining the women and of rearing children. Very often, he has had no way in which he could make rational economic use of these elements as party of his labor force. Hence the most complete exploitation of SLA labor has been possible only when they were separated from family relationships and subjected to a ruthless discipline. \v Here this has happened, it has greatly accentuated the difficulties of the problem of recruitment. G. It has in general been impossible to use SLA labor in the operation of tools and apparatus. The efficiency of \h required a high level of responsibility and of involvement of the operator's self-interest. H. Perhaps most important of all has been the impossibility of selection, of employment only after trying out in the job, and of dismissal in accordance with fluctuations of the business situation or when personal efficiency declined. Hence the employment of SLA labor has only been possible in general under the following conditions. A. \v Here it has been possible to maintain slaves very cheaply. B. Where there has been an opportunity for regular recruitment through a well-supplied slave market. C. In agricultural production on a large scale of the plantation type, or in very simple industrial processes. The most important examples of this type of relatively successful use of SLA are the Carthaginian and Roman plantations, those of colonial areas and of the southern United States, and the Russian factories. The drying up of the SLA market, \h resulted from the pacification of the empire, led to the decay of the plantations of antiquity. 53 In North America, the same situation led to a continual search for cheap new land, since it was impossible to meet the costs of slaves and pay a land rent at the same time. In Russia, the serf factories were barely able to meet the competition of the Custar type of household industry and were totally unable to compete with free factory labor. Even before the emancipation of the serfs, petitions for permission to dismiss workers were common, and the factories decayed with the introduction of shops using free labor. \v Workers are employed for wages. The following advantages to industrial profitability and efficiency are conspicuous. A. Capital risk and the necessary capital investment are smaller. B. The costs of reproduction and of bringing up children fall entirely on the worker. 1. I's wife and children must seek employment on their own account. C. Largely for this reason, the risk of dismissal is an important incentive/e to the maximization of production. D. It is possible to select the labor force according to ability and willingness to/fork. 2. The following comment may be made on the separation of enterprise and household. The separation in England of the producing farm enterprise, leasing the land and operating with capital accounting, from the entailed ownership of the land is by no means fortuitous, but I64 is the outcome of an undisturbed development over centuries which was characterized by the absence of an effective protection of the status of peasants. This in turn was a consequence of the country's insular position. Every joining of the ownership of land with the cultivation of the land turns the land into a capital good for the economic unit, thus increasing the capital requirements and the capital risks of this unit. It impedes the separation of the household from the economic establishment. The settlements paid out at inheritance, for instance, burden the resources of the enterprise. It reduces the liquidity of the entrepreneur's capital and introduces a number of irrational factors into his capital accounting. Hence the separation of land ownership from the organization of agricultural production is, from a formal point of view, a step which promotes the rationality of capital accounting. It goes without saying, however, that any substantive evaluation of this phenomenon is quite another matter, and its conclusions may be quite different depending on the values underlying the judgment. 3. The principal modes of capitalistic orientation of pro-TJ/1 aching. The capitalistic orientation of profit-making activity, in the case of rationality, this means, the orientation to capital accounting, can take a number of qualitatively different forms, each of which represents a definite type. It may be orientation to the profit possibilities in continuous buying and selling on the market, trade, with free exchange, that is, absence of formal and at least relative absence of substantive compulsion to effect any given exchange, or it may be orientation to the profit possibilities in continuous production of goods in enterprises with capital accounting. 2. It may be orientation to the profit possibilities in trade and speculation in different currencies, in the taking over of payment functions of all sorts and in the creation of means of payment, the same with respect to the professional extension of credit, either for consumption or for profit-making purposes. 3. It may be orientation to opportunities for predatory profit from political organizations or persons connected with politics. This includes the financing of wars or revolutions and the financing of party leaders by loans and supplies. 4. It may be orientation to the profit opportunities in continuous business activity which arise by virtue of domination by force or of a position of power guaranteed by the political authority. There are 2 modes of capitalistic orientation of acquisition. Main subtypes: colonial profits, either through the operation of plantations with compulsory deliveries or compulsory labor or through monopolistic and compulsory trade, and fiscal profits, through the farming of taxes and of offices, whether at home or in colonies. 5. It may be orientation to profit opportunities in unusual transactions with political bodies. 6. It may be orientation to profit opportunities of the following types: a. in purely speculative transactions in standardized commodities or in the securities of enterprises; b. in the execution of the continuous financial operations of political bodies; c. in the promotional financing of new enterprises in the form of sale of securities to investors; d. in the speculative financing of capitalistic enterprises and of various other types of economic organization with the purpose of a profitable regulation of market situations or of attaining power. Types 1 and 6 are to a large extent peculiar to the modern/Western world. The other types have been common all over the world for thousands of years wherever the possibilities of exchange and money economy, for type 2, and money financing, for types 3 to 5, have been present. In the Western world they have not had such a dominant importance as modes of profit-making as they had in antiquity, except in restricted areas and for relatively brief periods, particularly in times of war. V here large areas have been pacified for a long period, as in the Chinese and later Roman Empire, these types have tended to decline, leaving only trade, money changing, and lending as forms of capitalistic acquisition. For the capitalistic financing of political activities was where the product of the competition of states with one another for power, and of the corresponding competition for capital which moved freely between them. All this ended only with the establishment of the unified empires. The point of view here stated has, if the author's memory is accurate, been previously put forward in the clearest form by J. Plenge in his Von der Politik zur Herrschaft über den Geldmarkt, Berlin 1913. Before that a similar position seems to have been taken only in the author's article, Agrarverhältnisse im Altertum, 1909 reprinted in GAZSW, 1924, cf 275 £. It is only in the modern Western /world that rational capitalistic enterprises with fixed capital, free labor, the rational specialization and combination of functions, and the allocation of productive functions on the basis of capitalistic enterprises, bound together in a market economy, are to be found. In other words, we find the capitalistic type of organization of labor, which in formal terms is purely voluntary, as the typical and dominant mode of providing for the wants of the masses of the population. I-66 Sociological Categories of Economic Action Ch1I. With expropriation of the workers from the means of production and appropriation of the enterprises by security owners. It is also only here that we find public credit in the form of issues of government securities, the going public of business enterprises, the floating of security issues and financing carried on as the specialized function of rational business enterprises, trade in commodities and securities on organized exchanges, money and capital markets, monopolistic organizations as a form of rational business organization of the entrepreneurial production of goods, and not only of the trade in them. This difference calls for an explanation, and the explanation cannot be given on economic grounds alone. Types 3, 2, 5, inclusive will be treated here together as politically oriented capitalism. The whole of the later discussion will be devoted particularly to the problem of explaining the difference. In general terms, it is possible only to make the following statements. It is clear from the very beginning that the politically oriented events and processes which open up these profit opportunities exploited by political capitalism are irrational from an economic point of view, that is, from the point of view of orientation to market advantages and thus to the consumption needs of budgetary units. 2. It is further clear that purely speculative profit opportunities and pure consumption credit are irrational from the point of view both of want satisfaction and of the production of goods, because they are determined by the fortuitous distribution of ownership and of market advantages. The same may also be true of opportunities for promotion and financing, under certain circumstances, but this is not necessarily always the case. Apart from the rational capitalistic enterprise, the modern economic order is unique in its monetary system and in the commercialization of ownership shares in enterprises through the various forms of securities. Both these peculiarities must be discussed. First, the monetary system. 32. The A1 monetary system of the Javioderm state and the different kinds of nyani, currency L/1 oni. 1. A. The modern state has universally assumed the monopoly of regulating the monetary system by statute, and, b. almost without exception, the monopoly of creating money, at least for coined money. Originally, purely fiscal considerations were decisive in the creation of this monopoly: seigniorage, minting fees, and other profits from the modern L/Fontaire system. Currency money coinage. This was the motive for the prohibition of the use of foreign money. But the monopolization of issue of money has not been universal even up into the modern age. Thus, up until the currency reform of 1871 to 1873, foreign coins were current in Bremen. With the increasing importance of its taxation and its own economic enterprises, the state has become both the largest receiver and the largest maker of payments in the society, either through its own pay offices or through those maintained on its behalf. Quite apart from the monopoly of monetary regulation and issue, because of the tremendous importance of the financial transactions of the state, the BMI or of the state treasurers in their monetary transactions is of crucial significance for the monetary system. Above all, what kind of money they actually have at hand and hence can pay out, and what kind of money they force on the public as legal tender, and further, what kind of money they actually accept and what kind they partially or fully repudiate. Thus, paper money is partially repudiated if customs duties ha/e to be paid in gold, and was fully repudiated, at least ultimately, in the case of the assignats of the French Revolution, the money of the Confederate States of America, and that issued bv the Chinese government during the Taiping Rebellion. In terms of its legal properties, money can be defined as a legal means of payment which everyone, including also and especially the public pay offices, is obligated to accept and to pay, either up to a given amount or without limit. In terms of the behavior of the state, regimental, it may be defined as that money which public pay offices accept in payment and for which they in turn enforce acceptance in their payments. Legal compulsory money is that money, in particular, which they impose in their payments. The imposition may occur by virtue of existing legal authority for reasons of monetary policy, as in the case of the German silver thaler and the French silver 5-franc piece. After the discontinuance, as we know, NE/E are really put into effect of the coining of silver 1871 and 1876, or it may occur because the state is incapable of paying in any other means of payment. In the latter case, an existing legal authority to enforce acceptance may now be employed for the first time, or an ad hoc legal authority may be created, as is almost always true in cases of resort to paper money. In this last case, what usually happens is that a means of exchange, which was previously by law or de facto redeemable in definitive money, whether its acceptance could be legally imposed or not, will now be de facto imposed and by the same token become de facto unredeemable. By passing a suitable law, a state can turn any object into a legal I68 means of payment and any cardinal object into money in the sense of a means of payment. It can establish for them any desired set of value scales or, in the case of market money, currency relations see above, ch. 2, Sector 6. There are, however, certain formal disturbances of the monetary system in these cases which the state can either not suppress at all or only with great difficulties. A. In the case of administrative money, the forgery of notes, which is almost always very profitable, and b. With all forms of metallic money, the non-monetary use of the metal as a raw material, where its products have a high value. This is particularly true when the metal in question is in an undervalued currency relation to others. It is also, in the case of market money, exceedingly difficult to prevent the export of the coins to other countries where that currency metal has a higher value. Finally, it is difficult to compel the offer of a legal monetary metal for coinage where it is undervalued with respect to the currency money, coins or paper. With paper money, the rate of exchange of one currency unit of the metal with its nominal equivalent of paper always becomes too unfavorable for the metal when redeemability of the notes is suspended, and this is what happens when it is no longer possible to make payments in metal money. The exchange ratios between several kinds of market money may be determined, a. by fixing the relation for each particular case, b. by establishing rates periodically, and c. by legal establishment of permanent rates, as in bimetallism. In cases a and b, it is usual that only one metal is the effective currency. In the Middle Ages it was silver, while the others are used as trading coins with varying rates. The complete separation of the specific modes of use of different types of market money is rare in modern monetary systems, but has at times been common, as in China and in the Middle Ages. 2. The definition of money as a legal means of payment and as the creature of the litric administration of political bodies is, from a sociological point of view, not exhaustive. This definition, to put it in G.F. Knapp's words, starts from the fact of the existence of debts, 54 especially of tax debts to the state and of interest debts of the state. What is relevant for the legal discharge of such debts is the continuity of the nominal unit of money, even though the monetary material may have changed, or, if the nominal unit should change, the historical definition of the new nominal unit. Beyond that, the individual today values the nominal unit of money as a certain proportional part of his nominal money income, and not as a cardinal piece of metal or note. The modern monetary system. Currency money. The state can, through its legislation or its administrative staff, through the actual behavior of its pay offices, indeed dictate the formal validity of the currency of the monetary area which it rules. Provided, that is, that it employs modern methods of administration. It was not, however, possible at all times, for instance, in China. There in earlier times it has generally not been possible because payments by and to the government were too small in relation to the total field of transactions. Even recently it appears that the Chinese government has not been able to make silver into a limited money currency with a gold reserve because it was not sufficiently powerful to suppress the counterfeiting which would undoubtedly have ensued. However, it is not merely a matter of dealing with existing debts, but also with exchange in the present and the contraction of new debts to be paid in the future. But in this connection the orientation of the parties is primarily to the status of money as a means of exchange, see above, ch. 2, Sector 6, and thus to the probability that it will be at some future time acceptable in exchange for specified or unspecified goods in price relationships which are capable of approximate estimate. One, under certain circumstance, it is true, the probability that urgent debts can be paid off to the state or private individuals from the proceeds may also be importantly involved. This case may, however, be left out of account here because it only arises in emergency situations. 2. In spite of the fact that it is otherwise absolutely correct and brilliantly executed, hence of permanently fundamental importance, it is at this point that the incompleteness of G.F. Knapp's Staatlich Theorie des Gelds becomes evident. Furthermore, the state on its part needs the money which it receives through taxation or from other sources also as a means of exchange, though not only for that purpose, but often in fact to a very large extent for the payment of interest on its debt. But its creditors, in the latter case, will then wish to employ it as a means of exchange. Indeed, this is the main reason why they desire money. And it is almost always true that the state itself needs money to a large degree, sometimes even entirely, as a means of exchange to cover future purchases of goods and supplies in the market. Hence, however necessary it is to distinguish it analytically, it is not, after all, the fact that money is a means of payment which is decisive. The exchange possibility of money against other specific goods, which rests on its valuation in relation to marketable goods, will be called its substantive validity, as opposed to its formal, legal validity as a means of payment and the frequently existing legal compulsion for its formal use as a means of exchange. I-70. In principle, as an observable fact, a monetary unit has a substantive valuation only in relation to definite types of goods and only for each separate individual as his own valuation on the basis of the marginal utility of money for him, which will vary with his income. This marginal utility is changed for the individual with any increase in the quantity of money at his disposal. Thus the marginal utility of money to the issuing authority falls, not only, but above all, when it creates administrative money and uses it for obtaining goods by exchange or forces it on the public as a means of payment. There is a secondary change in the same direction for those persons who deal with the state and who, because of the higher prices resulting from the lowered marginal utility of money to public bodies, become the possessors of larger money stocks. The purchasing power now at their disposal, that is, the lowering of the marginal utility of money for these possessors, can in turn result in an increase in prices paid to those from whom they purchase, etc. If, on the other hand, the state were to withdraw from circulation part of the notes it receives, that is, if it should not pay them out again, but destroy them, the result would be that the marginal utility of money of its lessened money stocks would rise, and it would have to curtail its expenditures correspondingly, that is, it would reduce its demand prices appropriately. The results would be the exact opposite of those just outlined. It is hence possible for administrative money, though by no means only this, to have an important effect on the price structure in any given monetary area. The speed at which this will occur and the different ways in which it affects different goods cannot be discussed here. 3. A cheapening and increase in the supply, or vice versa, a rise in cost and curtailment of the supply in the production of monetary metals could have a similar effect in all countries using it for monetary purposes. Monetary and non-monetary uses of metals are closely interdependent, but the only case in which the non-monetary use of the metal has been decisive for its valuation as money has been that of copper in China. Gold will enjoy an equivalent valuation in the nominal unit of gold money less costs of coining as long as it is used as a means of payment between monetary areas and is also the market money in the monetary areas of the leading commercial powers. In the past this was true also of silver and would be today if silver were still in the same position as gold. A metal which is not used as a means of payment between monetary areas, but constitutes market money in some of them, will naturally have a definite value in terms of the nominal monetary unit of those areas. But these in turn will, according to the costs of adding to the supply and according to the quantities in circulation, and, finally, according the modern monetary system. Currency/honey I7I to the so-called balance of payments, have a fluctuating exchange relationship to other currencies. Finally, a precious metal which is universally used for restricted coinage into administrative money, but not as market money, is primarily valued on the basis of its non-monetary use. The question is always whether the metal in question can be profitably produced and at what rate. \v when it is completely demonetized, this valuation depends entirely on its money cost of production reckoned in international means of payment in relation to the non-monetary demand for it. If, on the other hand, it is used universally as market money and as an international means of payment, its valuation will depend on costs in relation primarily to the monetary demand for it. \v when, finally, it has a limited use as market or administrative money, its valuation will be determined in the long run by whichever of the two demands for it, as expressed in terms of international means of payment, is able to afford better to pay the costs of production. If its use as market money is limited to a particular monetary area, it is unlikely in the long run that its monetary use will be decisive for the valuation, for the exchange rate of such special standard areas to other monetary areas will tend to fall, and it is only when international trade is completely cut off as in China and Japan in the past, and in the areas still actually cut off from each other after the war today that this will not affect domestic prices. The same is true for the case of a metal used as regulated, i.e., limited coinage administrative money. The strictly limited possibility of the use of the metal as money could be decisive for its valuation if it would be minted in great quantities. The long-run outcome will in this case, however, be similar to that of a metal used as market money in a restricted area. Though it was temporarily realized in practice in China, the monopolization of the total production and use of a monetary metal is essentially a theoretical, limiting case. If several competing monetary areas are involved and wage labor is used, it does not alter the situation as much as possibly might be expected. For if all payments by government agencies were made in terms of this metal, every attempt to limit its coinage or to tax it very heavily, which might well yield large profit, would have the same result as it did in the case of the Vervhio Chinese. Ansignirage. First, in relation to the metal the money would become very highly valued, and if wage labor were used, mining operations would to a large extent become unprofitable. As the amount in circulation declined, there would result a contra-inflation, and it is possible, as actually happened in China where this led at times to complete freedom of coinage, that this would go so far as to induce the use of money substitutes and a large extension of the area of natural economy. This also happened in China. If a market economy were to be maintained, it would be hardly possible for monetary policy in the long run to act otherwise than as if free coinage were legally in force. The only difference is that minting would no longer be left to the initiative of interested parties. With complete socialism, on the other hand, the problem of money would cease to be significant and the precious metals would hardly be produced at all. 4. The fact that the precious metals have normally become the monetary standard and the material from which money is made is historically an outcome of their function as ornaments and hence, specifically, as gifts. But apart from purely technical factors, this use was also determined by the fact that they were goods which were typically dealt with by weight. Their maintenance in this function is not at first sight obvious since today, for all except the smallest payments, everyone normally uses notes, especially bank notes, and expects to receive them in payment. There are, however, important motives underlying retention of metal standards. 5. In all modern states, not only is the issue of money in the form of notes legally regulated, but it is monopolized by the state. It is either carried out directly by the state itself, or by one or a few issuing agencies enjoying special privileges but subject to the control of the state, the banks of issue. 6. The term public currency money, Regimenales Currentgeld, 55 will be applied only to money which is actually paid out by public agencies and acceptance of which is enforced. On the other hand, any other money which, though not paid out under compulsory acceptance, is used in transactions between private individuals by virtue of formal legal provisions, will be called accessory standard money. Money which must legally be accepted in private transactions only up to a given maximum amount, will be called change, Scheidgeld. This terminology is based on that of Knapp. This is even more definitely true in what follows. Definitive currency money means public currency money, whereas any type of money is to be called provisional currency money so far as it is in fact effectively exchangeable for or redeemable in terms of definitive currency. 7. In the long run, public currency money must naturally coincide with the effective currency. It cannot be a possibly separate, merely official legal tender currency. Effective currency, however, is necessarily one of three things: a. Free market money, b. Unregulated, or c. Regulated administrative money. The public treasury does not make its payments simply by deciding to apply the rules of a monetary system which somehow seems to it ideal, but its acts are determined by its own financial interests and those of important economic groups. The modern monetary system. Currency money I-73 with regard to its cardinal form, an effective standard money may be metallic money or note money. 56 Only metallic money can be a free market money, but this is not necessarily the case for all metallic money. It is free market money when the litric administration will coin any quantity of the standard metal or will exchange it for cardinal coins. Hylodrome 57. According, then, to the precious metal which is chosen as the standard, there will be an effective gold, silver, or copper standard. Whether the litric administration is in fact in a position to maintain an actual hylodromic system does not depend simply on its own desires, but on whether individuals are interested in presenting metal for coinage. It is thus possible for hylodromy to exist officially without existing effectively. Whatever the official position may be, it is not effective, a. When, given hylodromy with several metals, one or more of these is at the official rate undervalued with respect to the market price of the raw material. In that case, naturally, only the overvalued metal will be offered to the mint for coinage and to creditors in payments. If the public pay offices do not participate in this trend, the overvalued coins will pile up in their hands until they, too, have nothing else to offer in their payments. If the price relation is rigidly enough maintained, the undervalued coins will then be melted down, or they will be exchanged by weight, as commodities, against the coins of the overvalued metal. b. Hylodromy is also not effective if persons making payments, including especially public agencies under stress of necessity, continually and on a large scale make use of their formal right or usurp power to compel acceptance of another means of payment, whether metal or notes, which is not presently provisional, i.e. redeemable money, but either has been accessory money or, if previously provisional, has ceased to be redeemable because of the insolvency of the issuing agency. In case a. Hylodromy always ceases, and the same thing happens in case b. when accessory forms of money or forms which are no longer effectively provisional are forced on the public persistently on a large scale. The outcome in case A is to confine the maintenance of the fixed rate to the overvalued metal, which then becomes the only free market money. The result is thus a new metallic standard. In case B, the accessory metal or notes which are no longer effectively provisional become the standard money. In the first case we get a restricted money standard, in the second, a paper standard. It is also possible for hylodrome to be effective without being official in the sense of being legally established. An example is the competition of the various coining authorities in the Middle Ages, determined by their fiscal interest in seigniorage, to I-7-4. Mint as much as possible of the monetarve metals. There was no formal establishment of hylodrome at that time, but the actual situation was much as if there had been. In view of what has just been said, a monometallic legal standard, which may be gold, silver, or copper, will be said to exist when one metal is by law hylodromic. A multimetallic legal standard, on the other hand, exists when more than one metal is used, it may be 2 or 3, and they are freely coined in a fixed ratio to each other. A parallel legal standard exists when several metals are freely coinable without a fixed ratio. A standard metal and a metallic standard will only be spoken of for that metal which is effectively hylodromic, and thus, in practice, constitutes actual market money. Legally, all countries of the Latin Union were under bimetallism until the suspension of the free coinage of silver, which followed the German currency reform 1871. But effectively, as a rule, on the metal which was for the time being overvalued as actually a standard metal. The legal stabilization of the exchange ratio, however, worked so well that the change was often scarcely noted and there seemed to be effective bimetallism. But insofar as the ratio shifted, the coins of the undervalued money became accessory money. This account of the matter coincides closely with that of Knapp. At least where there is competition between several autocephalous and autonomous minting agencies, bimetallism is an effective monetarve state as a transitive phenomenon and is usually only a legal, opposed to an effective, state of affairs. The fact that the undervalued metal is not brought to the mint is naturally the result not of administrative action, but of the changed market situation in relation to the persistence of the legal coinage ratio of the metals. It would, of course, be possible for the mint to continue to coin that metal at a loss as administrative money, but since the non-monetary uses of the money are more profitable, it could not be kept in circulation. 33. Restricted money. Any type of metallic money which is not hylodromic will be called restricted money, sparegeld, if it is currency money. Restricted money may circulate as accessory money, that is, having a fixed relationship to some other currency money in the same monetary area. This latter may be another form of restricted money, paper money, or a market money. Or restricted money may be oriented to an international standard. This is the case when it is the sole currency money in its own area, and restricted money. I-7. Provision is made for having international means of payment available for making payments abroad, either in coin or in bullion. This is a convertible restricted money standard with a reserve fund of foreign exchange. A restricted money will be called particular when it is the only currency money, but is not oriented to an international standard. Restricted money may then be /allude intimation of ad hoc each time international means of payment or foreign exchange is bought, or, when this is possible, it may be given a fixed relation to the international standard. Dollars and CKR/E franc pieces were restricted money with a fixed relation to the currency money of the same country, both were accessory money. The Dutch silver gulden has been oriented to the international gold standard after /ing been particular for a short time after the restriction of coinage, and now the rupee is in the same position. This is also true of the Chinese dollar which, since the coinage regulation of 24L/Fe 1910, is particular as long as hylodrome, which is not mentioned in the statute, does also de facto not exist. The orientation to the international gold standard, as recommended by the American Commission, was rejected. In the case of a restricted money, free coinage at fixed rates, hylodrome, would be /ary profitable to the private o/nas of the precious metals. Nevertheless, and precisely for this reason, restriction is maintained because it is feared that the introduction of hylodrome of the metal of the formerly restricted money would lead to abandonment as unprofitable of the hylodrome of the other metal which was fixed in too low a ratio to it. The monetary stock of this met-il, which would now become obstructed, see next paragraph, would be put to more profitable non-monetary uses. The reason why a rational litric administration wishes to avoid this is that the other metal, which would be forced out, is an international means of payment. b. Restricted currency money will be called obstructed market money when, contrary to the case just cited, free coinage exists leg 1 LLY, but is unprofitable to private business and hence does not take place. This lack of profitability may rest on an unfavorable relation between the market price of the metal and its monetary ratio to the market money, if a metal, or to paper money. Such money must at some time in the past have been market money, but, with multimetallism, changes in the relative market prices of the metals or, with multi or monometallism, financial catastrophes, must have made the payment of metallic money by the government impossible and must have forced it to adopt paper money and to make it irredeemable. In consequence, the private business preconditions of effective hylodrome have ceased to exist. This money will I-76. Then no longer be used in transactions, at least, insofar as action is rational. c. Apart from restricted currency money, which alone has been called restricted money here, there may be restricted change money, that is, money which must be accepted as means of payment only up to a given amount. Usually, though not necessarily, it is then intentionally coined at a rate which overvalues it in relation to standard coin to protect it from being melted down. Usually, then, it has the status of provisional money in that it is redeemable at certain places. This case is a phenomenon of everyday experience and has no special importance for present purposes. All change money and many types of restricted metallic money occupy a place in monetary systems similar to that of note, today, paper, money. They differ from it only in that the monetary metal has a non-monetary use which is of some importance. Restricted metallic money is very nearly a means of circulation when it is provisional money, that is, when there is adequate provision for redemption in market money. 34 Note money naturally is always administrative money. For the purposes of a sociological theory of money, it is always the specific cardinal form of the document including the specific formal meaning printed on it which constitutes money, and not the claim to something else which it may, though it need not, represent. Indeed, in the case of unredeemable paper money, such a claim is altogether absent. From a formal legal point of view, note money may consist in, at least officially, redeemable certificates of indebtedness, acknowledged by a private individual, as in the case of the English goldsmiths in the 17th century, by a privileged bank, as in the case of bank notes, or by a political body, as in the case of government notes. If it is effectively redeemable and thus functions only as a circulating medium or provisional money, it may be fully covered, thus constituting a certificate, or it may be covered only sufficiently to meet normal demands for redemption, which makes it a circulating medium. Coverage may be in terms of specified weights of bullion, as in the case of a Hanko currency, or of metal coin. It is almost always the case that note money has first been issued as a redeemable form of provisional money. In modern times, it has been note money I-77. Typically a medium of circulation, almost always in the form of bank notes. They have therefore been denominated in terms of units of an existing metallic standard. The first part of the last paragraph, naturally, is not true of cases where one form of note money has been replaced by another, for example, where government notes have been replaced by bank notes, or vice versa. But this is not a case of a primary issue of money. 2. It is of course true that means of exchange and of payment may exist which do not take a cardinal form, i.e., are not coins or notes or other material objects. There is no doubt of this. It is not, however, expedient to speak of these as money, but to use the term unit of account or some other term which, according to the particular case, is appropriate. It is characteristic of money that it is associated with particular quantities of cardinal artifacts. This is a property which is very far from being merely external or of secondary importance. If what has previously been provisional money has its redeemability suspended, it is important to distinguish whether the interested parties regard this as a temporary measure or as definitive for as long as they can predict. In the first case it would be usual, since metallic money or bullion is sought after for all international payments, for the note money to fall to a discount in relation to its nominal metal equivalent. This is not, however, by any means inevitable, and the discount is often moderate. The discount may, however, become large if the need for foreign exchange is very acute. In the second case, after a time a definitive paper money standard will develop. Then it is no longer appropriate to speak of a discount on the monetary unit, but rather, at least in the usage of the past, of debasement. It is not beyond the range of possibilities that the market price of the metal of the former market money, which is now obstructed, and in terms of which the issue is denominated, may for some reason fall radically relative to international means of payment, while the fall in the value of the paper currency is less marked. This must have the result, as it actually did in Austria and Russia, that what was earlier the nominal unit in terms of weight of the metal, of silver in those two cases, could now be purchased with a small, nominal amount in the notes, which had now become independent of it. That is readily understandable. Thus, even though in the initial stages of a pure paper standard the unit of paper money is probably without exception valued in international exchange at a lower figure than the same nominal amount of metal, because this step always results from inability to pay, the subsequent development depends, as in the cases of Austria and Russia, on the development of the balance of payments which determines the foreign demand for domestic means of payment, on the amount of paper money issued, and on the degree of success with which the issuing authority is I-7-8 able to obtain an adequate supply of international means of payment. These three factors can, and in fact at times did, shape up in such a way that the exchange rate against the international means of payment, in this case, gold of the paper money, is increasingly stabilized or even rises, while at the same time the earlier standard metal falls in price relative to the international standard. In the case of silver, this happened, vis-a-vis gold, because of the increased ANCI cheapened production of the metal and because of its progressive demonetization. A true independent paper standard exists in the case where there is no longer any prospect of effective resumption of redemption in terms of metal at the former rate. 35. The formal and substantive validity of money. It is true that by law and administrative action a state can today ensure the formal validity of a type of money as the standard in its own area of power, provided it remains itself in a position to make payments in this money. It will not remain in a position to do this if it has allowed what was previously an accessory or provisional type of money to become free market money, in the case of a metallic money, or autonomous paper money, in the case of note money. This is because these types of money will then accumulate in the hands of the government until it commands no other kind and is hence forced to impose them in its own payments. Knapp has rightly maintained that this is the normal process in the case of obstructional changes in the standard. But naturally this formal power implies nothing as to the substantive validity of money, that is, the rate at which it will be accepted in exchange MGE for commodities. Nor does it yield any knowledge of whether and to what extent the monetary authorities can influence its substantive validity. Experience shows that it is possible for the political authority to attain, by such measures as the rationing of consumption, the control of production, and the enforcement of maximum or minimum prices, a high degree of control of this substantive validity, at least with respect to goods or services which are present or produced within its own territory. It is equally demonstrable from experience, however, that there are exceedingly important limits to the effectiveness of this kind of control, which will be discussed elsewhere. But in any case, Such measures obviously do not belong in the category of monetary administration. The rational type of modern monetary policy has, on the contrary, had quite a different aim. The tendency has been to attempt to influence the substantive valuation of domestic currency in terms of foreign currency, I-79. That is, the market price of the home currency expressed in units of foreign currencies, usually to maintain stability or in some cases to attain the highest possible ratio. Among the interests determining such policy are those of prestige and political power. But on the economic side, the decisive ones are financial interest, with particular reference to future foreign loans, and other very powerful business interests, notably of importers and of industries which have to use raw materials from abroad. Finally, the interests as consumers of those elements in the population which purchase imported goods are involved. Today there can be no doubt that literary policy is in fact primarily concerned with regulation of the foreign exchanges. Both this and what FO1 laws are closely in agreement with NAP. Both in its form and content, his book is one of the greatest masterpieces of German literary style and scientific acumen. It is unfortunate that most of the specialist critics have concentrated on the problems which he deliberately ignored, a small number indeed, although in some cases not altogether unimportant. \V Heil England probably still came into the gold standard somewhat reluctantly, because silver, which was desired as the official standard, was undervalued BV the official ratio. All the other states in the modern \world with a modern form of organization have chosen their monetary standard with a view to the most stable possible exchange relation with the English gold standard. They chose either a pure gold standard, a gold standard with restricted accessory silver money, or a restricted CER or regulated note standard with a literary policy concerned primarily with the maintenance of gold reserves for international payments. The adoption of pure paper standards has always been a result of political catastrophe, wherever this has been the only way to meet the problem of inability to pay in what was previously the standard money. This is happening on a large scale today. 58 It seems to be true that for the purpose of stabilizing foreign exchange in relation to gold, the free coinage of fixed rates of gold in one's own monetary system is not the only possible means. The parity of exchange between different types of hyalodromic cardinal gold coinage can in fact become seriously disturbed, although it is true that the possibility of obtaining international means of payment in case of need by means of exporting and recoining gold is always greatly improved by internal hyalodromy and can be temporarily negated only through natural obstacles to trade or embargoes on the export of gold as long as this hyalodromy exists. But on the other hand, it is also true, as experience shows, that under normal peacetime conditions it is quite possible for I-80. An area with a well-ordered legal system, favorable conditions of production and a literary policy which is deliberately oriented to procuring adequate foreign exchange for international payments, to maintain a relatively stable exchange rate. Yet, if other things are equal, this involves markedly higher burdens to state finances and to persons in need of gold. Exactly the same would be true, of course, if silver were the principal means of payment in international transactions and were recognized as such in the principal trading nations of the world. 36 Methods and aims of monetary policy. Among the more elementary of the typical methods, specific measures will not in general be dealt with here, of literary policy in relation to foreign exchange are the following: a. In countries with gold hyalodromy, 1. The backing of the circulating medium, so far as it is not covered by gold, with commercial paper, that is, claims to payments for goods which have been sold, which are guaranteed by safe persons or, in other words, proved entrepreneurs. The transactions of the note-issuing banks on their own account are as far as possible limited to dealing with such bills, to making loans on the security of stocks of goods, to the receipt of deposits, the clearing of check payments, and, finally, acting as financial agent for the state. 2. The discount policy of the banks of issue. This consists in raising the rate of interest charged on bills discounted when there is a probability that payments abroad will create a demand for gold sufficient to threaten the internal stock of gold, especially that in the hands of the issuing bank. The purpose is to encourage owners of foreign balances to take advantage of the higher rate of interest and to discourage domestic borrowing. b. In areas with a restricted metal standard other than gold or with a paper standard, the following are the principal measures: 1. Discount policy similar to that described under A2, in order to check undue expansion of credit. 2. A gold premium policy. This is a measure which is also common in gold standard areas with an accessory restricted silver currency. 3. A deliberate policy of gold purchases and deliberate control of the foreign exchange rate by purchase and sale of foreign bills. This policy is in the first instance oriented purely to litric considerations, but under certain circumstances it may come to involve substantive regulation of economic activity. The note-issuing banks occupy a position of great power in the system of commercial banks, since the latter are often dependent on the credit extended by the bank of issue. Methods and aims of monetary policy. I8I. The bank of issue may influence the other banks to regulate the money market, that is, the conditions on which short-term credit is given, in a uniform way, and from there proceed to a deliberate regulation of business credit, thereby influencing the direction of the production of goods. This is, within the framework of a capitalistic economic order, the closest approach to a planned economy. It is formally merely a matter of voluntary adjustments, but actually involves substantive regulation of economic activity within the territory controlled by the political authority in question. These measures were all typical before the war. They were used in the interest of a monetary policy which was primarily oriented to the stabilization of a currency or, in case changes were desired, as in countries with restricted or paper money, at most to attempts to bring about a gradual rise in the foreign exchange value of the currency. It was, thus, in the last analysis, oriented to the hyalodromic monetary systems of the most important trading nations. But strong interests exist which desire just the reverse policy. They favor a litric policy of the following type: 1. Measures which would lead to a fall in the foreign exchange price of their own money in order to improve the position of exporting interests. 2. By increasing the issue of money through free coinage of silver in addition to gold, which would have meant instead of it, and even in some cases deliberate issue of paper money, to decrease the value of money in relation to domestic goods and thereby, what is the same thing, to raise the money prices of domestic goods. The object has been to improve prospects for profit in the production of such goods, an increase in the price of which as reckoned in terms of domestic currency was thought to be the first consequence of the increase of the amount of domestic money in circulation and of the attendant fall in its foreign exchange value. The intended process is termed inflation. The following points may be noted. 1. Though its quantitative importance is still controversial, it is very probable that with any type of hyalodromy a very great cheapening in the production of the precious metal or other source of increase in its supply, as through very cheap forced seizures, will lead to a noticeable tendency toward a rise in the prices at least of many products in areas where that metal is the monetary standard, and in differing degrees of all products. 2. It is at the same time an undoubted fact that, in areas with an independent paper standard, situations of severe financial pressure, especially war, lead the monetary authorities to orient their policy overwhelmingly to the financial requirements of the war. It is equally clear that countries with hyalodromy or with restricted metallic money have, in similar stances, not only suspended redemption of their notes in circulation, but have gone further to establish a definitive and pure paper standard. But in the latter case, the metal money, now become accessory money, could, because its premium in relation to notes is ignored, only be used for non-monetary purposes. It thus disappeared from circulation. Finally, it is a fact that in cases of such shifts to a pure paper standard, occurring along with unlimited issue of paper money, inflation has in fact ensued with all its consequences on a colossal scale. When all these processes are compared, it will be seen that so long as freely coined market money exists, the possibility of inflation will be narrowly limited. This will be true in the first place for mechanical reasons, though it is somewhat elastic, the quantity of the precious metal in question available for monetary use is ultimately firmly limited. Secondly, there are economic reasons in that here the creation of money takes place on the initiative of private interests, so that the demand for coinage is oriented to the needs of the market system for means of payment. Inflation, then, is only possible if restricted metal money, such as today's silver in gold standard countries, is thrown open to free coinage. However, if the restricted metal can be produced very cheaply and in large quantities, the effect may be very great. Inflation through an increase in the quantity of means of circulation is conceivable only as the result of a very gradual increase in the circulation through a lengthening of credit terms. The limits are elastic, but in the last resort this process is strictly limited by the necessity for maintaining the solvency of the note-issuing bank. There is acute danger of inflation only if there is danger that the bank will become insolvent. Normally this is likely to occur only where there is a paper standard resulting from war needs. Cases like the gold intuition of Sweden during the war, resulting from the export of war materials, are the result of such special circumstances that they need not be considered here. Where an independent paper standard has once been established, there may not be any greater danger of inflation itself, since in time of war almost all countries soon go over to a paper standard, but in general there is a noticeably greater possibility of the development of the consequences of intuition. The pressure of financial difficulties and of the increased wage and salary demands and other costs which are caused by the higher prices will noticeably strengthen the tendency of financial administrations to continue the inflation even if there is no absolute necessity to do so and in spite of the possibility to suppress it if strong sacrifices are incurred. The differences in this respect between paper currency and other currencies is, even if only quantitative, certainly noticeable, as the financial conduct during and after the war of the methods and aims of monetary policy. Allies as a group, of Germany and of both Austria and Russia finally, can show. Litric policy may thus, especially in the case of accessory restricted metal or of paper money, be an inflationary policy. In a country which, like the United States, has had relatively so little interest in the foreign exchange value of her money, this has been true for a time under quite normal conditions without being based on any motives derived from financial needs of the state. In a number of countries which fell into inflationary measures during the /var, the pressure of necessity has been such as to lead to the continuance of an inflationary policy afterwards. This is not the place to develop a theory of inflation. Inflation always means, in the first place, a particular way of increasing the purchasing power of certain interests. We will only note that any litric policy oriented to the substantive rationality of a planned economy, which it would seem to be far easier to develop with administrative and especially paper money, is at the same time far more likely to come to serve interests which, from the point of view of exchange rate stabilization, are irrational. For formal rationality, of the market economy type, of litric policy, and hence of the monetary system, can, in conformity with the definition of rationality consistent held to here, mean, the exclusion of all such interests which, either not market-oriented, like the financial interests of the state, or are not interested in the maintenance of stable exchange relations with other currencies as an optimum basis for rational calculation, but which, on the contrary, are primarily oriented to the creation of purchasing power for certain interest groups by means of inflation and to its maintenance even if there is no longer any need for the issue of new money from the point of of public finances. Whether especially this latter process is to be praised or censured is, naturally, not a question capable of solution on empirical grounds. Of its empirical existence there can be no doubt. It is furthermore true that proponents of a point of view which is oriented to substantive social ideals can find a very important opening for criticism in the very fact that the creation of money and currency is, in a pure market economy, made an object of the play of interests oriented only to profitability, and is not considered in terms of the right volume or the right type of money. They might with reason argue that it is only administrative money which can be managed, but not market money. Thus the use of administrative money, especially paper money, which can be cheaply produced in any desired form and quantity is, from the point of view of a substantive rationality, what are its goals, the only correct way to handle the monetary question. This argument is conclusive in formal logical terms. Its value, however, is 184. Naturally limited in view of the fact that in the future as in the past it will be the interests of individuals rather than the ideas of an economic administration which will rule the world. 59. Thus, the possibility of conflict between formal rationality in the present sense and the substantive rationality which could theoretically be constructed for a litric authority entirely free of any obligation to maintain hylodromy of a metal, has been demonstrated also for this point. That was the sole purpose of this discussion. It is evident that this whole treatment of money consists only in a kind of discussion with Knapp's magnificent book, Die Staatliche Theorie des Gelds, a discussion which is, however, confined to points relevant to the present problems and carried out on a highly schematic basis, entirely neglecting the finer points. Quite at variance with its author's intentions, though perhaps not entirely without fault on his part, the work immediately was utilized in support of value judgments. It was naturally greeted with a special warmth by the Austrian Litric administration, with its partiality to paper money. Events have by no means disproved Knapp's theory in any point, though they have shown, what was known beforehand, that it is incomplete in its treatment of the substantive validity of money. It will now be necessary to justify the statement in more detail. 36a. Excursus, a critical note on the state theory of money. Knapp victoriously demonstrates that in every case the recent monetary policy both of states themselves and of agencies under the direction of the state have, in their efforts to adopt a gold standard or some other standard approximating this as closely as possible, been primarily concerned with the exchange value of their currency in terms of others, particularly the English. The object has been to maintain a certain exchange parity with the English gold standard, the money of the world's largest trading area which was universally used as a means of payment in international trade. To accomplish this, Germany first demonetized silver, then France, Switzerland, and the other countries of the Latin Union, Holland, and finally India ceased to treat silver as market money and made it into restricted money. Apart from this, they undertook indirectly gold hylodromic measures to provide for foreign payments in gold. Austria and Russia did the same, in that the litric administration of these countries using unredeemable, independent paper money took indirectly gold hylodromic measures so as to be in a position to make at excursus on Knapp's state theory of money I-85 least foreign payments in gold at any time. They were thus concerned entirely with obtaining the greatest possible stability of their foreign exchange rates. Knapp concludes from this that stabilization of the foreign exchange rate is the only factor which makes the particular monetary material and hylodromy at all significant. He concludes that this end of foreign exchange rate stability is served just as well by the indirectly hylodromic measures of the paper currency administrations, as in Austria and Russia, as by directly hylodromic measures. His claim is not, to be sure, strictly and literally true under caeteris paribus conditions for areas of full hylodromy in the same metal. For, as long as two areas which maintain a hylodromic coinage in the same metal refrain from embargoes on the exportation of the monetary metal, whether they are both gold standard or silver standard countries, the fact of the existence of the same hylodromy on both sides undoubtedly facilitates the maintenance of exchange parity considerably. Yet, under normal conditions Knapp's conclusion is to a large extent correct. But this does not prove that in the choice of a monetary material above all today in the choice between a metal, whether gold or silver, and note money this would be the only set of considerations which could be important. The special circumstances which are involved in bimetallism and restricted money have already been discussed and can reasonably be left aside here. Such a claim would imply that a paper standard and a metallic standard behave in all other respects in the same way. But even from a formal point of view the difference is significant. Paper money is necessarily a form of administrative money, which may be true of metallic money, but is not necessarily so. It is impossible for paper money to be freely coined. The difference between depreciated paper money, such as the assignats, and the type of depreciation of silver which might at some future time result from its universal demonetization, making it exclusively an industrial raw material, is not negligible. It is true, however, that NAP occasionally grants this. Paper has been and is today, 1920, by no means a freely available good, just as the precious metals are not. But the difference, both in the objective possibility of increased production and in the costs of production in relation to probable demand, is enormous, since the production of metals is to a relative degree so definitely dependent on the existence of mineral deposits. This difference justifies the proposition that a litric administration was, before the war, in a position to produce paper money, if it so desired, in unlimited quantities. This is a significant difference even from copper, as used in China, certainly from silver, and very decidedly from gold. The costs would be, relatively speaking, negligible. Furthermore, the nominal value of the notes could be determined arbitrarily and need bear no I86 particular relation to the amount of paper used. In the case of metallic money, this last has been true only of its use as change money, thus not in any comparable degree or sense. It was certainly not true of currency metal. In the latter case, the available quantity was indeed somewhat elastic, but nevertheless immensely more rigidly limited than the producibility of paper. This fact has imposed limits on the arbitrariness of monetary policy. It is of course true that, so far as the litric administration has been oriented exclusively to the maintenance of the greatest possible stability of foreign exchange rates, it would be subject to very definite normative limitations on its creation of note money, even though not to technical limitations. This is the answer Knapp might well give, and in giving it he would be right, although only from a formal point of view. And how about fully independent paper money? The situation is the same, Knapp would say, pointing to Austria and Russia, only the purely technical limitations imposed by the scarcity of monetary metals are absent. The question is, whether this absence is an altogether unimportant difference, a question which Knapp ignores. Against death, he might say, meaning that of a currency, no potion has yet been found. If the present, 1920, absolute and abnormal obstruction of paper production be ignored, there unquestionably have been and still are certain factors tending to unlimited issue of paper money. In the first place, there are the interests of those in political authority who, as Knapp also assumes, bear ultimate responsibility for monetary policy, and there are also certain private interests. Both are not of necessity primarily concerned with the maintenance of stable foreign exchange rates. It is even true, at least temporarily, that their interests might lie in the directly opposite direction. These interests can, either from within the political and monetary administration or by exercising a strong pressure on it, have an important influence on policy which would lead to inflation, or what Knapp, who strictly avoids the term, could only describe as a case of the issue of paper money which is not admissible because it is not oriented to the international rate of exchange. There are, in the first place, financial temptations to resort to inflation. An average depreciation of the German mark by inflation to 1/20th of its former value in relation to the most important domestic commodities and property objects would, once profits and wages had become adapted to this level of prices, mean, it may here be assumed, that all internal commodities and labor services would nominally be valued 20 times as high as before. This would further mean, for those in this fortunate situation, a reduction of the war debt to I/2 of its original level. The state, which would receive a proportionate increase in its income from taxation as nominal money incomes rose, would at least enjoy excursus on Knapp's state theory of money. Important relief from this source. This is indeed an attractive prospect. It is clear that someone would have to bear the costs, but it would be neither the state nor one of these two categories of private individuals, entrepreneurs, and wage earners. The prospect is even more attractive of being able to pay old foreign debts in a monetary unit which can be manufactured at will and at negligible cost. Apart from the possibility of political intervention, there is of course the objection that the use of this policy toward foreign loans would endanger future credit. But the state is often more concerned with the present than with the more or less remote future. Furthermore, there are entrepreneurs who would be only too glad to see the prices of their products increased 20-fold through inflation if, as is altogether possible, the nominal wages of workers, because of lack of bargaining power or through lack of understanding of the situation or for any other reason, were to increase only 5 or possibly 10-fold. It is usual for acute inflation from public finance motives of this kind to be sharply disapproved by experts in economic policy. It is certainly not compatible with NAP's form of exchange rate-oriented monetary policy. On the other hand, a deliberate but very gradual increase of the volume of means of circulation, of the type which is sometimes undertaken by central banks by facilitating the extension of credit, is often looked upon favorably as a means of stimulating speculative attitudes. By holding out prospect of greater profits, it is held to stimulate the spirit of enterprise and with that an increase in capitalistic production by encouraging the investment of free money in profit-making enterprise, rather than its investment in fixed interest securities. /VEHA/E to ask, however, what is the effect of this more conservative policy on the stability of the exchange rate? Its direct effect, that is, the consequences of the stimulation of the spirit of enterprise, may be to create a more favorable balance of payment, or at least to check the fall in the foreign exchange position of the domestic currency. How often this works out and how strong the influence is, of course, another question. Also, no attempt will here be made to discuss whether the effects of a moderate increase in the volume of currency caused by state requirements for money would be similar. The costs of such an expansion of the stock of currency money, which would be relatively harmless to the foreign exchange position, would be gradually paid by the same groups which would be subject to confiscation in a case of acute inflation. This includes all those whose nominal income remains the same or who have securities with a constant nominal value, above all, the receivers of fixed interest bond income, and those who earn salaries which are fixed in that they can be raised only through a severe struggle. It is thus not possible to interpret NAP as meaning that it is only the stability of foreign exchange which is significant as a criterion for the management of paper money. Indeed, he does not claim this. Nor is it legitimate to believe, as he does, that there is a very high probability that this will empirically be the only criterion. It cannot, however, be denied that it would indeed be the decisive criterion of a litric policy which is completely rational in NAP's sense, that is, one which seeks as far as possible to prevent disturbances of the price relations resulting from monetary policies, a definition which NAP does not himself spell out. But it cannot be admitted, and NAP does not claim this either, that the practical significance of the kind of monetary policy formulated is limited to the question of the stability of foreign exchange rates. Inflation has here been spoken of as a source of price revolutions or at least slow price level increases, and it has been pointed out that it may be caused by the desire to bring about such price level changes. Naturally, an inflation so extensive as to create a price revolution will inevitably upset the stability of foreign exchange, though this is by no means necessarily true of gradual increases in the circulating medium. Knapp would admit that. He obviously assumes, and rightly, that there is no place in his theory for a currency policy concerned with commodity prices, whether it be revolutionary, evolutionary, or conservative. Why does he do this? Presumably for the following formal reasons: the exchange relationship between the standards of two or more countries is expressed daily in a small number of formally unambiguous and uniform market prices of currencies, which can be used as a guide to a rational litric policy. It is further possible for a litric authority, especially one concerned with the means of circulation, to make certain estimates, but only estimates, based on anterior demand conditions periodically observed, in the market, of the probable fluctuations of a given stock of means of payment which will be required, for payment purposes alone, by a given population linked in market relationships over a certain future period, provided conditions in general remain approximately unchanged. But it is not possible to estimate in the same sense, quantitatively, the effect on prices revolutionary or gradual increase, or perhaps a decrease of a currency expansion or contraction over a certain future period. To do this, it would, in the case of inflation, to which attention will be confined, be necessary to know the following additional facts: 1. The existing distribution of income; 2. Connected with this, the present policy conclusions derived therefrom of the different individuals engaged in economic activity; 3. The channels the inflationary process would follow, that is, who would be the primary and subsequent recipients of newly issued money. This would involve knowing the S.E. excursus on Knapp's state theory of money quints, in which nominal incomes are raised by the inflation and the extent to which this would take place; 4. The way in which the newly created demand for goods would be exercised, for consumption, for building up property investments, or for new capital. This would be important quantitatively, but even more so qualitatively. 5. The direction of the consequent changes in prices and of the further income changes resulting in TUM, and all the innumerable further attendant phenomena of purchasing power redistribution, and also the volume of the possible stimulated increase in goods production. All these are data which would depend entirely on the decisions made by individuals when faced with the new economic situation. And these decisions would in turn react on the expectations as to prices of other individuals. Only the consequent struggle of interests can determine the actual future prices. In such a situation there can clearly be no question of forecasting in the form of such predictions as that the issue of an additional billion of currency units would result in increases in the pig iron price of X or in the grain price of Y. The prospect is made even more difficult by the fact that it is possible temporarily to establish effective price regulation of domestic commodities, even though these can only be maximum and not minimum prices, and their effectiveness is definitely limited. But even if this impossible task of calculating specific prices were accomplished, it would be of relatively little use. This would only determine the amount of money required as a means of payment, but in addition to this, and on a much larger scale, money would be required in the form of credit as a means of obtaining capital goods. Here, possible consequences of a proposed inflationary measure are involved which are inaccessible to any kind of accurate forecasting. It is thus understandable that, all things considered, Knapp should have entirely neglected the possibility of inflationary price policies being used in the modern market economy as a deliberate rational policy comparable to that of maintenance of foreign exchange stability. But historically the existence of such policies is a fact. To be sure, in a crude form and under much more primitive conditions of money economy, inflation and deflation have been repeatedly attempted with the Chinese copper currency, though they have led to serious failures. In America, inflation has been proposed. Knapp, however, since his book operates on the basis only of what he calls demonstrable assumptions, contents himself with giving the advice that the state ought to be careful in the issue of independent paper money. Since he is entirely oriented to the criterion of exchange rate stability, this advice appears to be relatively unequivocal. Inflationary debasement and depreciation in foreign exchange are usually very closely associated. But they are not identical. I90. And it is far from true that every inflation is primarily caused by the foreign exchange situation. Knapp does not explicitly admit, but neither does he deny, that an inflationary money regime has been urged for reasons of price policy among others by the American silver producers during the Free Silver Campaign and by the farmers who demanded greenbacks, but not only in these cases. It is probably comforting to him that it has never been successful over a long period. But the situation is by no means so simple as this. Whether or not they have been intended simply to raise the price level, inflations of this sort have in fact often taken place, and even in the Far East, to say nothing of Europe, such catastrophes as met the assignats are by no means unknown. This is a fact which a substantive theory of money must deal with. Knapp, of all people, certainly would not maintain that there is no difference whatever between the depreciation of silver and the depreciation of the assignats. Even formally this is not the case. \V hat has been depreciated is not silver coin, but, on the contrary, the raw silver for industrial purposes. Coined cardinal silver, on the contrary, being restricted, has often had the opposite fate. On the other hand, it was not the paper available for industrial purposes which was depreciated, but only the cardinal assignats. It is true, as Knapp would rightly point out, that they would fall to zero or to their values to collectors or as museum pieces only when they had finally been repudiated by the state. Thus even this results from a state action. This may be granted, but their material value may have fallen to a minute proportion of what it formerly was, before their formal repudiation, in spite of the fact that they were still nominally valid for making payments of public obligations. But quite apart from such catastrophes, history provides a considerable number of examples of innatation, and, on the other hand, in China, of datationary movements as a result of non-monetary use of monetary metals. It is necessary to do more than merely to note that under some circumstances certain kinds of money which were not accessory before, have become so, have tended to accumulate in the hands of the state, and have rendered obstructional changes in the standard necessary. A substantive theory of money should at least formulate the question as to how prices and income, and hence the whole economic system, are enhanced in such cases, even though it is, for the reasons which have been given, perhaps questionable how far it will be able to achieve a theoretical solution. Similarly, a problem is suggested by the fact that, as a result of relative decline in the prices of either silver or gold in terms of the other, France, which has been formerly a country of bimetallism, in fact has operated at times on a gold standard alone, and at others on excursus on Knapp's state theory of money I9 silver standard, while the other metal became accessory. In such a case it is not sufficient merely to call attention to the fact that the resulting price changes originate from a monetary source. The same is true in other cases where the monetary material has been changed. /I/Te also want to know what are the sources of an increase in the supply of a precious metal, whether it has stemmed from booty, as in the case of Cortes and Pizarro, from enrichment through trade, as in China early in the Christian era and since the 16th century, or from an increase of production. So far as the latter is the source, has production merely increased, or has it also become cheaper, and why? /V hat is the part which may have been played by changes in the non-monetary uses of the metal. It may be that for a particular economic area, as, for instance, the Mediterranean area in antiquity, a definitive export has taken place to an entirely distinct area like China or India, as happened in the early centuries of the Christian era. Or the reasons may lie wholly or partly in a change in the monetary demand arising from changes in customs touching the use of money, such as use in small transactions. How all these and various other possibilities tend to affect the situation is a subject which ought to be discussed in a monetary theory. Finally, it is necessary to discuss the regulation of the demand for money in a market economy, and to inquire into the meaning of this concept. One thing is clear, that it is the actual demand for means of payment on the part of the parties to market relationships which determines the creation of free market money under free coinage. Furthermore, it is the effective demand for means of payment and, above all, for credit, on the part of market participants, in combination with care for the solvency of the banks of issue and the norms which have been established with this in view, which determines the policies for means of circulation of modern banks of issue. All this is oriented to the requirements of interested parties, as is in conformity with the general character of the modern economic order. It is only this which, under the formal legal conditions of our economic system, can correctly be called demand for money. This concept is thus quite indifferent with respect to substantive criteria, as is the related one of effective demand for goods. In a market economy there is an inherent limit to the creation of money in the case of metallic money. But it is precisely the existence of TL is limit, as has already been pointed out, which constitutes the significance of the precious metals for monetary systems. The restriction of standard money to a material which is not capable of unlimited production at will, particularly to one of the precious metals, in combination with the coverage of means of circulation by the standard, sets a limit to any sort of I-92 creation of money. Even though it does not exclude a certain elasticity and does not make an evolutionary type of credit inflation altogether impossible, it still has a significant degree of rigidity. Where money is made out of a material which is, for practical purposes, capable of unlimited production, like paper, there is no such mechanical limit. In this case, there is no doubt that it is the free decision of the political authorities which is the regulator of the quantity of money, unimpeded by any such mechanical restraints. That, however, means, as has been indicated, determination by their conception of the financial interests of the political authority, or even, under certain circumstances, the purely personal interests of the members of the administrative staff, as was true of the use of the printing presses by the Red Armies. The significance of metallic standards today lies precisely in the elimination of these interests from influence on the monetary situation, or more precisely, since they may always try to influence the state, urging it to abandon metal in favor of a pure paper standard, in a certain restraint on such interests. In spite of the mechanical character of its operation, a metallic standard nevertheless makes possible a higher degree of formal rationality in a market economy because it permits action to be oriented wholly to market advantages. It is, of course, true, as demonstrated by the experience of Austria and Russia, that the monetary policy of litric authorities under a pure paper standard is not necessarily oriented either to the purely personal interests of the authority or the administrative staff, or to the financial interests of the state, which would mean the least expensive creation of the greatest possible volume of means of payment, without concern for what happens to the currency as a means of exchange. But the danger that such an orientation should become dominant is, nonetheless, continually present under a paper standard, while in a hylodromic system, free market money, it does not exist in a comparable sense. From the point of view of the formal order of a market economy, the existence of this danger is an irrational factor present in any form of monetary system other than a hylodromic standard. This is true in spite of the fact that it may be readily admitted that, on account of its mechanical character, such a monetary system itself possesses only a relative degree of formal rationality. So much Knapp could and should admit. However incredibly primitive the older forms of the quantity theory of money were, there is no denying that any inflation with the issue of paper money determined by financial needs of the state is in danger of causing debasement of the currency. Nobody, not even Knapp, would deny this. But his reasons for dismissing it as unimportant are thoroughly unconvincing. The amphitropic position of each individual, meaning excursus on Knapp's state theory of money I-93 that every man is both a debtor and creditor, which Knapp in all seriousness puts forward as proof of the absolute indifference of any currency debasement, 60 is, as we now all know from personal experience, a mere phantom. What becomes of this position, not only for the rentier, but also for everyone on a fixed salary, whose income remains constant in nominal units or, at best, is doubled if state finances and the mood of the bureaucracies permit, while his expenditures may, in nominal units, have increased 20-fold, as it happens to us nowadays. \V hat becomes of it for any long-term creditor? Such radical alterations in the substantive validity of money today produce a chronic tendency towards social revolution, even if many entrepreneurs are in a position to profit from the international exchange situation, and if some, very few, workers are powerful enough to secure increases in their nominal wages. It is, of course, open to anyone to welcome this revolutionary effect and the accompanying tremendous unsettlement of the market economy. Such an opinion cannot be scientifically refuted. Rightly or wrongly, some can hope that this tendency will lead to the transformation of a market economy into socialism. Or some may expect proof for the thesis that only a regulated economy with small-scale production units is capable of substantive rationality, regardless of the sacrifices its establishment would entail. It is impossible for science to decide such questions, but at the same time it is its duty to state the facts about these effects as clearly and objectively as possible. Knapp's assumption that people are both debtors and creditors in the same degree, which in the generalized form he gives the proposition is quite untenable, serves only to obscure the situation. There are particular errors in his work, but the above seems to be the most important element of incompleteness in his theory. It is this which has led also some scholars who otherwise would have no reason to be hostile to his work, to attack his theory on grounds of principle. 37. The non-JVI.1 significance of political bodies for the economic order. The significance for the economic system apart from the monetary order of the fact that autonomous political organizations exist lies above all in the following aspects, in the fact that, other things being nearly equal, they tend to prefer their own subjects as sources of supply for the utilities they need. The impact of this fact is the greater, the more the economy of these I-9-4 political bodies has a monopolistic character or that of a system of budgetary satisfaction of needs, hence it is presently on the increase. 2. In the possibility deliberately to encourage, restrain, or regulate trade transactions across its boundaries on the basis of some substantive criteria, that is, to conduct a foreign trade policy. 3. In the possibility of various types of formal and substantive regulation of economic activity by political bodies, differing in stringency and in type. 4. In the important consequences of the very great differences in the structure of authority and of political power and in the closely related structure of administration and of social classes, especially of those which enjoy the highest prestige, and of the attitudes toward earning and profit-making which derive from these. 5. In the competition among the directing authorities of these political bodies to increase their own power and to provide the members under their authority with means of consumption and acquisition and with the corresponding opportunities for earnings and profits. 6. In the differences in ways in which these bodies provide for their own needs. On this see the following section. 38. The financing of political bodies. The most direct connection between the economic system and primarily non-economic organizations lies in the way in which they secure the means of carrying on their corporate activity as such, that is, the activity of the administrative staff itself and that which is directed by it, see Chap. I, Sector 12. This mode of provision may be called financing in the broadest sense, which includes the provision of goods in kind. Financing, that is, the provision of corporate activity with economically scarce means may, considering only the simplest types, be organized in the following ways. 1. Intermittently, based either on purely voluntary or on compulsory contributions or services. Voluntary intermittent financing may take one of three forms: a. That of large gifts or endowments. 61. This is typical in relation to charitable, scientific, and other ends which are primarily neither economic nor political. b. That of begging. This is typical of certain kinds of ascetic communities. In India, however, we also found and secular castes of beggars, and elsewhere, particularly in China, organized groups of beggars are found. The financing of political bodies. I-9-5. Begging may in these cases be extensively monopolized and systematized with territorial assignments. Also, because response is regarded as a duty or as meritorious, begging may lose its intermittent character and in fact tend to become a tax-like source of income. c. That of gifts, which are formally voluntary, to persons recognized as politically or socially superior. This includes gifts to chiefs, princes, patrons, feudal lords over land or persons. Because of the fact that they have become conventional, these may in fact be closely approximated to compulsory payments. But usually, they are not worked out on a basis of rational expediency, but are generally made on certain traditional occasions, such as particular anniversaries or on the occasion of events of family or political significance. Intermittent financing may, on the other hand, be based on compulsory contributions. The type case for compulsory intermittent financing is furnished by such organizations as the Camorra in southern Italy and the Mafia in Sicily, and similar organized groups elsewhere. In India there have existed ritually separated castes of thieves and robbers, and in China sects and secret societies with a similar method of economic provision. The payments are intermittent only on the surface, because they are formally illegal. In practice they often assume the character of periodic subscriptions, paid in exchange for the rendering of certain services, notably, of a guarantee of security. About 20 years ago, a Neapolitan manufacturer replied to my doubts concerning the effectiveness of the Camorra with respect to business enterprises: Signore, la Camorra mi prende X lire nel mese, ma garantis la sicurezza lo Stato mi NC prende 10X, e garantis, niente. Sir, the Camorra takes X lire a month from me, but guarantees me security. The state takes 10 times that amount, and guarantees me nothing. The secret societies typical of Africa, perhaps rudiments of the former men's house, operate in a similar way, as secret courts, thus ensuring security. Political groups may, like the Ligurian pirate state, rest primarily on the profits of booty, but this has never been the exclusive source of support over a long period. 2. Financing may, on the other hand, be organized on a permanent basis. This may take place without any independent economic production on the part of the organization. It may then consist in contributions of goods, which may be based on a money economy. If so, money contributions are collected and provisions are obtained by the money purchase of the necessary utilities. In this case, all compensation of members of the administrative staff takes the form of money salaries. Contributions of goods may, on the other hand, be organized on the basis of a natural economy. Then, members are assessed with specific I-96 contributions in kind. Within this category, there are the following subtypes: the administrative staff may be provided for by benefices in kind and the needs of the group met in the same way. On the other hand, the contributions which were collected in kind may be sold wholly or in part for money and provision made in monetary terms. \v either in money or in kind. The principal elementary types of contribution are the follow: \ving, a. Taxes, that is, contributions which may be a proportion of all possessions, in the money economy, of wealth, or of all receipts, in the money economy, of incomes, or, finally, only of the means of production or from certain kinds of profit-making enterprises, so-called yield taxes. b. Fees, that is, payments for using or taking advantage of facilities provided by the organization, of its property or of its services. c. Imposts on such things as specific types of use or consumption of commodities, specific kinds of transactions, above all, the transportation of goods, customs, and the turnover of goods, excise duties and sales tax. Contributions may be collected by the organization itself or leased out, farmed, or lent out or pledged. The leasing of collection for a fixed sum of money, tax farming, may have a rational effect on the fiscal system since it may be the only passable way to budget accounts. Lending and pledging are usually irrational from the fiscal point of view, normally resulting from financial necessity or usurpation on the part of the administrative staff, a result of the absence of a dependable administrative organization. A permanent appropriation of the receipts from contributions by creditors of the state, by private guarantors of the army or of tax payments, by unpaid mercenary captains, condottieri, and soldiers, and, finally, by holders of rights to official positions, will be called the granting of benefices, verpfrundung. This may in turn take the form of individual appropriation or collective appropriation with freedom of replacement from the group which has collectively carried out the appropriation. Financing without any economic production on the part of the organization itself may also take place by the imposition of obligations to personal services, that is, direct personal services with specification of the work to be done. B. Permanent financing may further, contrary to the above cases, be based on the existence of a productive establishment under the direct control of the organization. Such an establishment may be a budgetary unit, as an oikos or a feudal domain, or it may be a profit-making enter. The financing of political bodies I-97. Prize, which, in turn, may compete freely with other profit-making enterprises or be a monopoly. Once more, exploitation may be directly under the administration of the organization or it may be farmed out, leased, or pledged. See finally, it is possible for financing to be organized liturgically by means of burdens which are associated with privileges. These may involve positive privileges, as when a group is freed from the burden of making particular contributions, or, possibly identical with the former case, negative privileges, as when certain burdens are placed on particular groups. The latter are usually either status groups, stint, or property or income classes. Finally, the liturgic type may be organized correlatively by associating specific monopolies with the burden of performing certain services or supplying certain goods. This may take the form of organization of estates, that is, of compulsorily forming the members of the organization into hereditarily closed liturgical classes on the basis of property and occupation, each enjoying status privileges. Or it may be carried out capitalistically, by creating closed guilds or cartels, with monopolistic rights and a corresponding obligation to make money contributions. This very rough classification applies to all kinds of organizations. Examples, however, will be given only in terms of political bodies. The system of provision through money contributions without economic production is typical of the modern state. It is, however, quite out of the question to attempt here even a summary analysis of modern systems of taxation. What will first have to be discussed at length is the sociological location of taxation, that is, the type of structure of domination that has typically led to the development of certain kinds of contributions, as, example fees, excises, or taxes. Contributions in kind, even in the case of fees, customs, excises, and sales taxes, were common throughout the Middle Ages. Their commutation into money payments is a relatively modern phenomenon. Deliveries of goods in kind are typical in the form of tribute or of assessments of products laid upon dependent economic units. The transportation of in-kind contributions is possible only for small political units or under exceptionally favorable transportation conditions, as were provided by the Nile and the Chinese Grand Canal. Otherwise it is necessary for the contributions to be converted into money if the final recipient is to benefit from them. This was common in antiquity. It is also possible for them to be exchanged, according to the distance they have to be transported, into objects with higher price-to-weight ratios. This is said to have been done in ancient China. Examples of obligations to personal service are obligations to military service, to serve in courts and on juries, to maintain roads and bridges, to work on a dike or in a mine, and all sorts of compulsory service for I-98. Corporate purposes which are found in various types of organizations. The type case is furnished by the Corvée state, of which the best example is the New Kingdom of ancient Egypt. Similar conditions were found at some periods in China, to a lesser extent in India and to a still less extent in the late Roman Empire and in many organizations of the early Middle Ages. Support by the granting of benefices is illustrated by the following cases: in China, collectively to the body of successful examines for official positions; 2. In India, to the private guarantors of military services and tax payments; 3. To unpaid condottieri and mercenary soldiers, as in the late Caliphate and under the regime of the Mamluks; 4. To creditors of the state, as in the sale of offices common everywhere. Provision from the organization's own productive establishment administered on a budgetary basis is illustrated by the exploitation of domains under direct control for the household of the king, and in the obligation of subjects to compulsory services if used, as in Egypt, to produce goods needed by the court or for political purposes in directly controlled production establishments. Modern examples are factories maintained by the state for the manufacture of munitions or of military clothing. The use of productive establishments for profit in free competition with private enterprise is rare, but has occurred occasionally, as, for instance, in the case of the Prussian Sea Handlung. 62. On the other hand, the monopolistic type is very common in all periods of history, but reached its highest development in the Western world from the 16th to the 18th centuries. Positive privileges on a liturgical basis are illustrated by the exemption of the literati in China from feudal obligations. There are similar exemptions of privileged groups from the more menial tasks all over the world. In many countries, educated people have been exempt from military service. Negative privilege is to be found in the extra liturgical burdens placed upon wealth in the democracies of antiquity. It is also illustrated by the burden placed on the classes who did not enjoy the exemptions in the cases just mentioned. To take the correlative case under, c. above, the subjection of privileged classes to specified liturgical obligations is the most important form of systematic provision for public needs on a basis other than that of regular taxation. In China, India, and Egypt, the countries with the earliest development of hydraulic bureaucracy, liturgical organization was based on obligations to deliveries and services in kind. It was in part taken over from these sources by the Hellenistic states and by the late Roman Empire, though there, to be sure, to an important extent it took the form of liturgical obligations to pay money taxes rather than contributions in kind. This type of provision always involves the organization of the population in terms of occupationally differentiated classes. It is by no means out of the question that it might reappear again in the modern world in this form if public provision by taxation should fall. The financing of political bodies I. 9. Down and the satisfaction of private wants by capitalistic enterprise becomes subject to extensive regulation by the state. Up until now, the financial difficulties of the modern state could be adequately met by the compulsory creation of producer cartels with monopoly rights in exchange against money contributions. An example could be the compulsory control of the gunpowder factories in Spain with monopoly protection against new foundations and a continuous high contribution to the state treasury. The idea is suggestive. One might proceed in the same way in the socialization of the capitalistic enterprises of individual branches, by imposing compulsory cartels or combinations with obligations to pay large sums in taxes. Thus they could be made useful for fiscal purposes, while production would continue to be oriented rationally to the price situation. 39 Repercussions of public financing on private economic activity. The way in which political and hierarchic bodies provide for their corporate needs has very important repercussions on the structure of private economic activity. A state based exclusively on money contributions, conducting the collection of the taxes, but no other economic activity, through its own staff, and calling on personal service contributions only for political and judicial purposes, provides an optimal environment for a rational market-oriented capitalism. A state which collects money taxes by tax farming is a favorable environment for the development of politically oriented capitalism, but it does not encourage the orientation of profit-making activity to the market. The granting of rights to contributions and their distribution as benefices normally tends to check the development of capitalism by creating vested interests in the maintenance of existing sources of fees and contributions. It thus tends to stereotyping and traditionalizing of the economic system. A political body based purely on deliveries in kind does not promote the development of capitalism. On the contrary, it hinders it to the extent to which it involves rigid binding of the structure of production in a form which, from a point of view of profit-making enterprise, is irrational. A system of provision by compulsory services in kind hinders the development of market capitalism above all through the confiscation of the labor force and the consequent impediments to the development of a free labor market. It is unfavorable to politically oriented capitalism because it removes the typical prospective advantages which enable it to develop. Financing by means of monopolistic profit-making enterprises has in 200 common with the use of contributions in kind which are sold for money and with liturgical obligations on property, the fact that they are all unfavorable to the development of a type of capitalism which is autonomously oriented to the market. On the contrary, they tend to repress it by fiscal measures which, from the point of view of the market, are irrational, such as the establishment of privileges and of opportunities for money making through other channels. They are, on the other hand, under certain conditions favorable to politically oriented capitalism. What is important for profit-making enterprises with fixed capital and careful capital accounting is, in formal terms, above all, the calculability of the tax load. Substantively, it is important that there shall not be unduly heavy burdens placed on the capitalistic employment of resources, which means, above all, on market turnover. On the other hand, speculative trade capitalism is compatible with any form of organization of public finances which does not, through tying it to liturgical obligations, directly inhibit the trader's exploitation of goods as commodities. Though important, the form of organization of the obligations imposed by public finance is not sufficient to determine completely the orientation of economic activity. In spite of the apparent absence of all the more important obstacles of this type, no important development of rational capitalism has occurred in large areas and for long periods. On the other hand, there are cases where, in spite of what appear to be very serious obstacles placed in its way by the system of public finances, such a development has taken place. Various factors seem to have played a part. Substantively, state economic policy may be very largely oriented to non-economic ends. The development of the intellectual disciplines, notably science and technology, is important. In addition, obstructions due to certain value attitudes derived from ethical and religious sources have tended to limit the development of an autonomous capitalistic system of the modern type to certain areas. It must, furthermore, not be forgotten that forms of establishment and of the firm must, like technical products, be invented. In an historical analysis, we can only point out certain circumstances which exert negative influences on the relevant thought processes, that is, influences which impede or even obstruct them, or such which exert a positive, favoring influence. It is not, however, possible to prove a strictly inevitable causal relationship in such cases, any more than it is possible in any other case of strictly individual events. 63. Apropos of the last statement, it may be noted that the concrete individual events also in the field of the natural sciences can be rigorously repercussions of public financing on the economy 20I. Reduced to their particular causal components only under very special circumstances. There is thus no difference in principle between the field of action and other fields. 64. At this point it is possible to give only a few provisional indications of the fundamentally important interrelationships between the form of organization and administration of political bodies and the economic system. 1. Historically, the most important case of obstruction of the development of market capitalism by turning public contributions into privately held benefices is China. The conferring of contributions as fiefs, which often cannot be differentiated from this, had the same effect in the Near East since the time of the caliphs. Both will be discussed in the proper place. Tax fanning is found in India, in the Near East, and in the Western world in antiquity and the Middle Ages. Particularly, however, in antiquity, as in the development of the Roman class of tax fanning financiers, the equites, it became decisive in determining the mode of orientation of capitalistic acquisition. In India and the Near East, on the other hand, it was more important in determining the development and distribution of wealth, notably of land ownership. 2. The most important case in history of the obstruction of capitalistic development by a liturgical organization of public finance is that of later antiquity. It was perhaps also important in India after the Buddhist era and at certain periods in China. This also will be discussed later. 3. The most important historical case of the monopolistic diversion of capitalism is, after the Hellenistic, especially the Ptolemaic precursors, the period of royal monopolies and monopolistic concessions in early modem times, which again will be discussed in the proper place. A prelude to this development might be seen in certain measures introduced by Emperor Frederick II in Sicily, perhaps following a Byzantine model, and its final struggle in the conflict of the Stuarts with the Long Parliament. 65. This whole discussion in such an abstract form has been introduced only in order to make an approximately correct formulation of problems possible. But before returning to the stages of development of economic activity and the conditions underlying that development, it is necessary to undertake a strictly sociological analysis of the non-economic components. 40. The influence of economic factors on the formation of organizations. Economic considerations have one very general kind of sociological importance for the formation of organizations if, as is almost always true, the directing authority and the administrative staff are remunerated. If this is the case, an overwhelmingly strong set of economic interests become bound up with the continuation of the organization, even though its primary ideological basis may in the meantime have ceased to exist. It is an everyday occurrence that organizations of all kinds which, even in the eyes of the participants, have become meaningless, continue to exist because an executive secretary or some other official makes his living in this manner and otherwise would have no means of support. Every advantage which is appropriated, or even under certain circumstances one which has not been formally appropriated, may have the effect of stereotyping existing forms of social action. Among the opportunities for economic profit or earnings in the field of the peaceful provision for everyday wants, it is in general only the opportunities open to profit-making enterprise which constitute autonomous forces that are in a rational sense revolutionary, but even of them this is not always true. For example, the interests of bankers in maintaining their commissions long obstructed the recognition of endorsements on bills of exchange. Similar cases of the obstruction of formally rational institutions by vested interests, which may well be interests in capitalistic profits, will frequently be met with below. They are, however, appreciably rarer than obstructions resulting from such factors as appropriation of benefices, status advantages, and various economically irrational forces. 4i. The inspring of economic activity. All economic activity in a market economy is undertaken and carried through by individuals acting to provide for their own ideal or material interests. This is naturally just as true when economic activity is oriented to the patterns of order of organizations, whether they themselves are partly engaged in economic activity, are primarily economic in character, or merely regulate economic activity. Strangely enough, this fact is often not taken account of. In an economic system organized on a socialist basis, there would be no fundamental difference in this respect. The decision-making, of course, would lie in the hands of the central authority, and the functions of the individual engaged in the production of goods would be limited to the performance of technical services, that is, to labor in the sense of the term employed here. This would be true so long as the individuals were being administered dictatorially, that is, by autocratic determination from above in which they had no voice. But once any right of codetermination were granted to the population, this would immediately make possible, also in a formal sense, the fighting out of interest conflicts centering on the manner of decision-making and, above all, on the question of how much should be saved, i.e., put aside from current production. But this is not the decisive point. /NHAT is decisive is that in socialism, too, the individual will under these conditions ask first whether to him, personally, the rations allotted and the work assigned, as compared with other possibilities, appear to conform with his own interests. This is the criterion by which he would orient his behavior, and violent power struggles would be the normal result, struggles over the alteration or maintenance of rations once allotted as, for instance, over ration supplements for heavy labor, appropriations or expropriations of particular jobs, sought after because of extra remuneration or pleasant working conditions, work cessations, such as in strikes or lockouts, restrictions of production to enforce changes in the conditions of work in particular branches, boycotts and the forcible dismissal of unpopular supervisors. In short, appropriation processes of all kinds and interest struggles would also then be the normal phenomena of life. The fact that they /would for the most part be fought out through organized groups, and that advantages would be enjoyed on the one hand by the workers engaged in the most essential services, on the other hand by those who were physically strongest, would simply reflect the existing situation. But however that might be, it would be the interests of the individual, possibly organized in terms of the similar interests of many individuals as opposed to those of others, which would underlie all action. The structure of interests and the relevant situation would be different, and there would be other means of pursuing interests, but this fundamental factor would remain just as relevant as before. It is of course true that economic action which is oriented on purely ideological grounds to the interests of others does exist. But it is even more certain that the mass of men do not act in this way, and it is an induction from experience that they cannot do so and never will. In a completely socialized planned economy there would be scope only for the following: a. The distribution of real goods on the basis of planned rationed needs, b. The production of these goods according to a plan of production. Income as a category of the money economy would necessarily disappear, but rationed receipts would be possible. In a market economy the striving for income is necessarily the ultimate driving force of all economic activity. For every disposition, insofar as it makes a claim on goods or utilities which are not available to the actor in a form fully ready for whatever use he intends, presupposes the acquisition of and disposition over future income, and practically every existing power of control over goods and services presupposes previous. 204. Income. All business profits of enterprises will at some stage and in some form be turned into the income of economically acting individuals. In a regulated economy the principal aim of the regulations is generally to effect in some manner the distribution of income. In a natural economy we find no income in the usage of the present terminology. Instead there are receipts in the form of goods and services which cannot be valued in terms of a unitary means of exchange. Income and receipts may, from a sociological point of view, take the following principal forms and be derived from the following principal sources: a. Incomes and receipts from personal services derived from specialized or specified functions. 1. Wages, a. Freely determined wage incomes or receipts contracted at fixed rates per time period. b. The same, determined on some established scale, salaries or in-kind remuneration of public officials and civil servants. c. The labor return of hired workers on contracted piece rates. d. Entirely open labor returns. 2. Gains, a. Free exchange profits deriving from the procurement of goods and services on an entrepreneurial basis. b. The same, but regulated. In cases a. and b. Incomes are calculated as net returns after the deduction of costs. c. Predatory gains. d. Gains derived from positions of political authority, fee incomes of an office, bribes, tax farming, etc., obtained by the appropriation of power. In cases c. and d. Costs will be deducted to calculate income only if the activity is conducted as a continuous organized mode of acquisition, otherwise the gross revenue is usually considered income. b. Income and receipts from property, derived from the exploitation of control over important means of production. 1. Those in which income is normally calculated as net rent after the deduction of costs. a. Rent obtained from the ownership of human beings, as in the case of slaves, serfs, or freedmen. These may be receipts in money or in kind, they may be fixed in amount or consist in shares of the source's earnings after the deduction of costs of maintenance. b. Appropriated revenues derived from positions of political authority, after the deduction of the costs of administration. c. Rental revenues derived from the ownership of land, metage payments or fixed rents per unit of time, either in kind or in money, seigneurial rent revenues after deduction of land taxes and costs of maintenance. d. House rents after deduction of expenses. e. R_and receipts from appropriated monopolies, feudal hanalites, patent royalties after the deduction of fees. 2. Property income and receipts normally not requiring deduction. The mainspring of economic activity 205 of costs from gross revenues. a. Investment income, interest paid to households or profit-making enterprises in return for the right to utilize their resources or capital. See above, ch. 2. Section II. b. Interest from cattle loans, Viurenten. 66. c. Interest from other loans of concrete objects, and contracted annuities in kind, Deputatrenten. d. Interest on money loans. e. Money interest on mortgages. f. Money returns from securities, which may consist in fixed interest or in dividends varying with profitability. G. Other shares in profits, such as shares in the proceeds of occasional profit-making ventures and in profits from rational speculative operations, and shares in the rational long-run profit-making activities of all sorts of enterprises. All gains and the dividend incomes from shares are either not contracted, as to rate or amount, in advance, or only indirectly contracted incomes, namely, through the agreement on prices or piece rates. Fixed interest and wages, leases of land, and house rents are contracted incomes. Income from the exercise of power, from ownership of human beings, from seigneurial authority over land, and predatory incomes all involve appropriation by force. Income from property may be divorced from any occupation in case the recipient lets others utilize the property. Wages, salaries, labor profits, and entrepreneurial profits are, on the other hand, occupational incomes. Other types of property incomes and gains may be either one or the other. An exhaustive classification is not intended here. Of all types of incomes, it is particularly those from business profits and the contracted piece rate or free labor incomes which have a dynamic, revolutionary significance for economic life. Next to these stand incomes derived from free exchange and, in quite different ways, under certain circumstances, the predatory incomes. Those having a static, conservative influence on economic activity are above all incomes drawn in accordance with a predetermined scale, namely salaries, wages reckoned per unit of working time, gains from the exploitation of office powers, and normally all kinds of fixed interest and rents. 67. The economic source of incomes, in an exchange economy, lies in a great majority of cases in the exchange situation on the market for goods and labor services. Thus, in the last analysis, it is determined by consumers' demand, in connection with the more or less strong natural or statutory monopolistic position of the parties to market relationships. The economic source of receipts, in a natural economy, generally lies in the monopolistic appropriation of opportunities to exploit property or services for a return. The underpinning of all these incomes is nothing but the possibility. 206. Of violence in the defense of appropriated advantages, see above, ch2, Sector 1, pt 4. Predatory incomes and related modes of acquisition are the return on actual violence. An exhaustive classification had to be foregone in this very rough first sketch. In spite of many disagreements on particular points, I consider the sections on income in R. Liefman's works to be among the most valuable of his contributions. 68. The problems of economic theory involved cannot be explored any further here. The interrelations between the economic dynamics and the social order will have to be discussed time and again. Chapter 3. The types of legitimate domination. 1. The basis of legitimacy. Z. Domination and legitimacy. Domination was defined above, ch. I. 1.6, as the probability that certain specific commands, or all commands, will be obeyed by a given group of persons. It thus does not include every mode of exercising power or influence over other persons. Domination, authority, one in this sense may be based on the most diverse motives of compliance, all the way from simple habituation to the most purely rational calculation of advantage. Hence every genuine form of domination implies a minimum of voluntary compliance, that is, an interest, based on ulterior motives or genuine acceptance, in obedience. Not every case of domination makes use of economic means, still less does it always have economic objectives. However, normally the rule over a considerable number of persons requires a staff, cfch. I. 12, that is, a special group which can normally be trusted to execute the general policy as well as the specific commands. The members of the administrative staff may be bound to obedience to their superior, or superiors, by custom, by effectual ties, by a purely material complex of 212. I. The basis of legitimacy. 2. I. 3. Interests, or by ideal, word rationale, motives. The quality of these motives largely determines the type of domination. Purely material interests and calculations of advantages as the basis of solidarity between the chief and his administrative staff result, in this as in other connections, in a relatively unstable situation. Normally other elements, effectual and ideal, supplement such interests. In certain exceptional cases the former alone may be decisive. In everyday life these relationships, like others, are governed by custom and material calculation of advantage. But custom, personal advantage, purely effectual or ideal motives of solidarity, do not form a sufficiently reliable basis for a given domination. In addition, there is normally a further element, the belief in legitimacy. Experience shows that in no instance does domination voluntarily limit itself to the appeal to material or effectual or ideal motives as a basis for its continuance. In addition, every such system attempts to establish and to cultivate the belief in its legitimacy. But according to the kind of legitimacy which is claimed, the type of obedience, the kind of administrative staff developed to guarantee it, and the mode of exercising authority, will all differ fundamentally. Equally fundamental is the variation in effect. Hence, it is useful to classify the types of domination according to the kind of claim to legitimacy typically made by each. In doing this, it is best to start from modem and therefore more familiar examples. The choice of this rather than some other basis of classification can only be justified by its results. The fact that certain other typical criteria of variation are thereby neglected for the time being and can only be introduced at a later stage is not a decisive difficulty. The legitimacy of a system of control has far more than a merely ideal significance, if only because it has very definite relations to the legitimacy of property. 2. Not every claim which is protected by custom or law should be spoken of as involving a relation of authority. Otherwise the worker, in his claim for fulfillment of the wage contract, would be exercising authority over his employer because his claim can, on occasion, be enforced by order of a court. Actually his formal status is that of party to a contractual relationship with his employer, in which he has certain rights to receive payments. At the same time the concept of an authority relationship, Herrschaftsverhältnis, naturally does not exclude the possibility that it has originated in a formally free contract. This is true of the authority of the employer over the worker as manifested in the farmer's rules and instructions regarding the work process, and also of the authority of a feudal lord over a vassal who has freely entered into the relation of fealty. That subjection to military discipline is formally involuntary while that to the discipline of the factory is voluntary does not alter the fact that the latter is also a case of subjection to authority. The position of a bureaucratic official is also entered into by contract and can be 2i4 freely resigned, and even the status of subject can often be freely entered into and, in certain circumstances, freely repudiated. Only in the limiting case of the slave is formal subjection to authority absolutely involuntary. On the other hand, we shall not speak of formal domination if a monopolistic position permits a person to exert economic power, that is, to dictate the terms of exchange to contractual partners. Taken by itself, this does not constitute authority any more than any other kind of influence which is derived from some kind of superiority, as by virtue of erotic attractiveness, skill in sport or in discussion. Even if a big bank is in a position to force other banks into a cartel arrangement, this will not alone be sufficient to justify calling it an authority. But if there is an immediate relation of command and obedience such that the management of the first bank can give orders to the others with the claim that they shall, and the probability that they will, be obeyed regardless of particular content, and if their carrying out is supervised, it is another matter. Naturally, here as everywhere the transitions are gradual, there are all sorts of intermediate steps between mere indebtedness and debt slavery. Even the position of a salon can come very close to the borderline of authoritarian domination and yet not necessarily constitute authority. Sharp differentiation in concrete fact is often impossible, but this makes clarity in the analytical distinctions all the more important. 3. Naturally, the legitimacy of a system of domination may be treated sociologically only as the probability that to a relevant degree the appropriate attitudes will exist, and the corresponding practical conduct ensue. It is by no means true that every case of submissiveness to persons in positions of power is primarily, or even at all, oriented to this belief. Loyalty may be hypocritically simulated by individuals or by whole groups on purely opportunistic grounds, or carried out in practice for reasons of material self-interest. Or people may submit from individual weakness and helplessness because there is no acceptable alternative. But these considerations are not decisive for the classification of types of domination. What is important is the fact that in a given case the particular claim to legitimacy is to a significant degree and according to its type treated as valid, that this fact confirms the position of the persons claiming authority and that it helps to determine the choice of means of its exercise. Furthermore, a system of domination may, as often occurs in practice, be so completely protected, on the one hand by the obvious commutative of interests between the chief and his administrative staff, bodguardies, praetorians, red or white guards, as opposed to the subjects, and the other hand by the helplessness of the latter, that it can afford to drop even the pretense of a claim to legitimacy. But even then the mode of legitimation of the relation between chief and his staff may vary widely according to the type of basis of the relation of the authority between them, and, as will be shown, this variation is highly significant for the structure of domination. The basis of legitimacy 2I5. For obedience will be taken to mean that the action of the person obeying follows in essentials such a course that the content of the command may be taken to have become the basis of action for its own sake. Furthermore, the fact that it is so taken is referable only to the formal obligation, without regard to the actor's own attitude to the value or lack of value of the content of the command as such. 5 Subjecti ely, the causal sequence may nry, especially as between intuition and sympathetic agreement. This distinction is not, however, significant for the present classification of types of authority. 6 The scope of determination of social relationships and cultural phenomena by virtue of domination is considerably broader than appears at first sight. For instance, the authority exercised in the schools has much to do with the determination of the forms of speech and of written language which are regarded as orthodox. Dialects used as the chancellery language of autocephalous political units, hence of their rulers, often become orthodox forms of speech and writing and have even led to the formation of separate nations, for instance, the separation of Holland from Germany. The rule by parents and the school, extends far beyond the determination of such cultural patterns, which are perhaps only apparently formal, to the formation of the young, and hence of human beings generally. 7 The fact that the chief and his administrative staff often appear formally as servants or agents of those they rule, naturally does nothing whatever to disprove the quality of dominance. There /ill be occasion later to speak of the substantive features of so-called democracy. But a certain minimum of assured power to issue commands, thus of domination, must be prodded for in nearly every conceivable case. 2 The 3 pure types of authority. There are 3 pure types of legitimate domination. The validity of the claims to legitimacy may be based on 1. Rational grounds resting on a belief in the legality of enacted rules and the right of those elevated to authority under such rules to issue commands, legal authority. 2. Traditional grounds resting on an established belief in the sanctity of immemorial traditions and the legitimacy of those exercising authority under them, traditional authority, or finally, 3. Charismatic grounds resting on devotion to the exceptional sanctity, heroism, or exemplary character of an individual person, and of the normative patterns or order revealed or ordained by him, charismatic authority. In the case of legal authority, obedience is owed to the legally established impersonal order. It extends to the persons exercising the authority. 2I6. Of office under it by virtue of the formal legality of their commands and only within the scope of authority of the office. In the case of traditional authority, obedience is owed to the person of the chief who occupies the traditionally sanctioned position of authority and who is, within its sphere, bound by tradition. but here the obligation of obedience is a matter of personal loyalty within the area of accustomed obligations. In the case of charismatic authority, it is the charismatically qualified leader as such who is obeyed by virtue of personal trust in his revelation, his heroism, or his exemplary qualities so far as they fall within the scope of the individual's belief in his charisma. The usefulness of the above classification can only be judged by its results in promoting systematic analysis. The concept of charisma, the gift of grace, is taken from the vocabulary of early Christianity. For the Christian hierarch Rudolf Sohm, in his Kirchenrecht, was the first to clarify the substance of the concept, even though he did not use the same terminology. Others, for instance, Hall in Enthusiasmus und Busjult, have clarified certain important consequences of it. It is thus nothing new. 2. The fact that none of these three ideal types, the elucidation of which will occupy the following pages, is usually to be found in historical cases in pure form, is naturally not a valid objection to attempting their conceptual formulation in the sharpest possible form. In this respect the present case is no different from many others. Later on, section IIFF, the transformation of pure charisma by the process of routinization will be discussed, and thereby the relevance of the concept to the understanding of empirical systems of authority considerably increased. But even so, it may be said of every historical phenomenon of authority that it is not likely to be as an open book. Analysis in terms of sociological types has, after all, as compared with purely empirical historical investigation, certain advantages which should not be minimized. That is, it can in the particular case of a concrete form of authority determine what conforms to or approximates such types as charisma, hereditary charisma, the charisma of office, patriarchy, bureaucracy, the authority of status groups, and in doing so it can work with relatively unambiguous concepts. But the idea that the whole of concrete historical reality can be exhausted in the conceptual scheme about to be developed is as far from the author's thoughts as anything could be. 11. Legal authority with a bureaucratic administrative staff. Note: the specifically modern type of administration has intentionally been taken as a point of departure in order to make it possible later to contrast the others with it. 3. Legal authority. The pure type legal authority rests on the acceptance of the validity of the following mutually interdependent ideas. 1. That any given legal norm may be established by agreement or by imposition, on grounds of expediency or value, rationality, or both, with a claim to obedience at least on the part of the members of the organization. This is, however, usually extended to include all persons within the sphere of power in question, which in the case of territorial bodies is the territorial area who stand in certain social relationships or carry out forms of social action which in the order governing the organization have been declared to be relevant. 2. That every body of law consists essentially in a consistent system of abstract rules which have normally been intentionally established. Furthermore, administration of law is held to consist in the application of these rules to particular cases, the administrative process in the rational pursuit of the interests which are specified in the order governing the organization within the limits laid down by legal precepts and following principles which are capable of generalized formulation and are approved in the order governing the group, or at least not disappro/ed in it. 3. That thus the typical person in authority, the superior, is himself subject to an impersonal order by orienting his actions to it in his own dispositions and commands. This is true not only for persons exercising legal authority who are in the usual sense officials, but, for instance, for the elected president of a state. 4. That the person who obeys authority does so, as it is usually stated, only in his capacity as a member of the organization, and what he obeys is only the law. He may in this connection be the member 2. Of an association, of a community, of a church, or a citizen of a state. 5. In conformity with point 3, it is held that the members of the organization, insofar as they obey a person in authority, do not owe this obedience to him as an individual, but to the impersonal order. Hence, it follows that there is an obligation to obedience only within the sphere of the rationally delimited jurisdiction which, in terms of the order, has been given to him. The following may thus be said to be the fundamental categories of rational legal authority: I. A continuous rule-bound conduct of official business. 2. A specified sphere of competence, jurisdiction. This involves, a. A sphere of obligations to perform functions which has been marked off as part of a systematic division of labor. b. The provision of the incumbent with the necessary powers. c. That the necessary means of compulsion are clearly defined and their use is subject to definite conditions. A unit exercising authority which is organized in this way will be called an administrative organ or agency, BHORD. There are administrative organs in this sense in large-scale private enterprises, in parties and armies, as well as in the state and the church. An elected president, a cabinet of ministers, or a body of elected people's representatives also in this sense constitute administrative organs. This is not, however, the place to discuss these concepts. Not every administrative organ is provided with compulsory powers. But this distinction is not important for present purposes. 3. The organization of offices follows the principle of hierarchy, that is, each lower office is under the control and supervision of a higher one. There is a right of appeal and of statement of grievances from the lower to the higher. Hierarchies differ in respect to whether and in what cases complaints can lead to a correct ruling from a higher authority itself, or whether the responsibility for such changes is left to the lower office, the conduct of which was the subject of the complaint. 4. The rules which regulate the conduct of an office may be technical rules or norms. 2. In both cases, if their application is to be fully rational, specialized training is necessary. It is thus normally true that only a person who has demonstrated an adequate technical training is qualified to be a member of the administrative staff of such an organized group, and hence only such persons are eligible for appointment to official positions. The administrative staff of a rational organization thus typically consists of officials, whether the organization be devoted to political, hierarchic, economic in particular, capitalistic or other ends. 5. In the rational type it is a matter of principle that the members of the administrative staff should be completely separated from owner. 2. Legal authority with a bureaucratic staff. 2. I-9ship of the means of production or administration. Officials, employees, and workers attached to the administrative staff do not themselves own the non-human means of production and administration. These are rather provided for their use, in kind, or in money, and the official is obligated to render an accounting of their use. There exists, furthermore, in principle complete separation of the organization's property, respectively, capital, and the personal property, household, of the official. There is a corresponding separation of the place in which official functions are carried out, the office in the sense of premises, from the living quarters. 6. In the rational type case, there is also a complete absence of appropriation of his official position by the incumbent. Their rights to an office exist, as in the case of judges, and recently of an increasing proportion of officials and even of workers. They do not normally serve the purpose of appropriation by the official, but of securing the purely objective and independent character of the conduct of the office so that it is oriented only to the relevant norms. 7. Administrative acts, decisions, and rules are formulated and recorded in writing, even in cases where oral discussion is the rule or is even mandatory. This applies at least to preliminary discussions and proposals, to final decisions, and to all sorts of orders and rules. The combination of written documents and a continuous operation by officials constitutes the office, Bureau Y, which is the central focus of all types of modern organized action. 8. Legal authority can be exercised in a wide variety of different forms which will be distinguished and discussed later. The following ideal typical analysis will be deliberately confined for the time being to the administrative staff that is most unambiguously a structure of domination, officialdom or bureaucracy. In the above outline no mention has been made of the kind of head appropriate to a system of legal authority. This is a consequence of certain considerations which can only be made entirely understandable at a later stage in the analysis. There are **** important types of rational domination which, with respect to the ultimate source of authority, belong to other categories. This is true of the hereditary charismatic type, as illustrated by hereditary monarchy, and of the pure charismatic type of a president chosen by a plebiscite. Other cases involve rational elements at important points, but are made up of a combination of bureaucratic and charismatic components, as is true of the cabinet form of government. Still others are subject to the authority of the chiefs of other organizations, whether their character be charismatic or bureaucratic, thus the formal head of a government department under a parliamentary. 220. Regime may be a minister who occupies his position because of his authority in a party. The type of rational, legal administrative staff is capable of application in all kinds of situations and contexts. It is the most important mechanism for the administration of everyday affairs. For in that sphere, the exercise of authority consists precisely in administration. For legal authority, the pure type, continued, the purest type of exercise of legal authority is that which employs a bureaucratic administrative staff. Only the supreme chief of the organization occupies his position of dominance, Herrenstellung, by virtue of appropriation, of election, or of having been designated for the succession. But even his authority consists in a sphere of legal competence. The whole administrative staff under the supreme authority then consists, in the purest type, of individual officials, constituting a monocracy as opposed to the collegial type, which will be discussed below, who are appointed and function according to the following criteria. 1. They are personally free and subject to authority only with respect to their impersonal official obligations. 2. They are organized in a clearly defined hierarchy of offices. 3. Each office has a clearly defined sphere of competence in the legal sense. 4. The office is filled by a free contractual relationship. Thus, in principle, there is free selection. 5. Candidates are selected on the basis of technical qualifications. In the most rational case, this is tested by examination or guaranteed by diplomas certifying technical training, or both. They are appointed, not elected. 6. They are remunerated by fixed salaries in money, for the most part with the right to pensions. Only under certain circumstances does the employing authority, especially in private organizations, have a right to terminate the appointment, but the official is always free to resign. The salary scale is graded according to rank in the hierarchy, but in addition to this criterion, the responsibility of the position and the requirements of the incumbent's social status may be taken into account, cfch 4. 7. The office is treated as the sole, or at least the primary, occupation of the incumbent. 8. It constitutes a career. There is a system of promotion according to seniority or to achievement, or both. Promotion is dependent on the judgment of superiors. 2. Legal authority with a bureaucratic staff. 2. 9. The official works entirely separated from ownership of the means of administration and without appropriation of his position. 10. He is subject to strict and systematic discipline and control in the conduct of the office. This type of organization is in principle applicable with equal facility to a wide variety of different fields. It may be applied in profit-making business or in charitable organizations, or in any number of other types of private enterprises serving ideal or material ends. It is equally applicable to political and to hierarchic organizations. With the varying degrees of approximation to a pure type, its historical existence can be demonstrated in all these fields. 1. For example, bureaucracy is found in private clinics, as well as in endowed hospitals or the hospitals maintained by religious orders. Bureaucratic organization is well illustrated by the administrative role of the priesthood, kaplanokratie, in the modern Catholic Church, which has expropriated almost all of the old church benefices, which were in former days to a large extent subject to private appropriation. It is also illustrated by the notion of a papal universal episcopate, / is thought of as formally constituting a universal legal competence in religious matters. Similarly, the doctrine of papal infallibility is thought of as in fact involving a universal competence, but only one which functions ex cathedra in the sphere of the office, thus implying the typical distinction between the sphere of office and that of the private affairs of the incumbent. The same phenomena are found in the large-scale capitalistic enterprise, and the larger it is, the greater their role. And this is not less true of political parties, which will be discussed separately. Finally, the modern army is essentially a bureaucratic organization administered by that peculiar type of military functionary, the officer. Bureaucratic authority is carried out in its purest form where it is most clearly dominated by the principle of appointment. There is no such thing as a hierarchical organization of elected officials. In the first place, it is impossible to attain a stringency of discipline even approaching that in the appointed type, since the subordinate official can stand on his own election and since his prospects are not dependent on the superior's judgment. On elected officials, see below, Sector 14. 3. Appointment by free contract, which makes free selection possible, is essential to modern bureaucracy. Where there is a hierarchical organization with impersonal spheres of competence, but occupied by unfree officials like slaves or ministerials, who, however, function in a formally bureaucratic manner, the term patrimonial bureaucracy will be used. 4. The role of technical qualifications in bureaucratic organizations is continually increasing. Even an official in a party or a trade union organization is in need of specialized knowledge, though it is usually developed by experience rather than by formal training. In the modern 222 state, the only offices for which no technical qualifications are required are those of ministers and presidents. This only goes to prove that they are officials only in a formal sense, and not substantively, just like the managing director or president of a large business corporation. There is no question but that the position of the capitalistic entrepreneur is as definitely appropriated as is that of a monarch. Thus, at the top of a bureaucratic organization, there is necessarily an element which is at least not purely bureaucratic. The category of bureaucracy is one applying only to the exercise of control by means of a particular kind of administrative staff. 5. The bureaucratic official normally receives a fixed salary. By contrast, sources of income which are privately appropriated will be called benefices, Frienden. On this concept, see below, Sector 8. Bureaucratic salaries are also normally paid in money. Though this is not essential to the concept of bureaucracy, it is the arrangement which best fits the pure type. Payments in kind are apt to have the character of benefices, and the receipt of a benefice normally implies the appropriation of opportunities for earnings and of positions. There are, however, gradual transitions in this field with many intermediate types. Appropriation by virtue of leasing or sale of offices or the pledge of income from office are phenomena foreign to the pure type of bureaucracy, cf. Infra, Sector 7a, NR 3. 6. Offices which do not constitute the incumbent's principal occupation, in particular honorary offices, belong in other categories, which will be discussed later, Sector 19f. The typical bureaucratic official occupies the office as his principal occupation. 7. With respect to the separation of the official from ownership of the means of administration, the situation is exactly the same in the field of public administration and in private bureaucratic organizations, such as the large-scale capitalistic enterprise. 8. Collegial bodies will be discussed separately below, Section 15. At the present time they are rapidly decreasing in importance in favor of types of organization which are in fact, and for the most part formally as well, subject to the authority of a single head. For instance, the collegial Go-Ements in Prussia have long since given way to the monocratic district president, Regierungspräsident. The decisive factor in this development has been the need for rapid, clear decisions, free of the necessity of compromise between different opinions and also free of shifting majorities. 9. The modern army officer is a type of appointed official who is clearly marked off by certain status distinctions. This will be discussed elsewhere, ch. 4. In this respect such officers differ radically from elected milita / leaders, from charismatic condottieri, section RO, from the type of officer, who recruit and lead mercenary armies as a capitalistic enterprise, and, finally, from the incumbents of commissions which have been purchased, sector 7A. There may be gradual transitions between these types. The patrimonial retainer, who is separated from the means. 2. Legal authority with a bureaucratic staff 223 of carrying out his function, and the proprietor of a mercenary army for capitalistic purposes have, along with the private capitalistic entrepreneur, been pioneers in the organization of the modem type of bureaucracy. This will be discussed in detail below. 5. Monocratic bureaucracy experience tends universally to show that the purely bureaucratic type of administrative organization, that is, the monocratic variety of bureaucracy, is, from a purely technical point of view, capable of attaining the highest degree of efficiency and is in this sense formally the most rational known means of exercising authority over human beings. It is superior to any other form in precision, in stability, in the stringency of its discipline, and in its reliability. It thus makes possible a particularly high degree of calculability of results for the heads of the organization and for those acting in relation to it. It is finally superior both in intensive efficiency and in the scope of its operations, and is finally capable of application to all kinds of administrative tasks. The development of modern forms of organization in all fields is nothing less than identical with the development and continual spread of bureaucratic administration. This is true of church and state, of armies, political parties, economic enterprises, interest groups, endowments, clubs, and many others. Its development is, to take the most striking case, at the root of the modern /Western state. However many forms there may be which do not appear to fit this pattern, such as oligal representative bodies, parliamentary committees, Soviets, honorary officers, lay judges, and whatnot, and however many people may complain about the red tape, it would be sheer illusion to think for a moment that continuous administrative work can be carried out in any field except by means of officials working in offices. The whole pattern of everyday if is cut to fit this framework. If bureaucratic administration is, other things being equal, always the most rational type from a technical point of view, the needs of mass administration make it today completely indispensable. The choice is only that between bureaucracy and dilettantism in the field of administration. The primary source of the superiority of bureaucratic administration lies in the role of technical knowledge which, through the development of modern technology and business methods in the production of goods, has become completely indispensable. In this respect, it makes no difference whether the economic system is organized on a capitalistic or a socialistic basis. Indeed, if in the latter case a comparable level of technical efficiency were to be achieved, it would mean a tremendous increase in the importance of professional bureaucrats. When those subject to bureaucratic control seek to escape the inruins of the existing bureaucratic apparatus, this is normally possible only by creating an organization of their own which is equally subject to bureaucratization. Similarly, the existing bureaucratic apparatus is driven to continue functioning by the most powerful interests which are material and objective, but also ideal in character. Without it, a society like our own with its separation of officials, employees, and workers from ownership of the means of administration, and its dependence on discipline and on technical training could no longer function. The only exception would be those groups, such as the peasantry, who are still in possession of their own means of subsistence. Even in the case of revolution by force or of occupation by an enemy, the bureaucratic machinery will normally continue to function just as it has for the previous legal government. The question is always who controls the existing bureaucratic machinery. And such control is possible only in a very limited degree to persons who are not technical specialists. Generally speaking, the highest-ranking career official is more likely to get his way in the long run than his nominal superior, the cabinet minister, who is not a specialist. Though by no means alone, the capitalistic system has undeniably played a major role in the development of bureaucracy. Indeed, without it capitalistic production could not continue and any rational type of socialism would have simply to take it over and increase its importance. Its development, largely under capitalistic auspices, has created an urgent need for stable, strict, intensive, and calculable administration. It is this need which is so fateful to any kind of large-scale administration. Only by reversion in every field, political, religious, economic, etc., to small-scale organization would it be possible to any considerable extent to escape its influence. On the one hand, capitalism in its modem stages of development requires the bureaucracy, though both have arisen from different historical sources. Conversely, capitalism is the most rational economic basis for bureaucratic administration and enables it to develop in the most rational form, especially because, from a fiscal point of view, it supplies the necessary money resources. Along with these fiscal conditions of efficient bureaucratic administration, there are certain extremely important conditions in the fields of communication and transportation. The precision of its functioning requires the services of the railway, the telegraph, and the telephone, and becomes increasingly dependent on them. A socialistic form of organization would not alter this fact. It would be a question, CFCH 2, Sector 12. 2. Legal authority with a bureaucratic staff. 225. Whether in a socialistic system it would be possible to provide conditions for carrying out as stringent a bureaucratic organization as has been possible in a capitalistic order. For socialism would, in fact, require a still higher degree of formal bureaucratization than capitalism. If this should prove not to be possible, it would demonstrate the existence of another of those fundamental elements of irrationality, a conflict between formal and substantive rationality of the sort which sociology so often encounters. Bureaucratic administration means fundamentally domination through knowledge. This is the feature of it which makes it specifically rational. This consists on the one hand in technical knowledge which, by itself, is sufficient to ensure it a position of extraordinary power. But in addition to this, bureaucratic organizations, or the holders of power who make use of them, have the tendency to increase their power still further by the knowledge growing out of experience in the service. For they acquire through the conduct of office a special knowledge of facts and have available a store of documentary material peculiar to themselves. While not peculiar to bureaucratic organizations, the concept of official secrets is certainly typical of them. It stands in relation to technical knowledge in somewhat the same position as commercial secrets due to technological training. It is a product of the striving for power. Superior to bureaucracy in the knowledge of techniques and facts is only the capitalist entrepreneur, within his own sphere of interest. He is the only type who has been able to maintain at least relative immunity from subjection to the control of rational bureaucratic knowledge. In large-scale organizations, all others are inevitably subject to bureaucratic control, just as they have fallen under the dominance of precision machinery in the mass production of goods. In general, bureaucratic domination has the following social consequences: 1. The tendency to leveling in the interest of the broadest possible basis of recruitment in terms of technical competence. 2. The tendency to plutocracy growing out of the interest in the greatest possible length of technical training. Today this often lasts up to the age of 30. 3. The dominance of a spirit of formalistic impersonality, sine iraet studio, without hatred or passion, and hence without affection or enthusiasm. The dominant norms are concepts of straightforward duty without regard to personal considerations. Everyone is subject to formal equality of treatment, that is, everyone in the same empirical situation. This is the spirit in which the ideal official conducts his office. The development of bureaucracy greatly favors the leveling of status, and this can be shown historically to be the normal tendency. Conversely, every process of social leveling creates a favorable situation for the development of bureaucracy by eliminating the office holder who rules by virtue of status privileges and the appropriation of the means and powers of administration. In the interests of equality, it also eliminates those who can hold office on an honorary basis or as an avocation by virtue of their wealth. Everywhere bureaucratization foreshadows mass democracy, which will be discussed in another connection. The spirit of rational bureaucracy has normally the following general characteristics: I. Formalism, which is promoted by all the interests which are concerned with the security of their own personal situation, whatever this may consist in. Otherwise the door would be open to arbitrariness, and hence formalism is the line of least resistance. 2. There is another tendency, which is apparently, and in part genuinely, in contradiction to the above. It is the tendency of officials to treat their official function from what is substantively a utilitarian point of view in the interest of the welfare of those under their authority. But this utilitarian tendency is generally expressed in the enactment of corresponding regulatory measures which themselves have a formal character and tend to be treated in a formalistic spirit. This will be further discussed in the sociology of law. This tendency to substantive rationality is supported by all those subject to authority who are not included in the group mentioned above as interested in the protection of advantages already secured. The problems which open up at this point belong in the theory of democracy. 6t1 i.e. pure type. 111. Traditional authority. Authority will be called traditional if legitimacy is claimed for it and believed in by virtue of the sanctity of age-old rules and powers. The masters are designated according to traditional rules and are obeyed because of their traditional status, eigenerd. This type of organized 3. Traditional authority 227 rule is, in the simplest case, primarily based on personal loyalty which results from common upbringing. The person exercising authority is not a superior, but a personal master. His administrative staff does not consist mainly of officials but of personal retainers, and the ruled are not members of an association but are either his traditional comrades, Sector 7a, or his subjects. Personal loyalty, not the official's impersonal duty, determines the relations of the administrative staff to the master. Obedience is owed not to enacted rules but to the person who occupies a position of authority by tradition or who has been chosen for it by the traditional master. The commands of such a person are legitimized in one of two ways: a. Partly in terms of traditions which themselves directly determine the content of the command and are believed to be valid within certain limits that cannot be overstepped without endangering the master's traditional status; b. Partly in terms of the master's discretion in that sphere which tradition leaves open to him. This traditional prerogative rests primarily on the fact that the obligations of personal obedience tend to be essentially unlimited. Thus there is a double sphere: a. that of action which is bound to specific traditions, b. that of action which is free of specific rules. In the latter sphere, the master is free to do good turns on the basis of his personal pleasure and likes, particularly in return for gifts, the historical sources of dues, geheiren. So far as his action follows principles at all, these are governed by considerations of ethical common sense, of equity, or of utilitarian expediency. They are not formal principles, as in the case of legal authority. The exercise of power is oriented to /vard the consideration of how far master and staff can go in view of the subject's traditional compliance without arousing their resistance. /vhen resistance occurs, it is directed against the master or his servant personally, the accusation being that he failed to observe the traditional limits of his power. Opposition is not directed against the system as such. It is a case of traditionalist revolution. In the pure type of traditional authority, it is impossible for law or administrative rule to be deliberately created by legislation. Rules which in fact are innovations can be legitimized only by the claim that they have been valid of yore, but have only now been recognized by means of wisdom, the wisdom of ancient Germanic law. Legal decisions as finding of the law, Rechtsfindung, can refer only to documents of tradition, namely to precedents and earlier decisions. 7. The pure type, continued, the master rules with or without an administrative staff. On the latter case, see Sector 7a, I. The typical administrative staff is recruited from one or more of the following sources: I. From persons who are already related to the chief by traditional ties of loyalty. This will be called patrimonial recruitment. Such persons may be a. Kinsmen, b. Slaves, c. Dependents who are officers of the household, especially ministerials, d. Clients, e. Coloni, f. Freedmen, 2. Recruitment may be extra-patrimonial, including a, persons in a relation of purely personal loyalty such as all sorts of favorites, b, persons standing in a relation of fealty to their lord, vassals, and, finally, c, free men who voluntarily enter into a relation of personal loyalty as officials. On I.A., under traditionalist domination it is very common for the most important posts to be filled with members of the ruling family or clan. b. In patrimonial administrations it is common for slaves and freedmen to rise even to the highest positions. It has not been rare for grand viziers to have been at one time slaves. c. The typical household officials have been the following: the seneschal, the marshal, the chamberlain, the carver, truchesse, the majordomo, who was the head of the service personnel and possibly of the vassals. These are to be found everywhere in Europe. In the Orient, in addition, the head eunuch, who was in charge of the harem, was particularly important, and in African kingdoms, the executioner. Furthermore, the ruler's personal physician, the astrologer, and similar persons have been common. d. In China and in Egypt, the principal source of recruitment for patrimonial officials lay in the clientele of the king. e. Armies of colony have been known throughout the Orient and were typical of the Roman nobility. Even in modern times, in the Mohammedan world, armies of slaves have existed. On 2.a, the regime of favorites is characteristic of every patrimonial rule and has often been the occasion for traditionalist revolutions. b. The vassals will be treated separately. 3. Traditional authority. c. Bureaucracy has first developed in patrimonial states with a body of officials recruited from extra-patrimonial sources, but, as will be shown soon, these officials were at first personal followers of their master. In the pure type of traditional rule, the following features of a bureaucratic administrative staff are absent: a. A clearly defined sphere of competence subject to impersonal rules, b. A rationally established hierarchy, c. A regular system of appointment on the basis of free contract, and orderly promotion, d. Technical training as a regular requirement, e. Frequently, fixed salaries, in the type case paid in money. On a. In place of a well-defined functional jurisdiction, there is a conflicting series of tasks and powers which at first are assigned at the master's discretion. However, they tend to become permanent and are often traditionally stereotyped. These competing functions originate particularly in the competition for sources of income which are at the disposal of the master himself and of his representatives. It is often in the first instance through these interests that definite functional spheres are first marked off and genuine administrative organs come into being. At first, persons with permanent functions are household officials. Their extra-patrimonial functions outside the administration of the household are often in fields of activity which bear a relatively superficial analogy to their household function, or which originated in a discretionary act of the master and later became traditionally stereotyped. In addition to household officials, there have existed primarily only persons with ad hoc commissions. The absence of distinct spheres of competence is evident from a perusal of the list of the titles of officials in any of the ancient Oriental states. With rare exceptions, it is impossible to associate with these titles a set of rationally delimited functions which have remained stable over a considerable period. The process of delimiting permanent functions as a result of competition among and compromise between interest-seeking favors, income, and other forms of advantage is clearly evident in the Middle Ages. This phenomenon has had very important consequences. The financial interests of the powerful royal courts and of the powerful legal profession in England were largely responsible for vitiating or curbing the influence of Roman and canon law. In all periods the irrational division of official functions has been stereotyped by the existence of an established set of rights to fees and perquisites. On b. The question of who shall decide a matter or deal with appeals, whether an agent shall be in charge of this, and which one, or whether the master reserves decision for himself, is treated either traditionally, at times by considering the provenience of certain legal norms and precedents taken over from the outside, Oberhof system, 3. Or entirely on the basis of the master's discretion in such manner that all agents have to yield to his personal intervention. Next to the traditionalist system of the precedent setting outside superior court, Oberlauf, we find the principle of Germanic law, deriving from the ruler's political prerogative, that in his presence the jurisdiction of any court is suspended. The ius evocandi and its modern derivative, chamber justice, Kabinettsjustiz, stem from the same source and the ruler's discretion. Particularly in the Middle Ages, the Oberlauf was very often the agency whose writ declared and interpreted the law, and accordingly the source from which the law of a given locality was imported. On C. The household officials and favorites are often recruited in a purely patrimonial fashion. They are slaves or dependents, ministerials, of the master. If recruitment has been extra patrimonial, they have tended to be benefice holders whom he can freely remove. A fundamental change in this situation is first brought about by the rise of free vassals and the filling of offices by a contract of fealty. However, since fiefs are by no means determined by functional considerations, this does not alter the situation with respect to A, and B, the lack of definite spheres of competence and clearly determined hierarchical relationships. Except under certain circumstances when the administrative staff is organized on a prebendal basis, promotion is completely up to the master's discretion, see Sector 8. On D. Rational technical training as a basic qualification for office is scarcely to be found among household officials and favorites. However, a fundamental change in administrative practice occurs wherever there is even a beginning of technical training for appointees, regardless of its content. For some offices a certain amount of empirical training has been necessary from very early times. This is particularly true of the art of reading and writing, which was originally truly a rare art. This has often, most strikingly in China, had a decisive influence on the whole development of culture through the mode of life of the literati. It eliminated the recruiting of officials from intrapatrimonial sources and thus limited the ruler's power by confronting him with a status group, cf. Sector 7a, m. On E. Household officials and favorites are usually supported and equipped in the master's household. Generally, their dissociation from the Lord's own table means the creation of benefices, at first usually benefices in kind. It is easy for these to become traditionally stereotyped in amount and kind. In addition, or instead of them, the officials who 3. Traditional authority 2. I live outside the Lord's household and the Lord himself count on /arias fees, which are often collected without any regular rate or scale, being agreed upon from case to case with those seeking favors. On the concept of benefices see Sector 8. 7a. Gerontocracy, patriarchalism, and patrimonialism. Gerontocracy and primary patriarchalism are the most elementary types of traditional domination where the master has no personal administrative staff. The term gerontocracy is applied to a situation where so far as rule over the group is organized at all it is in the hands of elders /hitch originally was understood literally as the eldest in actual years, /ho are the most familiar with the sacred traditions. This is common in groups which are not primarily of an economic or kinship character. Patriarchalism is the situation where, within a group, household, which is usually organized on both an economic and a kinship basis, a particular individual governs who is designated by a definite rule of inheritance. Gerontocracy and patriarchalism are frequently found side by side. The decisive characteristic of both is the belief of the members that domination, even though it is an inherent traditional right of the master, must definitely be exercised as a joint right in the interest of all members and is thus not freely appropriated by the incumbent. In order that this shall be maintained, it is crucial that in both cases there is a complete absence of a personal, patrimonial, staff. Hence the master is still largely dependent upon the willingness of the members to comply with his orders since he has no machinery to enforce them. Therefore, the members, Genossen, are not yet LLY subjects, Untertanen. Their membership exists by tradition and not by enactment. Obedience is owed to the master, not to any enacted regulation. How /er, it is owed to the master only by virtue of his traditional status. He is thus on his part strictly bound by tradition. The different types of gerontocracy will be discussed later. Elementary patriarchalism is related to it in that the patriarch's authority carries strict obligations to obedience only within his own household. Apart from this, as in the case of the Arabian sheikh, it has only an exemplary effect, in the manner of charismatic authority, or must resort to advice and similar means of exerting influence. 2. Patrimonialism and, in the extreme case, sultanism tend to arise whenever traditional domination develops an administration and a military force which are purely personal instruments of the master. Only then are the group members treated as subjects. Previously the masters. 232. Authority appeared as a preeminent group right, now it turns into his personal right, which he appropriates in the same way as he would any ordinary object of possession. In principle, he can exploit his right like any economic asset, sell it, pledge it as security, or divide it by inheritance. The primary external support of patrimonial power is provided by slaves, who are often branded, colony and conscripted subjects, but also by mercenary bodyguards and armies, patrimonial troops. The latter practice is designed to maximize the solidarity of interest between master and staff. By controlling these instruments, the ruler can broaden the range of his arbitrary power and put himself in a position to grant grace and favors at the expense of the traditional limitations of patriarchal and gerontocratic structures. Where domination is primarily traditional, even though it is exercised by virtue of the ruler's personal autonomy, it will be called patrimonial authority. Where it indeed operates primarily on the basis of discretion, it will be called sultanism. The transition is definitely continuous. Both forms of domination are distinguished from elementary patriarchalism by the presence of a personal staff. Sometimes it appears that sultanism is completely unrestrained by tradition, but this is never in fact the case. The non-traditional element is not, however, rationalized in impersonal terms, but consists only in an extreme development of the ruler's discretion. It is this which distinguishes it from every form of rational authority. 3. Estate-type domination, Ständigherrschaft, is that form of patrimonial authority under which the administrative staff appropriates particular powers and the corresponding economic assets. As in all similar cases, cf. 2, Sector 19, appropriation may take the following forms. A. Appropriation may be carried out by an organized group or by a category of persons distinguished by particular characteristics, or B. It may be carried out by individuals, for life, on a hereditary basis, or as free property. Domination of the estate type thus involves, A. Always a limitation of the Lord's discretion in selecting his administrative staff because positions or seigneurial powers have been appropriated by an organized group, /3, a status group, CCH4, or B, often, and this will be considered as typical appropriation by the individual staff members of the positions, including in general the economic advantages associated with them, /3, the material means of administration, y, the governing powers. 3. Traditional authority. 233. Those holding appropriated positions may have originated historically 1. From members of an administrative staff which was not previously an independent status group, or 2. Before the appropriation, they may not have belonged to the staff. Where governing powers are appropriated, the costs of administration are met indiscriminately from the incumbent's own and his appropriated means. Holders of military powers and seigneurial members of the feudal army, standishes here, equip themselves and possibly their own patrimonial or feudal contingents. It is also possible that the provision of administrative means and of the administrative staff itself is appropriated as the object of a profit-making enterprise, on the basis of fixed contributions from the ruler's magazines or treasury. This was true in particular of the mercenary armies in the 16th and 17th century in Europe, examples of capitalist armies. Where appropriation is complete, all the powers of government are divided between the ruler and the administrative staff members, each on the basis of his personal rights, Eigenrecht, or autonomous powers are created and regulated by special decrees of the ruler or special compromises with the holders of appropriated rights. On one an example are the holders of court offices which have become appropriated as £EFS. An example for two, are seigneurs who appropriated powers by virtue of their privileged position or by usurpation, using the former as a legalization of the latter. Appropriation by an individual may rest on 1. Leasing. 2. Pledging as security. 3. Sale. 4. Privileges, which may be personal, hereditary, or freely appropriated, unconditional or subject to the performance of certain functions. Such a privilege may be a. Granted in return for services or for the sake of buying compliance, or b. It may constitute merely the formal recognition of actual usurpation of powers. 5. Appropriation by an organized group or a status group, usually a consequence of a compromise between the ruler and his administrative staff or between him and an unorganized status group. This may a. Leave the ruler completely or relatively free in his selection of individuals, or 3. It may lay down rigid rules for the selection of incumbents. 6. Fiefs, a case which we must deal with separately. 234. 1. In the cases of gerontocracy and pure patriarchalism, so far as there are clear ideas on the subject at all, the means of administration are generally appropriated by the group as a whole or by the participating households. The administrative functions are performed on behalf of the group as a whole. Appropriation by the master personally is a phenomenon of patrimonialism. It may vary enormously in degree to the extreme cases of a claim to full proprietorship of the land, bodenregal, and to the status of master over subjects treated as negotiable slaves. Estate-type appropriation generally means the appropriation of at least part of the means of administration by the members of the administrative staff. In the case of pure patrimonialism, there is complete separation of the functionary from the means of carrying out his function. But exactly the opposite is true of the estate type of patrimonialism. The person exercising governing powers has personal control of the means of administration, if not all, at least of an important part of them. In full possession of these means were the feudal knight, who provided his own equipment, the count, who by virtue of holding his fief took the court fees and other perquisites for himself and met his feudal obligations from his own means, including the appropriated ones, and the Indian jagirdar, who provided and equipped a military unit from the proceeds of his tax benefice. On the other hand, a colonel who recruited a mercenary regiment on his own account, but received certain payments from the royal exchequer and covered his deficit either by curtailing the service or from booty or requisitions, was only partly in possession of the means of administration and was subject to certain regulations. By contrast, the pharaoh, who organized armies of slaves or coloni, put his clients in command of them, and clothed, fed and equipped them from his own storehouses, was acting as a patrimonial lord in full personal control of the means of administration. It is not always the formal mode of organization which is decisive. The Mamelukes formally purchased slaves. In fact, however, they monopolized the powers of government as completely as any group of ministerials has ever monopolized the service fiefs. There are examples of service land appropriated by a closed group without any individual appropriation. Where this occurs, land may be freely granted to individuals by the lord as long as they are members of the group, case RNAA, or the grant may be subject to regulations specifying qualifications, case MAB. Thus, military or possibly ritual qualifications have been required of the candidates, but once they are given, close blood relations have had priority. The situation is similar in the case of monorial or guild artisans or of peasants whose services have been attached for military or administrative purposes. 2. Appropriation by lease, especially tax farming, by pledging as security, or by sale, have been found in the Occident, but also in the Orient and in India. In antiquity, it was not uncommon for priesthoods to be sold at auction. In the case of leasing, the aim has been partly a practical financial one to meet stringencies caused especially by the costs of war. It has partly also been a matter of the technique of 3. Renditional authority 235. Nancing, to ensure a stable money income available for budgetary uses. Pledging as security and sale have generally arisen from the first aim. In the Papal States the purpose was also the creation of rents for nephews, nepotens renten. Appropriation by pledging played a significant role in France as late as the 18th century in filling judicial posts in the parliaments. The appropriation of officers' commissions by regulated purchase continued in the British Army well into the 19th century. Privileges, as a sanction of usurpation, as a reward, or as an incentive for political services, were common in the Middle Ages in Europe as well as elsewhere. 8. Patrimonial maintenance, beni ces and fiefs. The patrimonial retainer may receive his support in any of the following ways: a. By living from the Lord's table, b. By allowances, usually in kind, from the Lord's magasms or treasury, c. By rights of land use in return for services, service land, d. By the appropriation of property income, fees or taxes, e. By fiefs. We shall speak of benefices insofar as the forms of maintenance b, through d, are always newly granted in a traditional fashion which determines amount or locality, and insofar as they can be appropriated by the individual, although not hereditarily. When an administrative staff is, in principle, supported in this form, we shall speak of prebendalism. In such a situation there may be a system of promotion on a basis of seniority or of particular objectively determined achievements, and it may also happen that a certain social status and hence a sense of status honor, standesur, are required as a criterion of eligibility. On the concept of the status group, stand, ch 4. Appropriated seigneurial powers will be called a fief if they are granted primarily to particular qualified individuals by a contract and if the reciprocal rights and duties involved are primarily oriented to conventional standards of status honor, particularly in a military sense. If an administrative staff is primarily supported by fiefs, we will speak of Western feudalism, lehens feudalismus. The transition between fiefs and military benefices is so gradual that at times they are almost indistinguishable. This will be further discussed below in ch 4. In cases d and e, sometimes also in c, the individual who has appropriated governing powers pays the cost of his administration, possibly of military equipment, in the manner indicated above, from the proceeds of his benefice or fief. His own authority may then become patrimonial, hence, hereditary, alienable, and capable of division by inheritance. The earliest form of support for royal retainers, household officials, priests, and other types of patrimonial, for example, monorial, retainers has been their presence at the Lord's table or their support by discretionary allowances from his stores. The men's house, which is the oldest form of professional military organizations to be dealt with later, very often adheres to the consumptive household communism of a ruling stratum. Separation from the table of the Lord, or of the temple or cathedral, and the substitution of allowances or service land has by no means always been regarded with approval. It has, however, usually resulted from the establishment of independent families. Allowances in kind granted to such temple priests and officials constituted the original form of support of officials throughout the Near East and also existed in China, India, and often in the Occident. The use of land in return for military service is found throughout the Orient since early antiquity, and also in medieval Germany, as a means of providing for ministerials, monorial officials, and other functionaries. The income sources of the Turkish spahis, the Japanese samurai, and various similar types of Oriental retainers and knights are, in the present terminology, benefices and not fiefs, as will be pointed out later. In some cases they have been derived from the rents of certain lands, in others, from the tax income of certain districts. In the latter case, they have generally been combined with appropriation of governmental powers in the same district. The concept of the fief can be further developed only in relation to that of the state. Its object may be a form of patrimonial domination, or it may be any of various kinds of claims to property income and fees. 2. The appropriation of property income and rights to fees and the proceeds of taxes in the form of benefices and fiefs of all sorts is widespread. In India, particularly, it became an independent and highly developed practice. The usual arrangement was the granting of rights to these sources of income in return for the provision of military contingents and the payment of administrative costs. 9. Estate-type domination and its division of powers in the pure type. Patrimonial domination, especially of the estate type, regards all governing powers and the corresponding economic rights as privately appropriated economic advantages. T. Does not mean that these powers are qualitatively undifferentiated. Some important ones are appropriated in a form subject to special regulations. In particular, the appropriation of judicial and military powers tends to be treated as a legal basis for a privileged status position of those appropriating them, as 3. Traditional authority 237. Compared to the appropriation of purely economic advantages having to do with the income from domains, from taxes, or perquisites. Within the latter category, again, there tends to be a differentiation of those which are primarily patrimonial from those which are primarily extra-patrimonial or fiscal in the mode of appropriation. For our terminology, the decisive fact is that, regardless of content, governing powers and the related emoluments are treated as private rights. In his Der deutsche Staat des Mittelalters, Van Below is quite right in emphasizing that the appropriation of judicial authority was singled out and became a source of privileged status, and that it is impossible to prove that the medieval political organization had either a purely patrimonial or a purely feudal character. Nevertheless, so far as judicial authority and other rights of a purely political origin are treated as private rights, it is for present purposes terminologically correct to speak of patrimonial domination. The concept itself, as is well known, has been most consistently developed by Haller in his Restauration der Staatswissenschaften. Historically, there has never been a purely patrimonial state. 5.4. We shall speak of the estate-type division of powers, Standesgewaltenteilung, when organized groups of persons privileged by appropriated seigneurial powers conclude compromises with their ruler. As the occasion warrants, the subject of such compromises may be political or administrative regulations, concrete administrative decisions or supervisory measures. At times the members of such groups may participate directly on their own authority and with their own staffs. 1. Under certain circumstances, groups, such as peasants, which do not enjoy a privileged social position, may be included. This does not, however, alter the concept. For the decisive point is the fact that the members of the privileged group have independent rights. If socially privileged groups were absent, the case would obviously belong under another type. 2. The type case has been fully developed only in the Occident. /VE must deal separately and in detail with its characteristics and with the reasons for its development. 3. As a rule, such a status group did not have an administrative staff of its own, especially not one with independent governing powers. 9a. Traditional domination and the economy. The primary effect of traditional domination on economic activities is usually in a very general way to strengthen traditional attitudes. This is most conspicuous under gerontocratic and purely patriarchal domination, which cannot use an administrative machinery against the members of the group and hence is strongly dependent for its own legitimacy upon the safeguarding of tradition in every respect. Beyond this, the typical mode of financing a traditional structure of domination affects the economy, cfch 2, section 38. In this respect, patrimonialism may use a wide variety of approaches. The following, however, are particularly important: a. An oikos maintained by the ruler where needs are met on a liturgical basis wholly or primarily in kind, in the form of contributions and compulsory services. In this case, economic relationships tend to be strictly tradition-bound. The development of markets is obstructed, the use of money is primarily consumptive, and the development of capitalism is impossible. B. Provisioning the services of socially privileged groups has very similar effects. Though not necessarily to the same extent, the development of markets is also limited in this case by the fact that the property and the productive capacity of the individual economic units are largely preempted for the ruler's needs. See furthermore, patrimonialism can resort to monopolistic want satisfaction, which in part may rely on profit-making enterprises, fee-taking, or taxation. In this case, the development of markets is, according to the type of monopolies involved, more or less seriously limited by irrational factors. The important openings for profit are in the hands of the ruler and of his administrative staff. Capitalism is thereby either directly obstructed, if the ruler maintains his own administration, or is diverted into political capitalism, if there is tax farming, leasing, or sale of offices, and capitalist provision for armies and administration, CCH2, Sector 3I. Even where it is carried out in money terms, the financing of patrimonialism and even more of sultanism tends to have irrational consequences for the following reasons. The obligations placed on sources of direct taxation tend both in amount and in kind to remain bound to tradition. At the same time there is complete freedom and hence arbitrariness in the determination of a, fees and b, of newly imposed obligations, and c, in the organization of monopolies. This element of arbitrariness is at least claimed as a right. It is historically most effective in case A, because the lord and his staff must be asked for the favor of action, far less effective in case B, and of varying effectiveness in case C. 2. Two bases of the rationalization of economic activity are entirely lacking, namely, a basis for the calculability of obligations and of the extent of freedom which will be allowed to private enterprise. D. In individual cases, however, patrimonial fiscal policy may have a 3. Traditional authority rationalizing effect by systematically cultivating its sources of taxation and by organizing monopolies rationally. This, however, is accidental and dependent on specific historical circumstances, some of which existed in the Occident. If there is a state-type division of powers, fiscal policy tends to be a result of compromise. This makes the burdens relatively predictable and eliminates or at least sharply limits the ruler's powers to impose new burdens and, above all, to create monopolies. /v Either the resulting fiscal policy tends to promote or to limit rational economic activity depends largely on the type of ruling group. Primarily, it depends on whether it is a feudal or a patrician stratum. The dominance of the feudal stratum tends, because the structure of feudalized powers of government is normally patrimonial, to set rigid limits to the freedom of acquisitive activity and the development of markets. It may even involve deliberate attempts to suppress them to protect the power of the feudal stratum. The predominance of a patrician urban stratum may have the opposite effect. What has been said abo /e must suffice for the present. It will be necessary to return to these questions repeatedly in different connections. 2. Examples for IA the oikos of ancient Egypt and in India, IB large parts of the Hellenistic world, the late Roman Empire, China, India, to some extent Russia and the Islamic states, IC Ptolemaic Egypt, to some extent the Byzantine Empire, and in a different way the regime of the Stuarts in England, ID the Occidental patrimonial states in the period of enlightened despotism, especially Colbert's policies. 2. It is not only the financial policy of most patrimonial regimes which tends to restrict the development of rational economic activity, but above all the general character of their administrative practices. This is true in the following respects. A. Traditionalism places serious obstacles in the way of formally rational regulations, which can be depended upon to remain stable and hence are calculable in their economic implications and exploitability. B. A staff of officials with formal technical training is typically absent. The fact that it developed in the patrimonial states of the Occident is, as will be shown, accounted for by unique conditions. This stratum developed for the most part out of sources wholly different from the general structure of patrimonialism. C. There is a wide scope for actual arbitrariness and the expression of purely personal whims on the part of the ruler and the members of his administrative staff. The opening for bribery and corruption, which is simply a matter of the disorganization of an unregulated system of fees, would be the least serious effect of this if it remained a constant quantity, because then it would become calculable in practice. But it tends to be a matter which is settled from case to case with every individual official and thus highly variable. If offices are leased, the incumbent is put in a position where it is to his immediate interest to get back the capital he has invested by any available means of extortion, however irrational. d. Patriarchalism and patrimonialism have an inherent tendency to regulate economic activity in terms of utilitarian, welfare or absolute values. This tendency stems from the character of the claim to legitimacy and the interest in the contentment of the subjects. It breaks down the type of formal rationality which is oriented to a technical legal order. This type of influence is decisive in the case of hierarchic patrimonialism. In the case of pure sultanism, on the other hand, it is fiscal arbitrariness which is likely to be most important. For all these reasons, under the dominance of a patrimonial regime only certain types of capitalism are able to develop: a. Capitalist trading, b. Capitalist tax farming, lease and sale of offices, c. Capitalist provision of supplies for the state and the financing of wars, d. Under certain circumstances, capitalist plantations and other colonial enterprises. All these forms are indigenous to patrimonial regimes and often reach a very high level of development. This is not, however, true of the type of profit-making enterprise with heavy investments in fixed capital and a rational organization of free labor which is oriented to the market purchases of private consumers. This type of capitalism is altogether too sensitive to all sorts of irrationalities in the administration of law, administration, and taxation, for these upset the basis of calculability. The situation is fundamentally different only in cases where a patrimonial ruler, in the interest of his own power and financial provision, develops a rational system of administration with technically specialized officials. For this to happen, it is necessary that technical training should be available. 2. There must be a sufficiently powerful incentive to embark on such a policy, usually the sharp competition between a plurality of patrimonial powers within the same cultural area. 3. A very special factor is necessary, namely, the participation of urban communes as a financial support in the competition of the patrimonial units. 1. The major forerunners of the modern, specifically Western form of capitalism are to be found in the organized urban communes of EU. 3. Traditional authority. Rope with their particular type of relatively rational administration. Its primary development took place from the 16th to the 18th centuries within the framework of the class structure and political organization, Stindische Politische Verband, of Holland and England, which were distinguished by the unusual power of the bourgeois strata and the preponderance of their economic interests. The fiscal and utilitarian imitations, which were introduced into the purely patrimonial or largely feudal Stindis, states of the continent, have in common with the Stuart system of monopolistic industry the fact that they do not stand in the main line of continuity with the later autonomous capitalistic development. This is true in spite of the fact that particular measures of agricultural and industrial policy so far, and because they were oriented to English, Dutch, and later to French, models, played a very important part in creating some of the essential conditions for this later development. All this will be discussed further on. 2. In certain fields the patrimonial states of the Middle Ages developed a type of formally rational administrative staff which consisted especially of persons with legal training both in the civil and the canon law, and which differed fundamentally from the corresponding administrative staffs in political bodies of any other time or place. It will be necessary later to inquire more fully into the sources of this development and into its significance. For the present it is not possible to go beyond the very general observations introduced above. J.B. Charismatic authority. I.O. Charismatic authority and charismatic community. The term charisma will be applied to a certain quality of an individual personality by virtue of which he is considered extraordinary and treated as endowed with supernatural, superhuman, or at least specifically exceptional powers or qualities. These are such as are not accessible to the ordinary person, but are regarded as of divine origin or as exemplary, and on the basis of them the individual concerned is treated as a leader. In primitive circumstances this peculiar kind of quality is thought of as resting on magical powers, whether of prophets, persons with a reputation for therapeutic or legal wisdom, leaders in the hunt, or heroes in war. How the quality in question would be ultimately judged from any ethical, aesthetic, or other such point of view is naturally entirely indifferent for purposes of definition. What is alone important is how the individual is actually regarded by those subject to charismatic authority, by his followers or disciples. For present purposes it will be necessary to treat a variety of different types as being endowed with charisma in this sense. It includes the state of a berserk whose spells of maniac passion have, apparently wrongly, sometimes been attributed to the use of drugs. In medieval Byzantium a group of these men endowed with the charisma of fighting frenzy was maintained as a kind of weapon. It includes the shaman, the magician who in the pure type has to be subject to epileptoid seizures as a means of falling into trances. Another type is represented by Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, who may have been a very sophisticated swindler, although this cannot be definitely established. Finally it includes the type of literature, such as Kurt Eisner VI who is overwhelmed by his own demagogic success. Value-free sociological analysis will treat all these on the same level as it does the charisma of men who are the greatest heroes, prophets, and saviors according to conventional judgments. It is recognition on the part of those subject to authority which is decisive for the validity of charisma. This recognition is freely given and guaranteed by what is held to be a proof, originally always a miracle, and consists in devotion to the corresponding revelation, hero worship, or absolute trust in the leader. But where charisma is genuine, it is not this which is the basis of the claim to legitimacy. This basis lies rather in the conception that it is the duty of those subject to charismatic authority to recognize its genuineness and to act accordingly. Psychologically this recognition is a matter of complete personal devotion to the possessor of the quality, arising out of enthusiasm, or of despair and hope. No prophet has ever regarded his quality as dependent on the attitudes of the masses toward him. No elective king or military leader has ever treated those who have resisted him or tried to ignore him otherwise than as delinquent in duty. Failure to take part in a military expedition under such leader, even though the recruitment is formally voluntary, has universally met with disdain. 2. If proof and success elude the leader for long, if he appears deserted by his god or his magical or heroic powers, above all, if his leadership fails to benefit his followers, it is likely that his charismatic authority will disappear. This is the genuine meaning of the divine right of kings, Gottes Nadentum. Even the old Germanic kings were sometimes rejected with scorn. Similar phenomena are very common among so-called primitive peoples. 4. Charismatic authority. In China the charismatic quality of the monarch, which was transmitted unchanged by heredity, was upheld so rigidly that any misfortune whatever, not only defeats in war, but drought, hoods, or astronomical phenomena which were considered unlucky, forced him to do public penance and might even force his abdication. If such things occurred, it was a sign that he did not possess the requisite charismatic virtue and was thus not a legitimate son of heaven. 3. An organized group subject to charismatic authority will be called a charismatic community, Gemeinde. It is based on an emotional form of communal relationship, Vergemeenschaptung. The administrative staff of a charismatic leader does not consist of officials, least of all are its members technically trained. It is not chosen on the basis of social privilege nor from the point of view of domestic or personal dependency. It is rather chosen in terms of the charismatic qualities of its members. The prophet has his disciples, the warlord his bodyguard, the leader, generally, his agents, Vertrauensmänner. There is no such thing as appointment or dismissal, no career, no promotion. There is only a call at the instance of the leader on the basis of the charismatic qualification of those he summons. There is no hierarchy, the leader merely intervenes in general or in individual cases when he considers the members of his staff lacking in charismatic qualification for a given task. There is no such thing as a bailiwick or definite sphere of competence, and no appropriation of official powers on the basis of social privileges. There may, however, be territorial or functional limits to charismatic powers and to the individual's mission. There is no such thing as a salary or a benefice. Disciples or followers tend to live primarily in a communistic relationship with their leader on means which have been provided by voluntary gift. There are no established administrative organs. In their place are agents who have been provided with charismatic authority by their chief or who possess charisma of their own. There is no system of formal rules, of abstract legal principles, and hence no process of rational judicial decision oriented to them. But equally there is no legal wisdom oriented to judicial precedent. Formally concrete judgments are newly created from case to case and are originally regarded as divine judgments and revelations. From a substantive point of view, every charismatic authority would have to subscribe to the proposition, "It is written, but I say unto you." The genuine prophet, like the genuine military leader and every true leader in this sense, preaches, creates, or demands new obligations most typically, by virtue of revelation, oracle, inspiration, or of his own will, which are recognized by the members of the religious, military, or party group because they come from such a source. Recognition is a duty. When such an authority comes into conflict with the competing authority of another who also claims charismatic sanction, the only recourse is to some kind of a contest, by magical means or an actual physical battle of the leaders. In principle, only one side can be right in such a conflict, the other must be guilty of a wrong which has to be expiated. Since it is extraordinary, charismatic authority is sharply opposed to rational, and particularly bureaucratic, authority, and to traditional authority, whether in its patriarchal, patrimonial, or estate variants, all of which are everyday forms of domination, while the charismatic type is the direct antithesis of this. Bureaucratic authority is specifically rational in the sense of being bound to intellectually analyzable rules, while charismatic authority is specifically irrational in the sense of being foreign to all rules. Traditional authority is bound to the precedents handed down from the past and to this extent is also oriented to rules. Within the sphere of its claims, charismatic authority repudiates the past, and is in this sense a specifically revolutionary force. It recognizes no appropriation of positions of power by virtue of the possession of property, either on the part of a chief or of socially privileged groups. The only basis of legitimacy for it is personal charisma so long as it is proved, that is, as long as it receives recognition and as long as the followers and disciples prove their usefulness charismatically. The above is scarcely in need of further discussion. What has been said applies to purely plebiscitary rulers. Napoleon's rule of genius elevated people of humble origin to thrones and high military commands, just as much as it applies to religious prophets or war heroes. 4. Pure charisma is specifically foreign to economic considerations. Wherever it appears, it constitutes a call in the most emphatic sense of the word, a mission or a spiritual duty. In the pure type, it disdains and repudiates economic exploitation of the gifts of grace as a source of income, though, to be sure, this often remains more an ideal than a fact. It is not that charisma always demands a renunciation of property or even of acquisition, as under certain circumstances prophets and their disciples do. The heroic warrior and his followers actively seek booty, the elective ruler or the charismatic party leader requires the material means of power. The former in addition requires a brilliant display of his authority to bolster his prestige. What is despised, so long as the genuinely charismatic type is adhered to, is traditional or rational everyday economizing, the attainment of a regular income by continuous economic activity devoted to T11 is end. Support by gifts, either on a grand scale involving donation. For charismatic authority endowment, bribery, and honoraria, or by begging, constitute the voluntary type of support. On the other hand, booty and extortion, whether by force or by other means, is the typical form of charismatic provision for needs. From the point of view of rational economic activity, charismatic want satisfaction is a typical anti-economic force. It repudiates any sort of involvement in the everyday routine world. It can only tolerate, with an attitude of complete emotional indifference, irregular, unsystematic acquisitive acts. In that it relieves the recipient of economic concerns. Dependence on property income can be the economic basis of a charismatic mode of life for some groups, but that is unusual for the normal charismatic revolutionary. The fact that incumbent of church office has been forbidden to the Jesuits is a rationalized application of this principle of discipleship. The fact that all the virtuosi of asceticism, the mendicant orders, and fighters for a faith belong in this category, is quite clear. Almost all prophets have been supported by voluntary gifts. The well-known saying of St. Paul, "If a man does not work, neither shall he eat," was directed against the parasitic swarm of charismatic missionaries. It obviously has nothing to do with a positive valuation of economic activity for its own sake, but only lays it down as a duty of each individual somehow to provide for his own support. This because he realized that the purely charismatic parable of the lilies of the field was not capable of literal application, but at best taking no thought for the morrow could be hoped for. On the other hand, in a case of a primarily artistic type of charismatic discipleship, it is conceivable that insulation from economic struggle should mean limitation of those really eligible to the economically independent, that is, to persons living on income from property. This has been true of the circle of Stephen George, at least in its primary intentions. In traditionalist periods, charisma is the great revolutionary force. The likewise revolutionary force of reason works from without, by altering the situations of life and hence its problems, finally in this way changing men's attitudes toward them, or it intellectualizes the individual. Charisma, on the other hand, may effect a subjective or internal reorientation born out of suffering, conflicts, or enthusiasm. It may then result in a radical alteration of the central attitudes and directions of action with a completely new orientation of all attitudes toward the different problems of the world. In pre-rationalistic periods, tradition and charisma between them have almost exhausted the whole of the orientation of action. The routinization of charisma. The rise of the charismatic community and the problem of succession. In its pure form, charismatic authority has a character specifically foreign to everyday routine structures. The social relationships directly involved are strictly personal, based on the validity and practice of charismatic personal qualities. If this is not to remain a purely transitory phenomenon, but to take on the character of a permanent relationship, a community of disciples or followers or a party organization or any sort of political or hierarchic organization, it is necessary for the character of charismatic authority to become radically changed. Indeed, in its pure form, charismatic authority may be said to exist only in statu nascendi. It cannot remain stable, but becomes either traditionalized or rationalized, or a combination of both. The following are the principal motives underlying this transformation: a. The ideal and also the material interests of the followers in the continuation and the continual reactivation of the community; b. The still stronger ideal and also stronger material interests of the members of the administrative staff, the disciples, the party workers, or others in continuing their relationship. Not only this, but they have an interest in continuing it in such a way that both from an ideal and a material point of view, their own position is put on a stable everyday basis. This means, above all, making it possible to participate in normal family relationships, or at least to enjoy a secure social position in place of the kind of discipleship which is cut off from ordinary worldly connections, notably in the family and in economic relationships. These interests generally become conspicuously evident with the disappearance of the personal charismatic leader and with the problem of succession. The way in which this problem is met, if it is met at all and the charismatic community continues to exist or now begins to emerge, is of crucial importance for the character of the subsequent social relationships. The following are the principal possible types of solution: a. The search for a new charismatic leader on the basis of criteria of the qualities which will fit him for the position of authority. The routinization of charisma. This is to be found in a relatively pure type in the process of choice of a new Dalai Lama. It consists in the search for a child with characteristics which are interpreted to mean that he is a reincarnation of the Buddha. This is very similar to the choice of the new bull of Apis. In this case, the legitimacy of the new charismatic leader is bound to certain distinguishing characteristics, thus, to rules with respect to which a tradition arises. The result is a process of traditionalization in favor of which the purely personal character of leadership is reduced. b. Revelation manifested in oracles, lots, divine judgments, or other techniques of selection. In this case, the legitimacy of the new leader is dependent on the legitimacy of the technique of his selection. This involves a form of legalization. It is said that at times the Shoftim judges of Israel had this character. Saul is said to have been chosen by the old war oracle. c. Designation on the part of the original charismatic leader of his own successor and his recognition on the part of the followers. This is a very common form. Originally, the Roman magistracies were filled entire in this wave. The SVSTCM Surye ed most Klgarlv into later times in the appointment of the dictator and in the institution of the interrex. 8. In this case, legitimacy is acquired through the act of designation. d. Designation of a successor by the charismatically qualified administrative staff and his recognition by the community. In its typical form, this process should quite definitely not be interpreted as election or nomination or anything of the sort. It is not a matter of free selection, but of one which is strictly bound to objective duty. It is not to be determined merely by majority vote, but is a question of arriving at the correct designation, the designation of the right person who is truly endowed with charisma. It is quite possible that the minority and not the majority should be right in such a case. Unanimity is often required. It is obligatory to acknowledge a mistake, and persistence in error is a serious offense. Making a wrong choice is a genuine wrong requiring expiation. Originally it was a magical offense. Nevertheless, in such a case it is easy for Leoidamak to take on the character of an acquired right which is justified by standards of the correctness of the process by which the position was acquired, for the most part, by its having been acquired in accordance with certain formalities such as coronation. This was the original meaning of the coronation of bishops and kings in the Western world by the clergy or the high nobility with the consent of the community. There are numerous analogous phenomena all over the world. The fact that this is the origin of the modem conception of election raises problems which will have to be gone into later. 9. The conception that charisma is a quality transmitted by heredity, thus that it is participated in by the kinsmen of its bearer, particularly by his closest relatives. This is the case of hereditary charisma. The order of hereditary succession in such a case need not be the same as that which is in force for appropriated rights, but may differ from it. It is also sometimes necessary to select the proper heir within the kinship group by some of the methods just spoken of. Thus in certain African states brothers have had to fight for the succession. In China, succession had to take place in such a way that the relation of the living group to the ancestral spirits was not disturbed. The rule either of seniority or of designation by the followers has been very common in the Orient. Hence, in the house of Osman, it used to be obligatory to kill off all other possible aspirants. Only in medieval Europe and in Japan, elsewhere sporadically, has the principle of primogeniture, as governing the inheritance of authority, become clearly established. This has greatly facilitated the consolidation of political groups in that it has eliminated struggle between a plurality of candidates from the same charismatic family. In the case of hereditary charisma, recognition is no longer paid to the charismatic qualities of the individual, but to the legitimacy of the position he has acquired by hereditary succession. This may lead in the direction either of traditionalization or of legalization. The concept of divine right is fundamentally altered and now comes to mean authority by virtue of a personal right which is not dependent on the recognition of those subject to authority. Personal charisma may be totally absent. Hereditary monarchy is a conspicuous illustration. In Asia there have been very numerous hereditary priesthoods, also, frequently, the hereditary charisma of kinship groups has been treated as a criterion of social rank and of eligibility for fiefs and benefices. F. The concept that charisma may be transmitted by ritual means from one bearer to another or may be created in a new person. The concept was originally magical. It involves a dissociation of charisma from a particular individual, making it an objective, transferable entity. In particular, it may become the charisma of office. In this case, the belief in legitimacy is no longer directed to the individual, but to the acquired qualities and to the effectiveness of the ritual acts. The most important example is the transmission of priestly charisma by anointing, consecration, or the laying on of hands, and of royal oath. V. The routinization of charisma authority, by anointing and by coronation. The character indelibilis thus acquired means that the charismatic qualities and powers of the office are emancipated from the personal qualities of the priest. For precisely this reason, this has, from the Donatist and the Montanist heresies down to the Puritan Revolution, been the subject of continual conflicts. The hireling of the Quakers is the preacher endowed with the charisma of office. R2. Types of appropriation by charismatic staff concomitant with the routinization of charisma with a view to ensuring adequate succession, go the interests in its routinization on the part of the administrative staff. It is only in the initial stages and so long as the charismatic leader acts in a way which is completely outside everyday social organization, that it is possible for his followers to live communistically in a community of faith and enthusiasm, on gifts, booty, or sporadic acquisition. Only the members of the small group of enthusiastic disciples and followers are prepared to devote their lives purely idealistically to their call. The great majority of disciples and followers will in the long run make their living out of their calling in a material sense as well. Indeed, this must be the case if the movement is not to disintegrate. Hence, the routinization of charisma also takes the form of the appropriation of powers and of economic advantages by the follow-ver or disciples, and of regulating recruitment. This process of traditionalization or of legalization, according to whether rational legislation is involved or not, may take any one of a number of typical forms. 1. The original basis of recruitment is personal charisma. However, with routinization, the followers or disciples may set up norms for recruitment, in particular involving training or tests of eligibility. Charisma lbkddbldh can on yeawen test, it cannot earn or tog t. All types of magical asceticism, as practiced by magicians and heroes, and all novitiates, belong in this category. These are means of closing the administrative staff. On the charismatic type of education, SECCH4 below unfinished. Only the proved novice is allowed to exercise authority. A genuine charismatic leader is in a position to oppose this type of prerequisite for membership. His successor is not free to do so, at least if he is chosen by the administrative staff. This type is illustrated by the magical and warrior asceticism of the men's house with initiation ceremonies and age groups. An individual who has not successfully gone through the initiation, remains a woman, that is, he is excluded from the charismatic group. 2. It is easy for charismatic norms to be transformed into those defining a traditional social status, on a hereditary charismatic basis. If the leader is chosen on a hereditary basis, the same is likely to happen in the selection and deployment of the staff and even the followers. The term clan state, Geschlechterstate, will be applied when a political body is organized strictly and completely in terms of this principle of hereditary charisma. In such a case, all appropriation of governing powers, of fiefs, benefices, and all sorts of economic advantages follow the same pattern. The result is that all powers and advantages of all sorts become traditionalized. The heads of families, who are traditional gerontocrats or patriarchs without personal charismatic legitimacy, regulate the exercise of these powers which cannot be taken away from their family. It is not the type of position he occupies which determines the rank of a man or of his family, but rather the hereditary charismatic rank of his family determines the position he will occupy. Japan, before the development of bureaucracy, was organized in this way. The same was undoubtedly true of China as well, where, before the rationalization which took place in the territorial states, authority was in the hands of the old families. Other types of examples are furnished by the caste system in India, and by Russia before the Mestnichestvo was introduced. Indeed, all hereditary social classes with established privileges belong in the same category. 3. The administrative staff may seek and achieve the creation and appropriation of individual positions and the corresponding economic advantages for its members. In that case, according to whether the tendency is to traditionalization or legalization, there will develop a. benefices, b. offices, or c. fiefs. In the first case a prebendal organization will result, in the second, patrimonialism or bureaucracy, in the third, feudalism. These revenue sources become appropriated and replace provision from gifts or booty without settled relation to the everyday economic structure. Case a. benefices may consist in rights to the proceeds of begging, to payments in kind, or to the proceeds of money taxes, or finally, to the proceeds of fees. The latter may result from the former through the regulation of the original provision by free gifts or by booty in terms of a rational organization or finance. Regularized begging is found in Buddhism, Bani pound ces in kind, in the Chinese and Japanese rice rents, support by money taxation has been. The routinization of charisma 25i. The rule in all the rationalized conquest states. The last case is common everywhere, especially on the part of priests and judges and, in India, even the military authorities. Case b. The transformation of the charismatic mission into an office, may have more of a patrimonial or more of a bureaucratic character. The former is much the more common, the latter is found principally in antiquity and in the modern Western world. Elsewhere it is exceptional. In case c. only land may be appropriated as a fief, whereas the position as such retains its originally charismatic character or powers and authority may be fully appropriated as fiefs. It is difficult to distinguish the two cases. However, orientation to the charismatic character of the position was slow to disappear, also in the Middle Ages. I2a. Status, honor and the legitimation of authority. For charisma to be transformed into an everyday phenomenon, it is necessary that its anti-economic character should be altered. It must be adapted to some form of fiscal organization to provide for the needs of the group and hence to the economic conditions necessary for raising taxes and contributions. /I/Lhan A charismatic movement develops in the direction of prebendal provision, the laity becomes differentiated from the clergy derived from kapo, meaning a share dash, that is, the participating members of the charismatic administrative staff which has now become routinized. These are the priests of the developing church. Correspondingly, in a developing political body the state in the rational case vassals, benefice holders, officials or appointed party officials, instead of voluntary party workers and functionaries, are differentiated FHROM-TE taxpayers. This process is very conspicuous in Buddhism and in the Hindu sects. See the sociology of religion below. The same is true in all conquest states which have become rationalized to form permanent structures, also of parties and other originally charismatic structures. It follows that, in the course of routinization, the charismatically ruled organization is largely transformed into one of the everyday authorities, the patrimonial form, especially in its estate type or bureaucratic variant. Its original peculiarities are apt to be retained in the charismatic status honor acquired by heredity or office holding. This applies to all who participate in the appropriation, the chief himself and the members. 252. Of his staff. It is thus a matter of the type of prestige enjoyed by ruling groups. A hereditary monarch by divine right is not a simple patrimonial chief, patriarch, or sheik. A vassal is not a mere household retainer or official. Further details must be deferred to the analysis of status groups. As a rule, routinization is not free of conflict. In the early stages, personal claims on the charisma of the chief are not easily forgotten, and the conflict between the charisma of the office or of hereditary status with personal charisma is a typical process in many historical situations. 1. The power of absolution, that is, the power to absolve from mortal sins, was held originally only by personal charismatic martyrs or ascetics, but became transformed into a power of the office of bishop or priest. This process was much slower in the Orient than in the Occident, because in the latter it was influenced by the Roman conception of office. Revolutions under a charismatic leader, directed against hereditary charismatic powers or the powers of office, are to be found in all types of organizations, from states to trade unions. This last is particularly conspicuous at the present time, 1918/20. The more highly developed the interdependence of different economic units in a monetary economy, the greater the pressure of the everyday needs of the followers of the charismatic movement becomes. The effect of this is to strengthen the tendency to routinization, which is everywhere operative, and as a rule has rapidly won out. Charisma is a phenomenon typical of prophetic movements or of expansive political movements in their early stages. But as soon as domination is well established, and above all as soon as control over large masses of people exists, it gives way to the forces of everyday routine. 2. One of the decisive motives underlying all cases of the routinization of charisma is naturally the striving for security. This means legitimization, on the one hand, of positions of authority and social prestige, on the other hand, of the economic advantages enjoyed by the followers and sympathizers of the leader. Another important motive, however, lies in the objective necessity of adapting the order and the staff organization to the normal, everyday needs and conditions of carrying on administration. In this connection, in particular, there are always points at which traditions of administrative practice and of judicial decision can take hold, as these are needed by the normal administrative staff and those subject to its authority. It is further necessary that there should be some definite order introduced into the organization of the administrative staff itself. Finally, as will be discussed in detail below, it is necessary for the administrative staff and all its administrative practices to be adapted to everyday economic conditions. It is not possible for the costs of permanent, routine administration to be met by booty, contributions, gifts, and hospitality, as is typical of the pure type of military and prophetic charisma. V. The routinization of charisma. 3. The process of routinization is thus not by any means confined to the problem of succession and does not stop when this has been solved. On the contrary, the most fundamental problem is that of making a transition from a charismatic administrative staff, and the corresponding principles of administration, to one which is adapted to everyday conditions. The problem of succession, however, is crucial because through it comes the routinization of the charismatic focus of the structure. In it, the character of the leader himself and of his claim to legitimacy is altered. This process involves peculiar and characteristic conceptions which are understandable only in this context and do not apply to the problem of transition to traditional or legal patterns of order and types or administrative organization. The most important of the modes of meeting the problem of succession are the charismatic designation of a successor and hereditary charisma. For, as has already been noted, the most important historical example of designation by the charismatic leader of his own successor is Rome. For the Rex, this arrangement is attested by tradition, while for the appointment of the dictator and of the co-emperor and successor in the Principate, it has existed in historical times. The way in which all the higher magistrates were invested with the imperium shows clearly that they also were designated as successors by the military commander, subject to recognition by the citizen army. The fact that candidates were examined by the magistrate in office and that originally they could be excluded on what were obviously arbitrary grounds shows clearly what was the nature of the development. 5. The most important examples of designation of a successor by the charismatic followers of the leader are to be found in the election of bishops, and particularly of the Pope, by the original system of designation by the clergy and recognition by the lay community. The investigations of Eustace have made it probable that the election of the German king was modeled on that of the bishops. he was designated by a group of qualified princes and recognized by the people, that is, those bearing arms. Similar arrangements are very common. The classical case of the development of hereditary charisma is that of caste in India. All occupational qualifications, and in particular all the qualifications for positions of authority and power, have there come to be regarded as strictly bound to the inheritance of charisma. Eligibility for fiefs, involving governing powers, was limited to members of the royal kinship group, the fiefs being granted by the eldest of the group. All types of religious office, including the extraordinarily important and influential position of guru, the directeur de l'âme, /vir treated as bound to hereditary charismatic qualities. The same is true of all sorts of relations to traditional customers and of all positions in the village organization, such as priest, barber, laundryman, watchman, etc. The foundation of a sect always meant the development of a hereditary hierarchy, as was true also of Taoism in China. Also in the Japanese. 254 The types of legitimate domination ch. Il. Feudal state, before the introduction of a patrimonial officialdom on the Chinese model, which then led to prebends and a new feudalization, social organization was based purely on hereditary charisma. This kind of hereditary charismatic right to positions of authority has been developed in similar ways all over the world. Qualification by virtue of individual achievement has been replaced by qualification by birth. This is everywhere the basis of the development of hereditary aristocracies, in the Roman nobility, in the concept of the stirps regia, which Tacitus describes among the Germans, in the rules of eligibility to tournaments and monasteries in the late Middle Ages, and even in the genealogical research conducted on behalf of the parvenu aristocracy of the United States. Indeed, this is to be found everywhere where hereditary status groups have become established. Relationship to the economy, the process of routinization of charisma is in very important respects identical with adaptation to the conditions of the economy, since this is the principal continually operating force in everyday life. Economic conditions in this connection play a leading role and do not constitute merely a dependent variable. To a very large extent the transition to hereditary charisma or the charisma of office serves as a means of legitimizing existing or recently acquired powers of control over economic goods. Along with the ideology of loyalty, which is certainly by no means unimportant, allegiance to hereditary monarchy in particular is very strongly influenced by the consideration that all inherited and legitimately acquired property would be endangered if people stopped believing in the sanctity of hereditary succession to the throne. It is hence by no means fortuitous that hereditary monarchy is more adequate to the propertied strata than to the proletariat. Beyond this, it is not possible to say anything in general terms, which would at the same time be substantial and valuable, on the relations of the various possible modes of adaptation to the economic order. This must be reserved to the more detailed treatment. The development of a prebendal structure of feudalism and the appropriation of all sorts of advantages on a hereditary charismatic basis may in all cases have the same stereotyping effect on the economic order if they develop from charismatic starting points as if they developed from early patrimonial or bureaucratic stages. In economic respects, too, the revolutionary impact of charisma is usually tremendous. At first, it is often destructive, because it means new modes of orientation. But routinization leads to the exact reverse. The economics of charismatic revolutions will have to be discussed separately, it is a different matter altogether. 6. Feudalism. 6. Feudalism. I2H. Occidental feudalism and its con-ICT with patrimonialism. The case noted above, under Sector 12, 3c the fief, requires separate discussion. This is because a structure of domination may develop out of it which is different both from patrimonialism and from genuine or hereditary charisma and which has had a very great historical significance, namely, feudalism. \VE will distinguish two types, the one based on fiefs, lehens feudalismus, and the other based on benefices, prebendal feudalism. All other forms in which the use of land is granted in exchange for military service really have a patrimonial character and hence will not be treated here separately. For the different kinds of benefices will be discussed later in detail. A fief involves the following elements: 1. The appropriation of powers and rights of exercising authority. Appropriation as a fief may apply only to powers relevant within a master's household, or it may be extended to include those of a political association. The latter type may be restricted to economic rights, that is, fiscal rights, or it may also include political /ers proper. Fiefs are granted in return for specific services. Normally they are primarily of a military character, but they may also include administrative functions. The grant of the fief takes a very specific form. It is carried out, 2. On a purely personal basis for the lifetime of the lord and of the recipient of the fief, his vassal. 3. The relationship is established by a contract, thus it is supposed that the vassal is a free man. 4. If feudalism is based on fiefs, the recipient adheres to the style of life of a knightly status group. 5. The contract of fealty is not an ordinary business contract, but establishes a solidary, fraternal relationship which involves reciprocal obligations of loyalty, to be sure, on a legally unequal basis. These obligations are upheld by a. knightly status honor, and b. are clearly delimited. The transition pointed out above at the end of section 12, i.e., from mere appropriation of land to full appropriation of powers, takes place a. when fiefs are appropriated hereditarily, subject only to the condition that each new vassal have the necessary qualifications and will pledge fealty to his lord, and the existing vassals will do so to a new lord. /3. When the feudal administrative staff compels the lord to fill every vacancy, Li Hes Wang, since all fiefs are considered part of the maintenance fund for the members of the knightly status group. The #rst step took place relatively early in the Middle Ages, the second, later on. The struggle of kings and princes with their vassals were above all directed, though not usually explicitly, toward the elimination of this principle, since it prevented the rise of a patrimonial regime. b. If an administration is based completely on the granting of fiefs and lehens, feudalism has never been historically realized in the pure type any more than has pure patrimonialism. This involves the following features: I. The authority of the lord is reduced to the likelihood that the vassals will remain faithful to their oaths of fealty. 2. The political association is completely replaced by a system of relations of purely personal loyalty between the lord and his vassals, and between these in turn and their own sub-vassals, sub-infeudation, and so on. Only a lord's own vassals are bound to fealty to him, whereas they in turn can claim the fealty of their own vassals, and so on. 3. Only in the case of a felony does the lord have a right to deprive his vassal of his fief, and the same in turn applies to the vassal in his relation to his own vassal. When such a case, however, arises, in enforcing his rights against a vassal who has broken the oath of fealty, the lord is dependent on the help of his other vassals or on the passivity of the sub-vassals of the guilty party. Either source of support can only be counted on when the relevant group recognizes that a felony has actually been committed. However, even then the overlord cannot count on the non-interference of sub-vassals unless he has at least been able to secure recognition on their part of the principle that a struggle against an overlord is an exceptional state. Overlords have always attempted to establish this principle, but not always with success. 4. There is a hierarchy of social rank corresponding to the hierarchy of fiefs through the process of sub-infeudation, the order of the Heereschild in the mirror of Saxon law, Sachsenspiegel. This is not, however, a judicious and administrative hierarchy, for whether an order or a decision can be challenged and to what authority appeal can be made is in principle a matter for the respective court of appeals, a Hof. 6. Feudalism and does not depend on the hierarchy of feudal relationships. It is theoretically possible for the Hof authority to be granted to a status equal of the local judicial lord, but in practice this was not the case. 5. The elements in the population who do not hold fiefs involving patrimonial or political authority are subjects, Hintersassen, that is, they are patrimonial dependents. They are dependent on the holders of fiefs to the extent that their traditional status determines or permits it, or so far as the coercive power in the hands of the possessors of military fiefs compels it, since they are to a large extent defenseless. Just as the Supreme Lord is under obligation to grant land in fief, those who do not hold fiefs are always under the authority of a lord. In both cases the rule is, nul terra sans seigneur. The sole survival of the old immediate political powers of the ruler is the principle, which is almost always recognized, that political authority, particularly judicial authority, is turned over to the ruler whenever he is personally present. 6. Powers over the household, including domains, slaves, and serfs, the fiscal rights of the political group to the receipt of taxes and contributions, and specifically political powers of jurisdiction and compulsion to military service. Thus powers over free men all become objects of feudal grants in the same way. However, as a rule the strictly political powers are subject to special regulation. In ancient China the granting of economic income in fiefs and of territorial authority were distinguished in name as well as in fact. The distinctions in name are not found in the European L/1 Middle Ages, but there were clear distinctions in the holder's status and in numerous other particular points. It is not usual for political powers to be fully appropriated in the same way as property rights in fiefs. Numerous transitional forms and irregularities remain. One conspicuous difference is the existence of a status distinction between those enjoying only economic or fiscal rights and those with strictly political powers, notably judicial and military authority. Only the latter are political vassals. It goes without saying that whenever Lehen's feudalism is highly developed, the overlord's authority is precarious. This is because it is very dependent on the voluntary obedience and hence the purely personal loyalty of the members of the administrative staff, who, by virtue of the feudal structure, are themselves in possession of the means of administration. Hence, the latent struggle for authority becomes chronic between the lord and his vassal, and the ideal extent of feudal authority has never been effectively carried out in practice or remained effective on a permanent basis. Rather, the feudal lord may attempt to improve his position in one of the following ways: a. He may not rely on the purely personal loyalty of his vassals, but may attempt to secure his position by limiting or forbidding subinfeudation. This was common in Western feudalism, but often was initiated by the administrative staff in the interest of their own power. The same was true of the alliance of princes in China in 630 BC. He may attempt to establish the principle that the fealty of a sub-vassal to his immediate lord is void in case of war against the higher lord. Or, if possible, the attempt is made to obligate the sub-vassal to direct fealty to him, the liege lord. b. The feudal chief may seek to implement his control of the administration of political powers in a variety of ways. He may grant all the subjects a right of appeal to him or his courts. He may station supervising agents at the courts of his political vassals. He may attempt to enforce a right to collect taxes from the subjects of all his vassals. He may appoint certain officials of the political vassals. Finally, he may attempt to enforce the principle that all political authority is forfeited to him in his personal presence or beyond that to any agent he designates, and that he, as the supreme lord, is entitled to try any case in his own court at will. c. It is possible for a supreme lord to attain and maintain his power against vassals, as well as against other types of holders of appropriated authority, only if he creates or recreates an administrative staff under his personal control and organizes it in an appropriate manner. There are three main possibilities. 1. It may be a patrimonial staff. This was to a large extent what happened in the European Middle Ages and in Japan in the bakufu of the shogun, who exercised a very effective control over the feudal daimyos. 2. It may be an extra patrimonial staff recruited from a status group with literary education. The principal examples are clerical officials, whether Christian or Brahmin, Kaists, Buddhist, Lamaist, or Mohammedan, Zoroa or humanists, such as the Confucian scholars in China. On the peculiarities of such groups and their immense importance for cultural development, ch. 4 unfinished. 3. or it may be a group of technically trained officials, particularly legal and military specialists. 6. Feudalism 2. 59. This was proposed in China in the 11th century by Wang and Shi, but by that time it was directed against the classical scholars and not the feudal magnates. In the Occident, such a bureaucracy was recruited for civil administration from university-trained men. In the Church the primary training was in the canon law, in the state, the Roman law. In England, it was the common law, which had, however, been rationalized under the influence of Roman modes of thought. In this development lie some origins of the modem/vestem state. The development of Western military organization took a somewhat different course. The feudal organization was first replaced by capitalistic military entrepreneurs, the condottieri. These structures were in turn appropriated by the territorial princes with the development of a rational administration of royal finance from the 17th century on. In England and France, it happened somewhat earlier. This struggle of the feudal chief with his feudal administrative staff in the /1/Eastern world, though not in Japan, largely coincided with his struggle against the power of corporately organized privileged groups, Ständekorporationen. In modern times it everywhere issued in the ruler's victory, and that meant in bureaucratic administration. This happened first in the Western world, then in Japan, in India, and perhaps also in China. It happened in the wake of foreign rule. Along with purely historical power constellations, economic conditions have played a very important part in this process in the Western world. Above all, it was influenced by the rise of the bourgeoisie in the towns, which had an organization peculiar to Europe. It was in addition aided by the competition for power by means of rational, that is, bureaucratic administration among the different states. This led, from fiscal motives, to a crucially important alliance with capitalistic interests, as will be shown later. R2C. Prehendal feudalism and other variants. Not every kind of feudalism involves the fief in the Occidental sense. In addition, there is above all, a prebendal feudalism, which has a fiscal basis. This was typical of the Islamic Near East and of India under the Mughals. On the other hand, ancient Chinese feudalism before the time of Shi Huangti had at least in part a structure of fiefs, though benefices were also involved. Japanese feudalism also involved fiefs, but they were subject in the case of the daimyos to a rather stringent control on the part of the supreme lord, bakufu, and the fiefs of the samurai and the byuk were really benefices of ministerials, although they often came to be appropriated, which were registered according to their yield in terms of rice rent, kokudaka. Prebendal feudalism exists when, benefices which are valued and granted according to the income they yield are appropriated and where, 2, appropriation is, in principle, though not always effectively, carried out only on a personal basis in accordance with services, thus involving the possibility of promotion. This was, at least from the legal point of view, true of the benefices held by the Turkish sipahi. Finally and above all, 3, it does not involve primarily a free relation of personal fealty arising from a contract of personal loyalty with the lord as the basis of a particular fief. It is rather a matter primarily of fiscal considerations in the context of a system of financing which is otherwise patrimonial, often sultanistic. This is for the most part made evident by the fact that the prebends are assessed according to their tax value. It is very common for the Lelians feudalismus to originate in a system of want satisfaction of the political group on the basis of a purely natural economy and in terms of personal obligations, personal services and military services. The principal motive is to replace the insufficiently trained popular levy, whose members can no longer equip themselves and are needed in the economy, with a well-trained and equipped army of knights who are bound to their chief by personal honor. Prebendal feudalism, on the other hand, usually originates in the reversion from monetary financing to financing in kind. The following are the principal reasons leading to such a policy: a. The transfer of the risk involved in fluctuating income to an entrepreneur, that is, a sort of tax farming. A. rights to such income may be transferred in return for undertaking to supply certain particular army contingents, such as cavalry, sometimes war chariots, armored troops, supply trains, or artillery, for a patrimonial army. This was common in the Chinese Middle Ages. Quotas for the army in each of the different categories were established for a particular territorial area. Either in addition to this or alone, prebendal feudalism may be established as a means of /3, meeting the costs of civil administration, and of securing tax payments for the royal treasury. This was common in India, in return for these various services, in the first instance to enable those who undertook them to meet their obligations, an appropriation of governmental power in varying degrees and respects was permitted. Such appropriation has usually been for a limited period and subject to 6. Feudalism. Purchase. But when means to do this have been lacking, it has often in fact been definitive. Those who hold such definiti/ily appropriated powers then become, at the very least, landlords, as opposed to mere landowners, and often come into the possession of extensive political powers. This process has been typical abo/e all of India. It is the source of the powers over land of the zamindars, the jagirdars, and the twantlukdars. It is also found in a large part of the Near East, as C.H. Becker has clearly shown. He was the first to understand the difference from the European fief. 11. The primary basis lies in the leasing of taxes. As a secondary consequence, it developed into a monoreal system. The Roumanian boyars, the descendants of the most heterogeneous society the world has ever seen, of Jews, Germans, Greeks, and various others, were also tax farmers who on this basis appropriated governing authority. b. Inability to pay the contingents of a patrimonial army may lead to an usurpation of the sources of taxation on their part, which is subsequently legalized. The result is that appropriation of the land and of the subjects is carried out by the officers and members of the army. This was true of the famous Khans of the empire of the Caliphs. It was the source or the model for all forms of Oriental appropriation, including the Mamluk army, which was formally composed of slaves. It is by no means inevitable that this should lead to systematic registration as a basis for the granting of benefices. But this is a readily available course and has often actually been followed out. /VE shall not yet discuss how far the fiefs of the Turkish Sipahi were genuine fiefs or whether they were closer to benefices. From a legal point of view, promotion according to achievement was possible. It is clear that the two types of feudalism are connected by gradual imperceptible transitions, and that it is seldom possible to classify cases with complete definiteness under one category or the other. Furthermore, prebendal feudalism is closely related to a purely prebendal organization, and there are also gradual transitions in this direction. According to an imprecise terminology, in addition to the fief resting on a free contract with the lord and the feudal benefice, there is, b. so-called polis feudalism, resting on a real or fictitious synoikism of landlords. These enjoy equal rights in the conduct of a purely military mode of life with high status honor. The economic aspect of the kolros is the plot of land which is appropriated by qualified persons on a personal basis and passed on by individual hereditary succession. It is cultivated by the services of unfree persons assigned as the property of the status group and forms the basis of provision of military equipment. This type is found only in Greece, in fully developed form, only in Sparta, and originated out of the men's house. It has been called feudalism because of the set of conventions regulating status honor and of the clement of chivalry in the mode of life of a group of landlords. This is hardly legitimate usage. In Rome the term fundus corresponds to the Greek kolros. There is, however, no information available about the organization of the curia. Coviria equals the Greek andrion, the men's house. We do not know how far it was similar to the Greek. The term feudal is often used in a very broad sense to designate all military strata, institutions, and conventions which involve any sort of status privileges. This usage will be avoided here as entirely too vague. See, the second doubtful type is called feudalism for the opposite reason. The fief is present but, on the other hand, is not acquired by a free contract, fraternization either with a lord or with equals, but is bestowed by the order of a patrimonial chief. On the other hand, it may not be administered in the spirit of a knightly mode of life. Finally, both criteria may be absent. Thus there may be service fiefs held by dependent knights, or, conversely, fiefs may be freely acquired but their holders are not subject to a code of chivalry. Finally, fiefs may be granted to clients, coloni, or slaves who are employed as fighting forces. All these cases will be treated here as bene ces. The case of dependent knights is illustrated by Occidental and Oriental ministerials, in Japan by the samurai. Freely recruited soldiers without a chivalrous code are known to the Orient. This was probably the origin of the Ptolemaic military organization. When the hereditary appropriation of service land has led further to the appropriation of the military function as such, the end result is a typical liturgical organization of the state. The third type, the use of unfree military forces, is typical of the so-called warrior caste of ancient Egypt, of the Mame-1 of medieval Egypt, and of various other unfree Oriental and Chinese warriors. These have not always been granted rights in land, but such an arrangement is common. In such cases, it is imprecise to speak of feudalism, since it involves military status groups, which, at least from a formal point of view, occupy a negatively privileged position. They will be discussed in Chapter 4. I3. Combinations of the different types of authority. The above discussion makes it quite evident that ruling organizations which belong only to one or another of these pure types are very exceptional. Furthermore, in relation to legal and traditional authority, 6. Feudalism especially, certain important types, such as the collegial form and some aspects of the feudal, have either not been discussed at all or have been barely suggested. In general, it should be kept clearly in mind that the basis of every authority, and correspondingly of every kind of willingness to obey, is a belief by virtue of which persons exercising authority are lent prestige. The composition of this belief is seldom altogether simple. In the case of legal authority, it is never purely legal. The belief in legality comes to be established and habitual, and this means it is partly traditional. Violation of the tradition may be fatal to it. Furthermore, it has a charismatic element, at least in the negative sense that persistent and striking lack of success may be sufficient to ruin any government, to undermine its prestige, and to prepare the way for charismatic revolution. For monarchies, hence, it is dangerous to lose wars since that makes it appear that their charisma is no longer genuine. For republics, on the other hand, striking victories may be dangerous in that they put the victorious general in a favorable position for making charismatic claims. Groups approximating the purely traditional type have certainly existed. But they have never been stable indefinitely and, as is also true of bureaucratic authority, have seldom been without a head who had a personally charismatic status by heredity or office. Under certain circumstances, the charismatic chief can be different from the traditional one. Everyday economic needs have been met under the leadership of traditional authorities, whereas certain exceptional ones, like hunting and the quest of booty in war, have had charismatic leadership. The idea of the possibility of legislation is also relatively ancient, though for the most part it has been legitimized by oracles. Above all, however, whenever the recruitment of an administrative staff is drawn from extrapatrimonial sources, the result is a type of official which can be differentiated from those of legal bureaucracies only in terms of the ultimate basis of their authority and not in terms of formal status. Similarly, entirely pure charismatic authority, including the hereditary charismatic type, etc., is rare. It is not impossible, as in the case of Napoleon, for the strictest type of bureaucracy to issue directly from a charismatic movement, or, if not that, all sorts of prebendal and feudal types of organization. Hence, the kind of terminology and classification set forth above has in no sense the aim. Indeed, it could not have it to be exhaustive or to confine the whole of historical reality in a rigid scheme. Its usefulness is derived from the fact that in a given case it is possible to distinguish what aspects of a given organized group can legitimately be identified as falling under or approximating one or another of these categories. For certain purposes this is unquestionably an important advantage. For all types of authority the fact of the existence and continual functioning of an administrative staff is vital. For the habit of obedience cannot be maintained without organized activity directed to the application and enforcement 8F the order. It is, indeed, the existence of such activity which is usually meant by the term organization 12. For this to exist in turn, it is essential that there should be an adequate degree of the solidarity of interests, both on the ideal and material levels, of the members of the administrative staff with their chief. It is fundamental in understanding the relation of the chief to these members that, so far as this solidarity exists, the chief is stronger than any individual member but is weaker than the members taken together. It is, however, by all means necessary for the members of an administrative staff to enter into a deliberate agreement in order to obstruct or even consciously oppose their chief so successfully that the leadership of the chief becomes impotent. Similarly, any individual who sets out to destroy a rulership must, if he is going to take over the position of power, build up an administrative staff of his own, unless he is in a position to count on the connivance and cooperation of the existing staff against their previous leader. Solidarity of interest with the chief is maximized at the point where both the legitimacy of the status of the members and the provision for their economic needs is dependent on the chief retaining his position. For any given individual, the possibility of escaping this solidarity varies greatly according to the structure. It is most difficult where there is complete separation from the means of administration, thus in purely traditional patriarchal structures, under pure patrimonialism and in bureaucratic organizations resting on formal rules. It is easiest where fiefs or benefices have been appropriated by socially privileged groups. It is most important, finally, to realize that historical reality involves a continuous, though for the most part latent, conflict between chiefs and their administrative staffs for appropriation and expropriation in relation to one another. For almost all of cultural development, it has been crucial in what way the struggle has worked out and what has been the character of the stratum of officials dependent upon the chief which has helped him win out in his struggle against the feudal classes or other groups enjoying appropriated powers. In different cases it has been ritually trained literati, the clergy, purely secular clients, household officials, legally trained persons, technically specialized financial officials, or private honorateurs, about whom more will be said later. One of the reasons why the character of these struggles and of their 6 feudalism outcome has been so important, not only to the history of administration as such, but to that of culture generally, is that the type of education has been determined by them and with it the modes of status group formation. Both the extent and the way in which the members of an administrative staff are bound to their chief will vary greatly according to whether they receive salaries, opportunities for profit, allowances, or fiefs. It is, however, a factor common to all of these that anything which endangers the legitimacy of the chief who has granted and who guarantees them, tends at the same time to endanger the legitimacy of these forms of income and the positions of power and prestige which go with membership in the administrative staff. This is one of the reasons why legitimacy, which is often so much neglected in analyzing such phenomena, plays a crucially important role. The history of the dissolution of the old system of domination legitimate in Germany up until 1918 is instructive in this connection. The war, on the one hand, went far to break down the authority of tradition, and the German defeat involved a tremendous loss of prestige for the government. These factors combined with systematic habituation to illegal behavior, undermined the amenability to discipline both in the army and in industry and thus prepared the way for the overthrow of the older authority. At the same time, the wave in which the old administrative staff continued to function and the valve in which its order was simply taken over by the new supreme authorities, is a striking example of the extent to which, under rationalized bureaucratic conditions, the individual member of such a staff is inescapably bound to his technical function. As it has been noted above, This fact is by no means adequately explained by the private economic interests of the members, their concern for their jobs, salaries, and pensions, although it goes without saying that these considerations were not unimportant to the great majority of officials. In addition to this, however, the disinterested ideological factor has been crucial. For the breakdown of administrative organization would, under such conditions, have meant a breakdown of the provision of the whole population, including, of course, the officials themselves, with even the most elementary necessities of life. Hence an appeal was made to the sense of duty of officials, and this was successful. Indeed, the objective necessity of this attitude has been recognized even by the previous holders of power and their sympathizers. 3. In the course of the past revolution in Germany, a new administrative staff came into being in the Soviets of workers and soldiers. In the first place, it was necessary to develop a technique of organizing these new staffs. Furthermore, their development was closely dependent on the war, notably the possession of weapons by the revolutionary element. Without this factor, the revolution would not have been possible at all. This and its historical analogies will be discussed below. It was only by the rise of charismatic leaders against the legal authorities and by the development around them of groups of charismatic followers, that it was possible to take power away from the old authorities. It was furthermore only through the maintenance of the old bureaucratic organization that power once achieved could be retained. Previous to this situation, every revolution which has been attempted under modern conditions has failed completely because of the indispensability of trained officials and of the lack of its own organized staff. The conditions under which previous revolutions have succeeded have been altogether different. See below, the chapter on the theory of revolutions. Unwritten. 4. The overthrow of authority on the initiative of the administrative staff has occurred in the past under a wide variety of conditions. Some form of association of the members of the staff has always been a necessary prerequisite. According to the circumstances, it might have more the character of a limited conspiracy or more that of a general solidarity. This is peculiarly difficult under the conditions to which the modern official is subject, but as the Russian case has shown, it is not altogether impossible. As a general rule, however, such association does not go further than the kind which is open to workers through the ordinary procedure of the strike. 5. The patrimonial character of a body of officials is above all manifested in the fact that admission involves a relation of personal dependency. In the Carolingian system, one became a pure regis, under the Angevins, a familiaris. Survivals of this have persisted for a very long time. VLL. The transformation of charisma 1Na. Democratic direction. 14. Democratic legitimacy, plebiscitary leadership, and elected officialdom. 13. The basically authoritarian principle of charismatic legitimation may be subject to an anti-authoritarian interpretation, for the validity of charismatic authority rests entirely on recognition by the ruled, on proof before their eyes. To be sure, this recognition of a charismatically qualified, and hence legitimate, person is treated as a duty. But when the charismatic organization undergoes progressive rationalization, it is readily possible that, instead of recognition being treated as a cons. 7. The transformation of charisma gwints of legitimacy, it is treated as the basis of legitimacy, democratic legitimacy. Then designation of a successor by an administrative staff becomes pres-election, by the predecessor himself nomination, whereas recognition by the group becomes an election. The personally legitimate charismatic leader becomes leader by the grace of those who follow him, since the latter are formally free to elect and even to depose him, just as the loss of charisma and its efficacy had involved the loss of genuine legitimacy. Now he is the freely elected leader. Correspondingly, the recognition of charismatic decrees and judicial decisions on the part of the community shifts to the belief that the group has a right to enact, recognize, or appeal laws, according to its own free will, both in general and for an individual case. Under genuinely charismatic authority, on the other hand, conflicts over the correct law may actually be decided by a group vote, but this takes place under the pressure of feeling that there can be only one correct decision, and it is a matter of duty to arrive at this. However, in the new interpretation, the treatment of law approaches the case of legal authority. The most important transitional type is the legitimation of authority by plebiscite, plebiscitary leadership. The most common examples are the modern party leaders. But it is always present in cases where the chief feels himself to be acting on behalf of the masses and is indeed recognized by them. Both the Napoleons are classical examples, in spite of the fact that legitimation by plebiscite took place only after they seized power by force. The second Napoleon also resorted to the plebiscite after a severe loss of prestige. Regardless of how its real value as an expression of the popular will may be regarded, the plebiscite has been the specific means of deriving the legitimacy of authority from the confidence of the mild, even though the voluntary nature of such confidence is only formal or fictitious. Once the elective principle has been applied to the chief by a reinterpretation of charisma, it may be extended to the administrative staff. Elective officials whose legitimacy is derived from the confidence of the ruled and who are therefore subject to recall, are typical of certain democracies, for instance, the United States. They are not bureaucratic types. Because they have an independent source of legitimacy, they are not strongly integrated into a hierarchical order. To a large extent their promotion and assignment is not influenced by their superiors. There are analogies in other cases where several charismatic structures, /H are qualitatively heterogeneous, exist side by side, as in the relations of the Dalai Lama and the Tashi Lama. Such an administrative /E structure is greatly inferior as a precision instrument compared to the bureaucratic type with its appointed officials. One plebiscitary democracy, the most important type of Führerdemokratie, is a variant of charismatic authoritative, which hides behind a legitimacy that is formally derived from the will of the governed. The leader, demagogue, rules by virtue of the devotion and trust which his political followers have in him personally. In the first instance his power extends only over those recruited to his following, but if they can hand over the government to him he controls the whole polity. The type is best illustrated by the dictators who emerged in the revolutions of the ancient world and of modern times, the Hellenic Isamniti, tyrants and demagogues, in Rome Gracchus and his successors, in the Italian city-states the Capitani del Popolo and mayors, and certain types of political leaders in the German cities such as emerged in the democratic dictatorship of Zurich. In modern states the best examples are the dictatorship of Cromwell, and the leaders of the French Revolution and of the First and Second Empire. Wherever attempts have been made to legitimize this kind of exercise of power, legitimacy has been sought in recognition by the sovereign people through a plebiscite. The leader's personal administrative staff is recruited in a charismatic form, usually from able people of humble origin. In Cromwell's case, religious qualifications were taken into account. In that of Robespierre, along with personal dependability, also certain ethical qualities. Napoleon was concerned only with personal ability and adaptability to the needs of his imperial rule of genius. At the height of revolutionary dictatorship, the position of a member of the administrative staff tends to be that of a person entrusted ad hoc with a specific task, subject to recall. This was true of the role of the agents of the Committee of Public Safety. When a certain kind of municipal dictators have been swept into power by the reform movements in American cities, the tendency has been to grant them freedom to appoint their own staff. Thus both traditional legitimacy and formal legality tend to be equally ignored by the revolutionary dictator. The tendency of patriarchal authorities, in the administration of justice and in their other functions, has been to act in accordance with substantive ideas of justice, with utilitarian considerations and in terms of reasons of state. These tendencies are paralleled by the revolutionary tribunals and by the substantive postulates of justice of the radical democracy of antiquity and of modern socialism, of which more will be said in the SOC of Law, ch. 8, 7. The process of routinization of revolutionary charisma then brings with it changes similar to those brought about by the corresponding process in other respects. Thus the development of a professional army in England goes back to the voluntary army of the faithful in the days of Cromwell. Similarly, The French system of administration by prefects is derived from the charismatic administration of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship. 2. The introduction of elected officials always involves a radical alteration in the position of the charismatic leader. He becomes the servant of those under his authority. There is no place for such a type in a technically rational bureaucratic organization, since he is not a p. 7. The transformation of charisma appointed and promoted by his superiors and his position is derived from the votes of the ruled. He is likely to be little interested in the prompt and strict observance of discipline which would be likely to win the favor of superiors. The tendency is rather for electoral positions to become autocephalous spheres of authority. It is in general not possible to attain a high level of technical administrative efficiency with an elected staff of officials. This is illustrated by a comparison of the elected officials in the individual states in the United States with the appointed officials of the federal government. It is similarly shown by comparing the elected municipal officials with the administration of the reform mayors with their own appointed staffs. It is necessary to distinguish the type of plebiscitary democracy from that which attempts to dispense with leadership altogether. The latter type is characterized by the attempt to minimize the domination of man over man. It is characteristic of the fiere democratie that there should in general be a highly emotional type of devotion to and trust in the leader. This accounts for a tendency to favor the type of individual who is most spectacular, who promises the most, or who employs the most effective propaganda measures in the competition for leadership. This is a natural basis for the utopian component which is found in all revolutions. It also dictates the limitations on the level of rationality which, in the modern world, this type of administration can attain. Even in America it has not always come up to expectations. Relationship to the economy. 1. The anti-authoritarian direction of the transformation of charisma normally leads into the path of rationality. If a ruler is dependent on recognition by plebiscite, he will usually attempt to support his regime by an organization of officials which functions promptly and efficiently. He will attempt to consolidate the loyalty of those he governs either by winning glory and honor in war or by promoting their material welfare, or under certain circumstances, attempting to combine both. Success in these will be regarded as proof of the charisma. His first aim will be the destruction of traditional, feudal, patrimonial, and other types of authoritarian powers and privileges. His second aim will have to be to create economic interests which are bound up with his regime as the source of their legitimacy. So far as, in pursuing these policies, he makes use of the formalization and legalization of law, he may contribute greatly to the formal rationalization of economic activity. 2. On the other hand, plebiscitary regimes can easily act so as to weaken the formal rationality of economic activity so far as their interests in legitimacy, being dependent on the faith and devotion of the masses, forces them to impose substantive ideas of justice in the economic sphere. This will result in an administration of justice emancipated from formal procedures, as it happens under revolutionary tribunals, wartime ration. 270. And in other cases of limited and controlled production and consumption. This tendency, which is by no means confined to the modern socialist type, will be dominant insofar as the leader is a social dictator. The causes and consequences of this type cannot yet be discussed. 3. The presence of elective officials is a source of disturbance to formally rational economic life. This is true in the first place because such officials are primarily elected according to party affiliations and not technical competence. Secondly, the risks of recall or failure of re-election make it impossible to pursue a strictly objective course of decision and administration, without regard to such consequences. There is, however, one case where the unfavorable effects for the rationality of economic activity are not evident. This is true where there is a possibility of applying the economic and technical achievements of an old culture to new areas. In this case, the means of production are not yet appropriated and there is a sufficiently wide margin so that the almost inevitable corruption of officials can be taken account of as one of the cost factors, and large-scale profits still be attained as in the United States. On R. The classical example of a favorable effect on economic rationality is to be found in the T-O Napoleonic regimes. Napoleon I introduced the Code Na1 Jolien, compulsory division of estates by inheritance and everywhere destrove the traditional authorities. It is true that his regime ted what almost amounted to fiefs for his deserving followers, and that the soldiers got almost everything, the citizen nothing. But this was compensated for by l'Agloire and, on the whole, the small bourgeois were tolerably off. Under Napoleon III there was continued adherence to the motto of the era of Louis Philippe, in Riquettes vous, grand-scale building, the credit 1/1 O'Helier, with its well-known scandal. On 2. The tendencies of social dictatorship are classically illustrated by the Greek democracy of the Periclean age and its aftermath. In Rome the jurors who tried a case were bound by the instructions of the praetor, and decisions followed the formal law. But in the Greek Haliaea court decisions were made in terms of substantive justice in effect, on the basis of sentimentality, flattery, demagogic invectives, and jokes. This can be clearly seen in the court orations of the Athenian readers. Analogous phenomena are found in Rome only in the case of political trials, such as Cicero participated in. The consequence was that the development of formal law and formal jurisprudence in the Roman sense became impossible. For the Haliaea was a people's court directly comparable to the revolutionary tribunals of the French Revolution and of the Soviet phase of the Revolution in Germany. The jurisdiction of these lay tribunals was by no means confined to politically relevant cases. On the other hand, no revolutionary movement in England has ever interfered with the administration of justice except in cases of major political sig. 7. The transformation of charisma to significance. However, it is true that there was a considerable arbitrary element in the decisions of the justices of the peace, but only insofar as they concerned pure police cases not involving interests of the propertied. On 3. The United States of America is the classical example. As late as the early 1900s the author inquired of American workers of English origin why they allowed themselves to be governed by party henchmen who were so often open to corruption. The answer was, in the first place, that in such a big country even though millions of dollars were stolen or embezzled there was still plenty left for everybody, and secondly that these professional politicians were a group which even workers could treat with contempt whereas technical officials of the German type would as a group lord it over the workers. A specialized discussion of relations of economic activity will have to be left for the more detailed treatment below Part 2. VLLL. Collegiality and the division of powers. 1.5. Types of collegiality and of the division of powers. On either a traditional or a rational basis authority may be limited and controlled by certain specific means. The present concern is not with the limitations of authority as such, whether it is determined bv tradition or bv law. This has already been discussed, SECS 3FF. Just now it is rather a question of specify social relationships and groups which have the function of limiting authority. 1. Patrimonial and feudal regimes generally have their authority limited by the privileges of status groups. This type of limitation is most highly developed when there is an estate-type division of powers. This situation has already been discussed, Sector 9:4. 2. A bureaucratic organization may be limited and indeed must be by agencies which act on their own authority alongside the bureaucratic hierarchy. This limitation is inherent in the fully developed legality type so that administrative action can be restricted to what is in conformity with rules. Such limiting agencies have the following principal functions: a. Supervision of adherence to the rules, if need be, through an inquiry; b. A monopoly of creation of the rules which govern the action of 272 officials completely, or at least of those which define the limits of their independent authority; c. Above all a monopoly of the granting of the means which are necessary for the administrative function. These modes of limitation will be discussed separately below, Sector 16. 3. It is possible for any type of authority to be deprived of its monocratic character by the principle of collegiality. This may, however, occur in a variety of ways with widely varying significance. The following are the principal types. A. It may be that alongside the monocratic holders of governing powers there are other monocratic authorities which, by tradition or legislation, are in a position to delay or to veto acts of the first authority. This is the case of veto collegiality, cassation collegialitat. The most important examples in antiquity are the Roman tribune and, in its origins, the Spartan emperor, in the J/Middle Ages the Capitano del Popolo, and, in the period after November 9, 1918 until the regular administration was again emancipated from this control, the German revolutionary councils of /Forkers and soldiers whose delegates, Vertrauensmänner, were entitled to countersign official acts. B. The second type is precisely the opposite of this, namely the arrangement that the acts of an authority which is not monocratic must be carried out only after previous consultation and a vote. That is, their acts are subject to the rule that a plurality of individuals must cooperate for the act to be valid, the case of functional collegiality. This cooperation may follow, a. the principle of unanimity or, /3, of decision by majority. C. In effect closely related to case, A, is that in which, in order to weaken monocratic power, a plurality of monocratic officials exists, each of whom has equal authority, without specification of function. If a conflict arises over the same function, there must be a resort either to mechanical means such as lots, rotation, or oracles, or some controlling agency, 2a, must intervene. In effect the tendency is for each member of the collegial body to have a power of veto over the others. The most important example is the collegiality of the Roman magistrates, such as the consuls and the praetors. D. A type which is closely related to case, B, is that in which, although there is an actually monocratic primus inter pares, his acts are normally subject to consultation with formally equal members, and disagreement in important matters may lead to breaking up of the collegial body by resignation, thus endangering the position of the monocratic chief. This may be called functional collegiality with a preeminent head. 8. Collegiality and the division of powers 273. The most important example is that of the position of the British Prime Minister in relation to his cabinet. This organization has, as is well known, changed greatly in the course of its history. The above formulation, however, is substantially correct for most cases in the period of cabinet government. Advisory collegial bodies do not necessarily involve a weakening of the power of an autocratic chief but may well lead to a tempering of the exercises of authority in the direction of rationalization. It is, however, also possible that in effect they should gain the upper hand over the chief. This is particularly true if they are representative of well-established status groups. The following are the more important types. E. The case noted above under, D, is closely related to that in which a body whose functions are formally only advisory is attached to a monocratic chief. Even though he is not formally bound to follow their advice but only to listen to it, the failure of his policies if this occurs may be attributed to neglect of this advice. The most important case is that of the Roman Senate as a body advisory to the magistrates. From this there developed an actual dominance over the magistrates, chiefly through the Senate's control of finance. The Senate was probably actually only an advisory body in the early days, but through the actual control of finance and still more through the fact that senators and the formally elected magistrates belonged to the same status group, a situation developed in which the magistrates were in fact bound by the resolutions of the Senate. The formula SIEIS placeret, in which the traditional lack of formal obligation was expressed, came to mean something analogous to if you please accompanied by something like a command. F. A somewhat different type is found in the case where a collegial body is made up of individuals with specified functions. In such a case the preparation and presentation of a subject is assigned to the indi/igual technical expert who is competent in that field or possibly to SE/ARL experts, each in a different aspect of the field. Decisions, how C/ER, are taken by a vote of the body as a whole. Most councils of state and similar bodies in the past /e more or less closely approximated to this type. This was true of the English Privy Council in the period before the development of cabinet government. Though at times their power has been very great, they have never succeeded in expropriating monarchs. On the contrary, under certain circumstances the monarch has attempted to secure support in his Council of State in order to free himself from the control of cabinets which were made up of party leaders. This attempt was made in England, but without success. This type is also an approximately correct description of the ministries or cabinets made up of specialized officials which hereditary. 274. Monarchs or elective presidents of the American type have appointed for their own support. G. A collegial body, the members of which have specified functions, may be a purely advisory body. In this case as in E, it is open to the chief to accept or reject their recommendations, according to his own free decision. The only difference is the extreme specialization of functions. This case was approached by the Prussian organization under Frederick William I I-713-40 and is always favorable to consolidating the power of the chief. H. The direct antithesis of rationally specialized collegiality is a traditional collegial body consisting of elders. Their collegial function is primarily to guarantee that the law which is applied is really authentically traditional. Sometimes such bodies have a veto power as a means of upholding the genuine tradition against untraditional legislation. Examples: Gero-Usia Council of Elders in many cases in antiquity, for veto power, the Archopagus in Athens and the Petra in Rome. The latter, however, belong primarily in type I, below. I. One way of weakening domination is by applying the collegial principle to the highest authority, whether its supremacy be formal or substantive. Several variations of this type are found, resembling the types D through G. The powers of individual members of such bodies may be assumed in rotation or may be distributed on a permanent basis. Such bodies are collegial so long as there is a formal requirement that legitimate acts require the participation of all the members. One of the most important examples is the Swiss Federal Council, the members of which do not have clearly defined specialized functions, while to some extent the principle of rotation is involved. Another example is found in the revolutionary councils of people's commissars in Russia, Hungary, and for a short time in Germany. In the past, such bodies as the Council of 11 in Venice and the colleges of ancients in other Italian city-states belong in this category. A great many cases of collegiality in patrimonial or feudal organizations belong in one or another of the following categories: I. The estate-type division of powers, estate collegiality. 2. The collegial organization of patrimonial officials which the chief has organized in order to counterbalance the power of organized privileged groups. This is often the position of the councils of state discussed above under F. 3. Advisory bodies, or sometimes bodies with executive authority over which the chief presides or the meetings of which he attends or from. 8. Collegiality and the division of powers 275. Which at least he receives reports. Such bodies are generally made up either of technical experts or of persons of high social prestige or both. In view of the increasingly specialized considerations involved in the functions of government, he may hope, through the advice of such bodies, to attain a level of information sufficiently above pure dilettantism so that an intelligent personal decision is possible. Case G, above. In cases of the third type, the chief is naturally interested in having heterogeneous and even opposed elements represented, whether this heterogeneity is one of technical opinions or of interest. This is because, on the one hand, he is concerned with the widest possible range of information, and on the other with being in a position to play the opposing interests off against each other. In the second type, on the contrary, the chief is often, though not always, concerned with uniformity of opinions and attitudes. This is a main source of the solidary ministries and cabinets in so-called constitutional states or others with an effective separation of powers. In the first case, the collegial body which represents the appropriated interests will naturally lay stress on uniformity of opinion and solidarity. It is not, however, Always possible to attain this, since every kind of appropriation through social privilege creates coexisting interests. The first of these types is illustrated by the assemblies of estates and the assemblies of vassals which preceded them frequently not only in Europe but elsewhere, for instance in China. The second type is well illustrated by the administrative, mostly collegial organs which were formed in the early stages of the modern monarchies and which were primarily composed of legal and financial experts. The third type is illustrated by the councils of state of the same monarchies and is also found in other parts of the world. As late as the 18th century it was not unknown for an archbishop to have a seat in the English cabinet. Typically, these bodies have been composed of dignitaries such as Rate von Haus Aus, 14 and typically have had a mixture of honorateurs and specialized officials. K. Where there is a conflict of interests of status groups it may work out to the advantage of achieved through negotiation and struggle with the various groups. For organizations which are composed of delegated representatives of coexisting interests, whether their basis be in ideal causes, in power, or in economic advantage, may at least in external form be collegial bodies. What goes on within the body is then supposedly a process of adjustment of these coexistence of interest by compromise. This is the case of compromise-oriented collegiality, in contrast to office and parliamentary collegiality. This type is present in a crude form wherever there is an estate type. The types of legitimate domination ch. ill. Division of powers in such a way that decisions can only be arrived at by a compromise between the privileged groups. A more highly rationalized form is built up when the delegated members of the collegial bodies are selected in terms of their permanent status or class position, or in terms of the specific interests they represent. In such a body, unless its character is radically changed, action cannot result from a vote in the ordinary sense but is the outcome of a compromise which is either negotiated among the interests themselves or is imposed by the chief after the case for each of the groups involved has been considered. The peculiar structure of the stindestate will be discussed more in detail below, ch. 13. The above formulation applies to such situations as arose through the separation of the bodies representing different social groups. Thus in England the House of Lords was separated from the House of Commons, while the Church did not participate in Parliament at all but had its separate convocations. In France, the division came to be that of the nobility, the clergy, and the tiers état, while in Germany there were various more complex divisions. These divisions made it necessary to arrive at decisions by a process of compromise, first within one estate and then between estates. The decisions were then generally submitted to the king as recommendations which he was not necessarily bound to follow. Today the theory of representation by occupational groups is very much in vogue. The advocates of this proposal for the most part fail to see that even under these conditions compromises rather than majority decisions would be the only feasible means, see Sector 22 below. Insofar as free workers' councils were the bodies concerned, the tendency would be for guest-ions to be settled in terms of the relative economic power of different groups, and not by majority vote. A related case is voting collegiality, where collegial bodies which decide things by vote have been formed out of previously autocephalous and autonomous groups and a, variously gradated, right to a voice in decision-making has been appropriated by the leaders or the delegates of the component groups, merger collegiality. Examples are found in the representation of the phili, the phratries, and the clans in the governing bodies of ancient city-states, in the medieval clans in the time of the consuls, in the mercatanza of the guilds, in the delegates of the crafts, facreat, to the executive council of a federation of trade unions, in the federal council or senate in federal states, and finally in the distribution of appointments to cabinet posts in coalition ministries. This last case is particularly clear in the case of Switzerland, where posts are distributed in proportion to the number of votes for each party. A rather special case is the voting collegiality of elected parliamentary bodies, which is hence in need of separate treatment. It's 8. Collegiality and division of powers 277. Composition rests on one of two bases. It is either based on leadership, in which case the particular members constitute the following of leaders, or it is composed of collegial party groups without subordination to a specific leader, Führerloser Parlamentarismus. To understand this, it is necessary to discuss the structure of parties, see Sector 18 below. Except in the case of the monocratic type of veto collegiality, collegiality almost inevitably involves obstacles to precise, clear, and above all, rapid decision. In certain irrational forms it also places obstacles in the way of technical experts, but in introducing specialized officials monarchs have often found this consequence not altogether unwelcome. With the progressive increase in the necessity for rapid decision and action, however, the importance of this type of collegiality has declined. Generally speaking, where collegial bodies have had executive authority, the tendency has been for the position of the leading member to become substantively and even formally preeminent. This is true of the positions of the bishop and the pope in the church and of the prime minister in cabinets. Any interest in reviving the principle of collegiality in actual executive functions is usually derived from the interest in weakening the power of persons in authority. This, in turn, is derived from mistrust and jealousy of monocratic leadership, not so much on the part of those subject to authority, who are more likely to demand a leader, as on the part of the members of the administrative staff. This is not only or even primarily true of negatively privileged groups but is, on the contrary, typical of those enjoying positive privileges. Collegiality is in no sense specifically democratic. Where privileged groups have had to protect their privileges against those who were excluded from them, they have always attempted to prevent the rise of monocratic power. Indeed, they have had to do so because such a power could base itself on the support of the underprivileged. Thus, while on the one hand they have tended to enforce strict equality within the privileged group, they have tended to set up and maintain collegial bodies to supervise or even to take over power. Examples are Sparta, Venice, the Roman Senate before the time of the Gracchi, and in Sulla's days, England repeatedly in the 18th century, Bern and other Swiss cantons, the medieval patrician towns with their collegial consuls, and the Mercatanza, which comprised the merchant guilds, but not those of the craft workers. The latter very easily became the prey of nobili and signori. Collegiality favors greater thoroughness in the weighing of administrative decisions. Apart from the considerations already discussed, where this is more important than precision and rapidity, collegiality tends to be resorted to even today. Furthermore, it divides personal responsibility. Indeed, in the larger bodies this disappears almost entirely, whereas in monocratic organizations it is perfectly clear without question where responsibility lies. Large-scale tasks which require quick and consistent solutions tend in general, for good technical reasons, to fall into the hands of monocratic dictators, in whom all responsibility is concentrated. It is impossible for either the internal or the foreign policy of great states to be strongly and consistently carried out on a collegial basis. The dictatorship of the proletariat for the purpose of carrying out the nationalization of industry requires an individual dictator with the confidence of the masses. The masses as such are not necessarily adverse to this, but the people holding power in parliaments, parties, or, what makes very little difference, in Soviets, cannot put up with such a dictator. This type has emerged only in Russia through the help of military force and supported by the interests of the peasants in the solidary maintenance of their newly acquired control of the land. Finally, a few remarks may be made which partly summarize and partly supplement what has already been said. From a historical point of view, collegiality has had two principal kinds of significance. A. It has involved a plurality of incumbents of the same office, or a number of persons in offices whose spheres of authority were directly competing, each with a mutual power of veto. This is primarily a matter of a technical separation of powers in order to minimize authority. The most conspicuous instance of this type of collegiality is that of the Roman magistrates. Their most important significance lay in the fact that every official act was subject to intercession by a magistrate with equal authority, thus greatly limiting the power of any one magistrate. But the magistracy remained an individual office merely multiplied in several copies. B. The second main type has been that involving collegial decision. In such cases an administrative act is only legitimate when it has been produced by the cooperation of a plurality of people according to the principle of unanimity or of majority. This is the type of collegiality which is dominant in modern times, though it was also known in antiquity. It may involve collegiality 1, of governmental leadership, 2, of administrative agencies, 3, of advisory bodies. 1. Collegiality in the supreme authority may be derived from the following considerations. A. Its basis may lie in the fact that the governing authority, Herrschaftsverhand, has arisen from the Vergemeenschaftung or Vergeselschaftung of previously autocephalous groups and that each of these demands its share of power. This was true of the Synoikism of the ancient city-states with their councils organized on the basis of clans, phratries, and phili. It was true of the medieval towns with a council representing the important noble families, and of the medieval guild federations, in the Mercatanza with the council of the ancients or guild deputies. It is also found in the bodies representing the component states in modern federal. 8. Collegiality and the division of powers 279. States and in the collegial structure of the ministries which have been built up by party coalitions. See again the increasing importance of proportional division in Switzerland. Collegiality in this case is a particular case of the representation of status or territorial groups. B. It may, secondly, be based on the absence of a leader. This may in turn result from mutual jealousy among those competing for leadership or from the attempt of the subjects to minimize the authority of any individual. It has appeared in most revolutions from a combination of these factors, in such forms as a council of officers or even soldiers of revolutionary troops or the Committee of Public Safety or the councils of people's commissars. In times of peace it has been mostly this last motive, antipathy to the individual strong man, which has underlain the establishment of collegial bodies. Examples are Switzerland and the new Constitution of Baden in 1919. In the last case it was the socialists who most strongly manifested this antipathy, for fear of an elected monarch. Thev Sakri Pound. Said the strict administrative unipound. Katayan, which was an absolutely essential condition of successful nationalization. The most decisive influence in this was the attitude of party officials in trade unions, local communities, and party headquarters, all of whom were suspicious of the powers of leadership. C. The third basis may lie in the independent social position of the status groups primarily available for positions of power and monopolizing these positions. In this case collegiality is the product of an aristocratic regime. Every socially privileged class fears the type of leader who seeks support in the emotional devotion of the masses just as much as the type of democracy without leaders fears the rise of demagogues. The senatorial regime in Rome, various attempts to rule through closed councils, and the Venetian and similar constitutions all belong in this category. D. The fourth basis may lie in the attempt of monarchs to counteract increasing expropriation at the hands of a technically trained bureaucracy. In the modern Western state, modern administrative organization was #RST introduced at the top with the establishment of collegial bodies. This was similar to what had happened to the patrimonial states of the Orient, in China, Persia, the empire of the caliphs, and in the Ottoman Empire, all of which served as models for Europe. A monarch is not only afraid of the power of particular individuals but hopes above all to be in a position, in the votes and counter-votes of a collegial body, to hold the balance himself. Furthermore, since he tends to become more and more of a dilettante, he can also hope in this way to have a better comprehension of the details of administration than if he abdicated in favor of individual officials. Generally speaking, the functions of the highest bodies have been a mixture of advisory and executive elements. It is only in the #Eld of where arbitrariness has particularly irrational consequences, that, as in the case of the 1495-97 reform of Emperor Maximilian, the power of the monarch was immediately clipped by the professional officialdom. In this case there were powerful factors forcing the monarch to give way. C. Another basis lies in the need to reconcile the points of view of different technical specialists and divergent interests, whether material or personal, by collegial discussion, that is, to make compromise possible. This has been particularly true in the organization of municipal affairs, which have on the one hand involved highly technical problems which could be appraised in local terms, and on the other hand have tended to rest heavily on the compromise of material interests. This has been true at least so long as the masses have put up with control by the strata privileged through property and education. The collegiality of ministries rests, from a technical point of view, on a similar basis. In Russia and to a less extent in Imperial Germany, however, it has not been possible to attain effective solidarity between the different parts of the government. The result has been bitter conflict between the different agencies. The basis in cases A, C, and D is purely historical. Bureaucratic authority in the modern world has, wherever it has developed in large-scale associations such as states or metropolitan cities, led to a weakening of the role of collegiality in effective control. Collegiality unavoidably obstructs the promptness of decision, the consistency of policy, the clear responsibility of the individual, and ruthlessness to outsiders in combination with the maintenance of discipline within the group. Hence, for these and certain other economic and technical reasons in all large states which are involved in world politics, where collegiality has been retained at all, it has been weakened in favor of the prominent position of the political leader, such as the Prime Minister. Incidentally, a similar process has taken place in almost all of the large patrimonial organizations, particularly those which have been strictly sultanistic. There has again and again been the need for a leading personality such as the Grand Vizier in addition to the monarch, unless a regime of favorites has provided a substitute. One person must carry the responsibility, but from a legal point of view the monarch himself could not do this. 2. Collegiality as employed in agencies acting under the direction of higher authorities has been primarily intended to promote objectivity and integrity, and to this end to limit the power of individuals. As in respect to the highest authority it has almost everywhere 1. For the same reasons, given way to the technical superiority of monocratic organizations. This process is illustrated by the fate of the Regierungen provincial governments in Prussia. 3. In purely advisory bodies, collegiality has existed at all times and will probably always continue to exist. It has played a very important part historically. This has been particularly true in cases where the power structure was such that advice submitted to a magistrate or a monarch was for practical purposes binding. In the present discussion it is not necessary to carry the analysis further. The type of collegiality under discussion here is always collegiality in the exercise of authority. It is thus a matter of bodies which either are administrative or which directly influence administrative agencies, through advice. The behavior of assemblies representing status groups. 8. Collegiality and the division of powers. 2.8i and of parliamentary bodies will be taken up later. See below, section X of this chapter. From a historical point of view it is in terms of collegiality that the concept of an administrative agency first came to be fully developed. This is because collegiality has always been linked with a separation of the sphere of office of the members from their private affairs, of public and private staff, and finally of the means of administration from personal property. It is thus by no means fortuitous that the history of modem administration in the /Western /world begins with the development of collegial bodies composed of technical specialists. Collegial administration has also been the beginning of every permanent organization of patrimonial, feudal, or other types of traditional political structures, though in a different way. Only collegial bodies of officials, which were capable of standing together, could gradually expropriate the Occidental monarch, who had become a dilettante. If officials had been mere individual appointees, the obligation of personal obedience would have made it far more difficult to maintain consistent opposition to irrational decisions of the monarch. When it became evident that a transition to the rule of technical bureaucracy was inevitable, the monarch regularly attempted to extend the system of advisory collegial bodies in the form of councils of state, in order to remain the master in spite of his lack of technical competence by playing off the internal dissensions of these bodies against each other. It was only after rational technical bureaucracy had come to be finally and irrevocably supreme that a need has been felt, particularly in relation to parliaments, for solidarity of the highest collegial bodies under monocratic direction through a prime minister. These bodies were intended to cover the ruler, who in turn protected them. With the latest development, the general tendency of monocracy, and hence bureaucracy, in the organization of administration has become definitely victorious. 1. The significance of collegiality in the early stages of the development of modern administration is particularly evident in the struggle which the financial bodies created by Emperor L/Maximilian to meet the emergencies of the Turkish invasions carried on against his tendency to go over the heads of his officials and to issue orders and pledge securities for loans in accordance with a verb momenter whim. It was in the sphere of finance that the expropriation of th monarch began, for it was here in the first place that he lacked technical competence. This development occurred first in the Italian city-states with their commercially organized system of accounting, then in the Burgundian and French kingdoms, in the German territorial states, and independently of these in the Norman state of Sicily and in England. In the Near East, the derns played a similar role, as did the yamen in China and the bakufu in Japan. In these cases, ever, no rationally trained group of technically competent officials was available, and it was necessary to resort to the empirical knowledge of experienced officials. This accounts for the fact that a rational bureaucratic system did not result. In Rome a somewhat similar role played by the Senate. 2. The role of collegiality in promoting the separation of the private household from the sphere of office is somewhat similar to that played by the large-scale voluntary trading companies in the separation of the household and the profit-making enterprise on the one hand, of personal property and capital on the other. 16. The functionally specific division of powers. 415 LT is further possible for authoritative powers to be limited by a functionally specific separation of powers. This means entrusting different individuals with specifically differentiated functions and the corresponding powers. In the strictly legal type as in the constitutional separation of powers, these functions are rationally determined. It follows that in questions which involve T/VO or more authorities, it is only by means of a compromise between them that legitimate measures can be taken. One functionally specific separation of powers differs from that based on status groups in that powers are divided in terms of their functionally objective character. This involves some kind of constitution, which need not, however, be formally enacted or written. The setup is such either that different types of measures have to be undertaken by different authorities, or that the same type involves the cooperation by informal compromise of a plurality of agencies. It is not merely spheres of competence which are separated in this case, but also the ultimate powers. 2. The functionally specific separation of powers is not wholly a modem phenomenon. The division of an independent political authority and an equally independent hierocratic authority instead of either Caesaropapism or theocracy belongs in this category. Similarly, there is a certain sense in which the specified spheres of competence of the different Roman magistracies may be thought of as a kind of separation of powers. The same is true of the specialized charismata of Lamaist Buddhism. In China the Confucian Hanlin Academe and the censors had a position which, in relation to the emperor, as largely independent. In most patrimonial states, but also in the Roman Principate, it has been usual for the administration of justice and the civil aspect of finance to be separated from the military establishment, at least in the lower. 8. Collegiality and the division of powers reaches. But in these cases the concept of separation of powers loses all precision. It is best to restrict its application to the supreme authority itself. If this restriction is accepted, then the rational, formally enacted constitutional form of the separation of powers is entirely a modern phenomenon. In a constitutional but non-parliamentary state, a budget can be put through only by a process of compromise between the legal authorities, such as the Crown, and one or more legislative chambers. Historically, the separation of powers in Europe developed out of the old system of estates. Its theoretical basis for England was first worked out by Montesquieu and then by Burke. Further back, the division of powers began in the process of appropriation of governing powers and of the means of administration by privileged groups. Another important factor lay in the increasing financial needs of the monarchs, both the recurring needs arising from the social and economic development and the exceptional ones of wartime. They could not be met without the consent of privileged groups, even though the latter were often the first to insist that they be met. In this situation it was necessary for the estates to reach a compromise, which was the historical origin of compromises over the budget and over legislation. The latter phenomena do not, however, belong in the context of the separation of powers as between estates but to the constitutional type. 3. The constitutional separation of powers is a specifically unstable structure. What determines the actual power structure is the answer to the question what would happen if a constitutionally necessary compromise, such as that over the budget, were not arrived at. An English king who attempted to rule without a budget today would risk his crown, whereas in pre-revolutionary Germany a Prussian king would not, for under the German system the position of the dynasty was dominant. I-7. The relations of the political separation of powers to the economy. One, collegiality of legal bodies with rationally defined functions may be favorable to objectivity and the absence of personal influences in their administrative actions. Even if such collegiality has a negative innocency because it functions imprecisely, the general effect may favor the rationality of economic activity. On the other hand, the big capitalistic interests of the present day, like those of the past, are apt, in political life in parties and in all other connections that are important to them, to prefer monocracy. For monocracy is, from their point of view, more discreet. The monocratic chief is more open to personal innocence and is more easily swayed, thus making it more readily possible to innocence the administration of justice and other governmental activity in favor of such powerful interests. This is also in accord with German experience. Conversely, the type of collegiality involving mutual veto powers, or that in which collegial bodies have arisen out of the irrational appropriation of power of a traditional administrative staff, may have irrational consequences. The type of collegiality of financial bodies, which originated specialized officialdom, has on the whole certainly been favorable to the formal rationalization of economic activity. In the United States the monocratic party boss, rather than the official party organs which are often collegial, was preferred by the big contributors. This accounts for his indispensability. For the same reason, in Germany large sections of so-called heavy industry have favored bureaucratic domination rather than parliamentary government with its collegial system. 2. Like every form of appropriation, the separation of powers creates established spheres of authority which, though they may not yet be rational, still introduce an element of calculability into the functioning of the administrative apparatus. Hence, the separation of powers is generally favorable to the formal rationalization of economic activity. Movements which, like the Soviet type, the French Convention, and the Committee of Public Safety, aim to abolish the separation of powers, are definitely concerned with a more or less just economic distribution. Accordingly, they work against formal rationalization. All details must wait for the extended analyses. 18. Definition and characteristics. 10. LX. Parties. The term party will be employed to designate associations, membership in which rests on formally free recruitment. The end to which its activity is devoted is to secure power within an organization for its leaders in order to attain ideal or material advantages for its active members. These advantages may consist in the realization of certain objective policies or the attainment of personal advantages, or both. Parties may have an ephemeral character or may be organized with a view to permanent. 9. Parties. And activity. They may appear in all types of organizations and may themselves be organized in any one of a large variety of forms. They may consist of the following: of a charismatic leader, of traditional retainers, or of purpose or value rational adherents. They may be oriented primarily to personal interests or to objective policies. Officially or merely in fact, they may be solely concerned with the attainment of power for their leaders and with securing positions in the administrative staff for their own members. Then they are patronage parties. They may, on the other hand, predominantly and consciously act in the interests of a status group or a class or of certain objective policies or of abstract principles. In the latter case they are called ideological parties. The attainment of positions in the administrative staff for their members is, however, at the least a secondary aim, and objective programs are often merely a means of persuading outsiders to participate. By definition, a party can exist only within an organization, in order to influence its policy or gain control of it. Federations of party groups which cut across several corporate bodies are, however, not uncommon. A party may employ any one of the conceivable means of gaining power. In cases where the government is determined by a formally free ballot and legislation is enacted by vote, they are primarily organizations for the attraction of votes. \v Here voting takes a course in accord with legitimate expectations, they are legal parties. The existence of legal parties, because of the fact that their basis is fundamentally one of voluntary adherence, always means that the business of politics is the pursuit of interests. It should, however, be noted that in this context, interests is by no means necessarily an economic category. In the first instance, it is a matter of political interests which rest either on an ideological basis or on an interest in power as such. In this case, the political enterprise is in the hands of a. party leaders and their staffs, whereas b. active party members have for the most part merely the function of acclaiming their leaders. Under certain circumstances, they may exercise some forms of control, participate in discussion, voice complaints, or even initiate resolutions within the party. C. The inactive masses of electors or voters, are merely objects whose votes are sought at election time. Their attitudes are important only for the agitation of the competing parties. D. Contributors to party funds usually remain behind the scenes. Apart from formally organized legal parties in a polity, there are the following principal types. A. Charismatic parties arising from disagreement over the charismatic quality of the leader or over the question of who, in charismatic terms, is to be recognized as the correct leader. They create a schism. B. Traditionalistic parties arising from controversy over the way in which the chief exercises his traditional authority in the sphere of his arbitrary will and grace. They arise in the form of movements to obstruct innovations or in open revolt against them. C. Parties organized about questions of faith, Glaubensparteien. These are usually, though not necessarily, identical with A. They arise out of a disagreement over the content of doctrines or declarations of faith. They take the form of heresies, which are to be found even in rational parties such as the socialist. D. Appropriation parties or spoils-oriented parties arising from con-8ict with the chief and his administrative staff over the filling of positions in the administrative staff. This type is very often, though by no means necessarily, identical with B. Structurally, parties may conform to the same types as any other organizations. They may thus be charismatically oriented by devotion to the leader, with the plebiscite as an expression of confidence. They may be traditional with adherence based on the social prestige of the chief or of an eminent neighbor, or they may be rational with adherence to a leader and staff set up by a constitutional process of election. These differences may apply both to the basis of obedience of the members, and of the administrative staff. Further elaboration must be reserved to the sociology of the state. The Staatssociology was never written. It is of crucial importance for the economic aspect of the distribution of power and for the determination of party policy by what method the party activities are financed. Among the possibilities are small contributions from the masses of members and sympathizers, large contributions from disinterested sympathizers with its cause, direct or indirect sell-out to interested parties, or taxation either of elements under obligation to the party, including its members, or of its defeated opponents. These details, too, belong in the Staatssociology. 1. As has been pointed out, parties can exist by definition only within an organization, whether political or other, and only when there is a struggle for its control. Within a party there may be and very often are sub-parties, for example, As ephemeral structures, they are typical in the nomination campaigns of presidential candidates of the American parties. On a permanent basis, an example is the Young Liberals in Germany. Parties which extend to a number of different polities are illustrated by the Guelphs and Ghibellines in Italy in the 13th century and by the Modem Socialists. 9 parties. 2. The criterion of formal voluntary solicitation and adherence in terms of the rules of the group within / the party exists is treated here as the crucial point. It involves a distinction of major sociological significance from all associations which are prescribed and controlled by the polity. Even where the order of the polity takes notice of the existence of parties, as in the United States and in the German system of proportional representation, the voluntarist component remains. It remains even if an attempt is made to regulate their constitution. But when a party becomes a closed group which is incorporated by law into the administrative staff, as was true of the Guelphs in the Florentine statutes of the 13th century, it ceases to be a party and becomes a part of the polity. 3. Under genuinely charismatic domination, parties are necessarily schismatic sects. Their conflict is essentially over questions of faith and, as such, is basically irreconcilable. The situation in a strictly patriarchal body may be somewhat similar. Both these types of parties, at least in the pure form, are radically different from parties in the modern sense. In the usual kind of hereditary monarchy and estate-type organization, it is common for groups of retainers, composed of pretenders to fiefs and offices, to rally around a pretender to the throne. Personal followings are also common in organizations of honoratures such as the aristocratic city-states. They are, however, also prominent in some democracies. The modern type of party does not arise except in the legal state with a representative constitution. It will be further analyzed in the sociology of the state. 4. The classic example of parties in the modern state organized primarily around patronage are the 2 great American parties of the last generation. Parties primarily oriented to issues and ideology have been the older type of conservatism and liberalism, bourgeois democracy, later the Social Democrats and the Catholic Center Party. In all, except the last, there has been a very prominent element of 0. Class interest. After the center attained the principal points of its original program, it became very largely a pure patronage party. In all these types, even those which are most purely an expression of class interests, the ideal and material interests of the party leaders and the staff in power, office, and remuneration always play an important part. There is a tendency for the interests of the electorate to be taken into account only so far as their neglect would endanger electoral prospects. This fact is one of the sources of public opposition to political parties as such. 5. The different forms which the internal organization of parties take will be dealt with separately in the proper place. One fact, however, is common to all these forms, namely, that there is a central group of individuals who assume the active direction of party affairs, including the formulation of programs and the selection of candidates. There is, secondly, a group of members whose role is notably more passive, and finally, the great mass of citizens whose role is on that of objects of solicitation by the various parties. They merely CHSE between the various candidates and programs offered by the different parties. Given the voluntary character of party affiliation, this structure is unavoidable. It is this which is meant by the statement that party activity is a matter of play of interests. As has already been stated, it is political interests and not economic interests which are involved. The role of interests in this sense is the second principal point of attack for the opposition to parties as such. In this respect, there is a formal similarity between the party system and the system of capitalistic enterprise which rests on the recruitment of formally free labor. 6. The role in party finance of large-scale contributors is by no means confined to the bourgeois parties. Thus Paul Singer was a contributor to the Social Democratic Party, and, by the way, humanitarian causes, of grand style, and purest motives so far as is known. His whole position as chairman of the party rested on this fact. Furthermore, the parties of the Russian Revolution in the Kerensky stage were partly financed by very large Moscow business interests. Other German parties on the right have been financed by heavy industry, while the Center Party occasionally had large contributions from Catholic millionaires. For reasons which are readily understandable, the subject of party finances, though one of the most important aspects of the party system, is the most difficult to secure information about. It seems probable that in certain special cases a machine has actually been bought. Apart from the role of individual large contributors, there are two basic alternatives. On the one hand, as in the English system, the electoral candidate may carry the burden of campaign expenses, with the result that the candidates are selected on a plutocratic basis. On the other hand, the costs may be borne by the machine, in which case the candidates become dependent on the party organization. Parties as permanent organizations have always varied between these two fundamental types, in the 13th century in Italy just as much as today. These facts should not be covered up by fine phrases. Of course, there are limits to the power of party finance. It can only exercise an influence insofar as a market exists, but as in the case of capitalistic enterprise, the power of the seller as compared with the consumer has been tremendously increased by the suggestive appeal of advertising. This is particularly true of radical parties regardless of whether they are on the right or the left. Direct democracy and representative. Administration 17. I9. The conditions of direct democracy and of administration by N. Odalese. Though a certain minimum of imperative powers in the execution of measures is unavoidable, certain organizations may attempt to reduce it as far as possible. This means that persons in authority are held obligated to act solely in accordance with the will of the members and in their service by virtue of the authority given by them. In small groups where all the members can be assembled at a single place, here they know each other and can be treated socially as equals, this can be attained in a high degree. It has, however, been attempted in large groups, notably the corporate cities and city-states of the past and certain regional groups. The following are the principal technical means of attaining this end: a. Short terms of office, if possible only running between two general meetings of the members; b. Liability to recall at any time; c. The principle of rotation or of selection by lot in filling offices so that every member takes a turn at some time. This makes it possible to avoid the position of power of technically trained persons or of those with long experience and command of official secrets. d. A strictly defined mandate for the conduct of office laid down by the assembly of members. The sphere of competence is thus concretely defined and not of a general character. e. A strict obligation to render an accounting to the General Assembly. f. The obligation to submit every unusual question which has not been foreseen to the assembly of members or to a committee representing them. g. The distribution of powers between a large number of offices each with its own particular function. h. The treatment of office as an avocation and not a full-time occupation. If the administrative staff is chosen by ballot, the process of election takes place in the assembly of members. Administration is primarily oral, with written records only so far as it is necessary to have a clear record of certain rights. All important measures are submitted to the assembly. This and similar types of administration, as long as the assembly of members is effective, will be called direct or immediate democracy. The North American township and the smaller Swiss cantons, such as Glarus, Schwyz, and Appenzell, are all, on account of their size alone, on the borderline of applicability of immediate democracy. The Athenian democracy actually overstepped this boundary to an important extent, and the parlamentum of the early medieval Italian cities still more radically. Voluntary associations, guilds, scientific, academic, and athletic associations of all sorts often have this form. It is, however, also applicable to the internal organization of aristocratic groups of masters who are unwilling to allow any individual to hold authority over them. 2. In addition to the small scale of the group in numbers or territorial extent, or still better in both, as essential conditions of immediate democracy, is the absence of qualitative functions which can only be adequately handled by professional specialists. Where such a group of professional specialists is present, no matter how strongly the attempt is made to keep them in a dependent position, the seeds of bureaucratization are present. Above all, such persons can neither be appointed nor dismissed according to the procedures appropriate to immediate democracy. 3. Closely related to the rational forms of immediate democracy is the primitive gerontocratic or patriarchal group. This is because those holding authority are expected to administer it in the service of the members. However, there are two principal differences: governing powers are normally appropriated and action is strictly bound to tradition. Immediate democracy is either a form of organization of rational groups or may become a rational form. The transitional types will be discussed presently. 20. Administration by notables. Notables, honorateurs, are persons, 1. whose economic position permits them to hold continuous policy-making and administrative positions in an organization without, more than nominal, remuneration, 2. who enjoy social prestige of whatever derivation in such a manner that they are likely to hold office by virtue of the members' confidence, which at first is freely given and then traditionally accorded. Most of all, the notable's position presupposes that the individual is able to live for politics without living from politics. He must hence be able to count on a certain level of provision from private sources. This condition is most likely to be met by receivers of property income of all sorts, such as landowners, slave owners, and owners of cattle, real estate, or securities. Along with these, people with a regular occupation are in a favorable position if their occupation is such as to leave them free for political activity as an avocation. This is particularly true of persons whose occupational activity is seasonal, notably agriculture, of lawyers. Direct democracy and representative administration to nine who have an office staff to depend on, and certain others of the free professions. It is also to a large extent true of patrician merchants whose business is not continuously exacting. The most unfavorably situated are independent industrial entrepreneurs and industrial workers. Every type of immediate democracy has a tendency to shift to a form of government by notables. From an ideal point of view, this is because they are held to be especially well qualified by experience and objectivity. From a material point of view, this form of government is especially cheap, indeed, sometimes completely costless. Such a person is partly himself in possession of the means of administration or provides them out of his own private resources, while in part they are put at his disposal by the organization. 1. The classification of notables as a status group will be undertaken later. Ch. 4. The primary basis in all primitive societies is wealth, which is often sufficient to make a man a chief. In addition to this, according to different circumstances, hereditary charisma or economic availability may be more prominent. 2. In the American township, the tendency has been to favor actual rotation on grounds of natural rights. As opposed to this, the immediate democracy of the Swiss cantons has been characterized by the recurrence of the same names and, still more, families among the office holders. The fact that some persons were economically more available than others became also important in the Germanic communes, Dingemeinden, and in the initially, at least in some cases, strictly democratic North German towns. This was one of the sources for the rise of the meliors, and hence of the patriciate, who monopolized the city councils. 3. Administration by notables is found in all kinds of organizations. It is, for instance, typical of political parties which are not highly bureaucratized. It always means an extensive rather than intensive type of administration. When there are very urgent economic or administrative needs for precise action, though it is free to the group as such, it is hence often very expensive for individual members. Both immediate democracy and government by notables are technically inadequate, on the one hand in organizations beyond a certain limit of size, constituting more than a few thousand full-hedged members, or on the other hand, where functions are involved which require technical training or continuity of policy. If, in such a case, permanent technical officials are appointed alongside of shifting heads, Actual power will normally tend to fall into the hands of the former, who do the real work, while the latter remain essentially dilettantes. A typical example is to be found in the situation of the annually elected head, rector, of the German university, who administers academic affairs only as a sideline, vis-a-vis the syndics, or under certain circumstances even. The permanent officials in the university administration, Kanzlei. Only an autonomous university president with a long term of office like the American type would, apart from very exceptional cases, be in a position to create a genuinely independent self-government of a university which went beyond phrase-making and expressions of self-importance. In Germany, however, both the vanity of academic faculties and the interests of the state bureaucracy in their own power stand in the way of any such development. Varying according to particular circumstances, similar situations are to be found everywhere. Immediate democracy and government by notables exist in their genuine forms, free from Herrschaft, only so long as parties which contend with each other and attempt to appropriate office do not develop on a permanent basis. If they do, the leader of the contending and victorious party and his staff constitute a structure of domination, regardless of how they attain power and whether they formally retain the previous mode of administration. Indeed, this is a relatively common form of destroying the old ways. XL. Representation. 21. The principal forms and characteristics. The primary fact underlying representation is that the action of certain members of an organization, the representatives, is considered binding on the others or accepted by them as legitimate and obligatory. Cfch. I. Sector 11. Within the structures of domination, representation takes a variety of typical forms. 1. Appropriated representation. In this case, the chief or a member of the administrative staff holds appropriated rights of representation. In this form it is very ancient and is found in all kinds of patriarchal and charismatic groups. The power of representation has a traditionally limited scope. This category covers the sheikhs of clans and chiefs of tribes, the headmen of castes in India, hereditary priests of sects, the patel of the Indian village, the Obermeister, hereditary monarchs, and all sorts of similar patriarchal or patrimonial heads of organizations. Authority to conclude contractual agreements and to agree on binding rules govern. 11. Representation. In their relations with the elders of neighboring tribes exists what are otherwise exceedingly primitive conditions, as in Australia. Too closely related to appropriated representation is estate-type representation. This does not constitute representation so far as it is a matter primarily of representing and enforcing appropriated rights or privileges. It may, however, have a representative character and be recognized as such, so far as the effect of the decisions of such bodies as estates extends beyond the personal holders of privileges to the unprivileged groups. This may not be confined to the immediate retainers but may include others who are not in the socially privileged group. These others are regularly bound by the action involved, whether this is merely taken for granted or a representative authority is explicitly claimed. This is true of all feudal courts and assemblies of privileged estates, and included the estates of the late Middle Ages in Germany and of more recent times. In antiquity and in non-European areas this institution occurs only sporadically and has not been a universal stage of development. 3. The radical antithesis of this is instructed representation. In this case elected representatives or representatives chosen by rotation or lot or in any other manner exercise powers of representation which are strictly limited by an imperative mandate and a right of recall. This type of representative is, in effect, an agent of those he represents. The imperative mandate has had for a very long time a place in the most various organizations. For instance, the elected representatives of the communes in France were almost all WAFs-bound BV the Cahiers de doléances _ at the present time. This type of representation is particularly prominent in the Soviet type of republican organization where it serves as a substitute for immediate democracy, since the latter is impossible in a mass organization. Instructed mandates are certainly to be found in all sorts of organizations outside the Western world, both in the Middle Ages and in modern times, but nowhere else have they been of great historical signali. 4. Free representation. The representative, who is generally elected, and possibly subject to rotation, is not bound by instruction but is in a position to make his own decisions. He is obligate only to express his own genuine conviction, and not to promote the interests of those who have elected him. Free representation in this sense is not uncommonly an unavoidable consequence of the incompleteness or absence of instructions, but in other cases it is the deliberate object of choice. In so far as this is true, the representative, by virtue of his election, exercises authority over the 294 electors and is not merely their agent. The most prominent example of this type is modem parliamentary representation. It shares with legal authority the general tendency to impersonality, the obligation to conform to abstract norms, political or ethical. This feature is most pronounced in the case of the parliaments, the representative bodies of the modern political organizations. Their function is not understandable apart from the voluntaristic intervention of the parties. It is the parties which present candidates and programs to the politically passive citizens. They also, by the process of compromise and balloting within the parliament, create the norms which govern the administrative process. They subject the administration to control, support it by their confidence, or overthrow it by withdrawal of confidence whenever, by virtue of commanding a majority of votes, they are in a position to do this. The party leader and the administrative staff which is appointed by him, consisting of ministers, secretaries of state, and sometimes undersecretaries, constitute the political administration of the state, that is, their position is dependent upon the electoral success of their party, and an electoral defeat forces their resignation. Where party government is fully developed they are imposed on the formal head of the state, the monarch, by the party composition of the parliament. The monarch is expropriated from the actual governing power and his role is limited to two things. 1. By negotiation with the parties, he selects the effective head and formally legitimizes his position by appointment. 2. He acts as an agency for legalizing the measures of the party chief who at the time is in power. The cabinet of ministers, a committee of the majority party, may be organized in a monocratic or a more collegial form. The latter is unavoidable in coalition cabinets, whereas the former is more precise in its functioning. The cabinet protects itself from the attacks of its followers who seek office and its opponents by the usual means, by monopolizing official secrets and maintaining solidarity against all outsiders. Unless there is an effective separation of powers, this system involves the complete appropriation of all powers by the party organization in control at the time. Not only the top positions but often many of the lower offices become benefices of the party followers. This may be called parliamentary cabinet government. The facts are in many respects best presented in the brilliantly polemical attack on the system by W. Hasbach Die Parlamentarische Kabinettsregierung, 1919, which has erroneously been called a political description. The author in his own essay, Parlament und die Regierung im 11 Representation Norddeutschland in Deutschland, has been careful to emphasize that it is a polemical work which has arisen out of the particular situation of the time, where the appropriation of power by the party government is not complete but the monarch or a corresponding elected president enjoys independent power especially in appointments to office, including military officers. There is a constitutional government. This is likely to be found where there is a formal separation of powers. A special case is an elective presidency combined with a representative parliament. The executive authorities or the chief executive of a parliamentary organization may also be chosen by Parliament itself. This is purely representative government. The governing powers of representative bodies may be both limited and legitimized where direct canvassing of the masses of members of the groups is permitted through the referendum. 1. It is not representation as such but free representation in conjunction with the presence of parliamentary bodies which is peculiar to the modern Western world. Only relatively small beginnings are to be found in antiquity and elsewhere in such forms as assemblies of delegates in the confederations of city-states. But in principle the members of these bodies were usually bound bv instructions. 2. The abolition of imperative mandates has been very strong influenced by the positions of the monarchs. The French kings regularly demanded that the delegates to the Estates General should be elected on a basis which left them free to vote for the recommendations of the king. If they had been bound by imperative mandates, the king's pollic would have been seriously obstructed. In the English Parliament, as will be pointed out below, both the composition and the procedure of the body led to the same result. It is connected with this fact that right up to the Reform Bill of I-867, the members of Parliament regarded themselves as a specially privileged group. This is shown clearly by the rigorous exclusion of publicity. As late as the middle of the 18th century, heavy penalties were laid upon newspapers which reported the transactions of Parliament. The theory came to be that the parliamentary deputy was a representative of the people as a whole and that hence he was not bound by any specific mandates, was not an agent but a person in authority, heir. This theory was already well developed in the literature before it received its classical rhetorical form in the French Revolution. 3. It is not yet possible at this point to analyze in detail the process by which the English king and certain others following his example came to be gradually expropriated by the unofficial cabinet system which represented only party groups. This seems at first sight to be a peculiar development in spite of the universal importance of its consequences. But in view of the fact that bureaucracy was relatively undeveloped in England, it is by no means so fortuitous as has often been claimed. It is also not yet possible to analyze the partly plebiscitarian and partly representative American system of functional separation of powers and the place in it of the referendum, which is essentially an expression of mistrust of corrupt legislative bodies. Also Swiss democracy, and the related forms of purely representative democracy which have recently appeared in some of the German states, will have to be left aside for the present. The purpose of the above discussion was only to outline a few of the most important types. 4. So-called constitutional monarchy, which is above all characterized by appropriation of the power of patronage including the appointment of ministers and of military commanders by the monarch, may come to be very similar to a purely parliamentary regime of the English type. Conversely, the latter by no means necessarily excludes a politically gifted monarch like Edward VII from effective participation in political affairs. He need not be a mere figurehead. Details will be given below. 5. Groups governed by representative bodies are by no means necessarily democratic in the sense that all their members have equal rights. Quite the contrary, it can be shown that the classic soil for the growth of parliamentary government has tended to be an aristocratic or plutocratic society. This was true of England. Relations to the economic order, these are highly complex and will have to be analyzed separately. For the present primary purposes only the following general remarks will be made. 1. One factor in the development of free representation was the undermining of the economic basis of the older status groups. This made it possible for persons with demagogic gifts to pursue their career regardless of their social position. The source of this undermining process was modern capitalism. 2. Calculability and reliability in the functioning of the legal order and the administrative system is vital to rational capitalism. This need led the bourgeoisie to attempt to impose checks on patrimonial monarchs and the feudal nobility by means of a collegial body in which the bourgeois had a decisive voice, which controlled administration and finance and could exercise an important influence on changes in the legal order. 3. When this transition was taking place, the proletariat had not yet become a political power and did not yet appear dangerous to the bourgeoisie. Furthermore, there was no hesitation in eliminating any threat to the power of the propertied class by means of property qualifications for the franchise. 4. The formal rationalization of the economic order and the state, which was favorable to capitalistic development, could be strongly pro. 11. Representation 297 moted by parliaments. Furthermore, it seemed relatively easy to secure inatience on party organizations. 5. The development of demagogy in the activities of the existing parties was a function of the extension of the franchise. Two main factors have tended to make monarchs and ministers everywhere favorable to universal suffrage, namely, the necessity for the support of the proletariat in foreign con-8 and the hope, which has proved to be unjustified, that, as compared to the bourgeoisie, they would be a conservative in agents. 6. Parliaments have tended to function smoothly as long as their composition was drawn predominantly from the classes of wealth and culture, that is, as they were composed of honorateurs. Established social status rather than class interests as such underlay the party structure. The con-8ists tended to be only those between different forms of wealth, but with the rise of class parties to power, especially the proletarian parties, the situation of parliaments has changed radically. Another important factor in the change has been the bureaucratization of party organizations, with its specifically plebiscitary character. The member of parliament thereby ceases to be master of the electors and becomes merely a servant of the leaders of the party machine. This will have to be discussed more in detail elsewhere. 22. Representation by the agents of interest groups. A fifth type of representation is that by the agents of interest groups. This term will be applied to the type of representative body where the selection of members is not a matter of free choice, but where the body consists of persons who are chosen on the basis of their occupations or their social or class membership, each group being represented by persons of its own sort. At the present time the tendency of this type is to representation on an occupational basis. This kind of representation may, however, have a very different significance, according to certain possible variations within it. In the first place, it will differ widely according to the specific occupations, status groups, and classes which are involved, and, secondly, according to whether direct balloting or compromise is the means of settling differences. In the first connection its significance will vary greatly according to the numerical proportions of the different categories. It is possible for such a system to be radically revolutionary or extremely conservative in its character. In every case it is a product of the development of powerful parties representing class interests. As a rule, this kind of representation is propagated with a view toward disenfranchising certain strata, a, either by distributing mandates among the occupations and thus in fact disenfranchising the numerically superior masses, or, b, by openly and formally limiting suffrage to the non-propertied and thus by disenfranchising those strata whose power rests on their economic position, the case of a state of Soviets. It is, at least, the theory that this type of representation weakens the exclusive sway of party interests, though, if experience so far is conclusive, it does not eliminate it. It is also theoretically possible that the role of campaign funds can be lessened, but it is doubtful to what degree this is true. Representative bodies of this type tend toward the absence of effective individual leadership, Führerlosigkeit, for the professional representative of an interest group is likely to be the only person who can devote his whole time to his function. Among the non-propertied strata this task hence devolves upon the paid secretaries of the organized interest groups. One representation where compromise has provided the means of settling differences is characteristic of the older historical bodies of estates. Today it is dominant in the labor management committees and wherever negotiations between the various separate authorities is the order of the day. It is impossible to assign a numerical value to the importance of an occupational group. Above all, the interests of the masses of workers on the one hand and of the increasingly smaller number of entrepreneurs, who are likely both to be particularly when informed and to have strong personal interests, somehow have to be taken account of regardless of numbers. These interests are often highly antagonistic, hence majority voting among elements which in status and class affiliation are highly heterogeneous, is exceedingly artificial. The ballot as a basis of final decision is characteristic of settling and expressing the compromise of parties. It is not, however, characteristic of the occupational interest groups. 2. The ballot is adequate in social groups where the representation consists of elements of roughly equal social status. Thus the so-called Soviets are made up only of workers. The prototype is the Mercatanza of the time of the guild's struggle for power. It was composed of delegates of the individual guilds who decided matters by majority vote. It was, however, in fact in danger of secession if certain particularly powerful guilds were outvoted. Even the participation of white-collar workers in Soviets raises problems. It has been usual to put mechanical limits to their share of votes. If representatives of peasants and craftsmen are admitted, the situation becomes still more complicated. And if the so-called higher professions and business interests are brought in, it is impossible for questions to be decided by ballot. If a labor management body is organized in terms of equal representation, the tendency is for 11 representation to 99. Yellow unions to support the employers and certain types of employers to support the workers. The result is that the elements which are most lacking in class loyalty, Klassenwehrd, have the most decisive influence. But even purely proletarian Soviets would in settled times be subject to the development of sharp antagonism between different groups of workers, which would probably paralyze the Soviets in effect. In any case, however, it would open the door for adroit politics in playing the different interests off against each other. This is the reason why the bureaucratic elements have been so friendly to the idea. The same thing would be likely to happen as between representatives of peasants and of industrial workers. Indeed, any attempt to organize such representative bodies otherwise than on a strict revolutionary basis comes down in the last analysis only to another opportunity for electoral manipulation in different forms. 3. The probability of the development of representation on an occupational basis is by no means low. In times of the stabilization of technical and economical development it is particularly high, but in such situations the importance of parties will be reduced at any rate. Unless this situation arises, it is obvious that occupational representative bodies will fail to eliminate parties. On the contrary, as can be clearly seen at the present time, all the way from the /Forks councils to the Federal Economic Council in Germany, a great mass of new benefices for loyal party henchmen are being created and made use of. Politics is penetrating into the economic order at the same time that economic interests are entering into politics. There are a number of different possible value attitudes toward this situation, but this does not alter the facts. Genuine parliamentary representation with the voluntaristic play of interests in the political sphere, the resulting plebiscitary party organization with its consequences, and the modern idea of rational representation by interest groups, are all peculiar to the /Western world. None of these is understandable apart from the peculiar /Western development of status groups and classes. Even in the Middle Ages the seeds of these phenomena were present in the /Western world, and only there. It is only in the Western world that cities and estates, rex et regnum, bourgeois and proletarians have existed. Chapter 4. Status Groups and Classes 1. 1. Class situation and class types. Class situation means the typical probability of 1. Procuring goods, 2. Gaining a position in life, and 3. Finding inner satisfactions, a probability which derives from the relative control over goods and skills and from their income-producing uses within a given economic order. Class means all persons in the same class situation. A property class is primarily determined by property differences. B. A commercial class by the marketability of goods and services. C. A social class makes up the totality of those class situations within which individual and generational mobility is easy and typical. Associations of class members. Class organizations may arise on the basis of all three types of classes. However, this does not necessarily happen. Class situation and class refer only to the same, or similar, interests which an individual shares with others. In principle, the various controls over consumer goods, means of production, assets, resources, and skills each constitute a particular class situation. A uniform class situation prevails only when completely unskilled and propertyless persons are dependent on irregular employment. Mobility among, and stability of, class positions differs greatly, hence, the unity of a social class is highly variable. 2. Property classes. The primary significance of a positively privileged property class lies in its exclusive acquisition of high-priced consumers' goods, /3, its sales monopoly and its ability to pursue systematic policies in this regard. Y. Its monopolization of wealth accumulation out of unconsumed surpluses. 8. Its monopolization of capital formation out of savings, i.e., of the utilization of wealth in the form of loan capital, and its resulting control over executive positions in business. Pound. Its monopolization of costly, educational, status privileges. I. Positively privileged property classes are typically rentiers, receiving income from a. men, the case of slave owners, b. land, c. mines, d. installations, factories and equipment, e. ships, f. creditors, of livestock, grain, or money, g. securities. 2. Negatively privileged property classes are typically a. the unfree, c. under status group, b. the déclassés, the proletarii of antiquity, c. debtors, d. te paupers. In between are the various middle classes, Mittelstandsklassen, which make a living from their property or their acquired skills. Some of them may be commercial classes, entrepreneurs with mainly positive privileges, proletarians with negative ones. However, not all of them fall into the latter category, witness peasants, craftsmen, officials. The mere differentiation of property classes is not dynamic, that is, it need not result in class struggles and revolutions. The strongly privileged class of slave owners may coexist with the much less privileged peasants or even the déclassés, frequently without any class antagonism and sometimes in solidarity, against the unfree. However, the juxtaposition of property classes may lead to revolutionary conflict between I. landowners and the déclassés or 2. creditor and debtors, often urban patricians versus rural peasants or small urban craftsmen. These struggles need not focus on a change of the economic system. Status groups and classes ch. 4. But may aim primarily at a redistribution of wealth. In this case we can speak of property revolutions, Besitzklassenrevolutionen. A classic example of the lack of class conflict was the relationship of the poor white trash to the plantation owners in the southern states. The poor white trash were far more anti-Negro than the plantation owners, who were often imbued with patriarchal sentiments. The major examples for the struggle of the déclassés against the property date back to antiquity, as does the antagonism between creditors and debtors and landowners and the déclassés. 3. Commercial classes. The primary significance of a positively privileged commercial class lies in a. the monopolization of entrepreneurial management for the sake of its members and their business interests, /3. the safeguarding of those interests through influence on the economic policy of the political and other organizations. I. Positively privileged commercial classes are typically entrepreneurs, a. merchants, b. shipowners, c. industrial and d. agricultural entrepreneurs, e. bankers and financiers, sometimes also f. professionals with sought-after expertise or privileged education, such as lawyers, physicians, artists, or g. workers with monopolistic qualifications and skills, natural, or acquired through drill or training. 2. Negatively privileged commercial classes are typically laborers with varying qualifications, a. skilled, b. semi-skilled, c. unskilled. In bet/in again are middle classes, the self-employed farmers and craftsmen, and frequently, a. public and private officials. b. the last two groups mentioned in the first category, i.e., the liberal professions and the labor groups with exceptional qualifications. 4. Social classes. Social classes are: social classes. A. the working class as a whole. The more so, the more automated the work process becomes. b. the petty bourgeoisie. c. the property-less intelligentsia and specialists, technicians, various kinds of white-collar employees, civil servants possibly with considerable social differences depending on the cost of their training. d. the classes privileged through property and education. The unfinished last part of Karl Marx's Capital apparently was intended to deal with the issue of class unity in the face of skill differentials. Crucial for this differentiation is increasing importance of semi-skilled workers, who can be trained on the job in a relatively short time, over the apprenticed and sometimes also the unskilled workers. Semi-skilled qualification too can often become monopolistic. Weavers, for example, sometimes achieve their greatest efficiency after 5 years. It used to be that every worker aspired to be a self-employed small businessman. However, this is less and less feasible. In the generational sequence, the rise of groups A and B into C, technicians, white-collar workers, is relatively the easiest. Within Class D, money increasingly buys everything, at least in the sequence of generations. In banks and corporations, as well as in the higher ranks of the civil service, Class C, members have a chance to move up into Class D. Class-conscious organization succeeds most easily A, against the immediate economic opponents, V workers against entrepreneurs, but not against stockholders, who truly draw unearned incomes, and also not in the case of peasants confronting manorial lords, B, if large numbers of persons are in the same class situation, C, if it is technically easy to organize them, especially if they are concentrated at their place of work, as in a workshop community, D, if they are led toward readily understood goals, which are imposed and interpreted by men outside their class, intelligentsia. 5. Status and status group. Stand, status, ständigkeit, shall mean an effective claim to social esteem in terms of positive or negative privileges. It is typically founded on A, style of life, hence B, formal education, which may be status groups and classes ch. 4. A, empirical training or /3, rational instruction, and the corresponding forms of behavior, C, hereditary or occupational prestige. In Prajectus, status expresses itself through A, connubium, /3, commensality, possibly Y, monopolistic appropriation of privileged modes of acquisition or the abhorrence of certain kinds of acquisition. 8. Status conventions, traditions, of other kinds. Status may rest on class position of a distinct or an ambiguous kind. However, it is not solely determined by it. Money and an entrepreneurial position are not in themselves status qualifications, although they may lead to them, and the lack of property is not in itself a status disqualification, although this may be a reason for it. Conversely, status may influence, if not completely determine, a class position without being identical with it. The class position of an officer, a civil servant or a student may vary greatly according to their wealth and yet not lead to a different status, since upbringing and education create a common style of life. A status group means a plurality of persons who, within a larger group, successfully claim A special social esteem, and possibly also B, status monopolies. Status groups may come into being, A, in the first instance, by virtue of their own style of life, particularly the type of vocation, self-styled or occupational status groups, B, in the second instance, through hereditary charisma, by virtue of successful claims to higher-ranking descent, hereditary status groups, or C, through monopolistic appropriation of political or hierarchic powers, political or hierarchic status groups. The development of hereditary status groups is generally a form of the hereditary appropriation of privileges by an organization or qualified individuals. Every definite appropriation of political powers and the corresponding economic opportunities tends to result in the rise of status groups, and vice versa. Commercial classes arise in a market-oriented economy, but status groups arise within the framework of organizations which satisfy their wants through monopolistic liturgies, or in feudal or instandish patrimonial fashion. Depending on the prevailing mode of stratification, we shall speak of a status society or a class society. The status group. 5. Status and status group, stand. Comes closest to the social class and is most unlike the commercial class. Status groups are often created by property classes. Every status society lives by conventions, which regulate the style of life, and hence creates economically irrational consumption patterns and fetters the free market through monopolistic appropriations and by curbing the individual's earning power. More on that separately. Part 2. The economy and the arena of normative and de facto powers. Chapter I. The economy and social norms. I. Legal order and economic order. A. The sociological concept of law. \v. When we speak of law, legal order, or legal proposition, Riksats, close attention must be paid to the distinction between the legal and the sociological points of view. Taking the former, we ask, \v. is intrinsically valid as law. That is to say, \v. significance or, in other words, what normative meaning ought to be attributed in correct logic to a verbal pattern having the form of a legal proposition. But if we take the latter point of view, we ask, \v. actually happens in a group owing to the probability that persons engaged in social action, gemeenschapshandeln, especially those exerting a socially relevant amount of power, subjectively consider certain norms as valid and practically act according to them, in other words, orient their own conduct towards these norms. This distinction also determines, in principle, the relationship between law and economy. The juridical point of view, or, more precisely, that of legal dogmatics, one aims at the correct meaning of propositions the content of which constitutes an order supposedly determinative for the conduct of a defined group of persons, in other words, it tries to define the facts to which this order applies and the way in which it bears upon them. Toward this end, the jurist, taking for granted the empirical validity of the legal propositions, examines each of them and tries to determine its logically correct meaning in such a way that all of them can be combined in a system which is logically coherent, i.e., free from internal contradictions. This system is the legal order in the juridical sense of the word. Sociological economics, socialeconomy, on the other hand, con. 3.2 considers actual human activities as they are conditioned by the necessity to take into account the facts of economic life. \ve shall apply the term economic order to the distribution of the actual control over goods and services, the distribution arising in each case from the particular mode of balancing interests consensually. Moreover, the term shall apply to the manner in which goods and services are indeed used by virtue of these powers of disposition, which are based on de facto recognition, einverstandnis. It is obvious that these two approaches deal with entirely different problems and that their subjects cannot come directly into contact with one another. The ideal legal order of legal theory has nothing directly to do with the world of real economic conduct, since both exist on different levels. One exists in the realm of the ought, while the other deals with the world of the is. If it is nevertheless said that the economic and the legal order are intimately related to one another, the latter is understood, not in the legal, but in the sociological sense, i.e., as being empirically valid. In this context, legal order thus assumes a totally different meaning. It refers not to a set of norms of logically demonstrable correctness, but rather to a complex of actual determinants, Bestimmungsgrund, of human conduct. This point requires further elaboration. The fact that some persons act in a certain way because they regard it as prescribed by legal propositions, Riksatsa, is, of course, an essential element in the actual emergence and continued operation of a legal order. But, as we have seen already in discussing the significance of the existence of rational norms too, it is by no means necessary that all, or even a majority, of those who engage in such conduct, do so from this motivation. As a matter of fact, such a situation has never occurred. The broad mass of the participants act in a way corresponding to legal norms, not out of obedience regarded as a legal obligation, but either because the environment approves of the conduct and disapproves of its opposite, or merely as a result of unreflective habituation to a regularity of life that has engraved itself as a custom. If the latter attitude were universal, the law would no longer subjectively be regarded as such, but would be observed as custom. As long as there is a chance that a coercive apparatus will enforce, in a given situation, compliance with those norms, we nevertheless must consider them as law. Neither is it necessary, according to what was said above, that all those who share a belief in certain norms of behavior, actually live in accordance with that belief at all times. Such a situation, likewise, has never obtained, nor need it obtain, since, according to our general definition, it is the orientation of an action toward a norm, rather than the success of that norm that legal order and economic order 3 is decisive for its validity. Law, as understood by us, is simply an order endowed with certain specific guarantees of the probability of its empirical validity. The term guaranteed law shall be understood to mean that there exists a coercive apparatus, in the sense defined earlier, 3, that is, that there are one or more persons whose special task it is to hold themselves ready to apply specially provided means of coercion, legal coercion, for the purpose of norm enforcement. The means of coercion may be physical or psychological, they may be direct or indirect in their operation, and they may be directed, as the case may require, against the participants in the consensual group, Einverständnisgemeinschaft, or the association, Vergesellschaftung, the organization, Verband, or the institution, Anstalt, within which the order is, empirically, valid, or they may be aimed at those outside. These means are the legal regulations of the group in question. By no means all norms which are consensually valid in a group, as we shall see later, are legal norms. Nor are all official functions of the persons constituting the coercive apparatus of a community concerned with legal coercion. We shall rather consider as legal coercion only those actions whose intention is the enforcement of conformity to a norm as such, i.e., because of its being formally accepted as binding. The term will not be applied, however, where conformity of conduct to a norm is sought because of considerations of expediency or other material circumstances. It is obvious that the effectuation of the validity of a norm may in fact be pursued for the most diverse motives. However, we shall designate it as guaranteed law only in those cases where there exists the probability that coercion will be applied for the norm's sake. As we shall have opportunity to see, not all law is guaranteed law. \VE shall speak of law albeit in the sense of indirectly guaranteed or unguaranteed law also in all those cases where the validity of a norm consists in the fact that the mode of orientation of an actio toward it has some legal consequences, i.e., that there are other norms which associate with the observance or infringement of the primary norm certain probabilities of consensual action guaranteed, in their turn, by legal coercion. \VE shall have occasion to illustrate this case which occurs in a large area of legal life. However, in order to avoid further complication, whenever we shall use the term law without qualification, we shall mean norms which are directly guaranteed by legal coercion. Such guaranteed law is by no means in all cases guaranteed by violence, Gewalt, in the sense of the prospect of physical coercion. In our terminology, law, including guaranteed law, is not characterized by violence or, even less, by that modum technique of effectuating claims. 3I4 of private law through bringing suit in a court, followed by coercive execution of the judgment obtained. The sphere of public law, i.e., the norms governing the conduct of the organs of the state and other state-oriented activities, recognizes numerous rights and legal norms, upon the infringement of which a coercive apparatus can be set in motion only through complaint or through remonstrance by members of a limited group of persons, and often without any means of physical coercion. Sociologically, the question of whether or not guaranteed law exists in such a situation depends on the availability of an organized coercive apparatus for the nonviolent exercise of legal coercion. This apparatus must also possess such power that there is in fact a significant probability that the norm will be respected because of the possibility of recourse to such legal coercion. Today legal coercion by violence is the monopoly of the state. All other groups applying legal coercion by violence are today considered as heteronymous and mostly also as heterocephalous. This is the outcome, however, of certain stages of development. We shall speak of state law, i.e., of law guaranteed by the state, only when legal coercion is exercised through the specific, i.e., normally directly physical, means of coercion of the political community. Thus, the existence of a legal norm in the sense of state law means that the following situation obtains: in the case of certain events occurring, there is general agreement that certain organs of the community can be expected to go into official action, and the very expectation of such action is apt to induce conformity with the commands derived from the generally accepted interpretation of that legal norm, or, where such conformity has become unattainable, at least to effect reparation or indemnification. The event inducing this consequence, the legal coercion by the state, may consist in certain human acts, for instance, the conclusion or the breach of a contract, or the commission of a tort. But this type of occurrence constitutes only a special instance, since, upon the basis of some empirically valid legal proposition, the coercive instruments of the political powers against persons and things may also be applied where, for example, a river has risen above a certain level. It is in no way inherent, however, in the validity of a legal norm as normally conceived, that those who obey do so, predominantly or in any way, because of the availability of such a coercive apparatus as defined above. The motives for obedience may rather be of many different kinds. In the majority of cases, they are predominantly utilitarian or ethical or subjectively conventional, i.e., consisting of the fear of disapproval by the environment. The nature of these motives is highly relevant in determining the kind and the degree of validity of the law itself. But insofar as the formal sociological concept of guaranteed law, legal order and economic order 3I5, as we intend to use it, is concerned, these psychological facts are irrelevant. In this connection nothing matters except that there be a sufficiently high probability of intervention on the part of a specially designated group of persons, even in those cases where nothing has occurred but the sheer fact of a norm infringement, i.e., on purely formal grounds. The empirical validity of a norm as a legal norm affects the interests of an individual in many respects. In particular, it may convey to an individual certain calculable chances of having economic goods available or of acquiring them under certain conditions in the future. Obviously, the creation or protection of such chances is normally one of the aims of law enactment by those who agree upon a norm or impose it upon others. There are two ways in which such a chance may be attributed. The attribution may be a mere byproduct of the empirical validity of the norm. In that case the norm is not meant to guarantee to an individual the chance which happens to fall to him. It may also be, however, that the norm is specifically meant to provide to the individual such a guarantee, in other words, to grant him a right. Sociologically, the statement that someone has a right by virtue of the legal order of the state thus normally means the following: he has a chance, factually guaranteed to him by the consensually accepted interpretation of a legal norm, of invoking in favor of his ideal or material interests the aid of a coercive apparatus which is in special readiness for this purpose. This aid consists, at least normally, in the readiness of certain persons to come to his support in the event that they are approached in the proper way, and that it is shown that the recourse to such aid is actually guaranteed to him by a legal norm. Such guarantee is based simply upon the validity of the legal proposition, and does not depend upon questions of expediency, discretion, grace, or arbitrary pleasure. A law, thus, is valid wherever legal help in this sense can be obtained in a relevant measure, even though without recourse to physical or other drastic coercive means. A law can also be said to be valid, viz., in the case of unguaranteed law, if its violation, as, for instance, that of an electoral law, induces, on the ground of some empirically valid norm, legal consequences, for instance, the invalidation of the election, for the execution of which an agency with coercive powers has been established. For purposes of simplification we shall pass by those chances which are produced as mere byproducts. A right, in the context of the state, is guaranteed by the coercive power of the political authorities. Wherever the means of coercion which constitute the guarantee of a right belong to some authority other than the political, for instance, a hierarchy, we shall speak of extra-state law. 3I6. b. State law and extra-state law. A discussion of the various categories of such extra-state law would be out of place in the present context. All we need to recall is that there exist nonviolent means of coercion which may have the same or, under certain conditions, even greater effectiveness than the violent ones. Frequently, and in fairly large areas even regularly, the threat of such measures as the exclusion from an organization, or a boycott, or the prospect of magically conditioned advantages or disadvantages in this world, or of reward and punishment in the next, are under certain cultural conditions more effective in producing a certain behavior than a political apparatus whose coercive functioning is not always predictable with certainty. Legal forcible coercion exercised by the coercive apparatus of the political community has often come off badly as compared with the coercive power of other, example religious, authorities. In general, the actual scope of its efficiency depends on the circumstances of each concrete case. Within the realm of sociological reality, legal coercion continues to exist, however, as long as some socially relevant effects are produced by its power machinery. The assumption that a state exists only if the coercive means of the political community are superior to all other communities, is not sociological. Ecclesiastical law is still law even where it comes into conflict with state law, as it has happened many times and as it is bound to happen again in the case of the relations between the modern state and certain churches, for instance, the Roman Catholic. In Imperial Austria, the Slavic Ksatruga not only lacked any kind of legal guarantee by the state, but some of its norms were outright contradictory to the official law. Since the consensual action constituting a Ksatruga has at its disposal its own coercive apparatus for the enforcement of its norms, these norms are to be considered as law. Only the state, if invoked, would refuse recognition and proceed, through its coercive power, to break it up. Outside the sphere of the European continental legal system, it is no rare occurrence at all that modern state law explicitly treats as valid the norms of other organizations and reviews their concrete decisions. American law thus protects labor union labels or regulates the conditions under which a candidate is to be regarded as validly nominated by a party. English judges intervene, on appeal, in the judicial proceedings of a club. Even on the continent, German judges investigate, in defamation cases, the propriety of the rejection of a challenge to a duel, even though dueling is forbidden by law. We shall not enter into a casuistic inquiry of the extent to which such norms thus become state law. For all the reasons given above and, in particular, for the sake of terminological consistency, we categorically deny that law exists only where legal coercion is guaranteed by the political authority. For us, there is no illegal order and economic order 3I7. Practical reason for such a terminology. A legal order shall rather be said to exist wherever coercive means, of a physical or psychological kind, are available, i.e., wherever they are at the disposal of one or more persons who hold themselves ready to use them for this purpose in the case of certain events, in other words, wherever we find a consociation specifically dedicated to the purpose of legal coercion. The possession of such an apparatus for the exercise of physical coercion has not always been the monopoly of the political community. As far as psychological coercion is concerned, there is no such monopoly even today, as demonstrated by the importance of law guaranteed only by the Church. We have also indicated already that direct guarantee of law and of rights by a coercive apparatus constitutes only one instance of the existence of law and of rights. Even within this limited sphere, the coercive apparatus can take on a great variety of forms. In marginal cases, it may consist in the consensually valid chance of coercive intervention by all the members of the community in the event of one infringement of a valid norm. However, in that case one cannot properly speak of a coercive apparatus unless the conditions under which participation in such coercive intervention is to be obligatory, are firmly fixed. In those cases where the protection of rights is guaranteed by the organs of the political authority, the coercive apparatus may be reinforced by pressure groups. The strict regulations of associations of creditors and landlords, especially their blacklists of unreliable debtors or tenants, often operate more effectively than the prospect of a lawsuit. It goes without saying that this kind of coercion may be extended to claims which the state does not guarantee at all. Such claims are nevertheless based on rights even though they are guaranteed by authorities other than the state. The law of the state often tries to obstruct the coercive means of other associations. The English Libel Act thus tries to preclude blacklisting by excluding the defense of truth. But the state is not always successful. There are groups stronger than the state in this respect, for instance, those status groups which rely on the honor code of the duel as the means of resolving conflicts. With courts of honor and boycott as the coercive means at their disposal, they usually succeed in compelling the fulfillment of obligations as debts of honor, for instance, gambling debts or the duty to engage in a duel. Such debts are intrinsically connected with the specific purposes of the group in question, but, as far as the state is concerned, they are not recognized, or are even proscribed. But the state has been forced, at least partially, to trim its sails. It would indeed be distorted legal reasoning to demand that such a specific delict as dueling be punished as attempted murder or assault and battery. Those crimes are of a quite different character. But it 3:8 mains a fact that in Germany the readiness to participate in a duel is still a legal obligation imposed by the state upon its army officers even though the duel is expressly forbidden by the criminal code. The state itself has connected legal consequences with an officer's failure to comply with the honor code. Outside of the status group of army officers the situation is different, however. The typical means of statutory coercion applied by private organizations against refractory members is exclusion from the corporate body and its tangible or intangible advantages. In the professional organizations of physicians and lawyers as well as in social or political clubs, it is the ultima ratio. The modern political organization has to a large extent usurped the application of these measures of coercion. Thus, recourse to them has been denied to the physicians and lawyers in Germany. In England the state courts have been given jurisdiction to review, on appeal, exclusions from clubs, and in America the courts have power over political parties as well as the right of reviewing, on appeal, the legality of the use of a union label. This conflict between the means of coercion of various organizations is as old as the law itself. In the past it has not always ended with the triumph of the coercive means of the political body, and even today this has not always been the outcome. A businessman, for instance, who has violated a cartel agreement, has no remedy against a systematic attempt to drive him out of business by underselling. Similarly, there is no protection against being blacklisted for having availed oneself of the plea of illegality of a contract in futures. In the Middle Ages the prohibitions of resorting to the ecclesiastical court contained in the statutes of certain merchants' guilds were clearly invalid from the point of view of canon law, but they persisted nonetheless. 4 To a considerable extent the state must tolerate the coercive power of organizations even in cases where it is directed not only against members, but also against outsiders on whom the organization tries to impose its own norms. Illustrations are afforded by the efforts of cartels to force outsiders into membership, or by the measures taken by creditors' associations against debtors and tenants. An important marginal case of coercively guaranteed law, in the sociological sense, is presented by that situation which may be regarded as the very opposite of that which is presented by the modern political communities as well as by those religious communities which apply their own laws. In the modern communities the law is guaranteed by a judge or some other organ who is an impartial and disinterested umpire rather than a person who would be characterized by a special relationship with one or the other of the parties. In the situation which we have in mind the means of coercion are provided by those very poor. Legal order and economic order 3:9. Sons who are linked to the party by close personal relationship, for example, as members of his kinship group. Just as war under modern international law, so under these conditions vengeance and feud are the only, or at least, the normal, forms of law enforcement. In this case, the right of the individual consists, sociologically seen, in the mere probability that the members of his kinship group will respond to their obligation of supporting his feud and blood vengeance, an obligation originally guaranteed by fear of the wrath of supernatural authorities, and that they will possess strength sufficient to support the right claimed by him even though not necessarily to achieve its final triumph. The term legal relationship will be applied to designate that situation in which the content of a right is constituted by a relationship, i.e., the actual or potential actions of concrete persons or of persons to be identified by concrete criteria. The rights contained in a legal relationship may vary in accordance with the actually occurring actions. In this sense, a state can be designated as a legal relationship, e/n in the hypothetical marginal case in which the ruler alone is regarded as endowed with rights, the right to give orders, and where, accordingly, the opportunities of all the other individuals are reduced to reflexes of his regulations. 2. Law, convention, and custom. 5. A. Significance of custom in the 4:1 of law. Law, convention, and custom belong to the same continuum with imperceptible transitions leading from one to the other. \VE shall define custom, cit, to mean a typically uniform activity which is kept on the beaten track simply because men are accustomed to it and persist in it by unrerective imitation. It is a collective way of acting, J\1 Asenyandeln, the perpetuation of which by the individual is not required in any sense by anyone. Convention, on the other hand, shall be said to exist wherever a certain conduct is sought to be induced without, however, any coercion, physical or psychological, and, at least under normal circumstances, without any direct reaction other than the expression of approval or disapproval on the part of those persons who constitute the environment of the actor. Convention must be strictly distinguished from customary law. \VE shall abstain here from criticizing this not very useful concept. 6. According to the usual terminology, the validity of a norm as customary law consists in the very likelihood that a coercive apparatus will go into action. 320. For its enforcement, although it derives from mere consensus rather than from enactment. Convention, on the contrary, is characterized by the very absence of any coercive apparatus, i.e., of any, at least relatively clearly delimited, group of persons who would continuously hold themselves ready for the special task of legal coercion through physical or psychological means. The existence of a mere custom, even unaccompanied by convention, can be of far-reaching economic significance. The level of economic need, which constitutes the basis of all economic activity, is comprehensively conditioned by mere custom. The individual might free himself of it without arousing the slightest disapproval. In fact, however, he cannot escape from it except with the greatest difficulty, and it does not change except where it comes gradually to give way to the imitation of the different custom of some other social group. We shall see 7 that the uniformity of mere usages can be of importance in the formation of social groups and in facilitating intermarriage. It may also give a certain, though rather intangible, impetus toward the formation of feelings of ethnic identification and, in that way, contribute to the creation of community. At any rate, adherence to what has as such become customary is such a strong component of all conduct and, consequently, of all social action, that legal coercion, where it transforms a custom into a legal obligation, by invocation of the usual, often adds practically nothing to its effectiveness, and, where it opposes custom, frequently fails in the one attempt to influence actual conduct. Convention is equally effective, if not even more. In countless situations the individual depends on his environment for a spontaneous response not guaranteed by any earthly or transcendental authority. The existence of a convention may thus be far more determinative of his conduct than the existence of legal enforcement machinery. Obviously, the borderline between custom and convention is rude. The further we go back in history, the more we find that conduct, and particularly social action, is determined in an ever more comprehensive sphere exclusively by orientation to what is customary. The more this is so, the more disquieting are the effects of any deviation from the customary. In this situation, any such deviation seems to act on the psyche of the average individual like the disturbance of an organic function. This, in turn, seems to reinforce custom. Present ethnological literature does not allow us to determine very clearly the point of transition from the stage of mere custom to the, at first vaguely and dimly experienced, consensual character of social action, or, in other words, to the conception of the binding nature of certain accustomed modes of conduct. Even less can we trace the changes to law, convention, and custom 3.2i of the scope of activities with respect to which this transition took place. We shall thus bypass this problem. It is entirely a question of terminology and convenience at which point of this continuum one shall assume the existence of the subjective conception of a legal obligation. Objectively, the chance of the factual occurrence of a violent reaction against certain types of conduct has always been present among human beings as well as among animals. It would be far-fetched, however, to assume in every such case the existence of a consensually valid norm, or that the action in question would be directed by a clearly conceived conscious purpose. Perhaps, a rudimentary conception of duty may be determinative in the behavior of some domestic animals to a greater extent than may be found in aboriginal man, if we may use this highly ambiguous concept in what is in this context a clearly intelligible sense. We have no access, however, to the subjective experiences of the first Homo sapiens, and such concepts as the allegedly primordial, or e/n a priori, character of law or convention are of no use whatsoever to empirical sociology. It is not due to the assumed binding force of some rule or norm that the conduct of primitive man manifests certain external factual regularities, especially in his relation to his fellows. On the contrary, those organically conditioned regularities which we have to accept as psychophysical reality, are primary. It is from them that the concept of natural norms arises. The inner orientation towards such regularities contains in itself very tangible inhibitions against innovations, a fact which can be observed even today by everyone in his daily experiences, and it constitutes a strong support for the belief in such binding norms. Be change through inspiration and empathy. In view of such observation, we must ask how anything new can ever arise in this world, oriented as it is toward the regular as the empirically valid. No doubt innovations have been induced from the outside, i.e., by changes in the external conditions of life. But the response evoked by external change may be the extinction of life as well as its reorientation, there is no way of foretelling. Furthermore, external change is by no means a necessary precondition for innovation. In some of the most significant cases, it has not even been a contributing factor in the establishment of a new order. The evidence of ethnology seems rather to show that the most important source of innovation has been the influence of individuals who /e experienced certain abnormal states, which are frequently, but not always, regarded by present-day psychiatry as pathological, and hence have been capable of exercising a special influence on others. /ve are not discussing here the origin of these experiences which appear to be new as a consequence of their abnormality, but rather their effects. These influences which overcome the inertia of the customary MAV 322 originate from a variety of psychological occurrences. To help H8 we owe the distinction between two categories which, despite the possibility of intermediate forms, nonetheless appear as polar types. The first, inspiration, consists in the sudden awakening, through drastic means, of the awareness that a certain action ought to be done by him who has this experience. In the other form, that of empathy or identification, the influencing person's attitude is emphatically experienced by one or more others. The types of action which are produced in these ways may vary greatly. Very often, however, a collective action, Massenhaftsgemeenschap is induced which is oriented toward the influencing person and his experience, and from which, in turn, certain kinds of consensus with corresponding contents may be developed. If they are adapted to the external environment, they will survive. The effects of empathy and, even more so, of inspiration, usually lumped together under the ambiguous term suggestion, constitute the major sources for the realization of actual innovations whose establishment as regularities will, in turn, reinforce the sense of oughtness, by which they may possibly be accompanied. The feeling of oughtness as soon as it has developed any conceptual meaning may undoubtedly appear as something primary and original even in the case of innovation. Particularly in the case of inspiration it may constitute a psychological component. It is confusing, however, when imitation of new conduct is regarded as the basic and primary element in its diffusion. Undoubtedly, imitation is of extraordinary importance, but as a general rule it is secondary and constitutes only a special case. If the conduct of a dog, man's oldest companion, is inspired by man, such conduct, obviously, cannot be described as imitation of man by dog. In a very large number of cases, the relation between the persons influencing and those influenced is exactly of this kind. In some cases, it may approximate empathy, in others, imitation, conditioned either by rational purpose or in the ways FHLO mass PSYCOOG. In any case, however, the emerging innovation is most likely to produce consensus and ultimately law, when it derives from a strong inspiration or an intensive identification. In such cases a convention will result or, under certain circumstances, even consensual coercive action against deviants. As long as religious faith is strong, convention, the approval or disapproval by the environment, engenders, as historical experience shows, the hope and faith that the supernatural powers too will reward or punish those actions which are approved or disapproved in this world. Convention, under appropriate conditio_ns, may also produce the further belief that not only the actor himself but also those around him may have to suffer from the wrath of those supernatural to law, convention, and custom powers, and that, therefore, reaction is incumbent upon all, acting either individually or through the coercive apparatus of some organization. In consequence of the constant recurrence of a certain pattern of conduct, the idea may arise in the minds of the guarantors of a particular norm, that they are confronted no longer with mere custom or convention, but with a legal obligation requiring enforcement. A norm which has attained such practical validity is called customary law. Eventually, the interests involved may engender a rationally considered desire to secure the convention, or the obligation of customary law against subversion, and to place it explicitly under the guarantee of an enforcement machinery, i.e., to transform it into enacted law. Particularly in the field of the internal distribution of power among the organs of an institutional order, experience reveals a continuous scale of transitions from norms of conduct guaranteed by mere convention to those which are regarded as binding and guaranteed by law. A striking example is presented by the development of the British Constitution. See borderline zones between convention, custom, and law. Finally, any rebellion against convention may lead the environment to make use of its coercively guaranteed rights in a manner detrimental to the rebel. For instance, the host uses his right as master of the house against the guest who has merely infringed upon the conventional rules of social amenity, or a warlord uses his legal power of dismissal against the officer who has infringed upon the code of honor. In such cases the conventional rule is, in fact, indirectly supported by coercive means. The situation differs from that of unguaranteed law insofar as the initiation of the coercive measures is a factual, but not a legal, consequence of the infringement of the convention, although the legal right to exclude anyone from his house belongs to the master as such. But a directly unguaranteed legal proposition draws its validity from the fact that its violation engenders consequences somehow via a guaranteed legal norm. Where, on the other hand, a legal norm refers to good morals, Die guten Sitten, 9 i.e., conventions worthy of approval, the fulfillment of the conventional obligations has also become a legal obligation and we have a case of indirectly guaranteed law. There are also numerous instances of intermediate types, as, for example, the courts of love of the troubadours of Provence which had jurisdiction in matters of love, 10 or the judge in his original role as arbitrator seeking to procure a settlement between feuding antagonists, perhaps also rendering a verdict, but lacking coercive powers of his own, or, finally, modern international courts of arbitration. In such cases, the amorphous approval or disapproval of the environment has crystallized into a set of commands, prohibitions, and permissions authoritati promulgated, i.e., a concretely organized pattern of psychic coercion. Excepting situations of mere play, as, for instance, the courts of love, such cases may be classified as law provided the judgment is normally backed not only by the personal, and therefore irrelevant, opinion of the judge, but by, at least, some boycott as self-help of the kinship group, the state, or some other group of persons whose right has been violated, as in the last two of THI illustrations above. According to our definition, the fact that some type of conduct is approved or disapproved by ever so many persons is insufficient to constitute it as a convention. It is essential that such attitudes are likely to find expression in a specific environment. This latter term is, of course, not meant in any geographical sense. But there must be some test for defining that group of persons which constitutes the environment of the person in question. It does not matter in this context whether the test is constituted by profession, kinship, neighborhood, status group, ethnic group, religion, political allegiance, or anything else. Nor does it matter that the membership is changeable or unstable. For the existence of a convention in our sense, it is not required that the environment be constituted by an organization, as we understand that term. The very opposite is frequently the case. But the validity of law, presupposing, as we have seen, the existence of an enforcement machinery, is necessarily a corollary of organizational action. Of course, this does not mean that only organizational action or even mere social action is legally regulated by organization. In TL1's sense, the organization may be said to be the sustainer of the law. On the other hand, we are far from asserting that legal rules, in the sense here used, would offer the only standard of subjective orientation for social, consensual, rationally controlled, organizational or institutional action, which, we must remember, is nothing but a segment of sociologically relevant conduct in general. If the order of an organization is understood to be characteristic of, or indispensable to, the actual course of social action, then this order is to a small extent the result of an orientation toward legal rules. To the extent that the regularities are consciously oriented towards rules at all and do not merely spring from unreflective habit. Iutution, they are of the nature of custom and convention. Of 10 they are predominantly rational maxims of purposeful self-interested action, on the effective operation of which each participant is counting for his own conduct as well as that of all others. This expectation is, indeed, justified objectively, especially since the maxim, though lacking legal guarantees, often constitutes the subject matter of some association or consensus. The chance of legal coercion which, as already mentioned, motivates even legal conduct only to a slight extent, is also to law, convention, and custom objectively an ultimate guarantee for no more than a fraction of the actual course of consensually oriented conduct. It should thus be clear that, from the point of view of sociology, the transitions from mere usage to convention and from it to law are 8 UID. 3 Excursus. In response to Rudolf Stammeiler, even from a non-sociological point of view it is wrong to distinguish between law and ethics by asserting that legal norms regulate mere external conduct, while moral norms regulate only matters of conscience. The law, it is true, does not always regard the intention of an action as relevant, and there have been legal propositions and legal systems in which legal consequences, including even punishment, are merely determined by external events. But this situation is not the normal one. Legal consequences attach to bona or nihila, ides, or intention, or moral turpitude, and a good many other purely subjective factors. Moral commandments, on the other hand, are aiming at overcoming in external conduct those anti-normative impulses which form part of the mental attitude. From the normative point of view we should thus distinguish between the two phenomena not as external and subjective, but as representing different degrees of normativeness. From the sociological point of view, however, ethical validity is normally identical with validity on religious grounds or by virtue of convention. Only an abstract standard of conduct subjectively conceived as derived from ultimate axioms could be regarded as an exclusively ethical norm, and this only in so far as this conception would acquire practical significance in conduct. Such conceptions have in fact often had real significance. But wherever this has been the case, they have been a relatively late product of philosophical reflection. In the past, as well as in the present, moral commandments in contrast to legal commands are, from a sociological point of view, normally either religiously or conventionally conditioned maxims of conduct. They are not distinguished from law by hard and fast criteria. There is no socially important moral commandment which has not been a legal command at one time or another. Stamler's distinction between convention and legal norm according to whether or not the fulfillment of the norm is dependent upon the free will of the individual 11 is of no use whatsoever. It is incorrect to say that the fulfillment of conventional obligations, for instance of of social etiquette, is not imposed on the individual, and that its non-fulfillment would simply result in, or coincide with, the free and voluntary separation from a voluntary consociation. It may be admitted that there are norms of this kind, but they exist not only in the sphere of convention, but equally in that of law. The clausula rebus sextantibus in fact often lends itself to such use. At any rate, the distinction between conventional rule and legal norm in Stamler's own sociology is not centered on this test. Not only the theoretically constructed anarchical society, the theory and critique of which Stammeiler has elaborated with the aid of his scholastic concepts, but also a good number of consociations existing in the real world have dispensed with the legal character of their conventional norms. They have done so on the assumption that the mere fact of the social disapproval of norm infringement with its, often very real, indirect consequences will suffice as a sanction. From the sociological point of view, legal order and conventional order do thus not constitute any basic contrast, since, quite apart from obvious cases of transition, convention, too, is sustained by psychological as well as, at least indirectly, physical coercion. It is only with regard to the sociological structure of coercion that they differ. The conventional order lacks specialized personnel for the implementation of coercive power, enforcement machinery, priests, judges, police, the military, etc. Above all, Stammeiler confuses the ideal validity of a norm with the assumed validity of a norm in its actual influence on empirical action. The former can be deduced systematically by legal theorists and moral philosophers, the latter, instead, ought to be the subject of empirical observation. Furthermore, Stammeiler confuses the normative regulation of conduct by rules whose oughtness is factually accepted by a sizable number of persons, with the factual regularities of human conduct. These two concepts are to be strictly separated, however. It is by way of conventional rules that merely factual regularities of action, i.e., usages, are frequently transformed into binding norms, guaranteed primarily by psychological coercion. Convention thus makes tradition. The mere fact of the regular recurrence of certain events somehow confers on them the dignity of oughtness. This is true with regard to natural events as well as to action conditioned organically or by unreflective imitation of, or adaptation to, external conditions of life. It applies to the accustomed course of the stars as ordained by the divine powers, as well as to the seasonal roots of the Nile or the accustomed way of remunerating slave laborers, who by the law are unconditionally surrendered to the power of their masters. Whenever the regularities of action have become conventionalized, i.e., whenever a statistically frequent action, Massenhandeln, has become a consensually oriented action, Einverstandnischen, this is, in excursus in response to Rudolf Stammeiler our terminology, the real meaning of this development we shall speak of tradition. It cannot be overstressed that the mere habituation to a mode of action, the inclination to preserve this habituation, and, much more so, tradition, have a formidable influence in favor of a habituated legal order, even where such an order originally derives from legal enactment. This influence is more powerful than any reflection on impending means of coercion or other consequences, considering also the fact that at least some of those who act according to the norms are totally unaware of them. The transition from the merely unreflective formation of a habit to the conscious acceptance of the maxim that action should be in accordance with a norm is always fluid. The mere statistical regularity of an action leads to the emergence of moral and legal convictions with corresponding contents. The threat of physical and psychological coercion, on the other hand, imposes a certain mode of action and thus produces habituation and thereby regularity of action. Law and convention are intertwined as cause and effect in the actions of men, with, against, and beside, one another. It is grossly misleading to consider law and convention as the forms of conduct in contrast with its substance as Stammeiler does. The belief in the legal or conventional oughtness of a certain action is, from a sociological point of view, merely a superaddendum increasing the degree of probability with which an acting person can calculate certain consequences of his action. Economic theory therefore properly disregards the character of the norms to some extent. For the economist, the fact that someone possesses something simply means that he can count on other persons not to interfere with his disposition over the object. This mutual respect of the right of disposition may be based on a variety of considerations. It may derive from deference to conventional or legal norms, or from considerations of self-interest on the part of each participant. \v Whatever the reason, it is of no primary concern to economic theory. The fact that a person owes something to another can be translated, sociologically, into the following terms: a certain commitment, through promise, tort, or other cause, of one person to another, the expectation, based thereon, that in due course the former will yield to the latter his right of disposition over the goods concerned, the existence of a chance that this expectation will be fulfilled. The psychological motives involved are of no primary interest to the economist. An exchange of goods means the transfer of an object, according to an agreement, from the factual control of one person to that of another, this transfer being based on the assumption that another object is to be transferred from the factual control of the second to that of the first. Of those who take part in a debtor-creditor relationship or in a barter, each one expects that the other will conform to his own intentions. It is not necessary, however, to assume conceptually any order outside or above the two parties to guarantee, command, or enforce compliance by means of coercive machinery or social disapproval. Nor is it necessary to assume the subjective belief of either or both parties in any binding norm. For the partner to an exchange can depend on the other partner's egoistic interest in the future continuation of exchange relationships or other similar motives to offset his inclination to break his promise, a fact which appears tangibly in the so-called silent trade among primitive peoples as well as in modern business, especially on the stock exchange. Assuming purely expediential rationality, each participant can and does, in fact, depend on the probability that under normal circumstances the other party will act as if he accepted as binding the norm that one has to fulfill his promises. Conceptually this is quite sufficient. But it goes without saying that it makes a difference whether the partner's expectation in this respect is supported by one or both of the following guarantees: 1. The factually wide currency, in the environment, of the subjective belief in the objective validity of such a norm, consensus. 2. Even more so, the creation of a conventional guarantee through regard for social approval or disapproval, or of legal guarantee through the existence of enforcement machinery. Can it be said that a stable private economic system of the modern type would be unthinkable without legal guarantees? As a matter of fact, we see that in most business transactions it never occurs to anyone even to think of taking legal action. Agreements on the stock exchange, for example, take place between professional traders in such forms as in the vast majority of cases exclude proof. In cases of bad faith, the contracts are oral, or are recorded by marks and notations in the trader's own notebook. Nevertheless, a dispute practically never occurs. Likewise, there are organizations pursuing purely economic ends, the rules of which nonetheless dispense entirely, or almost entirely, with legal protection from the state. Certain types of cartels were illustrative of this class of organization. It often happened also that agreements which had been concluded and were valid according to private law were rendered inoperative through the dissolution of the organization, as there was no longer a formally legitimate plaintiff. In these instances, the organization with its own coercive apparatus had a system of law which was totally lacking in the power of forcible legal coercion. Such coercion, at any rate, was available only so long as the organization was in existence. As a result of the peculiar subjective attitude of the participants, cartel Excursus in response to Rudolf Stammeiler contracts often had not even any effective conventional guarantee. However, they often functioned nonetheless for a long time and quite efficiently in consequence of the convergent interests of all the participants. Despite all such facts, it is obvious that forcible legal guarantee, especially where exercised by the state, is not a matter of indifference to such organizations. Today economic exchange is quite overwhelmingly guaranteed by the threat of legal coercion. The normal intention in an act of exchange is to acquire certain subjective rights, i.e., in sociological terms, the probability of support of one's power of disposition by the coercive apparatus of the state. Economic goods today are normally at the same time legitimately acquired rights, they are the very building material for the universe of the economic order. Nonetheless, even today they do not constitute the total range of objects of exchange. Economic opportunities which are not guaranteed by the legal order, or the guarantee of which is even refused on grounds of policy by the legal order, can and do constitute objects of exchange transactions which are not only not illegitimate but perfectly legitimate. They include, for instance, the transfer, against compensation, of the goodwill of a business. The sale of a goodwill today normally engenders certain private law claims of the purchaser against the seller, namely, that he will refrain from certain actions and will perform certain others, for instance, introduce the purchaser to the customers. But the legal order does not enforce the claims against third parties. Yet, there have been and still are cases in which the coercive apparatus of the political authority is available for the exercise of direct coercion in favor of the owner or purchaser of a market, as for instance in the case of a guild monopoly or some other legally protected monopoly. It is well known that Fichte 12 considered it as the essential characteristic of modern legal development that, in contrast to such cases, the modern state guarantees only claims on concrete usable goods or labor services. Besides, so-called free competition finds its legal expression in this very fact. Yet, although such opportunities have remained objects of economic exchange even without legal protection against third parties, the absence of legal guarantees has nevertheless far-reaching economic consequences. But from the point of view of economics and sociology it remains a fact that, on general principle, at least, the interference of legal guarantees merely increases the degree of certainty with which an economically relevant action can be calculated in advance. The legal regulation of a subject matter has never been carried out in all its implications anywhere. This would require the availability of some human agency which in every case of the kind in question would be regarded as being capable of determining, in accordance with some conceived norm, what ought to be done by law. \VE shall bypass here. The interaction between consociation and legal order, as we have seen elsewhere, any rational consociation, and therefore, any order of social and consensual action is posterior in this respect. Nor shall we discuss here the proposition that the development of social and consensual action continually creates entirely new situations and raises problems which can be solved by the accepted norms or by the usual logic of jurisprudence only in appearance or by spurious reasoning, cf. in this respect the thesis of the free law movement. We are concerned here with a more basic problem. It is a fact that the most fundamental questions often are left unregulated by law even in legal orders which are otherwise thoroughly rationalized. Let us illustrate two specific types of this phenomenon. 1. A constitutional monarch dismisses his responsible minister and fails to replace him by any new appointee so that there is no one to countersign his acts. What is to be done by law in such a situation? This question is not regulated in any constitution anywhere in the world. What is clear is no more than that certain acts of the government cannot be validly taken. 2. Most constitutions equally omit consideration of the following question: what is to be done when those parties whose agreement is necessary for the adoption of the budget are unable to reach an agreement? The first problem is described by Jelinek as moot for all practical purposes. 13. He is right. \NHI.T is of interest to us is just to know why it is moot. The second type of constitutional gap, on the other hand, has become very practical, as is well known. 14. If we understand constitution, in the sociological sense, as the modus of distribution of power which determines the possibility of regulating social action, we may, indeed, venture the proposition that any community's constitution in the sociological sense is determined by the fact of where and how its constitution in the juridical sense contains such gaps, especially with regard to basic questions. At times such gaps of the second type have been left intentionally where a constitution was rationally enacted by consensus or imposition. This was done simply because the interested party or parties who exercised the decisive influence on the drafting of the constitution in question expected that he or they would ultimately have sufficient power to control, in accordance with their own desires, that portion of social action which, while lacking a basis in any enacted norm, yet had to be carried on somehow. Returning to our illustration, they expected to govern without a budget. Gaps of the first type mentioned above, on the other hand, usually remain open for another reason. Experience seems to teach convincingly that the self-interest of the party or parties concerned, in our example, excursus in response to Rudolf Stammeiler 3.3i of the monarch, will at all times suffice so to condition his way of acting that the absurd though legally possible situation, in our example, the lack of a responsible minister, will never occur. Despite the gap, general consensus considers it as the unquestionable duty of the monarch to appoint a minister. As there are legal consequences attached to this duty, it is to be considered as an indirectly guaranteed legal obligation. Such ensuing legal consequences are, the impossibility of executing certain acts in a valid manner, i.e., of attaining the possibility of having them guaranteed through the coercive apparatus. But for the rest, it is not established, either by law or convention, what is to be done to carry on the administration of the state in case the ruler should not fulfill this duty, and since this case has never occurred thus far, there is no custom either which could become the source for a decision. This situation constitutes a striking illustration of the fact that law, convention, and custom are by no means the only forces to be counted on as guarantee for such conduct of another person as is expected of, promised by, or otherwise regarded as due from, him. Beside and above these, there is another force to be reckoned with, the other person's self-interest in the continuation of a certain consensual action as such. The certainty with which the monarch's compliance with an assumedly binding duty can be anticipated is no doubt greater, but only by a matter of degree, than the certainty if we may return now to our previous example with which a partner to an exchange counts, and in the case of continued intercourse, may continue to count, upon the other party's conduct to conform with his own expectations. This certainty exists even though the transaction in question may lack any normative regulation or coercive guarantee. What is relevant here is merely the observation that the legal as well as the conventional regulation of consensual or rationally regulated action may be, as a matter of principle, incomplete and, under certain circumstances, will be so quite consciously. While the orientation of social action to a norm is constitutive of consociation in any and every case, the coercive apparatus does not have this function with regard to the totality of all stable and institutionally organizational action. If the absurd case of illustration, R, were to occur, it would certainly set legal speculation to work immediately and then perhaps a conventional, or even legal, regulation would come into existence. But in the meantime the problem would already have been actually solved by some social or consensual or rationally regulated action, the details of which would depend upon the nature of the concrete situation. Normative regulation is one important causal component of consensual action, but it is not, as claimed by Stammeiler, its universal form. For a discipline such as sociology, which searches for empirical irregularities and types, the legal guarantees and their underlying normative conceptions are of interest both as consequences and as causes or concomitant causes of certain regularities of human action which are as such directly relevant to sociology, or of regularities of natural occurrences engendered by human action which as such are indirectly relevant to sociology. Factual regularities of conduct, customs, can, as we have seen, become the source of rules for conduct, conventions, law. The reverse, however, may be equally true. Regularities may be produced by legal norms, acting by themselves or in combination with other factors. This applies not only to those regularities which directly realize the content of the legal norm in question, but equally to regularities of a different kind. The fact that an official, for example, goes to his office regularly every day is a direct consequence of the order contained in a legal norm which is accepted as valid in practice. On the other hand, the fact that a traveling salesman of a factory visits the retailers regularly each year for the solicitation of orders is only an indirect effect of legal norms, viz., of those which permit free competition for customers and thus necessitate that they be wooed. The fact that fewer children die when nursing mothers abstain from work as a result of a legal or conventional norm is certainly a consequence of the validity of that norm. Where it is an enacted legal norm, this result has certainly been one of the rationally conceived ends of the creators of that norm, but it is obvious that they can decree only the abstention from work and not the lower death rate. Even with regard to directly commanded or prohibited conduct, the practical effectiveness of the validity of a coercive norm is obviously problematic. Observance follows to an adequate degree, but never without exceptions. Powerful interests may indeed induce a situation in which a legal norm is violated, without ensuing punishment, not only in isolated instances, but prevalently and permanently, in spite of the coercive apparatus on which the validity of the norm is founded. When such a situation has become stabilized and when, accordingly, prevailing practice rather than the pretense of the written law has become normative of conduct in the conviction of the participants, the guaranteeing coercive power will ultimately cease to compel conduct to conform to the latter. In such case, the legal theorist speaks of derogation through customary law. Valid legal norms, which are guaranteed by the coercive apparatus of the political authority, and conventional rules may also coexist, however, in a state of chronic conflict. We have observed such a situation in the case of the duel, where private revenge has been transformed by convention. And while it is not at all unusual that legal norms are a excursus in response to Rudolf Stammeiler 333. Rationally enacted with the purpose of changing existing customs and conventions, the normal development is more usually as follows: a legal order is empirically valid owing not so much to the availability of coercive guarantees as to its habituation as usage and its routinization. To this should be added the pressure of convention which, in most cases, disapproves any flagrant deviation from conduct corresponding to that order. For the legal theorist, the ideological validity of a legal norm is conceptually the prius. Conduct which is not directly regulated by law is regarded by him as legally permitted and thus equally affected by the legal order, at least ideologically. For the sociologist, on the other hand, the legal, and particularly the rationally enacted, regulation of conduct is empirically only one of the factors motivating social action. Moreover, it is a factor which usually appears late in history and whose effectiveness varies greatly. The beginnings of actual regularity and usage, shrouded in darkness everywhere, are attributed by the sociologist, as we have seen, to the instinctive habituation of a pattern of conduct which was adapted to given necessities. At least initially, this pattern of conduct was neither conditioned nor changed by an enacted norm. The increasing intervention of enacted norms is, from our point of view, only one of the components, however characteristic, of that process of rationalization and association whose growing penetration into all spheres of social action we shall have to trace as a most essential dynamic factor in development. For summary of the L/FOSS general relations between law and economy, in sum, we can say about the most general relationships between law and economy, which alone concern us here, the following: 1. Law, in the sociological sense, guarantees by no means only economic interests but rather the most diverse interests, ranging from the most elementary one of protection of personal security to such purely ideal goods as personal honor or the honor of the divine powers. Above all, it guarantees political, ecclesiastical, familial, and other positions of authority as well as positions of social preeminence of any kind, which may indeed be economically conditioned or economically relevant in the most diverse ways, but which are neither economic in themselves nor sought for preponderantly economic ends. 2. Under certain conditions a legal order can remain unchanged. 334 The economy and social norms ch. While economic relations are undergoing a radical transformation. In theory, a socialist system of production could be brought about without the change of even a single paragraph of our laws, simply by the gradual, free contractual acquisition of all the means of production by the political authority. This example is extreme, but, for the purpose of theoretical speculation, extreme examples are most useful. Should such a situation ever come about, which is most unlikely, though theoretically not unthinkable, the legal order would still be bound to apply its coercive machinery in case its aid were invoked for the enforcement of those obligations which are characteristic of a productive system based on private property. Only, this case would never occur in fact. 15. 3. The legal status of a matter may be basically different according to the point of view of the legal system from which it is considered. But such differences of legal classification need not have any relevant economic consequences, provided only that on those points which generally are relevant economically, the practical effects are the same for the interested parties. This not only is possible, but it actually happens widely, although it must be conceded that any variation of legal classification may engender some economic consequences somewhere. Thus totally different forms of action would have been applicable in Rome depending on whether the lease of a mine were to be regarded legally as a lease in the strict sense of the term, or as a purchase. But the practical effects of the difference for economic life would certainly have been very slight. 16. 4. Obviously, legal guarantees are directly at the service of economic interests to a very large extent. Even where this does not seem to be, or actually is not, the case, economic interests are among the strongest factors in aiding the creation of law. 4. Any authority guaranteeing a legal order depends, in some way, upon the consensual action of the constitutive social groups, and the formation of social groups depends, to a large extent, upon constellations of material interests. 5. Only a limited measure of success can be attained through the threat of coercion supporting the legal order. This applies especially to the economic sphere, owing to a number of external circumstances as well as to its own peculiar nature. It would be quibbling, however, to assert that law cannot enforce any particular economic conduct, on the ground that we would have to say, with regard to all its means of coercion, that coactus tamen voluit, although coerced, it was still his will. For this is true, without exception, of all coercion which does not treat the person to be coerced simply as an inanimate object. Even the most drastic means of coercion and punishment are bound to fail where the subjects remain recalcitrant. In many spheres such a situation would always mean that the participants have not been educated to. Summary of relations between law and economy. 335 Acquiescence. Such education to acquiescence in the law of the time and place has, as a general rule, increased with growing pacification. Thus it should seem that the chances of enforcing economic conduct would have increased, too. Yet, the power of law over economic conduct has in many respects grown weaker rather than stronger as compared with earlier conditions. The effectiveness of maximum price regulations, for example, has always been precarious, but under present-day conditions they have an even smaller chance of success than ever before. Thus the measure of possible inaidance on economic activity is not simply a function of the general level of acquiescence towards legal coercion. The limits of the actual success of legal coercion in the economic sphere rather arise from two main sources. One is constituted by the limitations of the economic capacity of the persons affected. There are limits not only to the stock itself of available goods, but also to the way in which that stock can possibly be used. For the patterns of use and of relationship among the various economic units are determined by habit and can be adjusted to heteronomous norms, if at all, only by difficult reorientations of all economic dispositions, and hardly without losses, which means, never without frictions. These difficulties increase with the degree of development and universality of a particular form of consensual action, namely, the interdependence of the individual economic units in the market, and, consequently, the dependence of everyone upon the conduct of others. The second source of the limitation of successful legal coercion in the economic sphere lies in the relative proportion of strength of private economic interests on the one hand and interests promoting conformance to the rules of law on the other. The inclination to forego economic opportunity simply in order to act legally is obviously slight, unless circumvention of the formal law is strongly disapproved by a powerful convention, and such a situation is not likely to arise where the interests affected by a legal innovation are widespread. Besides, it is often not difficult to disguise the circumvention of a law in the economic sphere. Quite particularly insensitive to legal inadients are, as experience has shown, those effects which derive directly from the ultimate sources of economic action, such as the estimates, economic value and the formation of prices. This applies particularly to those situations where the determinants in production and consumption do not lie within a completely transparent and directly manageable complex of consensual conduct. It is obvious, besides, that those who continuously operate in the market have a far greater rational knowledge of the market and interest situation than the legislators and enforcement officers whose interest is only formal. In an economy based on all-embracing interdependence on the market, the possible and unintended repercussions of a legal measure must to a large extent escape the foresight of the legislators simply because they depend upon private interested parties. It is those private interested parties who are in a position to distort the intended meaning of a legal norm to the point of turning it into its very opposite, as has often happened in the past. In view of these difficulties, the extent of factual impact of the law on economic conduct cannot be determined generally, but must be calculated for each particular case. It belongs thus to the field of case studies in social economics. In general, no more can be asserted than that, from a purely theoretical point of view, the complete monopolization of a market, which entails a far greater perspicuity of the situation, technically facilitates the control by law of that particular sector of the economy. If it, nevertheless, does not always in fact increase the opportunities for such control, this result is usually due either to legal particularism arising from the existence of competing political associations, or to the power of the private interests amenable to the monopolistic control and thus resisting the enforcement of the law. 6. From the purely theoretical point of view, legal guarantee by the state is not indispensable to any basic economic phenomenon. The protection of property, for example, can be provided by the mutual aid system of kinship groups. Creditors' rights have sometimes been protected more efficiently by a religious community's threat of excommunication than by political bodies. Money, too, has existed in almost all of its forms, without the state's guarantee of its acceptability as a means of payment. Even cardinal money, i.e., money which derives its character as means of payment from the marking of pieces rather than from their substantive content, is conceivable without the guarantee by the state. Occasionally cardinal money of non-state origin appeared even in spite of the existence of an apparatus of legal coercion by the state. The ancient Babylonians, for instance, did not have coins in the sense of a means of payment constituting legal tender by proclamation of the political authority, but contracts were apparently in use under which payment was to be made in pieces of a fifth of a shekel designated as such by the stamp of a certain firm, as we would say. 11. There was thus lacking any guarantee proclaimed by the state. The chosen unit of value was derived, not from the state, but from private contract. Yet the means of payment was cardinal in character, and the state guaranteed coercively the concrete deal. Conceptually, the state thus is not indispensable to any economic activity. But an economic system, especially of the modern type, could certainly not exist without a legal order with very special features which could not develop except in the frame of a public legal order. Present-day economic life rests on opportunities acquired through contracts. It is true, the private interests in the obligations of contract, and the common summary of relations between law and economy 337. Interest of all property holders in the mutual protection of property are still considerable, and individuals are still markedly influenced by convention and custom even today. Yet, the influence of these factors has declined due to the disintegration of tradition, i.e., of the tradition-determined relationships as well as of the belief in their sacredness. Furthermore, class interests have come to diverge more sharply from one another than ever before. The tempo of modern business communication requires a promptly and predictably functioning legal system, i.e., one which is guaranteed by the strongest coercive power. Finally, modern economic life by its very nature has destroyed those other associations which used to be the bearers of law and thus of legal guarantees. This has been the result of the development of the market. The universal predominance of the market consociation requires on the one hand a legal system the functioning of which is calculable in accordance with rational rules. On the other hand, the constant expansion of the market, which we shall get to know as an inherent tendency of the market consociation, has favored the monopolization and regulation of all legitimate coercive power by one universalist coercive institution through the disintegration of all particularist status-determined and other coercive structures which have been resting mainly on economic monopolies. Chapter 2. The economic relationships of organized groups. 1. Economic action and economically active groups. Most social groups engage in economic activities. Contrary to an unsuitable usage, we shall not consider every instrumental, zweckrational, action as economic. Thus, praying for a spiritual good is not an economic act, even though it may have a definite purpose according to some religious doctrine. \VE also shall not include every economizing activity, neither intellectual economizing in concept formation nor an aesthetic economy of means. Artistic creations are often the highly unprofitable outcome of ever-renewed attempts at simplification. Just as little is the mere adherence to the technical maxim of the optimum the relatively greatest result with the least expenditure of means an economic act, rather, it is a matter of purpose rational technique. \VE shall speak of economic action only if the satisfaction of a need depends, in the actor's judgment, upon relatively scarce resources and a limited number of possible actions, and if this state of affairs evokes specific reactions. Decisive for such rational action is, of course, the fact that this scarcity is subjectively presumed and that action is oriented to it. We will not deal here with any detailed casuistry and terminology. However, we will distinguish two types of economic action. 1. The first is the satisfaction of one's own wants, which may be of any conceivable kind, ranging from food to religious edification, if there is a scarcity of goods and services in relation to demand. It is conventional to think particularly of everyday needs, the so-called material needs, when the 340 economic relationships of organized groups CHIL term economy is used. However, prayers and masses too may become economic objects if the persons qualified to say them are in short supply and can only be secured for a price, just like the daily bread. Bushman drawings, to which a high artistic value is often attributed, are not economic objects, not even products of labor in the economic sense, yet artistic products that are rated much lower become economic objects if they are relatively scarce. 2. The second type of economic action concerns profit-making by controlling and disposing of scarce goods. Social action, Socialshandeln, may be related to the economy in diverse ways. One rationally controlled action, Gesellschaftshandeln, may be oriented, in the actor's eyes, to purely economic results, want satisfaction or profit-making. In this case an economic group comes into being. However, rationally controlled action may use economic operations as a means for achieving different goals. In this case we have a group with secondary economic interests, Wirtschaft Gemeinschaft. Social action may also combine economic and non-economic goals, or none of these cases may occur. The dividing line between groups with primary and secondary economic interests is fluid. Strictly speaking, the first state of affairs prevails only in those groups that strive for profit by taking advantage of scarcity conditions, that is, profit-making enterprises. For all groups oriented merely toward want satisfaction resort to economic action only so far as the relation of supply and demand makes it necessary. In this regard, there is no difference between the economic activities of a family, a charitable endowment, a military administration, or an association for joint forest clearing or hunting. To be sure, there seems to be a difference between social action that comes into being essentially for the sake of satisfying economic demands, as in the case of forest clearing, and action with goals, such as military training, that necessitates economic activities merely because of scarcity conditions. But in reality this distinction is very tenuous and can be clearly drawn only to the extent that social action would remain the same in the absence of any scarcity. Social action that constitutes a group neither with primary nor secondary economic interests may in various respects be influenced by scarcity factors and to that extent be economically determined. Conversely, such action may also determine the nature and course of economic activities. Most of the time both influences are at work. Social action unrelated to either of the two groups is not unusual. Every joint walk may be an example. Groups that are economically unimportant are quite frequent. However, a special case of economically relevant groups consists of those whose norms regulate the economic behavior of the economic action and group structure 3-4 participants but whose organs do not continuously direct economic activities through immediate participation, concrete instructions, or injunctions. These are regulatory groups. They include all kinds of political and many religious groups, and numerous others, among them those associated specifically for the sake of economic regulation, such as cooperatives of fishermen or peasants. As we have said, groups that are not somehow economically determined are extremely rare. However, the degree of this influence varies widely and, above all, the economic determination of social action is ambiguous contrary to the assumption of so-called historical materialism. Phenomena that must be treated as constants in economic analysis are very often compatible with significant structural variations from a sociological viewpoint among the groups that comprise them or coexist with them, including groups with primary and secondary economic interests. Even the assertion that social structures and the economy are functionally related is a biased view, which cannot be justified as an historical generalization, if an unambiguous interdependence is assumed. For the forms of social action follow laws of their own, as we shall see time and again, and even apart from this fact, they may in a given case always be co-determined by other than economic causes. However, at some point economic conditions tend to become causally important, and often decisive, for almost all social groups, at least those which have major cultural significance. Conversely, the economy is usually also influenced by the autonomous structure of social action within which it exists. No significant generalization can be made as to when and how this will occur. However, we can generalize about the degree of elective affinity between concrete structures of social action and concrete forms of economic organization. That means, we can state in general terms whether they further or impede or exclude one another, whether they are adequate or inadequate in relation to one another. \VE will have to deal frequently with such relations of adequacy. Moreover, at least some generalization can be advanced about the manner in which economic interests tend to result in social action of a certain type. 2. Open and closed economic relationships. One frequent economic determinant is the competition for a livelihood, offices, clients, and other remunerative opportunities. When the number of competitors increases in relation to the profit span, the predic. 3-4-2 economic relationships of organized groups ch. become interested in curbing competition. Usually one group of competitors takes some externally identifiable characteristic of another group of actual or potential competitors' race, language, religion, local or social origin, descent, residence, etc. as a pretext for attempting their exclusion. It does not matter which characteristic is chosen in the individual case, whatever suggests itself most easily is seized upon. Such group action may provoke a corresponding reaction on the part of those against whom it is directed. In spite of their continued competition against one another, the jointly acting competitors now form an interest group toward outsiders. There is a growing tendency to set up some kind of association with rational regulations. If the monopolistic interests persist, the time comes when the competitors, or another group whom they can influence, for example, a political community, establish a legal order that limits competition through formal monopolies. From then on, certain persons are available as organs to protect the monopolistic practices, if need be, with force. In such a case, the interest group has developed into a legally privileged group, Rechtsgemeinschaft, and the participants have become privileged members, Rechtsgenossen. Such closure, as we want to call it, is an ever-recurring process. It is the source of property in land as well as of all guild and other group monopolies. The tendency toward the monopolization of specific, usually economic opportunities is always the driving force in such cases as cooperative organization, which always means closed monopolistic groups, for example, of fishermen taking their name from a certain fishing area, the establishment of an association of engineering graduates, which seeks to secure a legal, or at least factual, monopoly over certain positions, to the exclusion of outsiders from sharing in the fields and commons of a village, patriotic associations of shop clerks, 3. The ministerials, knights, university graduates and craftsmen of a given region or locality, ex-soldiers entitled to civil service positions. All these groups first engage in some joint action, Gemeinschaftshandeln, and later perhaps an explicit association. This monopolization is directed against competitors who share some positive or negative characteristics. Its purpose is always the closure of social and economic opportunities to outsiders. Its extent may vary widely, especially so far as the group member shares in the apportionment of monopolistic advantages. These may remain open to all monopoly holders, who can therefore freely compete with one another, witness the holders of occupational patents, graduates entitled to certain positions or master craftsmen privileged with regard to customers and the employment of apprentices. However, such opportunities may also 343 be closed to insiders. This can be done in various ways. A. Positions may be rotated. The short-run appointment of some holders of office benefices had this purpose. B. Grants may be revocable, such as the individual disposition over fields in a strictly organized rural commune, for example, the Russian Mir. 4. C. Grants may be for life, as is the rule for all prebends, offices, monopolies of master craftsmen, rights in using the commons, and originally also for the apportionment of fields in most village communes. D. The member and his heirs may get definite grants with the stipulation that they cannot be given to others or only to group members, witness the capo, the warrior prebend of antiquity, the service fiefs of the ministerials, and monopolies on hereditary offices and crafts. E. Finally, only the number of shares may be limited, but the holder may freely dispose of his own without the knowledge or permission of the other group members, as in a stockholding company. These different stages of internal closure will be called stages in the appropriation of the social and economic opportunities that have been monopolized by the group. If the appropriated monopolistic opportunities are released for exchange outside the group, thus becoming completely free property, the old monopolistic association is doomed. Its remnants are the appropriated powers of disposition which appear on the market as acquired rights of individuals. For all property in natural resources developed historically out of the gradual appropriation of the monopolistic shares of group members. In contrast to the present, not only concrete goods but also social and economic opportunities of all kinds were the object of appropriation. Of course, manner, degree, and ease of the appropriation vary widely with the technical nature of the object and of the opportunities, which may lend themselves to appropriation in very different degrees. For example, a person subsisting by, or gaining an income from, the cultivation of a given field is bound to a concrete and clearly delimited material object, but this is not the case with customers. Appropriation is not motivated by the fact that the object produces a yield only through amelioration, hence that to some extent it is the product of the user's labor, for this is even more true of an acquired clientele, although in a different manner. Rather, customers cannot be registered as easily as real estate. It is quite natural that the extent of an appropriation depends upon such differences among objects. Here, However, we want to emphasize that the process is in principle the same in both cases, even though the pace of appropriation may vary. Monopolized social and economic opportunities are closed even to insiders. Hence, groups differ in varying degrees with regard to external or internal, L, openness or seizure. 344. 3. Group structures and economic interests, monopolist versus expansionist tendencies. This monopolistic tendency takes on specific forms when groups are formed by persons with shared qualities acquired through upbringing, apprenticeship, and training. These characteristics may be economic qualifications of some kind, the holding of the same or of similar offices, a knightly or ascetic way of life, etc. If in such a case an association results from social action, it tends toward the guild. Full members make a vocation out of monopolizing the disposition of spiritual, intellectual, social, and economic goods, duties and positions. Only those are admitted to the unrestricted practice of the vocation who, I, have completed a novitiate in order to acquire the proper training, 2, have proven their qualification, and, 3, sometimes have passed through further waiting periods and met additional requirements. This development follows a typical pattern in groups ranging from the juvenile student fraternities, through knightly associations and craft guilds, to the qualifications required of the modern officials and employees. It is true that the interest in guaranteeing an efficient performance may everywhere have some importance. The participants may desire it for idealistic or materialistic reasons in spite of their possibly continuing competition with one another. Local craftsmen may desire it for the sake of their business reputation, ministerials and knights of a given association for the sake of their professional reputation, IMD also their own military security, and ascetic groups for fear that the gods and demons may turn their wrath against all members because of faulty manipulations. For example, in almost all primitive tribes, persons who sang falsely during a ritual dance were originally slain in expiation of such an offense. But normally this concern for efficient performance recedes behind the interest in limiting the supply of candidates for the benefices and honors of a given occupation. The novitiates, waiting periods, masterpieces, and other demands, particularly the expensive entertainment of group members, are more often economic than professional tests of qualification. Such monopolistic tendencies and similar economic considerations have often played a significant role in impeding the expansion of a group. For example, Attic democracy increasingly sought to limit the number of those who could share in the advantages of citizenship, and thus limited its own political expansion. The Quaker propaganda was brought to a standstill by an ultimately similar constellation of economic interests. The Islamic missionary ardor, originally a religious obligation, found its limits in the conquering warrior's desire to have a non-Islamic, and hence underprivileged, population that could provide for the maimed. Group structures and economic interests. 345. Nans of the privileged believers. The type case for many similar phenomena. On the other hand, it is a typical occurrence that individuals lie by representing group interests or, in some other manner, ideologically or economically from the existence of a group. Hence social action may be propagated, perpetuated, and transformed into an association in cases in which this might not have happened otherwise. This kind of interest may have the most diverse intellectual roots. In the 19th century the Romantic ideologists and their epigony awakened numerous declining language groups of interesting peoples to the purpose of cultivation of their language. German secondary and university teachers helped save small Slavic language groups, about whom they felt the intellectual need to write books. However, such purely ideological group existence is a less effective lever than economic interest. If a group pays somebody to act as a continuous and deliberate organ of their common interests, or if such interest representation pays in other respects, an association comes into being that provides a strong guarantee for the continuance of concerted action under all circumstances. Henceforth, some persons are professionally interested in the retention of the existing, and the recruitment of new, members. It does not matter here whether they are paid to represent, hidden or naked, sexual interests 6 or other non-material or, finally, economic interests, trade unions, management associations, and similar organizations, whether they are public speakers paid by the piece or salaried secretaries. The pattern of intermittent and irrational action is replaced by a systematic rational enterprise, which continues to function long after the original enthusiasm of the participants for their ideals has vanished. In various ways, capitalist interests proper may have a stake in the propagation of certain group activities. For example, in Imperial Germany, the Mners of German Gothic type fonts want to preserve /e this patriotic kind of lettering instead of using Latin Antiqua. Similarly, innkeepers who permit social democratic meetings even though their premises are kept off limits for military personnel have a stake in the size of the party's membership. Everybody can think of many examples of this type for every kind of social action. Whether we deal with employees or capitalist employers, all these instances of economic interest have one feature in common: the interest in the substance of the shared ideals necessarily recedes behind the interest in the persistence or propaganda of the group, irrespective of the content of its activities. A most impressive example is the complete disappearance of ideological substance in the American parties, but the 346 greatest example, of course, is the age-old connection between capitalist interests and the expansion of political communities. On the one hand, these communities can exert an extraordinary influence on the economy, on the other they can extract tremendous revenues, so that the capitalist interests can profit most from them, directly by rendering paid services or making advances on expected revenues, and indirectly through the exploitation of objects within the realm of the political community. In antiquity and at the beginning of modern history, the focus of capitalist acquisition centered on such politically determined imperialist profits, and today again capitalism moves increasingly in this direction. Every expansion of a country's power sphere increases the profit potential of the respective capitalist interests. These economic interests, which favor the expansion of a group, may not only be counteracted by the monopolistic tendencies discussed above, but also by other economic interests that originate in a group's closure and exclusiveness. We have already stated in general terms that voluntary organizations tend to transcend their rational primary purpose and to create relationships among the participants that may have quite different goals. As a rule, an overarching communal relationship, Vergemeenschaftung, attaches itself to the association, Vergeselschaftung. Of course, this is not always true. It occurs only in cases in which social action presupposes some personal, not merely business, contacts. For example, a peon can acquire stocks irrespective of his personal qualities, merely by virtue of an economic transaction, and generally without the knowledge and consent of the other stockholders. A similar orientation prevails in all those associations that make membership dependent upon a purely formal condition or achievement and do not examine the individual himself. This occurs very often in certain purely economic groups and also in some voluntary political organizations. In general, this orientation is everywhere the more likely, the more rational and specialized the group purpose is. However, there are many associations in which admission presupposes, expressly or silently, qualifications and in which those overarching communal relationships arise. This, of course, happens particularly when the members make admission dependent upon an investigation and approval of the candidate's personal qualities. At least as a rule, the candidate is scrutinized not only with regard to his usefulness for the organization but also existentially, with regard to personal characteristics esteemed by the members. We cannot classify here the various modes of association according to the degree of their exclusiveness. It suffices to say that such selectness exists in associations of the most diverse kinds. Not only a religious sect, but also a social club, for instance, a veterans association or even a bowl. Group structures and economic interests. 347. In club as a rule admit nobody who is personally objectionable to the members. This very fact legitimizes the new member toward the outside, far beyond the qualities that are important to the group's purpose. Membership provides him with advantageous connections, again far beyond the specific goals of the organization. Hence, It is very common that persons belong to an organization although they are not really interested in its purpose, merely for the sake of those economically valuable legitimations and connections that accrue from membership. Taken by themselves, these motives may contain a strong incentive for joining and hence enlarging the group, but the opposite effect is created by the members' interest in monopolizing those advantages and in increasing their economic value through restriction to the smallest possible circle. The smaller and the more exclusive such a circle is, the higher will be both the economic value and the social prestige of membership. Finally, we must deal with another frequent relationship between the economy and group activities, the deliberate offer of economic advantages in the interest of preserving and expanding a primarily non-economic group. This happens particularly when several similar groups compete for membership, witness political parties and religious communities. American sects, for instance, arrange artistic, athletic and other entertainment and lower the conditions for divorced persons remarrying. The unlimited underbidding of marriage regulations was only recently curbed by regular cartelization. In addition to arranging excursions and similar activities, religious and political parties establish youth groups and women chapters and participate eagerly in purely municipal or other basically non-political activities, which enable them to grant economic favors to local private interests. To a very large extent, the invasion of municipal, cooperative or other agencies by such groups has a direct economic motivation. It helps them to maintain their functionaries through office benefices and social status and to shift the operating costs to these other agencies. Suitable for this purpose are jobs in municipalities, producers and consumers cooperatives, health insurance funds, trade unions, and similar organizations, and on a vast scale, of course, political offices and benefices or other prestigious or remunerative positions that can be secured from the political authorities, professorships included. If a group is sufficiently large in a system of parliamentary government, it can procure such support for its leaders and members, just like the political parties, for which this is essential. In the present context, we want to emphasize only the general fact that non-economic groups also establish economic organizations, especially for propaganda purposes. Many charitable activities of religious groups have such a purpose, and this is even more true of the Christian, liberal, socialist and patriotic trade unions and mutual benefit funds, of savings and insurance institutes and, on a massive scale, of the consumers and producers cooperatives. Some Italian cooperatives, for instance, demanded the certification of confession before hiring a worker. In Germany before 1908 the Poles organized credit lending, mortgage payments and farm acquisition in an unusually impressive fashion. During the revolution of 1905/6 the various Russian parties immediately pursued similarly modem policies. Sometimes commercial enterprises are established, banks, hotels, like the socialist Hôtellerie du Peuple in Ostend, and even factories, also in Belgium. If this happens, the dominant groups in a political community, particularly the civil service, resort to similar methods in order to stay in power, and organize everything from economically advantageous patriotic associations and activities to state-controlled loan associations, such as the Prosenkis. The technical details of such propagandistic methods do not concern us here. In this section we merely wanted to state in general terms, and to illustrate with some typical examples, the coexistence and opposition of expansionist and monopolist economic interests within diverse groups. We must forego any further details since this would require a special study of the various kinds of associations. Instead, we must deal briefly with the most frequent relationship between group activities and the economy, the fact that an extraordinarily large number of groups have secondary economic interests. Normally, these groups must have developed some kind of rational association. Exceptions are those that develop out of the household, see ch 4:2 below. 4-5 types of want satisfaction. High economically active groups. Social action that has become rational. A Socratron will have an established order for want satisfaction if it requires goods and services for its operations. In principle, there are 5 typical ways of securing these goods and services as far as possible, the examples will be taken from political groups, since they have the most highly developed arrangements. 1. The oikos type with its collective natural economy. The group members must render fixed personal services, which may be equal for all or specialized, for instance, universal conscription of all able-bodied men or specialized military duties as craftsman - oikonomia handworker. Moreover, they must meet the material needs by fixed payments. 5 types of want satisfaction. 349. In kind, for the royal table or the military administration. Thus, these goods and services are not produced for the market but for the group's collective economy, for instance, a self-sufficient monorial or royal household, the pure type of the oikos, or a military administration that is completely dependent upon services and payments in kind, as approximately in ancient Egypt. 2. Market-oriented assessments that make it possible for a group to meet its demands by buying equipment and employing workers, officials, and mercenaries. These assessments may be compulsory taxes, regular dues, or fees at certain occasions. They may also be tributes from persons who are not otherwise group members, but who, a. benefit from certain advantages and opportunities, such as a registry office for real estate or some other agency, or physical facilities, such as roads. The principle involved is that of a compensation for services rendered. Fees in the technical sense. Tributes may also be levied on persons who, b. simply happen to be within the group's power sphere, contributions from persons who are merely residents, duties from persons and goods passing through the group's territory. 3. Production for the market. An enterprise sells its products and services and surrenders its profits to the group of which it is a part. The enterprise may not have a formal monopoly, witness the Prussian Sea Handlung and the Grande Chartreuse, or it may be of the monopolist type that has been frequent in the past and the present, such as the post office. Obviously, every kind of combination is possible between these 3, logically most consistent types. L/1 oni may be substituted for payments in kind, natural products may be sold on the market, capital goods may be secured directly by payments in kind or bought with the help of assessments. As a rule, the components of these types are combined with one another. 4. The mecenatic type. Voluntary contributions are made by persons who can afford them and who have material or ideal interests in the group, whether or not they are members in other respects. In the case of religious and political groups, the typical forms here are religious endowments, political subsidies by big contributors, but also the mendicant orders and the not-so-voluntary gifts to prince in early historical times. There are no fixed rules and obligations and no necessary connections between contributions and other forms of participation. The sponsor may remain completely outside the group. 5. Contributions and services linked to positive and negative privileges. A. The positive variant occurs primarily when a certain economic or social monopoly is guaranteed or, conversely, when certain privileged status groups or monopolized groups are completely or partly exempt. Hence contributions and services are not required according to general rules from the various property and income strata or the at least in principle freely accessible kinds of property and occupation. Rather, they are required according to the specific economic and political powers and monopolies that have been granted to an individual or a group by the larger community. Examples are monorial estates, tax privileges, or special levies for guilds or certain status groups. The point is that these demands are raised as a correlate of, or compensation for, the guarantee or appropriation of privileges. Thus, the method of want satisfaction creates or stabilizes a monopolistic differentiation of the group by virtue of the closure of the social and economic opportunities granted to its various strata. An important special case are the many diverse forms of feudal or patrimonial administration, with their linkage to appropriated power positions that permit the necessary amount of concerted action. In the stindestate, the prince must meet the costs of government from his patrimonial possessions, just like the feudal participants in political or patrimonial power and status. The vassals, ministerials etc., must use their own means. Most of the time, this mode of want satisfaction involves contributions in kind. However, Under capitalism analogous phenomena may occur, for example, in one way or another, the political authorities may guarantee a monopoly to a group of entrepreneurs and in return impose contributions directly or through taxation. This method, which was widespread during the mercantilist era, is presently quite important. Again, witness the liquor tax in Germany. 7. B. Want satisfaction through negative privileges is called liturgy, /ve speak of class liturgy, if economically costly obligations are tied to a certain size or amount of property that is not privileged by any monopoly. At best, those affected can take turns. Examples are the triarchal yn Korgoi in Athens and the compulsory tax farmers in the Hellenistic states. We speak of status liturgy, if the obligations are linked to monopolistic groups in such a manner that the members cannot withdraw unilaterally and hence remain collectively liable for satisfying the needs of the larger political unit. Examples are the compulsory guilds of ancient Egypt and late antiquity, the hereditary attachment of the Russian peasants to the village, which is collectively liable for taxes, the more or less strict immobility of colony and peasants throughout history, with their collective liability for paying taxes and, possibly, for providing recruits, and the Roman decurions, who were collectively responsible for the taxes which they had to levy. As a rule, the last type, 5, of want satisfaction is inherently limited to compulsory associations, especially the political ones. 5 Effects of modes of want satisfaction and taxation. 5 Fleets of want satisfaction and taxation on capitalism and mercantilism. 3.5i. The various modes of want satisfaction, always the result of struggles between different interests, often exert a far-reaching influence beyond their direct purpose. This may lead to a considerable degree of economic regulation, witness in particular the liturgical modes of want satisfaction. Even when this is not directly the case, these modes may strongly affect the development and the direction of the economy. For example, status liturgy greatly contributed to the closure of social and economic opportunities, to the stabilization of status groups, and thus to the elimination of private capital formation. Moreover, if a political community satisfies its wants by public enterprises or by production for the market, private capitalism also tends to be eliminated. Monopolistic want satisfaction, too, affects private capitalism, but it may stimulate as well as impede private capital formation. This depends upon the particular nature of the state-sponsored monopolies. Ancient capitalism was suffocated because the Roman Empire resorted increasingly to status liturgy and partly also to public want satisfaction. Today, capitalist enterprises run by municipalities or the state in part redirect and in part displace private capitalism. The fact that the German exchanges have not quoted rail stocks since the railroads were nationalized is not only important for their position but also for the nature of property formation. 8. Private capitalism is retarded, for example, the growth of private distilleries, if monopolies are protected by the state and stabilized with state subsidies, as in the case of the German liquor tax. Conversely, during the Middle Ages and in early modern times, the trade and colonial monopolies at first facilitated the rise of capitalism, since under the given conditions only monopolies provided a sufficient profit span for capitalist enterprises. But later in England during the 17th century these monopolies impeded capitalist profit interests and provoked so much bitter opposition that they collapsed. Thus, the effect of tax-based monopolies is equivocal. However, clearly favorable to capitalist development has been want satisfaction through taxation and the market. In the extreme case, the open market is used as much as possible for administrative needs, including the recruitment and training of troops by private entrepreneurs, and all means are secured through tax monies. This presupposes, of course, a fully developed money economy and also a strictly rational and efficient administration, a bureaucracy. This precondition is particularly important with regard to the taxation of personal, mobile, property, a difficult undertaking everywhere, especially in a democracy. We must deal briefly with these difficulties. 352 Economic relationships of organized groups ch. Il since they have greatly affected the rise of modern capitalism. Even where the propertyless strata are dominant, the taxation of personal property meets certain limits as long as the propertied can freely leave the community. The degree of mobility depends not only on the relative importance of membership in this particular community for the propertied, but also on the nature of the property. Within compulsory associations, particularly political communities, all property utilization that is largely dependent on real estate is stationary, in contrast to personal property which is either monetary or easily exchangeable. If propertied families leave a community, those staying behind must pay more taxes. In a community dependent on a market economy, and particularly a labor market, the have-nots may find their economic opportunities so much reduced that they will abandon any reckless attempt at taxing the haves or will even deliberately favor them. Whether this will indeed happen, depends upon the economic structure of the community. In democratic Athens such considerations were outweighed by the incentives for taxing the propertied, since the Athenian state lived largely from the tributes of subjects and had an economy in which the labor market, in the modern sense of the term, did not yet determine the class situation of the masses. Under modern conditions the reverse is usually true. Today communities in which the propertyless have seized power are often very cautious toward the propertied. Municipalities under socialist control, such as the city of Catania, have attracted factories with substantial tax benefits, because the socialist rank and file were more interested in better job opportunities and in directly ameliorating their class situation, than in just property distribution and equitable taxation. Likewise, in spite of conflicting interests in a given case, landlords, speculators in building land, retailers, and craftsmen tend to think first of their immediate class-determined interests. Therefore, all kinds of mercantilism have been a frequent, though highly varied, phenomenon in all types of communities. This is all the more so since those concerned with the relative power position of a community also have an interest in preserving the tax base and great fortunes capable of granting them loans. Hence, they are forced to treat personal property cautiously. Thus, even where the have-nots are in control, personal property may either expect mercantilist privileges or at least exemption from liturgies and taxes, provided a plurality of communities competes with one another among which the property owners can choose their domicile. One example is the United States, in which the separatism of the individual states led to the failure of all serious attempts at unifying consumer interests, more limited, but 5 effects of modes of want satisfaction and taxation. 353 Still pertinent is the case of the municipalities of a country, and finally there are the independent countries themselves. For the rest, the method of taxation depends, of course, very much on the relative power position of the various groups in a community, and on the nature of the economic system. Every increase of want satisfaction in kind favors the liturgical method. Thus, in Egypt the liturgical system originated in the Pharaonic period, and the course of the late Roman liturgical state, which was modeled after the Egyptian example, was determined by the largely natural economy of the conquered inland areas and the relative decline of the capitalist strata. In these strata lost their former importance because the political and administrative transformation of the empire eliminated the tax farmer and the exploitation of the subjects through usury. If personal, mobile, property is dominant, the propertied everywhere unburden themselves of liturgical want satisfaction and shift the tax burden to the masses. In Rome military service used to be liturgically classified according to property and to involve the self-equipment of the propertied citizens. Then, however, the knightly strata were freed from military service and replaced by the state-equipped proletarian army, elsewhere the mercenary army, the costs of which were met by mass taxation. Instead of satisfying extraordinary public wants through the property tax or compulsory loans without interest, that is, through the liturgical liability of the propertied, the Middle Ages everywhere resorted to interest-bearing loans, land mortgages, customs and other assessments. Thus, the propertied used pressing public needs as a source for profit and rent. Sometimes these practices would almost reduce a city's administration and tax system to an instrument of state creditors, as it happened for a time in Genoa. Finally, at the beginning of modern history, the various countries engaged in the struggle for power needed ever more capital for political reasons and because of the expanding money economy. This resulted in that memorable alliance between the rising states and the sought-after and privileged capitalist povers that was a major factor in creating modern capitalism and fully justifies the designation mercantilist for the policies of that epoch. This usage is justified even though, in antiquity and modern times, mercantilism, as the protection of personal, mobile, property, existed wherever several political communities competed with one another by enlarging their tax base and by promoting capital formation for the sake of obtaining private loans. The fact that mercantilism at the beginning of modern history had a specific character and specific effects had two reasons, are, the political structure of the competing states and of their economy. This will be treated later. And, 2. The novel structure of emergent modern capitalism, especially industrial capitalism, which was unknown to antiquity and in the long run profited greatly from state protection. At any rate, from that time dates that European competitive struggle between large, approximately equal, and purely political structures which has had such a global impact. It is well known that this political competition has remained one of the most important motives of the capitalist protectionism that emerged then and today continues in different forms. Neither the trade nor the monetary policies of the modern states, those policies most closely linked to the central interests of the present economic system, can be understood without this peculiar political competition and equilibrium among the European states during the last 500 years, a phenomenon which Ranker recognized in his first work as the world historical distinctiveness of this era. 9. Chapter 3. Household, Neighborhood and Kin. Group 1. 1. The household, familial, capitalistic and communistic solidarity. An examination of the specific, often highly complex effects of the ways in which social groups satisfy their economic wants does not belong into this general review, and concrete individual instances will be considered merely as examples. While abandoning any attempt to systematically classify the various kinds of groups according to the structure, content, and means of social action, a task which belongs to general sociology, we turn to a brief elucidation of those types of groups which are of the greatest importance for our exposition. Only the relationship of the economy to society in our case, the general structures of human groups, will be discussed here, and not the relationship between the economic sphere and specific areas of culture, literature, art, science, etc. Contents and directions of social action are discussed only insofar as they give rise to specific for relationships. However, separated from the household as a unit of economic maintenance, the sexually based relationship between husband and wife, and the physiologically determined relationship between father and children are wholly unstable and tenuous. The father relationship cannot exist without a stable economic household unit of father and mother. Even where there is such a unit, the father relationship may not always be of great import. Of all the relationships arising from sexual intercourse, only the mother-child relationship is natural, because it is a biologically based household unit that lasts until the child is able to search for means of subsistence on his own. Next comes the sibling group, which the Greeks called homogalactes, literally, persons suckled with the same milk. Here, too, the decisive point is not the fact of the common mother but that of common maintenance. Manifold group relationships emerge, in addition to sexual and physiological relationships, as soon as the family emerges as a specific social institution. Historically, the concept of the family had several meanings, and it is useful only if its particular meaning is always clearly defined. More will be said later on about this. Although the grouping of mother and children must be regarded as, in the present sense, the most primitive sort of family, it does not mean, indeed, it is unimaginable that there ever were societies with maternal groupings only. As far as it is known, wherever the maternal grouping prevails as a family type, group relationships, economic and military, exist among men as well, and so do those of men with women, both sexual and economic. The pure maternal grouping as a normal, but obviously secondary, form is often found precisely where men's everyday life is confined to the stable community of a men's house, at first for military purposes, later on for other reasons. Men's houses Mannerhauser can be found in various countries as a specific concomitant. Their descent, as equal members of an organization house, village, kin, political group, status group, religious group, while descendants who are a product of other sexual relationships will not be treated in such a manner. This and nothing else is the meaning of the distinction between birth in wedlock and out of wedlock. The prerequisites of a legitimate marriage, the classes of persons not allowed to enter into stable relationships with each other, the kinds of permission and kinds of kinship or other connections required for their validity, the usages which must be observed, all these matters are regulated by the sacred traditions and the laws of those groups. Thus, it is the regulations of groups other than mere sexual groupings and sibling communities of experience which endow the marriage with its specific quality. /VE do not intend to expound here the anthropologically very significant development of these regulations, since it is only their most important economic aspects which concern us. Sexual relationships and the relationships between children based on the fact of their common parent or parents can engender social action only of hunters and nomads. However, even under the conditions of a technically well-advanced agriculture, the household is often secondary with respect to a preceding state which accorded more power to the inclusive kinship and neighborhood group on the one hand, and more freedom to the individual vis-a-vis the parents, children, grandchildren, and siblings on the other hand. The almost complete separation of the husband's and wife's means and belongings, which was very frequent especially where social differentiation was low, seems to point in this direction, as does the occasional custom according to which man and wife were seated back to back during their meals or even took their meals separately, and the fact that within the political group there existed independent organizations of women with female chieftains alongside the men's organizations. However, one should not infer from such facts the existence of an individualistic primitive condition. Rather, conditions that are due to a certain type of military organization, such as the man's absence from the house for his military service, lead to a manless household management by the wives and mothers. Such conditions were residually preserved in the family structure of the Spartans, which was based on the man's absence from the home and separation of belongings. The size and inclusiveness of the household varies. But it is the most. The household, L/.1 Odes of Solidarity. 359. Widespread economic group and involves continuous and intensive social action. It is the fundamental basis of Loyalty and authority, which in turn is the basis of many other groups. Authority is of two kinds: 1. The authority derived from superior strength, and 2. The authority derived from practical knowledge and experience. It is, thus, the authority of men as against women and children, of the able-bodied as against those of lesser capability, of the adult as against the child, of the old as against the young. The loyalty is one of subjects toward the holders of authority and toward one another. As reverence for ancestors, it finds its way into religion; as a loyalty of the patrimonial official, retainer, or vassal, it becomes a part of the relationships originally having a domestic character. In terms of economic and personal relationships, the household in its pure, though not necessarily primitive, form implies solidarity in dealing with the outside and communism of property and consumption of everyday goods within, household communism. The principle of solidarity in facing the outside world was still found in its pure form in the periodically contractually regulated households as entrepreneurial units in the medieval cities of northern and central Italy, especially those most advanced in capitalist economy. All members of the household, including at times even the clerks and apprentices who were members by contract, were jointly responsible to the creditors. This is the historic source of the joint liability of the owners of a private company for the debts incurred by the firm. This concept of joint liability was of great importance in the subsequent development of the legal forms of modern capitalism. There was nothing corresponding to our law of inheritance in the old household communism. In its place there was, rather, the simple idea that the household is immortal. If one of its members dies, or is eld, after committing an inexpiable ill deed, or is permitted to join another household, by adoption, or is dismissed, emancipatio, or leave/es out of his own accord, where this is permitted, he cannot possibly lay claim to his share. By leaving the household he has relinquished his share. If a member of the household dies, the joint economy of the survivors simply goes on. The Swiss Gemeinschaften operate in such a /I to the present day. 3. The principle of household communism, according to which everybody contributes what he can and takes what he needs, as far as the supply of goods suffices, constitutes even today the essential feature of our family household, but is limited in the main to household consumption. Common residence is an essential attribute of the pure type of household. Increase in size brings about a division and creation of separate households. In order to keep the property and the labor force intact, a household, neighborhood, and kin group ch. 3. Compromise based on local decentralization without partition can be adopted. Granting some special privileges to the individual household is an inevitable consequence of such a solution. Such a partition can be carried to a complete legal separation and independence in the control of the business, yet at the same time a surprisingly large measure of household communism can still be preserved. It happens in Europe, particularly in the Alpine countries, cf. Swiss hotel keepers' families, and also in the large family firms of international trade that, while the household and household authority have outwardly completely disappeared, a communism of risk and profit, i.e., sharing of profit and loss of otherwise altogether independent business managements, continues to exist. I have been told about conditions in international houses with earnings amounting to millions, whose capital belongs for the most part, but not exclusively, to relatives of varying degree and whose management is predominantly, but not solely, in the hands of the members of the family. The individual establishments operate in very diverse lines of business, they possess highly variable amounts of capital and labor force, and they achieve widely variable profits. In spite of this, after the deduction of the usual interest on capital, the annual returns of all the branches are simply thrown into one hopper, divided into equal portions, and allotted according to an amazingly simple formula, often by the number of heads. The household communism on this level is being preserved for the sake of mutual economic support, which guarantees a balancing of capital requirements and capital surplus between the business establishments and spares them from having to solicit credit from outsiders. The calculative spirit thus does not extend to the distribution of balance sheet results, but it dominates all the more within the individual enterprise. Even a close relative without capital and working as an employee will not be paid more than any other employee, because calculated costs of operation cannot be arbitrarily altered in favor of one individual without creating dissatisfaction in others. Beyond the balance sheet, those lucky enough to participate enter the realm of equality and brotherhood. To the neighborhood, an unsentimental economic brotherhood, the household meets the everyday demands for goods and labor. In a self-sufficient agrarian economy, a good deal of the extraordinary demands at special occasions, during natural calamities and social emmer. The neighborhood, economic brotherhood. Genses are met by social action that transcends the individual household, the assistance of the neighborhood. For us, the neighborhood is not only the natural one of the rural settlement but every permanent or ephemeral community of interest that derives from physical proximity. Of course, if not specified further, we refer most of the time to the neighborhood of households settled close to one another. The group of neighbors may take on different forms depending on the type of settlement: scattered farms, a village, a city street or a slum. Neighborly social action may have different degrees of intensity and, especially in the modern city, it may be almost non-existent. To be sure, the extent of mutual help and of sacrifices that even today OCCJRs underscore frequently in the apartment houses of the poor may be astonishing to one who discovers it for the first time. However, not only the fleeting togetherness in streetcar, railroad, or hotel, but also the enduring one in an apartment house is by and large oriented toward maintaining the greatest possible distance in spite, or because, of the physical proximity, and some social action is likely only in cases of common danger. VE cannot discuss here why this attitude has become so conspicuous under modem conditions as a result of the specific sense of individual dignity created by them. Suffice it to note that the same ambivalence has always occurred in the stable rural neighborhood. The individual peasant does not like any interference with his affairs, no matter how well meant it may be. Neighborly cooperation is an exception, although it recurs regularly. It is always less intensive and more discontinuous than the social action of the household, and the circle of participants is far more unstable. For in general, the neighborhood group is merely based on the simple fact that people happen to reside close to one another. In the self-sufficient rural economy of early history, the typical neighborhood is the village, a group of households bordering upon each other. However, the neighborhood may also be effective beyond the fixed boundaries of other, in particular political, structures. In practice, neighborhood means mutual dependence in case of distress, especially when the transportation technology is undeveloped. The neighbor is the typical helper in need, and hence neighborhood is brotherhood, albeit in an unpathetic, primarily economic sense. If the household is short of means, mutual help may be requested, the loans of implements and goods free of charge, and free labor for the asking, Bitarbeit, in case of urgent need. This mutual help is guided by the primeval popular ethics, which is as unsentimental as it is universal: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is also nicely indicated by the Roman term 11112 for an interest-free loan. For everybody may get into a situation in which he needs the help of others. If a compensation is provided, it consists in old neighborhood and kin group ch. ill. Feasting the helpers, as in the typical case of neighborly help for house construction, still practiced in the German East. If an exchange takes place, the maxim applies: brothers do not bargain with one another. This eliminates the rational market principle of price determination. Neighborliness is not restricted to social equals. Voluntary labor, Bitarbeit, which has great practical importance, is not only given to the needy but also to the economic powers that be, especially at honest time, when the big landowner needs it most. In return, the helpers expect that he ps a rule: its social action is discontinuous and lacks association. In fact, the kin group proves that social action is possible even if the participants do not know one another and action is merely passive, refraining from sexual relations, for example. The kin group presupposes the existence of others within a larger community. It is the natural vehicle of all fealty, THIRD. Friendship is originally an artificial blood brotherhood. The vassal as well as the modern officer are not only subordinates but also the lord's brothers, comrades, that means, roommates, originally household members. Substantively, the kin group competes with the household in the sphere of sexual relations and in group solidarity. It is a protective group, which substitutes for our detective force and vice squad, and it is also a group of expectant heirs made up of those former household members who left when it was divided or when they married, and of their descendants. Hence with the kin group begins inheritance outside the household. Since members are committed to blood revenge, the in-group solidarity of the kin group may become more important than loyalty toward patriarchal authority. We should keep in mind that the kin group is not an extended or decentralized household or a superordinate structure uniting several households. That may be the case, but as a rule it is not. Whether a particular kin group cuts across the households or comprises all members depends upon its structure, which may assign father and children to different groups, as we shall see later. Kin membership may not mean more than that marriage within the group is prohibited, exogamy. In this case the members may have common marks of identification and may believe in common descent from a natural object, most of the time an animal, which the members are usually not allo/ved to eat, totemism. Furthermore, the kin members are forbidden to engage in combat with one another. They must practice blood revenge and be collectively liable to it, at least in the case of close relatives. Blood revenge in turn requires the joint declaration of a feud in case of a homicide and establishes the right and the duty of the kin members to receive and to pay a compensation, were guild. The kin group is also open to divine revenge in case of perjury, since it provides oath-bound witnesses at a trial. In this manner the kin group guarantees the security and legal personality of the individual. Finally, the neighborhood established by a settlement, a village, a rural commune of villages marked Genossenskleft, may coincide with the kin group, then the household is indeed a unit of the kin group. Even if this is not the case, the kin members often retain very palpable rights in relation to domestic authority, a veto against the sale of property, the right of participating in the selling of daughters into marriage and of receiving part of the bridal price, the rights of providing a legal guardian, etc. Collective self-help is for the kin group the most typical means of reacting to infringements upon its interests. The oldest procedures approximating a trial are compulsory arbitration of conflict within the household or the kin group, either by the household head or the kin elder who best knows the customs, and mutually agreed arbitration between several households and kin groups. The kin group competes with political groups as an independent, overlapping group deriving from common descent, which may be actual, fictitious, or artificially created through blood brotherhood. It is a complex of obligations and loyalties between persons who may belong not only to different households but also to different political and even language groups. The kin group may be completely unorganized, a kind of passive counter-image of the authoritarian household. For its normal functioning it does not require a leader with powers of control. Indeed, as a rule, the kin group is merely an amorphous circle of persons who may be identified positively by forming a religious community and negatively by their refraining from the violation or consumption of a joint sacred object, taboo. We shall deal later ch. 6 with the religious rationale for such behavior. It seems scarcely possible to assume, as Gierke has done, that kin groups with some kind of continuous government are the older form. Rather, the reverse is the rule. Economic effects of the kin group. Kin groups become associations only when it seems desirable to erect economic or social monopolies against outsiders. If the kin group has a head and functions as a political group, it may serve originally extraneous purposes of a political, military, or economic nature. In this case it becomes part of a heterogeneous social structure, witness the gens as a subdivision of the curia or the Germanic cibs as military units. Especially in periods in which social action is otherwise scarcely developed, household, kin group, neighborhood and political community typically overlap in such a manner that the members of a household and a village may belong to different kin groups, and the kin members to different political and even language communities. Hence it is passable that neighbors or members of the same political group and even of the same household are expected to practice blood revenge against one another. These drastically conflicting obligations were removed only when the political community gradually monopolized the use of physical force. However, if political action occurs only intermittently, when there is an external threat or booty seekers associate, the kin group's importance and the rationalization of its structure and obligations may approximate scholastic casuistry, as for example in Australia. The manner in which the kin groups are organized and regulate sexual relations is important because of the repercussions on the composition and the economic structure of the households. Domestic authority over a child derives from matrilineal or patrilineal descent, and this in turn defines the other households in which the child has a property share, in particular access to economic opportunities which these households appropriated within economic, status, or political groups. Hence those other groups are interested in the manner in which household membership is established. In any given case the prevailing order is a resultant of the economic and also the political interests of all groups involved. It should be clearly understood from the beginning that as soon as a household becomes part of other groups that control economic and other opportunities, it cannot freely attribute membership, the less so the more limited these opportunities become. Patrilineal or Itrilineal descent and their consequences are determined by the most diverse interests, which cannot be analyzed here in detail. In the case of matrilineal descent the child is protected and disciplined by the mother's brothers, apart from his father, and also receives his inheritance from them. Avunculate, the mother exercises domestic authority only in rare cases subject to special conditions. In a patrilineal system, the child is subject to the power of his paternal relatives, apart from his fathers, and he inherits from them. Today kinship and succession are as a rule cognate, that means, there is no difference between the father's and the mother's side, whereas do household, neighborhood, and kin group ch. 3. Domestic authority is exercised by the father or, if he is not there, often by a close relative who is appointed as a guardian and supervised by the public authorities. However, in the past patrilineal and matrilineal principles were often mutually exclusive. This did not necessarily mean that only one applied in a given group to all households. One principle might apply in one household, the other in another one. In the simplest case, this competition of the two principles originated in property differentiation. Like all children, daughters are considered economic assets of the household into which they are born. The household decides their disposition. The head might offer them to his guests, just like his own wife, or he might permit sexual relations temporarily or permanently in exchange for goods and services. This prostitution of female household members accounts for many cases that are subsumed under the imprecise collective name of matriarchy. Mother rect husband and wife each remain members of their own household. The children belong to the mother's household, and the father is for them an alien who merely pays alimony, in modern terminology, to the household head. Hence husband, wife, and children do not form a household of their own. However, if there is such a household, it may have a patrilineal or matrilineal basis. The man who can afford to pay cash for a woman takes her out of her household and kin group into his own. In this case, the woman and her children are fully owned by the man's household. However, a man who cannot pay for a woman whom he desires must join her household, if its head permits the union, either temporarily in order to work off her price, service marriage, or permanently, and then the woman's household retains control over her and the children. Thus the head of a well-to-do household buys women from less prosperous households for himself and his sons, so-called digamarriage, or forces impecunious suitors to join his own household, binamarriage. Hence patrilineal and matrilineal descent and the domestic authority of the father's or the mother's household may exist side by side for different persons within the same household. In this simple case, patrilineal descent is always linked to control by the father's household, and vice versa. This relationship grows more complex when the husband takes the wife into his household and thus places her under its authority, but when matrilineal attribution remains, that means, when the children belong to the mother's kin group as her exogamous sex group and are subject to the rules of blood revenge and inheritance of her group. As a technical term, matriarchy, mother right, should be restricted to this phenomenon. To be sure, as far as we know, matriarchy does not occur in this form in which the father's relation to the children is extremely restricted because they are legally aliens in spite of his authority. However, there are various economic effects of the kin group intermediate stages. The mother's house may yield her to the father's household and yet retain certain rights in her and her children. Frequently matrilineal rules of kin exogamy apply because superstitious fear of incest persists. Moreover, matrilineal rules of succession are often retained in varying degrees. This is likely to give rise to many conateists between the two kin groups, the outcome of which depends very much on the land holdings, the innowance of the village neighborhood and the role of military associations. Notes are: the chapter titles of Chs. 3 and 4 and the subheadings were chosen by the English editor in an attempt to make clearer the content of the various sections and to come closer to Weber's original outline, which envisaged a chapter on household, oikos, and enterprise, to be followed by neighborhood, kin group, and community. However, the text reverses some of the chapter sequence, unless the changes were made by the original editors. For another discussion of marriage and kinship in relation to economic factors, see Weber's Economic History, 37-53, and Marianne Weber's Ehefrau und die Mutter in der Reichsentwicklung, 1907, for other background literature. see below, SOC of law, ch. 8, 2, NN. 18, 70-74. 2. On this point, see Weber's dissertation, Zur Geschichte Handelsgesellschaften im Mittelalter, Stuttgart 1889, reprinted in GAZSW, 312-443, especially ch. 3, Die Familien und die Arbeitsgemeinschaften. 3. Cf. Eugen Huber, System and Geschichte Schweizer Privatrechts, I-893, Volume 4, and Max Huber, Gemeinderschaften der Schweiz, Breslau 1897. Chapter 4. Household, Enterprise, and Oikos. 1. The L11 A Pact of Economic, L1 Military and Political Groups on Joint Property Law and Succession in the FLU's hold. Unfortunately, the relationships between kin group, village, the commune of villages, Marktgenossenschaft, and political association belong to the most obscure and least investigated areas of ethnography and economic history. Not one case has been completely elucidated, neither the primitive stages of civilized peoples nor the so-called primitive tribes, Nadervalher, not even the American Indians, in spite of Morgan's research. The neighborhood organization of a village may originate in a given case in the division of the inheritance of a household. /v nomadic cultivation is replaced by permanent agriculture, land may be assigned on a kinship basis, since the latter is usually taken into account in military organization, thus the territory of a village, Dorfgemarken, may be considered kin property. This seems to have happened in ancient Germanic times, since the sources speak of genealogy as the owners of village territory even when it appears that the land was not occupied by a noble family with its retainers. However, this was probably not the rule. As far as we know, the military bodies of 100 or 1,000 men, which developed from cadres into territorial units, were not unambiguously linked to the kin groups, and neither were the latter to the rural communes, Marktgemeinschaften. /VE can make only three generalizations. 1. Land may be primarily a place to work on. In this case all land and all yield belong to the women's kin groups, as long as cultivation is primarily women's work. 370. I. Effect of groups on household property and succession. 37I. The father does not leave any land to his children, since it is handed down through the mother's house and kin group. The paternal inheritance comprises only military equipment, weapons, horses, and tools of male crafts. In pure form this case is rare. 2. Conversely, land may be considered male property. 1. And defended by force, unarmed persons, especially women, cannot have a share in it. Hence, the father's local political association may be interested in retaining his sons as military manpower. Since the sons join the father's military group, they inherit the land from him, and only movable property from the mother. 3. The neighborhood composed of a village or a rural commune, Marktgenossenschaft, always controls the land gained through joint deforestation, that means, through men's work, and does not permit its inheritance by children who do not continuously fulfill their obligations toward the association. The clash of these practices, and possibly of even more complex ones, may have very diverse results. However, we cannot make a fourth generalization that might suggest itself in view of these practices, that the primarily military character of a group points unambiguously to the predominance of the father's house and of male, agnatic, family and property attribution. Rather, this depends on the type of military organization. The able-bodied age groups may permanently live in barracks. Typical examples are the men's house described by Schitz or the Spartan Syssitia. 1. In this case the men's absence frequently establishes the household as a maternal grouping in which children and property are attributed to the maternal household, or the woman /es at least a relative domestic independence, as it is reported for Sparta. The numerous means that were specifically invented to intimidate and rob women, for example, The periodic predatory exploits of the Duk-Duk-Tu are an attempt by the men who have left the household to strengthen their threatened authority. However, when the members of a militarv caste were landowners living dispersed in the countryside, the patriarchal and agnatic structure of household and kin group became usually predominant. As far as our historical knowledge goes, the empire-building peoples of the Far East and India, the Near East, the Mediterranean, and the European North developed patrilineal descent and exclusively agnatic attribution of kinship and property. Contrary to a frequent assumption, the Egyptians also had patrilineal descent even though they did not have agnatic attribution. The major reason for this phenomenon is that great empires cannot be maintained in the long run by small monopolistic, staff-like groups of warriors who live closely together in the manner of men's houses. In a natural economy, empire building requires as a rule the patrimonial and seigneurial control of the land, even if this subjection proceeds from 37 household, enterprise, and oikos. 4 groups of closely settled warriors, as in antiquity. The monarchical administration develops quite naturally out of the patriarchal household that is turned into an apparatus of domination. Everywhere the manner originates in patriarchal authority. Hence, there is no serious evidence for the assertion that the predominance of patrilineal descent among those peoples was ever preceded by another order, ever since kinship relations among them had been regulated by any law at all. Particularly worthless is the hypothesis of a once universal prevalence of matriarchal marriage. This construct confuses very heterogeneous phenomena. It blurs the difference between primitive conditions under which parent-child relations are not legally regulated at all. Hence the mother is indeed closer to the children whom she feeds and rears, and a legal arrangement deserving the name matriarchy, mutter rect. Equally erroneous is the idea that marriage by abduction was a universal intermediate stage between matriarchy and patriarchy. A woman can be legitimately acquired from another household only through exchange or purchase. Abduction results in feud and restitution. It is true that for the hero the abducted woman is a trophy, just like the scalp of the enemy, but we cannot say that actual abduction was a stage in legal history. Because of the very predominance of patriarchy, property law develops in the great empires in the direction of steadily weakening unlimited patriarchal power. Since legal restraints were originally missing, no distinction was made between legitimate and illegitimate children. In the Germanic law of the Middle Ages, the master's right to identify his child was a residue of the once unlimited power of the patriarch. This state of affairs was definitely changed only with the intervention of political and economic groups, which made membership dependent upon legitimate descent, that means, on permanent relations with women from their own circle. The most important stage in the development of this principle, the very distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children and the protection of the right of succession for the former, is usually reached when the propertied or status-privileged straten no longer regard women merely as chattel and begin to protect by contract daughters, and their children, against the original discretion of the buyer. From then on his property is supposed to be inherited only by the children from this marriage. Hence the motivating force of this development is not the man's but the woman's interest in legitimate children. As status aspirations and the corresponding costs of living rise, the woman, who is now regarded as a luxury possession, receives a dowry. At the same time this represents the compensation for her share in the household, a purpose clearly stipulated in ancient Oriental and Hellenic law, and provides her with the material means of destroying the effect of groups on household property and succession. 373. Husband's unlimited discretion, since he must return the dowry if he divorces her. In time, this purpose was achieved, in different degrees and not always through formal law, but often so successfully that only an endowed marriage was considered a marriage proper, e.p.f.o. in Egypt. We cannot deal here further with the development of joint property rights. Decisive changes occur wherever the military importance of land declines as a possession taken by force or as the basis of maintaining able-bodied men, capable of equipping themselves. Then real estate can be used primarily for economic purposes, especially in the cities, and daughters too can succeed to land. The compromise between the interests of husband and wife and of their kin varies greatly depending on whether the family lives primarily from joint labor earnings or from rent-producing property. In the Occidental Middle Ages, the institution of joint property prevailed in the former case and that of joint administration, actually the administration and utilization of the wife's property by the husband, in the latter. In addition, since the feudal families did not want to release any land, widows were maintained through a rent attached to family holdings, as it occurred typically in England, dower marriage. For the rest, the most diverse determinants may come into play. The social conditions of the Roman and English nobility were similar in some respects, but very different in others. Whereas in ancient Rome the wife became economically and personally emancipated by virtue of the freely dissolvable marriage, yet was completely unprotected as a widow and had no legal control whatsoever over her children, in England the wife remained under coverture, which prevented any economic and legal independence and made it almost impossible for her to dissolve the feudal dower marriage. The difference seems to have been owing to the more developed urban character of the Roman nobility, on the one hand, and the impact of Christian patriarchalism in the English family on the other. /Viherace feudal marriage law persisted in England, and French marriage law was shaped by petty bourgeois and militaristic considerations in the Code Napoleon through the personal influence of its creator. Bureaucratic states, such as Austria and Russia, have minimized sex differences in the joint property law. This leveling tends to go furthest where militarism has receded most in the ruling classes. With the advance of the market economy, the marital property structure is also strongly influenced by the need to protect creditors. The manifold arrangements deriving from these factors do not belong in the present context. The legitimate marriage that developed out of the wife's interests does not necessarily lead to a speedy adoption of monogamy. The wife, for whose children are privileged in relation to succession, may be distinguished as the chief wife in a circle of other wives, as it was the case in the Orient, in Egypt and in most civilized Asian areas. This type of semi-polygamy was of course everywhere a privilege of the propertied strata. The ownership of several wives is lucrative only when women still do most of the agricultural work, at most when their textile production is especially profitable, as is still assumed in the Talmud. For example, the possession of a large number of women is considered a profitable capital investment by the chieftains in Caffraria. This presupposes, of course, that the man has the necessary means to buy women. But polygamy is too costly for all middle-income groups in an economy in which male work predominates, and especially in social strata in which women work only as dilettantes or for luxury needs in jobs considered beneath the dignity of freemen. Monogamy was institutionalized first among the Hellenes, even though the royal families did not consistently adhere to it as late as the period of the Diadochs, and among the Romans, it fitted into the household structure of the emergent urban patriciate. Subsequently, Christianity raised monogamy to an absolute norm for ascetic reasons, in contrast to at least the early stages of all other religions. In the main, polygamy persisted in those cases in which the strictly patriarchal structure of political authority helped to preserve the discretion of the household head. The institution of the dowry affects the development of the household in two ways: 1, as against the children of concubines, the legitimate children achieve special legal status as the sole inheritors of the paternal property; 2, the husband's economic position tends to be differentiated according to the wife's dowry, which in turn depends on her family's wealth. It is true that the dowry becomes formally subject to the husband's discretion, especially in Roman law, but in fact it tends to be set aside as a special account. Thus the calculating spirit enters into the relations between the family members. However, at this stage other economic motives have usually begun this dissolution of the household. Undifferentiated communism was economically deflected at such an early stage that it existed historically perhaps only in marginal cases. In principle, artifacts such as tools, arms, jewelry, and clothes may be used by their producer alone or preferentially, and they are inherited not necessarily by the group but by other qualified individuals. Examples are riding horse and sword, in the Middle Ages the hiajwiat, the gerade, etc. These incipient forms of the individual right to succession developed very early even under authoritarian house communism. However, their beginnings probably antecede the household itself and are found where tools are produced by individuals. In the case of arms, the same development was probably owing to the intervention of military powers interested in equipping the most able-bodied men. To the disintegration of the household, the rise of the calculative spirit and of the one/modern capitalist enterprise in the course of cultural allotment, the internal and external determinants of the weakening of household authority gain ascendancy. Operating from within, and correlated with the quantitative growth of economic means and resources, is the development and differentiation of abilities and wants. With the multiplication of life chances and opportunities, the individual becomes less and less content with being bound to rigid and undifferentiated forms of life prescribed by the group. Increasingly he desires to shape his life as an individual and to enjoy the fruits of his own abilities and labor as he himself wishes. The disintegration of the household authority is furthered by a number of other groups. One factor is the fiscal interest in a more intensive exploitation of the individual taxpayer. These groups may work contrary to the household's interests in keeping property intact for the sake of military self-equipment. The usual consequence of these disintegrative tendencies is, in the first place, the increasing likelihood of division in case of inheritance or marriage of children. In the early times of relative primitive agriculture, employment of mass labor as the only means of increasing land yields. As a result, the household grew in size. How the development of individualized production brought about a decrease in the size of households, which continued until the family of parents and children constitutes the norm todav. The function of the household has changed so radically that it is becoming increasingly inopportune for an individual to join a large communistic household. An individual no longer gets protection from the household and kinship groups but rather from political authority, which exercises compulsory jurisdiction. Furthermore, household and occupation become ecologically separated, and the household is no longer a unit of common production but of common consumption. The individual receives his entire education increasingly from outside his home and by means which are supplied by various enterprises, schools, bookstores, theaters, concert halls, clubs, meetings, etc. He can no longer regard the household as the bearer of those cultural values in whose service he places himself. This decrease in the size of households is not due to a growing subjectivism, understood as a stage of social psychological development, but to the objective determinants of its growth. It should not be overlooked that there exist also hindrances to this development, particularly on the highest levels of the economic scale. In agriculture, the possibility of unrestricted splitting up of landed estates is tied in with certain technological conditions. An integrated estate, even a large one, with valuable buildings on it, can be partitioned only at a loss. The division is technically facilitated by mixed holdings and village settlement. Isolated location makes such a partition difficult. Separate farms and large estates, operated with an intensive expenditure of capital, therefore tend to be inherited by one individual. A small farm, operated with intensive expenditure of labor on scattered holdings, has a tendency to continuous splintering. In addition, the separate farm and large estate are much more suitable objects from which to extract payments in favor of movable property, i.e., money lenders in the form of permanent or long-term mortgages, and they are thus kept intact for the benefit of the creditors. Large property holding, being a determinant of position and prestige, is conducive to the desire to keep it intact in the family. A small farm, on the other hand, is merely a place where work is done. There is an appositeness between the seigneurial standard of life, with its fixed conventions, and the large household. Given the spaciousness of, say, a castle and the almost inevitable inner distance even between the closest relatives, these large households do not restrain the freedom that the individual demands to such an extent as does the middle-class household, which may consist of an equally large number of persons but occupies a smaller space and lacks the aristocratic sense of distance, and whose members, moreover, typically have far more differentiated life interests than do those of an estate. Seated gentry family. Today, the large household provides an appropriate way of life, aside from the seigneurial one, only for the highly intense ideological community of a sect, whether religious, social, ethical or artistic, corresponding to the monasteries and the cloister-like communities of the past. Even where the household unit remains outwardly intact, the internal dissolution of household communism by virtue of the growing sense of calculation, Rechenhaftigkeit, goes on irresistibly in the course of cultural development. Let us look at the consequences of this factor in somewhat greater detail. As early as in the large capitalistic households of medieval cities, for example, in Florence every person had his own account. He has pocket money, denari borsinghi, at his disposal. Specific limits are set for certain expenditures, for example, if he invites a visitor for a stay. The member must settle his account in the same way as do partners in 2. Disintegration of the household by the enterprise. 377. Any modern trading company. He has capital shares in the house and separate outside wealth, fuori della compagnia, which the house controls and for which it pays him interest, but which is not regarded as working capital proper and therefore does not share in the profit. 3. Thus, a rational association takes the place of the natural participation in the household's social action with its advantages and obligations. The individual is born into the household, but even as a child he is already a potential business partner of the rationally managed enterprise. It is evident that such conduct became possible only within the framework of a money economy, which therefore plays a crucial role in the internal dissolution of the household. The money economy makes possible an objective calculation both of the productive performances and of the consumption of the individuals, and for the first time makes it possible for them to satisfy their wants freely, through the indirect exchange medium of money. The parallelism of money economy and attenuation of household authority is, of course, far from complete. Domestic authority and household are relatively independent of economic conditions, in spite of the latter's great importance, and appear irrational from an economic point of view. In fact, they often shape economic relationships because of their own historic structure. For example, the patria potestas, which the head of a Roman family retained until the end of his life, had economic and social as well as political and religious roots, the preservation of a patrician household, military affiliation according to kinship and, probably, house, and the father's position as house priest. The patria potestas persisted during the most diverse economic stages before it was finally attenuated under the empire, even toward the children. In China, the same situation was perpetuated by the principle of filial piety, which was carried to an extreme bv the code of duties and furthered bv the state and the bureaucratic status ethic of Confucianism, in part for reasons of political domestication. This principle led not only to economically untenable consequences, as in the mourning regulations, but also to politically questionable results, for example, large-scale office vacancies, because piety toward the late father originally, fear of the dead man's envy forbade the use of his property and the occupation of his office. Economic factors originally determined to a large extent whether a property was inherited by one person or principal heir or whether it was divided. This practice varies with economic influences, but it cannot be explained solely by economic factors, and especially not by modern economic conditions. This was demonstrated particularly in the recent studies of Sering and others. Under identical conditions and in contiguous areas, there exist often quite disparate systems, affected especially by different ethnic composition, example Poles and Germans. The far-reaching economic consequences of these differing structures were caused by factors that could be regarded as economically irrational from the very beginning, or that became irrational as a consequence of changes in economic conditions. In spite of all, the economic realities intervene in a compelling manner. First, there are characteristic differences depending on whether economic gain is attributed to common work or to common property. If the former situation obtains, the household authority is usually basically unstable, no matter how autocratic it may be. Mere separation from the parental household and the establishment of an independent household is sufficient for a person to be set free from the household authority. This is mostly the case in the large households of primitive agricultural peoples. The Emancipatio Legis Saxonicae of the German law clearly has its economic foundation in the importance of personal labor, which prevailed at the time. On the other hand, the household authority is typically stable wherever ownership of livestock, and property in general, forms the prime economic basis. This is particularly true when land ceases to be abundant and becomes a scarce commodity. For reasons already alluded to, family and lineage cohesion is generally an attribute of the landed aristocracy. The man without any landed property or with only little of it is also without lineage group. The same difference is to be found in the capitalistic stage of development. The large households of Florence and other parts of northern Italy practice the principle of joint responsibility and of maintaining the property intact. In the trading places of the Mediterranean, especially in Sicily and southern Italy, the exact opposite was the case. Each adult member of the household could at any time request his share while the legator was still alive. Nor did joint personal liability to the outsiders exist. In the family enterprises of northern Italy, the inherited capital represented the basis of economic power to a greater degree than did the personal business activities of the partners. The opposite was true in southern Italy, where common property was treated as a product of common work. With the increasing importance of capital, the former practice gained ascendancy. In this case, the capitalist economy, a later stage in terms of a theory of development starting with undifferentiated social action, determines a theoretically earlier structure in which the household members are more tightly bound to the household and subjected to household authority. However, at the same time a far more significant and uniquely Occidental transformation of domestic authority and household was underway in these Florentine and other business-oriented medieval houses. To disintegration of the household by the enterprise 379. The entire economic arrangements of such large households were periodically regulated by contract. Whereas, originally, the personal funds and the business organization were regulated by the same set of rules, the situation gradually changed. Continuous capitalist acquisition became a special vocation performed in an increasingly separate enterprise. An autonomous rational association emerged out of the social action of the household, in such a way that the old identity of household, workshop, and office fell apart, which had been taken for granted in the undifferentiated household as well as the ancient oikos, to be discussed in the next section. First, the household ceased to exist as a necessary basis of rational business association. Henceforth, the partner was not necessarily or typically a house member. Consequently, business assets had to be separated from the private property of the partners. Similarly, a distinction began to be made between the business employees and the domestic servants. Above all, the commercial debts had to be distinguished from the private debts of the partners, and joint responsibility had to be limited to the former, which were identified as such by being contracted under the firm, the business name. This whole development is obviously a precise parallel to the separation of the bureaucratic office as a vocation from private life, the bureau from the private household, the official assets and liabilities from private property, and the official dealings from private dealings. This will be discussed in the Analysis of Authority Chapter 11. The capitalist enterprise, created by the household which eventually retreats from it, thus is related from the very beginning to the bureau and the now obvious bureaucratization of the private economy. But the factor of decisive importance in this development is not the spatial differentiation or separation of the household from the workshop and the store. This is rather typical of the bazaar system of the Islamic cities in the Orient, which rests throughout on the separation of the castle, Kaspali, bazaar, souk, and residences. \V is crucial is the separation of household and business for accounting and legal purposes, and the development of a suitable body of laws, such as the commercial register, elimination of dependence of the association and the firm upon the family, separate property of the private firm or limited partnership, and appropriate laws on bankruptcy. This fundamentally important development is the characteristic feature of the Occident, and it is worthy of note that the legal forms of our present commercial law were almost all developed as early as the L/1 Middle Ages, whereas they were almost entirely foreign to the law of antiquity with its capitalism that was quantitatively sometimes much more developed. This is one of the many phenomena characterizing most clearly the qualitative uniqueness of the household, enterprise, and oikos. 4. Development of modern capitalism. Since both the concentration of the family property for the purpose of mutual economic support and the development of a firm from a family name existed, for example, in China as well. There, too, the joint liability of the family stands behind the debts of the individual. The name used by a company in commercial transactions does not provide information about the actual proprietor. There, too, the firm is related to the business organization and not to the household. But the laws on private property and bankruptcy as they were developed in Europe seem to be absent in China, where two things are of special relevance, association and credit, until the modern era, were to a large degree dependent on the kinship group. Likewise, the keeping of the property intact in the well-to-do kinship groups and the mutual granting of credit within the kinship groups served different purposes. They were concerned not with capitalistic profit but with raising money to cover the costs of family members' preparation for the examinations and afterwards for the purchase of an office. The incumbency of the office then offered the relatives an opportunity to recover their expenses with the profit from the legal and illegal revenues that the office afforded. Furthermore, these relatives could benefit from the protection of the office holder. It was the chances of the politically rather than economically determined gain that were conducive to the capitalistic cohesion of the family, especially one that was well off economically. The capitalistic type of association which corresponds to our joint stock company and is completely detached, at least formally, from kinship and personal ties has its antecedents in antiquity only in the area of politically oriented capitalism, i.e., in companies of tax farmers. In the Middle Ages, such associations were also organized in part for colonizing ventures such as the big partnerships of the men in Genoa and in part for state credit such as the Genoese group of creditors which for all practical purposes held the municipal finances under sequester. In the realm of private enterprise, a purely commercial and capitalistic type of association initially developed only in the form of ad hoc groupings in long-distance trade, such as the Comenda Association which can be found already in Old Babylonian law and later quite universally. A financier entrusts his capital to a traveling merchant for a concrete voyage with profit or loss distribution on this basis. This is the form typical for the period of intermittent trade, Jelajanhai Chandal. Enterprises in the form of joint stock corporations which were monopolistically privileged by the political powers, especially colonial undertakings, constituted the transition to the application of such organizational types also in purely private business. 3. The alternative development, the oikos. These kinds of undertakings which, as the basis of a capitalist enterprise, constitute its most radical separation from the original identity with the household do not particularly concern us at this point. Rather, we shall come to a radically different way in which a household may evolve. The disintegration of the household and of domestic authority because of exchange with the outside, and the resulting rise of the capitalist enterprise proceed in juxtaposition to the household's internal evolution into an oikos, as Rodbertus called it. 5. This is not simply any large household or one which produces on its own various products, agricultural or industrial, rather, it is the authoritarian household of a prince, manorial lord, or patrician. Its dominant motive is not capitalistic acquisition but the lord's organized want satisfaction in kind. For this purpose, he may resort to any means, including large-scale trade. Decisive for him is the utilization of property, not capital investment. The essence of the oikos is organized want satisfaction, even if market-oriented enterprises are attached to it. Of course, there is a scale of imperceptible transitions between the two modes of economic orientation, and often also a more or less rapid transformation from one into the other. In reality, if there is a relatively developed technology, the oikos is rarely a purely collective natural economy, for it can exist purely only if it permanently eliminates all exchange and practices, or at least aims at autarkia, hence if it is a self-sufficient economy so far as possible. In this case an apparatus of house-dependent labor, which often is highly specialized, produces all the goods and personal services, economic, military and sacral, which the ruler requires. His own land provides the raw materials, his workshops with their personally unfree labor supply all other materials. The remaining services are provided by servants, officials, house priests, and warriors. Exchange takes place only if surplus is to be dumped or if goods simply cannot be procured in any other way. This state of affairs was approximated to a considerable extent by the royal economies of the Orient, especially of Egypt, and to a lesser degree by the households of the Homeric aristocrats and princes. Those of the Persian and Frankish kings also appear quite similar. In the Roman Empire the landed estates moved increasingly in this direction as they grew in size, the slave supply fell off and capitalist acquisition was curbed by bureaucracy and liturgy. But the medieval manner took the opposite course with the increasing importance of trade, the cities, and the money economy. However, in all these cases the oikos was never really self-sufficient. The pharaoh engaged in foreign trade just as did the majority of the early princes and aristocrats of the Mediterranean. Their treasuries depended heavily upon household, enterprise, and oikos. 4. Trade proceeds. As early as the Frankish kingdom the seigneurs received substantial amounts of money or various tributes which had cash value. The Capitularia took for gr. Entered that the royal fsi were free to sell whatever was not needed by the court and the army. In all better known cases only a part of the unfree workforce of the big owners of land and people was completely tied to their household. Those most strictly attached to the household were the personal servants and the workers who labored in the master's self-sufficient household and were wholly maintained by him, the case of autarkic utilization of labor. However, another group of strictly attached workers consists of those who produced for the market. The Carthaginian, Sicilian, and Roman plantation owners employed their barrack slaves in this fashion, as did the father of Demos thence with the slaves in his tu ergasteria or, in modern times, the Russian landlords with the peasants in their factories. These are cases of the capitalist utilization of unfree labor. However, many slaves on the plantations and in the ergasteria were bought on the market, hence they were not produced in the household. Unfree workers born in the master's household presuppose some kind of unfree family, and this implies an attenuation of attachment and normally also of the full exploitation of labor power. Therefore, the majority of these hereditarily unfree workers is not employed in centralized enterprises, but surrenders only part of their work capacity to the master, and pays him more or less arbitrary and traditionally fixed taxes in kind or in coin. And either the master prefers to use his unfree workers as a workforce or as a source of revenue depends above all on what yields most to him in a given situation. Barrack slaves without families can be replaced only if they are very cheap and plentiful. This presupposes continuous slavery wars and low food costs, a southern climate. Hereditarily attached peasants, moreover, can pay money taxes only if there is a local market, and this in turn requires a degree of urban development. Where this was low, and the harvest yield could be fully used only through export, as in the German and European East at the beginning of modern times, in contrast to the West, and in the Black Earth regions of Russia in the 19th century, the forced labor of the peasants was the only way of making money. In this way large-scale market-oriented enterprise developed within the oikos. The owner of an oikos may become almost indistinguishable, or wholly identical, with the capitalist entrepreneur, if he establishes large industrial undertaking with his own unfree labor, or rented unfree or even free workers. He may use the latter two groups either partly or exclusively, and he may run his own or rented ergasteria. A major example for this transformation are the creators of the Silesian Starost, i.e., village steward industries. 0. Ultimately, the oikos is defined only by the rent-producing utilization of property, but in terms of the owner's primary interest this meaning may become practically indistinguishable from, or outright identical with, entrepreneurial capital proper. The monoreal origin of the Starost industry is visible only because of the particular combination of enterprises, large-scale lumbering with brickyards, distilleries, sugar refineries, coal mines, that means, of enterprises that are not integrated, along technically or economically suggested, horizontal or vertical lines, like the modem combines and mixed firms. However, a monoreal lord who adds a foundry or a steel mill to his coal mines, or a lumber mill and paper mill to his lumbering operations may in practice bring about the same result. Only the starting point, not the end product, are different. In the ancient ergasteria, too, we find incipient combinations based on the possession of raw materials. The father of Demos thence, who descended from a family of Attic merchants, was an importer of I/ori which he sold T/3OVO./.VF. i.e., to anyone desiring it, to any comer, and which was used as inlay for knife handles and furniture. He eventually trained slaves to manufacture knives in his own workshop and, in Adionda furniture ergasterion. The ergasterion developed further during the Hellenistic period, especially in Alexandria, up until early Islamic times. The use of unfree craftsmen as a source of rent was widely known throughout antiquity, both in the Orient and the Occident, during the early Middle Ages, and in Russia until the emancipation of the serfs. The master may rent his slaves, as Nicias did with masses of unskilled slaves for the mine owners. He may turn them into skilled craftsmen, a practice found in all antiquity, from a contract in which the Persian crown prince Cambyses 6th century BC is mentioned as the owner of the trainer, up to the late Roman Pandects, but it is also found in Russia as late as the 18th and 19th century. The master may also leave it to the slaves, after he arranged for their training, to work for their own account in exchange for a rent. Greek, apophora, Babylonian, mandaku, German, Hallsteuer, Russian, obrok. The master may also provide them with a workshop and capital equipment, peculium, as /L as working capital, merx peculiaris. Historically, we find all imaginable transitions from almost total mobility to complete regimentation in barracks. A more detailed description of the enterprises emerging within the oikos and run by either the master or the unfree belongs into a different set of topics. However, the transformation of the oikos into a patrimonial rulership will be discussed in the analysis of the forms of domination. Chapter V. Ethnic groups. 1. Race membership. 1. A much more problematic source of social action than the sources analyzed above is race identity, common inherited and inheritable traits that actually derive from common descent. Of course, race creates a group only when it is subjectively perceived as a common trait. This happens only when a neighborhood or the mere proximity of racially different persons is the basis of joint, mostly political, action, or conversely, when some common experiences of members of the same race are linked to some antagonism against members of an obviously different group. The resulting social action is usually merely negative. Those who are obviously different are avoided and despised or, conversely, viewed with superstitious awe. Persons /VHO are externally delirant are simply despised irrespective of what they accomplish or what they are, or they are venerated superstitiously if they are too powerful in the long run. In this case antipathy is the primary and normal reaction. However, this antipathy is shared not just by persons with anthropological similarities, and its extent is by no means determined by the degree of anthropological relatedness. Furthermore, this antipathy is linked not only to inherited traits but just as much to other visible differences. If the degree of objective racial difference can be determined, among other things, purely physiologically by establishing whether hybrids reproduce themselves at approximately normal rates, the subjective aspects, the reciprocal racial attraction and repulsion, might be measured by finding out whether sexual relations are preferred or rare between two groups, and whether they are carried on permanently or temporarily and irregularly. In all groups with a developed ethnic consciousness, the existence or absence of intermarriage, connubium, would then be a normal consequence of racial attraction or segregation. Serious research on the sexual attraction and repulsion between different ethnic groups is only incipient, but there is not the slightest doubt that racial factors, that means, common descent, influence the incidence of sexual relations and of marriage, sometimes decisively. However, the existence of several million mulattoes in the United States speaks clearly against the assumption of a natural racial antipathy, even among quite different races. Apart from the laws against biracial marriages in the southern states, sexual relations between the two races are now abhorred by both sides, but this development began only with the emancipation and resulted from the Negroes' demand for equal civil rights. Hence this abhorrence on the part of the whites is socially determined by the previously sketched tendency toward the monopolization of social power and honor, a tendency which in this case happens to be linked to race. The connubium itself, that means, the fact that the offspring from a permanent sexual relationship can share in the activities and advantages of the father's political, economic, or status group, depends on many circumstances. Under undiminished patriarchal powers, which we treat elsewhere, the father was free to grant equal rights to his children from slaves. Moreover, the glorification of abduction by the hero made racial mixing a normal event within the ruling strata. However, patriarchal discretion was progressively curtailed with the monopolistic closure, by now familiar to us, of political, status or other groups, and with the monopolization of marriage opportunities. These tendencies restricted the connubium to the offspring from a permanent sexual union within the given political, religious, economic, and status group. This also produced a high incidence of inbreeding. The endogamy of a group is probably everywhere a secondary product of such tendencies, if we define it not merely as the fact that a permanent sexual union occurs primarily on the basis of joint membership in some association, but as a process of social action in which only endogamous children are accepted as full members. The term sib-endogamy should not be used. There is no such thing unless we want to refer to the levirate marriage and arrangements in which daughters have the right to succession, but these have secondary, religious, and political origins. Pure anthropological types are often a secondary consequence of such closure. Examples are sects, as in India, as well as pariah peoples, that means, groups that are socially despised yet wanted as neighbors because they have monopolized indispensable skills. Reasons other than actual racial kinship influence the degree to which blood relationship is taken into account. In the United States, the smallest admixture of Negro blood disqualifies a person unconditionally, whereas very considerable admixtures of Indian blood do not. Doubtlessly, it is important that Negroes appear aesthetically even more alien than Indians, but it remains very significant that Negroes were slaves. Race membership, and hence disqualified in the status hierarchy. The conventional connubium is far less impeded by anthropological differences than by status differences, that means, differences due to socialization and upbringing, Bildung in the widest sense of the word. Mere anthropological differences account for little, except in cases of extreme aesthetic antipathy. To the belief in common ethnicity, its multiple social origins and theoretical ambiguities, the question of whether conspicuous racial differences are based on biological heredity or on tradition is usually of no importance as far as their effect on mutual attraction or repulsion is concerned. This is true of the development of endogamous conjugal groups, and even more so of attraction and repulsion in other kinds of social intercourse, i.e., whether all sorts of friendly, companionable, or economic relationships between such groups are established easily and on the footing of mutual trust and respect, or whether such relationships are established with difficulty and with precautions that betray mistrust. The more or less easy emergence of social circles in the broadest sense of the word, sociale verkehrsgemeinschaft, may be linked to the most superficial features of historically accidental habits just as much as to inherited racial characteristics. That the different custom is not understood in its subjective meaning, since the cultural key to it is lacking, is almost as decisive as the peculiarity of the custom as such. But, As we shall soon see, not all repulsion is attributable to the absence of a consensual group. Differences in the styles of beard and hairdo, clothes, food, and eating habits, division of labor between the sexes, and all kinds of other visible differences can, in a given case, give rise to repulsion and contempt, but the actual extent of these differences is irrelevant for the emotional impact, as is illustrated by primitive travel descriptions, the histories of Herodotus or the older pre-scientific ethnography. Seen from their positive aspect, however, these differences may give rise to consciousness of kind, which may become as easily the bearer of group relationships as groups ranging from the household and neighborhood to political and religious communities are usually the bearers of shared customs. All differences of customs can sustain a specific sense of honor or dignity in their practitioners. The original motives or reasons for the inception of different habits of life are forgotten and the contrasts are then perpetuated as conventions. In this manner, any group can create customs, and it can also effect, in certain circumstances very decisively, the selection of anthropological types. This it can do by providing favorable chances of survival and reproduction for certain hereditary qualities and traits. This holds both for internal assimilation and for external differentiation. Any cultural trait, no matter how superficial, can serve as a starting point for the familiar tendency to monopolistic closure. However, the universal force of imitation has the general effect of only gradually changing the traditional customs and usages, just as anthropological types are changed only gradually by racial mixing. But if there are sharp boundaries between areas of observable styles of life, they are due to conscious monopolistic closure, which started from small differences that were then cultivated and intensified, or they are due to the peaceful or warlike migrations of groups that previously lived far from each other and had accommodated themselves to their heterogeneous conditions of existence. Similarly, strikingly different racial types, bred in isolation, may live in sharply segregated proximity to one another either because of monopolistic closure or because of migration. We can conclude then that similarity and contrast of physical type and custom, regardless of whether they are biologically inherited or culturally transmitted, are subject to the same conditions of group life, in origin as well as in effectiveness, and identical in their potential for group formation. The difference lies partly in the differential instability of type and custom, partly in the fixed, though often unknown, limit to engendering new hereditary qualities. Compared to this, the scope for assimilation of new customs is incomparably greater, although there are considerable variations in the transmissibility of traditions. Almost any kind of similarity or contrast of physical type and of habits can induce the belief that affinity or disaffinity exists between groups that attract or repel each other. Not every belief in tribal affinity, however, is founded on the resemblance of customs or of physical type. But in spite of great variations in this area, such a belief can exist and can develop group-forming powers when it is buttressed by a memory of an actual migration, be it colonization or individual migration. The persistent effect of the old ways and of childhood reminiscences continues as a source of native country sentiment, Heimatgefühl, among emigrants even when they have become so thoroughly adjusted to the new country that return to their homeland would be intolerable, this being the case of most German Americans, for example. In colonies, the attachment to the colonists' homeland survives despite considerable mixing with the inhabitants of the colonial land and despite profound changes in tradition and hereditary type as well. In case of political colonization, the decisive factor is the need for political support. In general, the continuation of relationships created by the belief in common ethnicity marriage is important, and so are the market relationships, provided that the customs remained unchanged. These market relationships between the homeland and the colony may be very close, as long as the consumer standards remain similar, and especially when colonies are in an almost absolutely alien environment and within an alien political territory. The belief in group affinity, regardless of whether it has any objective foundation, can have important consequences especially for the formation of a political community. We shall call ethnic groups those human groups that entertain a subjective belief in their common descent because of similarities of physical type or of customs or both, or because of memories of colonization and migration. This belief must be important for the propagation of group formation. Conversely, it does not matter whether or not an objective blood relationship exists. Ethnic membership, Gemeinsamkeit, differs from the kinship group precisely by being a presumed identity, not a group with concrete social action, like the latter. In our sense, ethnic membership does not constitute a group, it only facilitates group formation of any kind, particularly in the political sphere. On the other hand, it is primarily the political community, no matter how artificially organized, that inspires the belief in common ethnicity. This belief tends to persist even after the disintegration of the political community, unless drastic differences in the custom, physical type, or, above all, language exist among its members. This artificial origin of the belief in common ethnicity follows the previously described pattern cf. Chapter IL3 of rational association turning into personal relationships. If rationally regulated action is not widespread, almost any association, even the most rational one, creates an overarching communal consciousness. This takes the form of a brotherhood on the basis of the belief in common ethnicity. As late as the Greek city-state, even the most arbitrary division of the polis became for the member an association with at least a common cult and often a common fictitious ancestor. The 12 tribes of Israel were subdivisions of a political community, and they alternated in performing certain functions on a monthly basis. The same holds for the Greek tribes, phyla, and their subdivisions. The latter, too, were regarded as units of common ethnic descent. It is true that the original division may have been induced by political or actual ethnic differences, but the effect was the same when such a division was made quite rationally and schematically, after the breakup of old groups and relinquishment of local cohesion, as it was done by Cleisthenes. It does not follow, therefore, that the Greek polis was actually or originally a tribal or lineage state, but that ethnic fictions were a sign of the rather low degree of rationalization of Greek political life. Conversely, it is a symptom of the greater rationalization of Rome. That its old schematic subdivisions, curiae, took on religious importance, with a pretense to ethnic origin, to only a small degree. The belief in common ethnicity often delimits social circles, which in turn are not always identical with endogamous connubial groups, for greatly varying numbers of persons may be encompassed by both. Their similarity rests on the belief in a specific honor of their members, not shared by the outsiders, that is, the sense of ethnic honor, a phenomenon closely related to status honor, which will be discussed later. These few remarks must suffice at this point. A specialized sociological study of ethnicity would have to make a finer distinction between these concepts than we have done for our limited purposes. Groups, in turn, can engender sentiments of likeness which will persist even after their demise and will have an ethnic connotation. The political community in particular can produce such an effect. But most directly, such an effect is created by the language group, which is the bearer of a specific cultural possession of the masses, j//iasenkel turgut, and makes mutual understanding, verstehen, possible or easier. \v However, the memory of the origin of a community by peaceful secession or emigration, colony, versacrum, and the like, from a mother community remains for some reason alive. There undoubtedly exists a very specific and often extremely powerful sense of ethnic identity, which is determined by several factors, shared political memories or, even more important in early times, persistent ties with the old cult, or the strengthening of kinship and other groups, both in the old and the new community, or other persistent relationships. Where these ties are lacking, or once they cease to exist, the sense of ethnic group membership is absent, regardless of how close the kinship may be. Apart from the community of language, which may or may not coincide with objective, or subjectively believed, consanguinity, and apart from common religious belief, which is also independent of consanguinity, the ethnic differences that remain are, on the one hand, aesthetically conspicuous differences of the physical appearance, as mentioned before, and, on the other hand and of equal weight, the perceptible differences in the conduct of everyday life. Of special importance are precisely those items which may otherwise seem to be of small social relevance, since when ethnic differentiation is concerned it is always the conspicuous differences that come into play. Common language and the ritual regulation of life, as determined by shared religious beliefs, everywhere are conducive to feelings of ethnic affinity, especially since the intelligibility of the behavior of others is the most fundamental presupposition of group formation. But since we shall not consider these two elements in the present context, we ask, what is? To the belief in common ethnicity 39I it that remains. It must be admitted that palpable differences in dialect and differences of religion in themselves do not exclude sentiments of common ethnicity. Next to pronounced differences in the economic way of life, the belief in ethnic affinity has at all times been affected by outward differences in clothes, in the style of housing, food and eating habits, the division of labor between the sexes and between the free and the unfree. That is to say, these things concern one's conception of what is correct and proper and, above all, of what affects the individual's sense of honor and dignity. All those things we shall find later on as objects of specific differences between status groups. The conviction of the excellence of one's own customs and the inferiority of alien ones, a conviction which sustains the sense of ethnic honor, is actually quite analogous to the sense of honor of distinctive status groups. The sense of ethnic honor is a specific honor of the masses, one listener, for it is accessible to anybody who belongs to the subjectively believed community of descent. The poor white trash, i.e., the propertyless and, in the absence of job opportunities, very often destitute white inhabitants of the southern states of the United States of America in the period of slavery, were the actual bearers of racial antipathy, which was quite foreign to the planters. This was so because the social honor of the poor whites was dependent upon the social déclassement of the Negroes. And behind all ethnic diversities there is somehow naturally the notion of the chosen people, which is merely a counterpart of status differentiation translated into the plane of horizontal coexistence. The idea of a chosen people derives its popularity from the fact that it can be claimed to an equal degree by any and every member of the mutually despising groups, in contrast to status differentiation which always rests on subordination. Consequently, ethnic repulsion may take hold of all conceivable differences among the notions of propriety and transform them into ethnic conventions. Besides the previously mentioned elements, which were still more or less closely related to the economic order, conventionalization, a term expounded elsewhere, may take hold of such things as a hairdo or style of beard and the like. The differences thereof have an ethnical repulsive effect, because they are thought of as symbols of ethnic membership. Of course, the repulsion is not always based merely on the symbolic character of the distinguishing traits. The fact that the Scythian women oiled their hair with butter, which then gave off a rancid odor, while Greek women used perfumed oil to achieve the same purpose, thwarted according to an ancient report all attempts at social intercourse between the aristocratic ladies of these two groups. The smell of 39 two ethnic groups ch. V. butter certainly had a more compelling effect than even the most prominent racial differences, or as far as I could see the Negro odor, of which so many fables are told. In general, racial qualities are effective only as limiting factors with regard to the belief in common ethnicity, such as in case of an excessively heterogeneous and aesthetically unaccepted physical type, they are not positively group-forming. Pronounced differences of custom, which play a role equal to that of inherited physical type in the creation of feelings of common ethnicity and notions of kinship, are usually caused, in addition to linguistic and religious differences, by the diverse economic and political conditions of various social groups. If we ignore cases of clear-cut linguistic boundaries and sharply demarcated political or religious communities as a basis of differences of custom, and these in fact are lacking in wide areas of the African and South American continents, then there are only gradual transitions of custom and no immutable ethnic frontiers, except those due to gross geographical differences. The sharp demarcations of areas wherein ethnically relevant customs predominate, which were not conditioned either by political or economic or religious factors, usually came into existence by way of migration or expansion, when groups of people that had previously lived in complete or partial isolation from each other and became accommodated to heterogeneous conditions of existence came to live side by side. As a result, the obvious contrast usually evokes, on both sides, the idea of blood disaffinity, bloedsfremdheid, regardless of the objective state of affairs. It is understandably difficult to determine in general and even in a concrete individual case what innate specific ethnic factors, i.e., the belief in a blood relationship, or its opposite, which rests on similarities, or differences, of a person's physical appearance and style of life, have on the formation of a group. There is no difference between the ethnically relevant customs and customs in general, as far as their effect is concerned. The belief in common descent, in combination with the similarity of customs, is likely to promote the spread of the activities of one part of an ethnic group among the rest, since the awareness of ethnic identity furthers imitation. This is especially true of the propaganda of religious groups. It is not feasible to go beyond these vague generalizations. The content of joint activities that are possible on an ethnic basis remains indefinite. There is a corresponding ambiguity of concepts denoting ethnically determined action, that means, determined by the belief in blood relationship. Such concepts are Volkerschaft, Stamm, tribe, Volk, people, each of which is ordinarily used in the sense of an ethnic subdivision of the following one, although the first two may be used in 2. The belief in common ethnicity 393. Reversed order. Using such terms, one usually implies either the existence of a contemporary political community, no matter how loosely organized, or memories of an extinct political community, such as they are preserved in epic tales and legends, or the existence of a linguistic or dialect group, or, finally, of a religious group. In the past, cults in particular were the typical concomitant of a tribal or folk consciousness. But in the absence of the political community, contemporary or past, the external delimitation of the group was usually indistinct. The cult communities of Germanic tribes, as late as the Burgundian period 6th century AN, were probably rudiments of political communities and therefore pretty well defined. By contrast, the Delphian oracle, the undoubted cultic symbol of Hellenism, also revealed information to th which were subsequently associated into a polis, and in this case they were called ethnos, not phili, or, as it probably happened many times, the politically unorganized tribe, as a presumed blood community, lived from the memory that it once engaged in joint political action, typically a single conquest or defense, and then such political memories constituted the tribe. Thus, the fact that tribal consciousness was primarily formed by common political experiences and not by common descent appears to have been a frequent source of the belief in common ethnicity. Of course, this was not the only source. Common customs may have diverse origins. Ultimately, they derive largely from adaptation to natural conditions and the imitation of neighbors. In practice, however, tribal consciousness usually has a political meaning. In case of military danger or opportunity, it easily provides the basis for joint political action on the part of tribal members or Volksgenossen who consider one another as blood relatives. The eruption of a drive to political action is thus one of the major potentialities inherent in the rather ambiguous notions of tribe and people. Such intermittent political action may easily develop into the moral duty of all members of tribe or people, Volk, to support one another in case of a military attack, even if there is no corresponding political association. Violators of this solidarity may suffer the fate of the Germanic, pro-Roman Sibs of Segists and Languiomer expulsion from the tribal territory even if the tribe has no organized government. If the tribe has reached this stage, it has indeed become a continuous political community, no matter how inactive in peacetime, and hence unstable, it may be. However, even under favorable conditions the transition from the habitual to the customary and therefore obligatory is very rude. All in all, the notion of ethnically determined social action subs phenomena that a rigorous sociological analysis as we do not attempt it here would have to distinguish carefully, the actual subjective effect of those customs conditioned by heredity and those determined by tradition, the differential impact of the varying content of custom, the influence of common language, religion, and political action, past and present, upon the formation of customs, the extent to which such factors create attraction and repulsion, and especially the belief in affinity or disaffinity of blood, the consequences of this belief for social action in general, and specifically for action on the basis of shared custom or blood relationship, for diverse sexual relations, etc. All of this would. Tribe and political community. 395. Have to be studied in detail. It is certain that in this process the collective term ethnic would be abandoned, for it is unsuitable for a really rigorous analysis. However, we do not pursue sociology for its own sake and therefore limit ourselves to showing briefly the diverse factors that are hidden behind this seemingly uniform phenomenon. The concept of the ethnic group, which dissolves if we define our terms exactly, corresponds in this regard to one of the most vexing, since emotionally charged concepts, the nation, as soon as we attempt a sociological definition. For nationality and cultural prestige too, the concept of nationality shares with that of the people, Volk, in the ethnic sense the vague connotation that whatever is felt to be distinctively common must derive from common descent. In reality, of course, persons who consider themselves members of the same nationality are often much less related by common descent than are persons belonging to different and hostile nationalities. Differences of nationality may exist even among groups closely related by common descent, merely because they have different religious persuasions, as in the case of Serbs and Croats. The concrete reasons for the belief in joint nationality and for the resulting social action vary greatly. Today, in the age of language conflicts, a shared common language is preeminently considered the normal basis of nationality. \v whatever the nation means beyond a mere language group can be found in the specific objective of its social action, and this can only be the autonomous polity. Indeed, nation-state has become conceptually identical with state based on common language. In reality, however, such modem nation-states exist next to many others that comprise several language groups, even though these others usually have one official language. A common language is also insufficient in sustaining a sense of national identity, nationalgefühl, a concept which we will leave undefined for the present. Aside from the examples of the Serbs and Croats, this is demonstrated by the Irish, the Swiss, and the German-speaking Alsatians. These groups do not consider themselves as members, at least not as full members, of the nation associated with their language. Conversely, language differences do not necessarily preclude a sense of joint nationality. The German-speaking Alsatians considered themselves and most of them still do as part of the French nation, even though not in the same sense as French-speaking nationals. Hence there are qualitative degrees of the belief in common nationality. Many German-speaking Alsatians feel a sense of community with the French because they share certain customs and some of their sensual culture, Sinnenkultur, as Wittek in particular has pointed out, and also because of common political experiences. This can be understood by any visitor who walks through the museum in Colmar, which is rich in relics such as tricolors, pompier and military helmets, edicts by Louis Philippe and especially memorabilia from the French Revolution. These may appear trivial to the outsider, but they have sentimental value for the Alsatians. 3. This sense of community came into being by virtue of common political and, indirectly, social experiences which are highly valued by the masses as symbols of the destruction of feudalism, and the story of these events takes the place of the heroic legends of primitive peoples. La Grande Nation was the liberator from feudal servitude, she was the bearer of civilization, Kultur, her language was the civilized language. German appeared as a dialect suitable for everyday communication. Hence the attachment to those who speak the language of civilization is an obvious parallel to the sense of community based on common language, but the two phenomena are not identical. Rather, we deal here with an attitude that derives from a partial sharing of the same culture and from shared political experiences. Until a short time ago most Poles in Upper Silesia had no strongly developed sense of Polish nationality that was antagonistic to the Prussian state, which is based essentially on the German language. The Poles were loyal if passive Prussians, but they were not Germans interested in the existence of the Reich. The majority did not feel a conscious or a strong need to segregate themselves from German-speaking fellow citizens. Hence, in this case there was no sense of nationality based on common language, and there was no Kulturgemeinschaft in view of the lack of cultural development. Among the Baltic Germans we find neither much of a sense of nationality amounting to a high valuation of the language bonds with the Germans, nor a desire for political union with the Reich. In fact, most of them would abhor such a unification. However, they segregate themselves rigorously from the Slavic environment, and especially from the Russians, primarily because of status considerations and partly because both sides have different customs and cultural values which are mutually unintelligible and disdained. This segregation exists in spite of, and partly because of, the fact that the Baltic Germans are intensely loyal vassals of the Tsar and have been as interested as any national Russian, national Rus, in the predominance of the Imperial Russian system, which they provide with officials and which in turn maintains their descendants. Hence, here too we do not find any sense of nationality in nationality and cultural prestige. 397 The modern meaning of the term, oriented toward a common language and culture. The case is similar to that of the purely proletarian Poles. Loyalty toward the state is combined with a sense of group identity that is limited to a common language group within this larger community and strongly modified by status factors. Of course, the Baltic Germans are no longer a cohesive status group, even though the differences are not as extreme as within the white population of the American South. Finally, there are cases for which the term nationality does not seem to be quite fitting. Witness the sense of identity shared by the Swiss and the Belgians or the inhabitants of Luxembourg and Liechtenstein. \VE hesitate to call them nations, not because of their relative smallness. Dutch appear to us as a nation but because these neutralized states have purposively forsaken power. The Swiss are not a nation if we take as criteria common language or common literature and art. Yet they have a strong sense of community despite some recent disintegrative tendencies. This sense of identity is not only sustained by loyalty toward the body politic but also by what are perceived to be common customs, irrespective of actual differences. These customs are largely shaped by the differences in social structure between Switzerland and Germany, but also all other big and hence militaristic powers. Because of the impact of bigness on the internal power structure, it appears to the Swiss that their customs can be preserved only by a separate political existence. The loyalty of the French Canadians toward the English polity is today determined above all by the deep antipathy against the economic and social structure, and the way of life, of the neighboring United States. Hence membership in the Dominion of Canada appears as a guarantee of their own traditions. This classification could easily be enlarged, as every rigorous sociological investigation would have to do. It turns out that feelings of identity subsumed under the term national are not uniform but may derive from diverse sources. Differences in the economic and social structure and in the internal power structure, with its impact on the customs, may play a role, but within the German Reich customs are very diverse, shared political memories, religion, language and, finally, racial features may be source of the sense of nationality. Racial factors often have a peculiar impact. From the viewpoint of the whites in the United States, Negroes and whites are not united by a common sense of nationality, but the Negroes have a sense of American nationality at least by claiming a right to it. On the other hand, the pride of the Swiss in their own distinctiveness, and their willingness to defend it vigorously, is neither qualitatively different nor less widespread than the same attitudes in any great and powerful nation. Time and again we find that the concept nation directs us to political power. Hence, the concept seems to refer, if it refers at all, to a uniform phenomenon, to a specific kind of pathos which is linked to the idea of a powerful political community of people who share a common language, or religion, or common customs, or political memories. Such a state may already exist or it may be desired. The more power is emphasized, the closer appears to be the link between nation and state. This pathetic pride in the power of one's own community, or this longing for it, may be much more widespread in relatively small language groups such as the Hungarians, Czechs, or Greeks than in a similar but much larger community such as the Germans 150 years ago, when they were essentially a language group without pretensions to national power. Notes 1. On race and civilization, see also Weber's polemical speech against a Ploetz at the first meeting of the German Sociological Association, Frankfurt, 1910, in GAZSS, 456-62. 2 years later, at the second meeting of the association in Berlin, Weber took the bour again after a presentation by Franz Oppenheimer. Among other things, Weber said, OPCIT, 489. With race theories you can prove and disprove anything you want. It is a scientific crime to attempt the circumvention, by the uncritical use of completely unclarified racial hypotheses, of the sociological study of antiquity, which of course is much more difficult, but by no means without hope of success. After all, we can no longer find out to what extent the qualities of the Hellenes and Romans rested on inherited dispositions. The problem of such relationships has not yet been solved by the most careful and toilsome investigations of living subjects, even if undertaken in the laboratory and with the means of exact experimentation. 2. Cf. the related section on the nation in ch. 9.5.3. C. Werner Wittig, Deutsche und Französische Kultur im Elsass, Strasbourg, Schlesier und Schweikhardt, 1900, 38 ff. For a French translate, C. L'Hygiene nationale des races franques, IZT Allemande en Alsace. Revue Internationale de Sociologie, Volume X, 1902, 777 to 824 and 857 to 907, especially 814 FFCF. Also Weber, GAZRS, I, 25, N1, GAZSS, 484. Outsiders, in contrast to the pre-1914 custodian who showed Weber his greatest treasures, cherish the Colmar Museum for one of the most powerful works of art of the late Middle Ages, Grünwald-Selsenheim altar. Chapter 6. Religious Groups, the Sociology of Religion. 1. The Origins of Religion. 1. The original this worldly orientation of religious and /iagical action to define religion, to say what it is not possible at the start of a presentation such as this. Definition can be attempted, if at all, only at the conclusion of the study. The essence of religion is not even our concern, as we make it our task to study the conditions and effects of a particular type of social action. The external courses of religious behavior are so diverse that an understanding of this behavior can only be achieved from the viewpoint of the subjective experiences, ideas, and purposes of the individuals concerned. In short, from the viewpoint of the religious behavior's meaning, sin. The most elementary forms of behavior motivated by religious or magical factors are oriented to this world. That it may go well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth. Deuterium 399. 400. 4. 40 expresses the reason for the performance of actions enjoined by religion or magic. Even human sacrifices, although uncommon among urban peoples, were performed in the Phoenician maritime cities without any otherworldly expectations whatsoever. Furthermore, religiously or magically motivated behavior is relatively rational behavior, especially in its earliest manifestations. It follows rules of experience, though it is not necessarily action in accordance with a means-end schema. Rubbing will elicit sparks from pieces of wood, and in like fashion the mimetical actions of a magician will evoke rain from the heavens. The sparks resulting from twirling the wooden sticks are as much a magical effect as the rain evoked by the manipulations of the rainmaker. Thus, religious or magical behavior or thinking must not be set apart from the range of everyday purposive conduct, particularly since even the ends of the religious and magical actions are predominantly economic. Only we, judging from the standpoint of our modem views of nature, can distinguish objectively in such behavior those attributions of causality which are correct from those which are fallacious, and then designate the fallacious attributions of causality as irrational, and the corresponding acts as magic. Quite a different distinction will be made by the person performing the magical act, who will instead distinguish between the greater or lesser ordinariness of the phenomena in question. For example, not every stone can serve as a fetish, a source of magical power. Nor does every person have the capacity to achieve the ecstatic states which are viewed, in accordance with primitive experience, as the preconditions for producing certain effects in meteorology, healing, divination, and telepathy. It is primarily, though not exclusively, these extraordinary powers that have been designated by such special terms as mana, orenda, and the Iranian mega, the term from which our word magic is derived. We shall henceforth employ the term charisma for such extraordinary powers. Charisma may be either of two types. Where this appellation is fully merited, charisma is a gift that inheres in an object or person simply by virtue of natural endowment. Such primary charisma cannot be acquired by any means. But charisma of the other type may be produced artificially in an object or person through some extraordinary means. Even then, it is assumed that charismatic powers can be developed only in people or objects in which the germ already existed but would have remained dormant unless evoked by some ascetic or other regimen. Thus, even at the earliest stage of religious evolution there are already present in nous all forms of the doctrine of religious grace, from that of gratia infusa to the most rigorous tenet of salvation by good works. The strongly naturalistic orientation, lately termed pre-animistic, of the earliest religious the origins of religion 40 phenomena is still a feature of folk religion. To this day, no decision of church councils, differentiating the worship of God from the adoration of the icons of saints, and defining the icons as merely a devotional means, has succeeded in deterring a South European peasant from spitting in front of the statue of a saint when he holds it responsible for withholding a favor even though the customary procedures were performed. 2. The belief in spirits, demons, and the soul. A process of abstraction, which only appears to be simple, has usually already been carried out in the most primitive instances of religious behavior which we examine. Already crystallized is the notion that certain beings are concealed behind and responsible for the activity of the charismatically endowed natural objects, artifacts, animals, or persons. This is the belief in spirits. At the outset, spirit is neither soul, demon, nor God, but something indeterminate, material yet invisible, non-personal, and yet somehow endowed with volition. By entering into a concrete object, spirit endows the latter with its distinctive power. The spirit may depart from its host or vessel, leaving the latter inoperative and causing the magician's charisma to fail. In other cases, the spirit may diminish into nothingness, or it may enter into another person or thing. That any particular economic conditions are prerequisites for the emergence of a belief in spirits does not appear to be demonstrable. But belief in spirits, like all abstraction, is most advanced in those societies within which certain persons possess charismatic magical powers that inhere only in those with special qualifications. Indeed, it is the circumstance that lays the foundation for the oldest of all vocations, that of the professional necromancer. In contrast to the ordinary person, the layman in the magical sense, the magician is permanently endowed with charisma. Furthermore, he has turned into an enterprise the distinctive subjective condition that notably represents or mediates charisma, namely ecstasy. For the layman, this psychological state is accessible only in occasional actions. Unlike the merely rational practice of wizardry, ecstasy occurs in a social form, the orgy, which is the primordial form of religious association. But the orgy is an occasional activity, whereas the enterprise of the magician is continuous and he is indispensable for its operation. Because of the routine demands of living, the layman can experience ecstasy only occasionally, as intoxication. To induce ecstasy, he may employ any type of alcoholic beverage, tobacco, or similar narcotics and especially music, all of which originally served orgiastic purposes. In addition to the rational manipulation of spirits in accordance with economic interests, the manner in which ecstasy was employed constituted another important, but historically secondary, concern of the magician's art, which, naturally enough, developed almost everywhere into a secret lore. On the basis of the experience with the conditions of orgies, and in all likelihood under the influence of his professional practice, there evolved the concept of soul as a separate entity present in, behind, or near natural objects, even as the human body contains something that leaves it in dream, syncope, ecstasy, or death. This is not the place to treat extensively the diversity of possible relationships between spiritual beings and the objects behind which they lurk and with which they are somehow connected. These spirits or souls may dwell more or less continuously and exclusively near or within a concrete object or process. But on the other hand, they may somehow possess types of events, things, or categories thereof, the behavior and efficacy of which they will decisively determine. These and similar views are properly called animistic. The spirits may temporarily incorporate themselves into things, plants, animals, or people. This is a further stage of abstraction, achieved only gradually. At the highest stage of abstraction, which is scarcely ever maintained consistently, spirits may be regarded as invisible essences that follow their own laws, and are merely symbolized by concrete objects. In between these extremes of naturalism and abstraction there are many transitions and combinations. Yet even at the first stage of the simpler forms of abstraction, there is present in principle the notion of supersensual forces that may intervene in the destiny of people in the same way that a man may influence the course of the world about him. At these earlier stages, not even the gods or demons are yet personal or enduring, and sometimes they do not even have names of their own. A god may be thought of as a power controlling the course of one particular event, Usner's Augenblicksgötter, to whom no one gives a second thought until the event in question is repeated. On the other hand, a god may be the power which somehow emanates from a great hero after his death. Either personification or depersonalization may be a later development. Then, too, we find gods without any personal name, who are one designated only by the name of the process they control. At a later time, when the semantics of this designation is no longer understood, the designation of this process may take on the character of a proper name for the god. Conversely, the proper names of powerful chieftains or prophets have become the designations of divine powers, a procedure employed in reverse by myth to derive the right to transform the origins of religion purely divine appellations into personal names of deified heroes. Whether a given conception of a deity becomes enduring and therefore is always approached by magical or symbolic means, depends upon many different circumstances. The most important of these is whether and in what manner the magician or the secular chieftain accepts the god in question on the basis of their own personal experiences. Here we may simply note that the result of this process is the rise on one hand of the idea of the soul, and on the other of ideas of gods, demons, hence of supernatural powers, the ordering of whose relations to men constitutes the realm of religious behavior. At the outset, the soul is neither a personal nor yet an impersonal entity. It is frequently identified in a naturalistic fashion with something that disappears after death, example with the breath or with the beat of the heart in which it resides and by the ingestion of which one may acquire the courage of his dead adversary. Far more important is the fact that the soul is frequently viewed as a heterogeneous entity. Thus, the soul that leaves man during dreams is distinguished from the soul that leaves him in ecstasy when his heart beats in his throat and his breath fails, and from the soul that inhabits his shadow. Different yet is the soul that, after death, clings to the corpse or stays near it as long as something is left of it, and the soul that continues to exert influence at the site of the person's former residence, observing with envy and anger how the heirs are relishing what had belonged to it in its life. Still another soul is that which appears to the descendants in dreams or visions, threatening or counseling, or that which enters into some animal or into another person, especially a newborn baby, bringing blessing or curse, as the case may be. The conception of the soul as an independent entity set over against the body is by no means universally accepted, even in the religions of salvation. Indeed, some of these religions, such as Buddhism, specifically reject this notion.